Chapter 1. Little Tornado Junior Sister. If one were to claim that danger invariably accompanies opportunity, serving as a hearty bowl of inspiration for practitioners within the realm of success, then Muyang has ample reason to believe that he will eventually be overwhelmed by this very broth, for danger manifests in his life with unabashed clarity. Muyang is an electrician, specifically one who engages in high-voltage operations. Regarding his profession, he cannot say he harbors a fondness for it, while the remuneration is decent, placing him within the ranks of what many consider the high-income group. The arduous nature of the work is a burden known only to him. In recent days, the nation has been blanketed in heavy snowfall, rendering many mountainous power grids severely afflicted. Early this morning, Muyang's team received directives to promptly conduct emergency repairs on the power lines damaged by the weight of the snow. This task was non-negotiable once the orders were issued. Immediate action was imperative. Thus, Muyang set forth at dawn, immersing himself in the urgent restoration efforts. He, alongside his colleagues, ascended the iron tower, treading upon the insulators as they engaged in the final steps of the restoration process. On the frigid, towering structure, the biting wind howled through the dense snowfall, striking his face like a sharp blade. Each movement demanded significant exertion. Muyang waved his aching arms and removed his frost-covered mask to catch his breath when a sudden gust of wind swept him off his feet. Plummeting downward, he felt the weight of gravity take hold. The sharp metal severed the safety rope and harness, securing him despite having dual safeguards. They could not withstand the call of death. The world spun chaotically, and in the fleeting moment before consciousness slipped away, a flash of white light illuminated his mind, followed by a cascade of memories from his childhood. Darkness enveloped him. It was a desolate and monotonous realm, where icy pain pierced through his nerves, compelling him to yearn for escape. Suddenly, a web-like brilliance tore through the sky, jolting Muyang from his slumber. What is this place? Startled, Muyang sat up, pressing his forehead, only to find himself reclining on a spacious wooden bed, covered with a threadbare, coarse blanket that felt akin to burlap. Uncomfortable against the skin, he was in a modest, low-ceilinged room, approximately 10 square meters, furnished with rudimentary items such as a table, chairs, and a cabinet. Beyond these, there were no other furnishings. The white walls bore no embellishments, and the exposed wooden beams appeared quite primitive. Not a trace of electrical appliances could be discerned. However, what truly caught his attention was a calendar-like object, which left him momentarily stunned by the unfamiliar date inscribed upon it. An era he had never encountered. Wait, he had clearly fallen from a tower. How could he possibly not be in a hospital, but instead find himself here? Drawing upon his extensive experience with novels, he surmised that the likelihood of having traversed into another world was exceedingly high. Moreover, judging by the surroundings, it was highly probable that he had transitioned into a realm where technology was not particularly advanced. Gently tapping his chest with his hand, he noticed how small it was, his slender arms and legs confirming his transformation. Indeed, his body had shrunk, appearing no older than 12 or 13. If there had been any lingering doubts, they were now vanquished. He was unequivocally transported to another realm. Memories of countless tales of transmigration flooded his mind like scenes from a film. The anticipated image of a formidable protagonist, conquering all in their path, was conspicuously absent, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Surrounded by stark emptiness, the unfolding situation deviated sharply from his expectations. As Muyang was lost in reflection, the wooden door creaked open, and a shadow darted in like a nimble squirrel, swiftly approaching him. Before he could comprehend the situation, a delicate hand grasped his, cool and refined. "Senior brother, you finally awakened. Father and I were terribly worried." A melodious voice chimed with evident joy. Moments later, an exquisitely crafted face appeared before him. The girl was undeniably charming, with slightly curled, dark green hair that fell just below her earlobes, adorned with a ribbon at the ends. Her fair, delicate visage was framed by elegantly arched brows resembling willow leaves. Her sparkling eyes, a vivid shade of green, radiated youthful exuberance, suggesting she was merely 11 or 12. Baby. Muyang found himself instinctively uttering a term of endearment as he gazed at the girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a little whirlwind. As soon as the words left his lips, he froze, questioning who this girl was and why he had referred to her as baby. Furrowing his brow, he sensed a subconscious recognition of the girl, perhaps a remnant of the memories belonging to this body. Upon hearing his address, the girl, Meisha, pouted, "Senior brother, I've told you not to call me by my nickname." Why do you insist on doing so? I apologize. He offered an apology, yet his mind swirled with confusion, necessitating a moment to untangle his thoughts. Senior brother, are you feeling all right? Noticing his prolonged silence, Meisha leaned over the bedside, her small face brimming with concern. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Muyang waved his hand dismissively, uncertain of how to articulate his feelings. Fortunately, the little girl seemed to accept his fabricated excuse without further scrutiny. Through a series of indirect inquiries, Muyang gradually pieced together his current identity. It turned out that he shared the name Muyang, age 13, and was the eldest disciple of the martial arts faction known as Tianxin Lu. The girl before him was his junior sister, Meisha, 2 years his junior, having recently celebrated her 11th birthday. Speaking of the Tianxin school, it can be regarded as a moderate sect within the martial arts realm. It is said that several generations ago, it once flourished, but with the passage of time and the emergence of new talent, it has now fallen into decline. Presently, the number of genuine disciples barely exceeds a dozen, including herself. It is evident that Meisha takes great pride in the Tianxin school, her words tinged with a hint of boastfulness. In her narrative, she describes the school as a significant sect with a modest cadre of disciples, currently led by her father. However, the mere existence of a handful of initiates reveals to Muyang that this is merely a once glorious, now diminished sect. The useful information gleaned from Meisha is limited, as she is still quite young and possesses scant knowledge. Consequently, Muyang finds himself in the dark regarding the current state of the world, the number of formidable individuals, the approximate population, and the classification of its nations. Why father has long advised against overexertion during training. Yet you refuse to heed his counsel, Meisha remarked, her expression serious, but her demeanor quickly shifted as she continued, "Oh, I must relay this information to my father. You have fallen behind in your studies these past few days, and you shall bear the consequences." The little girl was as swift in her departure as she had been in her arrival. Just as Muyang wished to inquire further, she darted out the door like a nimble kitten, leaving the wooden door creaking in her wake. Muyang stood, astonished, watching Meisha's rapidly receding figure, taking a deep breath, exclaiming, "What astonishing speed! Such swiftness it would surpass even the athletes of my previous life, would it not? Could it be that I have misjudged this seemingly modest sect of only a few disciples, and that the Tianxin school is in fact a hidden major sect? This world appears to be one imbued with martial prowess." Observing Meisha's agile movements, it seems the inhabitants of this realm are likely not to be underestimated. Muyang reflected on the scant information he had gathered from Meisha, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes before tranquility returned. Descending from the bed, Muyang exited his room, only to discover an unexpectedly spacious courtyard outside. The yard was approximately 50 square meters, with a neatly stacked row of timber on one side and an open single-burner stove, sheltered by a in the center. A series of stone platforms of varying sizes were arranged, substantial in stature, seemingly intended for physical training. The ground was solidly packed, yet dotted with several large depressions, clearly formed by the impact of the stone platforms. In a previous life, I was indeed someone dedicated to physical exercise. Contemplating, Muyang approached the stone platforms, selecting one of moderate size to test his strength. Having arrived in this new world, he must ensure he possesses the ability to safeguard himself before becoming familiar with its dynamics. Gripping the protruding handle of the stone platform, he exerted a slight force, only to reveal a look of surprise upon his face. It was not that it felt heavy, rather, he was unexpectedly struck by its lightness. Muyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exerted himself further. Astonishingly, he lifted the entire stone pedestal with a single hand. Considering the pedestal's considerable size, weighing no less than 50 pounds, he marveled at his own strength. Was it possible that children in this world possessed such remarkable physical prowess? A swell of exhilaration surged within him. "Let me try again," he thought, placing his palm against the pedestal. He summoned greater strength, veins bulging on the back of his hand, and with a vigorous motion, he hurled the hefty stone upward. To his amazement, the 50-pound mass soared effortlessly, reaching an altitude of several meters before gravity took hold and began its descent. With a resounding thud, the stone landed in a nearby pit, sending up a cloud of dust. Muyang stood in awe, his heart racing with joy. The impact from the stone's fall confirmed its substantial weight. It was indeed as heavy as it appeared, not merely an illusion of weight. "My body possesses such immense strength," He exclaimed internally till he realized he had not exerted his full power, retaining some reserve. Yet even so, he had effortlessly tossed the heavy Stonian accomplishment he had never dared to dream of before. Undoubtedly, his physique was exceptional. Could this be a result of martial training in this world? Or perhaps the inhabitants here possessed superior physical qualities. The Tianqing Shulit might be a formidable martial arts tradition. Yet, pondering these questions was premature. He needed to acquire more information to make informed judgments. Chapter 2. A sense of ascendance. In the ensuing moments, Muyang continued to assess his speed and explosive power, the results of which filled him with immense joy. Although he had yet to master the control of this body, its physical capabilities surpassed those of his previous life by a considerable margin, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Undoubtedly, the prowess of this physique was astonishing, Muyang mused with delight. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as a sharp pain began to radiate through him, his mind feeling as though it had turned into a muddled mass. It was as if he were caught in a vortex, with memories from two worlds intertwining within his consciousness, fragmented images coalescing into distinct scenes that flickered across his awareness. These were the memories of this body. Muyang, Tianqing Lu, residing at the foot of the majestic Dakingshan mountain range. Beyond lay hundreds of kilometers of towering peaks, teeming with perilous wildlife. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Muyang gradually calmed himself. There was no doubt he had indeed traversed realms, however. Whether it was through soul transference or reincarnation remained unclear. In any case, he had absorbed a significant portion of this body's memories, though they were deeply buried and chaotic, requiring further exploration. His earlier instinctive utterance of the name Meishia as baby was merely a subconscious reflex. After meandering around the courtyard for a while, Muyang returned indoors and began rummaging through the belongings, hoping to uncover items that might trigger his memories. Unfortunately, the room was rather sparse, yielding little of value. Yet, while sifting through a drawer, he stumbled upon a mirror. From the craftsmanship of the mirror, he discerned that he was certainly not living in ancient times. Anything but the ancient era was a relief, for he found the inconveniences of that lifestyle intolerable. Having grown accustomed to modernity, with a playful expression directed at the mirror, Muyang flashed a broad smile. The reflection revealed his features, black hair and eyes. Well-defined and striking facial characteristics, although his face appeared somewhat gaunt, a remnant of recent illness. Nevertheless, this did not detract from his handsome visage. With proper care, he would undoubtedly be considered a dashing young man. Not bad looking at all, Muyang nodded approvingly at his reflection, feeling exceedingly pleased with his current situation. With commendable skills, striking looks, and the status of a senior disciple within a martial arts sect, he felt assured of a solid foundation. Even if he did not enjoy protagonist privileges, as long as he avoided catastrophic misfortunes or entanglements with antagonists, he could comfortably lead a life of ease. Yet, Muyang's ambitions extended far beyond such modest aspirations. As a traveler of realms, it would be a disservice to his identity to engage in nothing of significance. However, he knew that he must first comprehend the dynamics of this world before he could truly realize his ambitions. Only then would he be poised to unleash his potential. As the hopeful visions of a beautiful future danced in Muyang's mind, a melodious call of a yellow oriole echoed from afar, drawing closer. Responding to the sound, Muyang stepped into the courtyard, and soon enough, the petite figure of Meishia reappeared before him, accompanied by a towering man. This man, adorned with a beard and disheveled hair, donned simple attire, yet exuded an undeniable aura of authority. His piercing gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, made it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes directly. In an instant, Muyang recalled the identity of the imposing figure before him. He was the leader of the Tianqing School of Martial Arts, Meishia's father, Isifu, and also the mentor of Muyang's current body. Master. Muyang bowed slightly, his expression sincere as he greeted him. Isifu nodded in acknowledgement and inquired with concern, "How are you? Now that you have just awakened, do you feel any discomfort?" Muyang shook his head. Observing this, Isifu pressed on various points of Muyang's body, confirming that there was no significant harm. He advised, "Your body is no longer in serious peril, but you have overexerted yourself. Remember to nurture yourself well. In the future, when practicing martial arts, do not push yourself so recklessly. Our school emphasizes solidifying and nurturing the inner energy. The body is the foundation. Engaging in indiscriminate cultivation will only lead you astray from our principles. You were fortunate this time, suffering merely a loss of vitality, but next time, luck may not be on your side." Although Muyang could not recall the profound truths of the Tianqing school, he knew better than to reveal his ignorance in front of Isifu, and thus he hurriedly nodded in agreement. "I will have Meishia supervise your training from now on. Our sect is small, and we rely on you to carry on its legacy. As the eldest disciple, you must lead by example." "I understand, Master," Muyang replied. nodding obediently while Meixia stood by with a dreamy smile. After giving Muyang further instructions to rest and recuperate, Isafu departed. The Tianqin school thrived under Isafu's guidance, and he had other disciples to mentor, leaving no time to linger. Once Isafu had left, Muyang exhaled in relief, though Isafu had merely stood there. The overwhelming pressure he emanated had stirred a sense of unease within him. Perhaps this was the aura of a true martial artist. Raising an eyebrow, Muyang bit his lip and turned to see Meixia, who was grinning foolishly with her mouth slightly ajar. "You seem quite happy, little one?" "Not at all. I am not smiling." "You must be seeing things, senior brother," Meixia quickly retorted, her expression turning serious. Muyang cast a few glances her way, choosing not to respond, which deflated Meixia's spirits somewhat. "All right, perhaps I did smile for a moment." With a hum of acknowledgement, Muyang decided not to press further on Meixia's demeanor. Over the next 10 days, under Meixia's attentive care, Muyang gradually restored his health. Finally, once he had regained his strength, he resumed learning the cultivation methods of the Tianqin school from Meixia. Due to the pre-existing fragmented memories within his mind, Muyang swiftly grasped the principles of the Tianqin flow upon resuming his journey. Thus far, both Muyang and Meixia had been cultivating only fundamental aspects of their training. According to ISAF, the initial stages of mastering the Tianqin flow primarily focus on laying a solid foundation. Only after honing the physical body can one delve into more profound content. In essence, it is a path that progresses from difficulty to ease. Benefiting from the groundwork laid previously, Muyang found the transition effortless, quickly integrating what he had learned. After a month of becoming thoroughly acquainted with his physical condition, Muyang commenced his regular training. As a martial arts school, the disciples of the Tianqin flow led a semi-reclusive lifestyle, residing amidst the majestic Dakingshan Mountains, far removed from the clamor of the mundane world. Behind these mountains lies an extensive uncharted range, devoid of a specific name, yet teeming with perilous creatures. While the periphery serves as a training ground, students of the Tianqin flow are strictly prohibited from venturing deep into the wilderness without a mentor. One day, under the bright sun and gentle breeze, Muyang practiced vigorously in the courtyard, drenched in sweat as he executed his punches and kicks, continuously refining his foundational movements while adjusting the force exerted by his muscles. Each training session imbued him with a sense of rebirth, and the visible progress invigorated his spirit. Drops of sweat cascaded down his nose, and as his body spun, it generated numerous whirlwinds that created a resonating sound as they clashed with the surrounding air. Muyang's speed of movement was astonishing. He twirled swiftly, leaving behind several indistinct afterimages in the air, reminiscent of the velocity displayed by Meixia, yet seemingly quicker than hers. After a while, he calmed the turbulent air and stood still to regulate his internal energy. The preliminary training of the Tianqin flow felt akin to studying a martial arts manual, and he found himself utterly captivated by it. Gradually, a warm current began to form within him, said to be the vital energy cultivated by the Tianqin flow, possessing the power to nurture the body and unlock potential. While Muyang was uncertain of its authenticity, the evident uniqueness of the Tianqin flow was undeniable. Were he to find himself in a martial arts world, his current strength would already qualify him as a formidable expert. This was merely the result of over a month of practice, and he was destined to become even more formidable in the future. A glint of determination sparkled in Muyang's eyes, and his gaze hardened with resolve. He felt as if he were on the verge of soaring. Chapter 3. Astonishingly, I am in the Dragon Ball world. The sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds, and the azure expanse resembled the clearest of seas, exceptionally bright, as if freshly washed. Muyang's small courtyard is situated atop a hill within the vast expanse of the Great Green Mountain, surrounded by several similar peaks, which serve as residences for other disciples of the Tianqin sect, to ensure that their respective practices do not interfere with one another. Each disciple is afforded a relatively independent environment conducive to personal cultivation. However, these disciples occupy only a trifling fraction of the Great Green Mountain. On this particular day, Muyang donned a modestly crafted robe, laced up his shoes, and, reflecting on the backwardness of the times, hastily descended the mountain. Today marked the occasion when his teacher, Isaf, along with several esteemed elders, would impart martial arts wisdom to the disciples, a rare opportunity that arises only once every 7 days, and one that Muyang would certainly not miss. As he traversed the path, it gradually widened, and he occasionally encountered fellow disciples converging from various trails. Upon seeing Muyang, they greeted him warmly, to which he responded with a polite smile. The closer he approached the martial arts building of the Tianqin sect, the greater the throng of people became, and among the crowd appeared some older youths, some of whom seemed to be on the cusp of adulthood. In truth, these older individuals are not genuine disciples of the Tianqin sect, but practitioners from nearby villages, renowned as the most illustrious martial arts school within a 10-mile radius. The Tianqin sect enjoys a lofty reputation, attracting countless aspiring practitioners. Nevertheless, the number of true disciples within the sect is quite limited, including teacher Isaf and a few elders. There are only 16 genuine disciples. Beneath the Great Green Mountain lies the clustered villages. While the Tianqin sect operates as a martial arts school, it cannot exist in isolation. Detached from the mundane world, the daily necessities for such a multitude require procurement from the nearby villages. Thus, at the foot of the mountain, the Tianqin sect also maintains a martial arts hall open to the general public. This martial arts hall not only caters to the daily needs of the disciples but also imparts basic martial techniques to the villagers, recruiting those with potential as disciples. Clang, clang, clang. As the sound of the gong resonated, all arriving disciples stepped into the building. The once bright hall soon erupted into a cacophony of voices, only to fall silent once more, awaiting the appearance of their teacher. Muyang unhesitatingly took a seat at the front, right beside the mischievous Mei Xia, who continually prodded his arm with her small hand. "Be quiet," he whispered sternly. Mei Xia pouted, casting him an annoyed glance. Muyang sighed. This girl was always so fidgety, a habit surely fostered by his own indulgence in the past. He then noticed her staring blankly at the ceiling, her eyes fixated on the radiant source of light above. It was an electric lamp, powered by a mysterious energy known as electricity, a remarkable technology reportedly developed and gradually disseminated by the outside world. The presence of electric lighting within the martial arts building was made possible thanks to an elder who had brought a generator and wiring from beyond. Gazing at the bright, dazzling light bulb, the gentle illumination, unlike the oppressive heat of a burning candle, elicited waves of awe from the disciples hailing from nearby villages. Witnessing such an object for the first time, only Muyang remained seated on the ground, maintaining his composure. Having encountered electric lights in his previous life, he felt a sense of solace at the sight of one in this world, for it indicated that the realm he inhabited was not excessively backward. The other disciples, unaware of the intricacies, had never ventured to large cities and were thus filled with wonder. They admired their senior brother's calm demeanor. After a brief interval, their teacher, Isaf, along with several elders, emerged from the back hall. Muyang sat upright, attentively regarding the elders before him. Among the Tianqin sect, there were few elders from the previous generation, only 6, resulting in a meager lineage. Even with the increase in new disciples during Muyang's generation, the entire Tianqin sect comprised merely 16 individuals. The limited number of disciples was not due to a lack of desire for growth, but rather the astonishing resources required for their cultivation. This distinction set the Tianqin sect apart from other sects, where the training of disciples merely involved imparting martial arts, leaving the refinement of skills to the individual's potential. In contrast, the Tianqin sect's ancient teachings espoused a different philosophy. It did not demand ferocity or the pursuit of overwhelming strength. Instead, it emphasized the nurturing of the body, the cultivation of vital energy, and the harmonious flow of blood. Consequently, the initial investment of resources was substantial, particularly for one-on-one instruction, and the limited teaching capacity could not support a large number of disciples, compelling them to adopt an elite-focused approach. After the martial arts instruction concluded, Mei Xia chirped like a nightingale, incessantly inquiring of Muyang about the world beyond. "Brother, is it true, as Uncle Carl said, that everyone lives in a vast village called a city?" "That is not a village, it is a city." Muyang paused to respond. "Isn't it just a large gathering of people? What is the difference?" Mei Xia tilted her head, puzzled by the distinction between a village and a city. "Your interpretation of it as a large village is acceptable," Muyang pondered, uncertain of how to elucidate the concept to Mei Xia. It was akin to explaining nuclear energy to someone from ancient times, as such a notion was beyond their comprehension. Being young, Mei Xia lacked the memories of Earth that Muyang possessed, making her inability to grasp the difference between a city and a village entirely understandable. According to the news brought by Uncle Carl, a disciple of Isaf, the outside world was undergoing a monumental transformation, with a burgeoning force known as technology beginning to awaken, felt in many regions. "By the way, brother, will you still be practicing in the primitive mountains this afternoon?" Muyang nodded. The unwavering commitment to daily practice had become a habit since his arrival in this world. Though the primordial mountains are teeming with wild beasts, the creatures inhabiting the outer regions are generally weak, making it an excellent place for trials. Upon receiving confirmation, Mei Xia's eyes immediately curved into crescent shapes as she giggled. "I want to join too. If you wish to come, you are most welcome, my dear." "Do not call me my dear," Mei Xia exclaimed, playfully lunging towards him. "Then I shall call you Shibao instead." Muyang sidestepped a few steps to evade her playful attack, chuckling at her antics. With his significantly enhanced strength, he was no longer someone Mei Xia could easily defeat. "Humph, I am displeased." Mei Xia stomped her foot, floating half a meter above the ground in discontent, before turning to say, Senior brother, don't forget to wait for me this afternoon. I found a beautiful crystal ball yesterday, and if you go into the mountains without waiting for me, I shall not show it to you. With that, Mei Xia soared directly into the thicket, her petite figure disappearing among the trees. She has flown up again. Watching her vanish, Muyang couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't anticipated that besides martial arts, Mei Xia possessed such unique abilities. Remembering the first time he witnessed her float effortlessly in the air, he was genuinely taken aback. Martial arts, extraordinary abilities, and the budding force of technology. This world seemed to be remarkably vibrant. In the afternoon, the areas of the primordial mountains untouched by sunlight remained shrouded in a delicate veil of mist. At the entrance on the outskirts, Muyang had been waiting for a considerable time without sight of Mei Xia, so he began practicing his basic movements. Suddenly, his muscles tightened in response. After a while, Mei Xia finally appeared, flying towards him from a distance, her dark green hair billowing in the wind, and her simple long robe rustling through the air. Senior brother, I have arrived. Look, this is the crystal ball I found yesterday. Isn't it beautiful? Mei Xia landed gracefully, excitedly presenting him with an orange-red glass sphere. The orb was fist-sized, entirely made of glass, exuding a warm orange hue, with 6 golden red stars arranged inside, quite stunning. Wow. When Muyang clearly saw the perfectly round crystal ball in Mei Xia's hand, he felt as if struck by lightning, momentarily frozen in place. How did this come into your possession? He hurriedly inquired. I found it by the stream yesterday. Mei Xia replied proudly, her excitement palpable at his astonishment. Hearing her innocent response, Muyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, the orb she is showing me is actually a Dragon Ball. Taking the glass sphere from Mei Xia, Muyang fixated on the patterns adorning it, his eyes seemingly igniting with sparks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 stars inside. It's a 6-star ball. Damn it. He had long sensed that this world was extraordinary, but he never anticipated that it was the world of Dragon Ball. Could it be that I am merely a mediocre existence in this realm? At this moment, Muyang contemplated many things, feeling as though the entire universe had played a jest upon him. Chapter 4. The Primitive Mountains. To speak of the dangers in the Dragon Ball universe, it largely depends on the location. While the cosmos is not devoid of paradisiacal planets, one irrefutable fact remains: Earth, as the homeland of the Dragon Ball warriors, is undoubtedly perilous, and ordinary individuals are fated to become mere cannon fodder. Gazing at the 6-star Dragon Ball before him, Muyang confirmed that he was indeed on Earth. For only here could such a petite and exquisite Dragon Ball exist. At this moment, Muyang felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. As if a cacophony of flavors had been unleashed within his heart, a myriad of emotions surged forth, and if one were to scrutinize his expression, it would surely be a sight to behold. Calm down, calm down. However, in matters of life and death, how could one possibly maintain composure? The Dragon Ball world is no trifling affair. In this realm, annihilating a planet is as effortless as popping a balloon. Who knows when a deity might take offense and, with a mere breath, erase an entire planet from existence, along with billions of lives, leaving no room for reasoning. Previously, he had believed he had arrived in a splendid world, one where he could acquire powers beyond his previous life's reach. Yet now, he realized he had idealized the future far too optimistically. Although opportunities abound here, they may not be within his grasp. In the Dragon Ball universe, given his frail physique, he would likely be relegated to a mere spectator. Fortunately, from the present circumstances, it appeared that Earth's technological prowess was only beginning to take root, and there remained a significant stretch of time before the original plot commenced. The early stages of Dragon Ball are relatively stable, devoid of cataclysmic events. I wonder if it's too late to pursue a culinary career. After all, a delicious meal could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Or perhaps I should seek out Satan and forge a friendship with him. Bah, what am I thinking? First and foremost, I must ascertain the era in which I find myself, Muyang reminded himself. At this moment, Mei Xia gazed at her senior brother, whose expression was a tempest of emotions, and blinked in inquiry. Senior brother, what is the matter? Is there something wrong with this crystal ball? Taking another deep look at the 6-star Dragon Ball, Muyang calmed himself, returning the Dragon Ball to Mei Xia's embrace, and shook his head, saying, It's nothing. You should keep this safe. Don't lose it. Is this crystal ball very important? Perhaps it should be entrusted to you, senior brother. Mei Xia fumbled, anxious not to err. Muyang shook his head, replying, It's fine. It's better off with you. While this item possesses certain magical qualities, it holds little significance for us at the moment. Without a Dragon Ball radar, a solitary Dragon Ball is merely a decorative trinket. Moreover, for the foreseeable future, this so-called 6-star Dragon Ball will serve no practical purpose. All right, Mei Xia. Let us embark on our training in the Primal Mountains. Once we enter, it is imperative that you heed my commands. Although we shall only explore the periphery of the mountains, We must not let our guard down. For now, set aside your worries, Muyang advised Meixia earnestly. Understood. Meixia replied, nodding vigorously, her fair visage betraying a serious expression as she clenched her fists to convey her determination. Muyang, witnessing her resolve, finally allowed a faint smile to grace his otherwise troubled countenance. He then gestured for Meixia to follow, and together they ventured into the realm of the Primal Mountains. The Primal Mountains stretched over 100 kilometers, encircled by towering peaks, lush greenery, and teeming with countless ferocious beasts, standing resolutely for untold years. The majestic summits and their resident predators served as a natural barrier, inhibiting human progress, confining their footprints to the outskirts, with few daring to venture deeper. As Muyang and Meixia proceeded at a deliberate pace, the surrounding scenery began to shift dramatically. Soon, the atmosphere grew oppressive. The dark green branches formed a canopy that obscured the sun, casting an eerie gloom akin to delving into a cavern. The resonating roars of beasts echoed ominously, warning intruders of their presence. A deep growl reverberated through the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. Be cautious, a ferocious beast approaches, Muyang halted, his demeanor turning serious, his eyes glinting with intensity. Oh! Meixia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rubbed her hands together, standing shoulder to shoulder with Muyang, scrutinizing their surroundings carefully. Before long, a colossal creature adorned with spots emerged before them, its sharp fangs and menacing visage revealing it to be a common leopardine predator of the Primal Mountains periphery. The beast approached, its powerful forelimbs striking the ground, claws gouging the soil and creating a sudden depression, before it lunged forward, attacking Muyang and Meixia with astonishing speed. Seeking death, Muyang's gaze flashed with icy determination as he stepped forward swiftly, his fist poised to confront the beast. With a resounding thud, his hardened fist collided with the creature's skull. Muyang winced slightly, his arm tingling as he stumbled back a few steps, while the beast wobbled, emitting a low growl of distress. Exhaling a breath of exertion, Muyang nodded, satisfied with his strike. If a typical adult's combat prowess is rated between 3 to 4, then Muyang's current strength could be estimated at a remarkable 15. Indeed, 15 combat prowess. Though it appeared modest, it was Muyang's rough assessment of his capabilities. This beast, formidable in appearance, was within his capacity to handle. Meixia, you two should practice, Muyang called out, not forgetting to encourage Meixia to hone her skills alongside him. At this moment, Meixia erupted with enthusiasm, howling exuberantly like a wildcat ready to pounce. She narrowed her eyes, her emerald gaze revealing a hint of ferocity. Then she raised her delicate arm, radiating a luminous green light. With a swift twist of her wrist, it appeared as though she grasped something intangible between her fingers. With a forceful flick, she hurled it towards a towering tree in the distance. A resounding crash echoed as the massive tree swayed, its leaves cascading through the air, accompanied by mournful howls. The colossal beast, taller than a person, struck the trunk of the tree and fell to the ground, barely clinging to life. Telekinesis. Witnessing the practical application of Meixia's extraordinary ability, Muyang's half-closed eyes flew open, his brow furrowing as he admonished, Meixia, during training, one must maintain unwavering focus. If you rely solely on your powers, when will you find the opportunity to hone your skills? Meixia's telekinesis bore some resemblance to Jiaozi's abilities, yet while her powers were formidable, they offered no enhancement to the cultivation of Tianqin flow. Muyang felt compelled to caution her. Chapter 5. A year later, I understand. Meixia nodded enthusiastically, though her little nose wrinkled in skepticism. How much of his words actually registered in her mind? Perhaps only the spirits could tell, Muyang mused, recognizing that his words had not truly resonated with her. However, he could not constantly oversee her, so he chose not to press further, leading Meixia to explore other parts of the Primal Mountain Range. The Primal Mountain Range indeed served as a forbidden zone, marked by the passage of countless human footsteps over the ages. Shortly thereafter, the duo encountered a series of fierce beasts, yet they were vanquished one by one, unable to withstand the siblings' formidable prowess. Time flew by, the stars shifted. As the sun descended, it painted the horizon with a bloody hue. Half a day had slipped away, and as evening fell, the forest grew increasingly dim. After concluding their half-day training, Muyang and Meixia emerged from the Primal Mountains, their clothes tattered and their stomachs growling, eager to return for a sumptuous dinner. Upon finishing their meal and bidding farewell to Meixia, Muyang returned to his small abode. Immersed in the warm waters of a pool, the fatigue seemed to wash away, leaving him with a moment to contemplate the current situation. It was now unequivocally confirmed that he had traversed into the Dragon Ball world. After the initial shock and disbelief, his heart gradually found tranquility. If I were to play the lottery, I would surely win the grand prize, Muyang murmured, resting his hands on the edge of the pool. The notion of crossing into the Dragon Ball realm had never crossed his mind. Here, Only the powerful races had the opportunity to truly showcase their might, while ordinary races barely qualified to serve as mere background to the vibrant flowers. It could be said that the order of the Dragon Ball world was starkly governed by the supremacy of strength, with the strong reigning supreme. Scions, Namekians, the Frieza race. Majin Buu, each one a force capable of cataclysmic destruction. Contemplating this, Muyang felt a dull ache begin to throb in his head. The only solace lies in the fact that the early days of the Dragon Ball world were relatively tranquil, at least until the impending arrival of the Scions. The safety of Earth remained unthreatened by formidable external foes. However, as the narrative unfolds, particularly in its latter stages, a plethora of powerful adversaries emerges, transforming Earth into a veritable powder keg, more perilous than any celestial body in the universe. By that time, apart from the Scions, who possess a formidable lineage and are thus qualified to remain active on the battlefield, others, even the elite Earthlings like Krillin and Yamcha, who once stood as protagonists, would find themselves relegated to mere bystanders. It is evident that Muyang is now an ordinary Earthling, devoid of any extraordinary bloodline. Is he destined to merely serve as a backdrop? Frankly, as a time traveler, Muyang is utterly unwilling to accept such a fate. Why dwell on these thoughts? There are countless years until the story commences. By then, he might be well into his twilight years, uncertain if he will even witness those climactic moments. With a self-deprecating shake of his head, Muyang brought himself back to the present. According to the tidings brought by Uncle Carl from the sect, it appears that technological advancements in the external cities have only just begun, far from the era of ubiquitous jet aircraft depicted in the original narrative. It is indeed premature to ponder such matters. He mustn't allow himself to age and perish before the story even begins. That would be a farcical outcome. Thus, he resolves to set a goal, to survive until the narrative unfolds. Of course, Muyang's notion of surviving until the story begins does not imply mere existence. Rather, he aspires to maintain his health and be in peak physical condition. Before achieving this, he must fortify his physique, necessitating the support of immense strength. Like Master Roshi, Master Shin, and Tao Pai Pai, who remain in robust health even after centuries, Muyang intends to embark on a more rigorous training regimen starting tomorrow. Since he has arrived in the Dragon Ball world and his racial identity has been irrevocably established, he will dedicate more time to accumulating strength. He refuses to believe that Earthlings cannot grow stronger. Muyang has devised his initial plan. Fortunately, the Tianjin martial arts school to which he belongs places great emphasis on nurturing the body, although its power may not rival that of the turtle or crane schools. The teachings it imparts are precisely what Muyang requires at this juncture. As the foremost disciple of Tianjin, he has the privilege of accessing the most essential methods of cultivation. He will take it step by step, laying a solid foundation before venturing into other training grounds on Earth once he has grown stronger. There are numerous places for cultivation on Earth: the Korin Tower, the Five Elements Mountain, and even the temple suspended in the heavens, all shrouded in mystery, will be the locales Muyang must traverse to reach the pinnacle of strength. Yet, for the present Muyang, it is still premature to contemplate such vast ambitions. Lost in thought, as the water in the pool began to cool, he stepped out, his damp form turning to enter the bedroom. As the night air turned slightly cool, the twinkling stars shimmered on the other side of the Milky Way, carrying a multitude of thoughts, and Muyang gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, he rose early, seizing the moments before dawn to practice fundamental movements in the yard. As the ache in his muscles intensified, he understood that continuing to train would not only yield no benefits, but could also harm his body. Thus, he settled down to contemplate his cultivation issues. He constantly reminded himself of the tribulations faced by this body before his awakening, adhering to the adage that haste makes waste. Time slipped away like a fleeting horse, and before he knew it, a year had passed. During this period, Muyang diligently followed the guidance of his teacher, Isifu, with unwavering resolve. His physical strength had steadily increased, and now at the age of 14, he found himself in the golden period of bodily development. Thanks to his rigorous training and ample nourishment, Muyang appeared more upright than his peers. Though not yet robust, every muscle within him harbored remarkable explosive power. His strength had nearly doubled compared to a year prior. Even Isifu praised him, believing that Muyang might attain the rare upper echelons within their school. Yet, despite his significant progress, Muyang remained profoundly humble. He thought to himself that such strength was insignificant, with a battle power of merely over 30. A true warrior could extinguish him with a mere breath. To put things into perspective, Sun Wukong had a battle power of 120 at the age of 12. And even Krillin, from the same era, boasted a power of 113. In comparison, Muyang felt little to be proud of. Chapter 6. The limits of training. In the early morning, the dawn's light illuminated the earth, while a veil of mist lingered deep within the Dakingshan Mountains. In a valley formed by two connected peaks, verdant branches swayed with the wind, their leaves rustling softly in the air. In this expansive clearing, any disputes seemed trivial. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by crackling sounds akin to frying beans, accompanied by low, thunderous noises that fragmented the serenity of nature. In a clearing amidst the trees, a tall youth exerted all his strength, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Bent slightly at the waist, he struggled under what appeared to be immense pressure. The crackling sounds emanating from the hard earth beneath him. Above the boy, suspended more than 3 meters in the air, floated a girl with dark green hair. Her hair curled delicately, and her youthful face bore a hint of innocence. Surrounding her was a radiant, shimmering green light, the source of the pressure that enveloped the boy. Meixia, increase the pressure. Muyang gasped, his expression resolute as he commanded her. Meixia, observing Muyang drenched in sweat, hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "Senior brother. This should be enough." "It's fine. Increase the pressure," he insisted. The voice remained unwavering. Oh. Unable to persuade her elder brother, Meixia could only pout her lips, raising her hand to exert further pressure on Muyang. As an ethereal green radiance emanated from Meixia's entire being, the force imposed upon Muyang intensified significantly. A tremendous weight descended upon him, causing Muyang to suddenly sink, his jaw clenched, and his legs trembling. He barely managed to withstand it, despite the overwhelming force. He held firm. In this era, where technology is not particularly advanced, without adopting some pragmatic methods, even years of effort would yield little visible progress. Muyang possessed a clear understanding of his own aptitude. He could be considered quite good among Earthlings, yet he fell far short of being a genius. Moreover, the potential of Earthlings could not compare to that of powerful cosmic races. If he continued his training in a leisurely and systematic manner, he would inevitably fade into obscurity amidst the tides of time. Thus, a year ago, he consciously began to train with added weight. Upon discovering that Meixia's superpower was telekinesis, he ingeniously requested her to apply her ability to him, thereby using her powers to amplify the pressure on himself. With the patience akin to water wearing through stone, he gradually increased his physical strength. Although he regarded this method as somewhat primitive, it was relatively reliable, as there are nearly no shortcuts to honing the body. Initially, he worried whether the excessive external pressure on his developing physique might lead to adverse effects, but he understood that one must embrace a spirit of adventure. Seeking success without taking any risks is naively optimistic, such is the nature of life. Reflecting on the original narrative, where Sun Wukong and Krillin trained with sandbags since childhood, it seemed to have caused no detrimental effects. Upon further reflection, Krillin's eventual short stature might be attributed to genetics or perhaps the compression during his growth phase. Was it possible that Earthlings were ill-suited for such an intensive training regimen? In any case, Sun Wukong, possessing Scion blood, did not suffer from this issue. Muyang resolved to invest some time into this endeavor, promising himself that should any adverse reactions occur, he would decisively cease the practice. He certainly did not wish for his handsome physique to dwindle below 1.60 meters. After several months, Muyang observed that aside from an increased appetite, his height was soaring during this period of adolescence, completely unaffected by the added weight, which assuaged his concerns. He then entered a more extreme stage of training. Exhaling deeply, feeling the soreness and fatigue coursing through his body, Muyang glanced at Meixia, indicating that they would conclude for the day. He understood the principle of moderation. To presume one's body to be invincible would be a manifestation of hubris, potentially leading to detrimental consequences. Thus, he signaled her to stop. Upon receiving the cue, Meixia immediately withdrew her superpower, and as the green glow dissipated, her gravity-defying hair fell gracefully around her. Muyang stood still, regulating his breath. After a moment, the sensation of soreness gradually subsided. He turned back with a smile and addressed his most significant contributor. "You have worked hard today. What reward do you desire?" Meixia revealed a cheerful smile and replied in a melodious voice, "Really? Then I would like my senior brother to prepare a barbecue feast for me, with an abundance of delicious food." The thought of the golden, crispy meat, seasoned with unknown spices, made Meixia's stomach protest, and saliva flowed down her chin. Such a simple-minded little one. Muyang glanced at Meixia and readily agreed. "Very well. Today your senior brother will personally grill for you, so you can indulge to your heart's content." Meixia squinted her eyes in delight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meixia's father, Isaf, concealed himself behind a dense thicket, quietly observing the training of Muyang and Meixia. He occasionally nodded with a smile of approval before swiftly vanishing from sight. A few days later, within the martial arts building of Tianxinlu, several elders gathered to discuss the cultivation of their disciples. The stock of medicinal herbs was running low. If arrangements were not made promptly for someone to venture into the primordial mountains for collection, the children's medicinal baths would face a disruption starting next month. The speaker was a middle-aged woman with black hair, appearing to be around 40 years old. She was one of the 6 disciples of Isaf's generation, responsible for the internal resource allocation of the sect. Has it run out so soon? A nearby man exclaimed in surprise. With dozens of disciples consuming resources together. How could it not? The middle-aged woman retorted, her eyes widening. The man cleared his throat, at a loss for words. This was a distinct aspect of their sect compared to others. The consumption of resources was indeed rapid. Yet, the benefits of such an approach were evident, as it laid a more solid foundation for the disciples. Yura, how many more days can the remaining resources last? Isaf, the sect leader of Tianqinlu, inquired. The woman named Yura opened the warehouse records and replied, if we can serve a bit, we can manage for about 10 more days. However, the pressure will become heavy. And in a month, we will face a significant resource shortage. Upon hearing this, Isaf lightly tapped his fingers and stated solemnly, we cannot halt the cultivation of the children. Here is what we will do. In a couple of days, Giss and Cal, you will take the lead and venture into the depths of the primordial mountains to replenish our resources. Isaf glanced at Giss and Cal standing nearby. Understood. We are on it. Giss and Cal exchanged glances and responded without hesitation. These children are our future. We must not let resource issues hinder their progress. The remaining members voiced no objections, as they were all administrators of the sect. In a medium-sized sect like theirs, when the leader spoke, matters were essentially settled. Very well. Let us now discuss another matter. After a simple discussion, Isaf's expression grew serious. Regarding the cultivation of disciples, I believe it would be beneficial for Muyang to be introduced to the practice of Qigong within the sect at an earlier stage. Isaf, are you suggesting that Muyang should engage with Qigong ahead of time? The others were momentarily taken aback by his proposal. Although their gathering today was primarily to discuss the sect's inheritance, none had anticipated Isaf's intention to allow Muyang early exposure to Qigong. The matter of sect inheritance is of utmost importance. Although the Tianqin sect is considered a mid-tier faction within the martial arts realm, one cannot afford to be negligent regarding its legacy. The method of Qigong cultivation is indeed the most vital aspect of any sect's transmission. Mastery of Qigong is essential for becoming a pillar of the Tianqin sect. Regrettably, for several generations, few disciples of the Tianqin sect have excelled in Qigong cultivation, resulting in a significant weakening of this pillar. Is it not a bit premature to have Muyang engage with Qigong cultivation now? A man named Giss paused, contemplating the implications. At merely 14 years of age, the physical demands of Qigong cultivation are exceedingly high. Can his body withstand it? The early stages of the Tianqin sect's training focus on building a solid foundation, which is crucial for successful Qigong practice. The individuals present, all of whom began their Qigong training after the age of 30, understand that without a robust physique, it is impossible to harness the energy of Qigong. And one might even risk injury from its unique energies. Not everyone possesses an extraordinary physique like Sun Wukong. Thus, Giss harbored concerns regarding Isaf's intention to impart the Qigong inheritance to Muyang at this stage. It is not too early. Muyang's physical foundation is exceptionally solid. And I believe he can manage it, Isaf asserted confidently. He was thoroughly pleased with his disciple, resilient, tenacious, and indomitable, complemented by commendable talent. Isaf had observed Muyang's progress over time and regarded him as a genuine successor, particularly in the past year. Muyang's advancement had revealed the emergence of a martial arts prodigy. Since Brother Isaf believes it is appropriate, I have no objections, Carl remarked. This boy, Muyang, is quite remarkable. I concur, Yura added. The others expressed their agreement, without exception, in favor of introducing Muyang to the sect's Qigong cultivation. Seeing the consensus among the group, Giss shrugged and said, all right, I shall also agree. This must be the earliest recorded instance of someone engaging with Qigong inheritance at the age of 14. With unanimous approval from the 6 elders, Isaf smiled and declared, then it is settled. Let us arrange a time tomorrow to formally introduce Muyang to our sect's Qigong. After finalizing the decision, Isaf's expression brightened. By the way, there is also the matter concerning Meixia. I have just received a response from the Superpower Academy in the southern region. Oh, what was the outcome? Did it pass? Upon hearing that Isaf had received a reply from the Superpower Academy, Carl and the others looked on with curiosity. The Academy of Extraordinary Abilities is a profoundly enigmatic place on Earth, existing for an indeterminate number of years. It is said to be the cradle of superhumans. And it also boasts a renowned transformation kindergarten. When Meixia first awakened her extraordinary powers, Isaf contemplated connecting her with the Academy, and now a response has finally arrived. She has been accepted. Isaf observed the expressions of those around him, smiling as he nodded, from the second half of the year onward. Meixia shall be a student of the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities. How wonderful. Our faction has suddenly produced 2 prodigies. Once Muyang and Meixia mature, perhaps our Tianqin sect can once again ascend to its pinnacle. Who could argue otherwise? At that moment, both Eula and Shisi, along with the others, felt a surge of optimism, envisioning the day their sect would rise to prominence. The following day, after receiving notification from his teacher, Muyang arrived early at Isaf's residence. Isaf had just finished breakfast and was cultivating his spirit in the backyard, while Meisha, under the urging of her mother, Alice, was hurriedly preparing herself. Upon seeing Muyang, Meisha quickly washed her face, dashing out with droplets of water clinging to the tips of her dark green hair, a few strands sticking to her porcelain-like cheeks. "Senior brother, you're here," Meisha exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed," Muyang replied with a smile, gently wiping the water from her hair tips before turning to greet his teacher's wife. Although Alice was an ordinary person without martial skills, she regularly assisted in caring for the disciples' meals, earning their utmost respect. "Where's the teacher?" Muyang inquired. Alice approached with a smile. "Your teacher is in the backyard. Please wait here. I will go fetch him." With that, she set aside her tasks and went to call Isaf. Before long, Isaf emerged, and just as Muyang was about to greet him, he suddenly felt a shiver run through his body. Today, his teacher seemed markedly different. Unlike usual, an aura of chilling intensity enveloped him. Muyang gazed intently, bewildered by Isaf's presence. Isaf laughed heartily, nodding in approval, and called out, "Come, let us head to the martial arts arena at Dakingshan. Your elders are already waiting there." He glanced at his daughter Meisha and added, "Meisha, you should come along too. It will broaden your horizons." "The martial arts arena at Dakingshan?" Muyang paused, uncertain of Isaf's intentions, but he nodded nonetheless. Meisha leaned closer and asked, "Do you know what father is planning?" Muyang shook his head. "If you don't know, how could I?" Meisha pondered for a moment and, with a soft agreement, followed Isaf and Muyang as the three of them made their way towards the rear of Dakingshan. Chapter 8. The Sublimation of Martial Arts. The martial arts training ground, as described by Isaf, is nestled within a secluded canyon at the rear of the Great Green Mountain. In my recollections, I visited this place several times during my childhood, aware that it originally belonged to a fracture zone formed by the mountain's rocky terrain, which was later slightly modified by human hands to create a vast flatland dedicated to cultivation. This location has long been a sanctuary for the elders of various martial arts schools. Following Isaf's lead, the three of us gradually approached the rear of the Great Green Mountain, arriving at this tranquil training ground. As our surroundings opened up, a series of uniquely shaped peaks came into view. These mountains towered high yet appeared remarkably slender, their summits a deep green, interspersed with shades of light and dark green, resembling an inverted parabola that rises dramatically from the ground. The lofty peaks, akin to stalagmites, exhibited a stark vertical drop. Based on the knowledge from my previous life, I found it difficult to comprehend how such mountains could form under natural conditions. However, in the world of Dragon Ball, such peculiar formations are commonplace. "We have arrived," Isaf announced in a resonant voice. "Is this the place?" I steadied myself and surveyed my surroundings. We had indeed reached our destination. Before us lay an expanse of flat terrain, bordered by various oddly shaped rocks that created an intimidating abyss below, where a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. "You have arrived." "Oh, even Meisha is here. It's good for her to take a look," Isaf said, as 6 elders of the Tianqin school, Isaf, Yura, Zeiss, Karl, Clarissa, and Barros, gathered together. "Greetings, esteemed uncles." I hurried forward to pay my respects. "Haha, no need for such formality," boomed the cheerful Karl and the others, who displayed no airs of superiority. I smiled and, after completing my bow, stepped aside. With all the elders present, I sensed that today's affair was extraordinary. So I stood quietly, awaiting my teacher's announcement. "Aunt Yura, what is the matter?" Meisha, unlike me, was not one to observe decorum. She approached Yura, draping herself over her arm and playfully pressing her cheek close, resembling a kitten seeking affection. Yura gently patted Meisha's silky hair and admonished, "Stop it. Today's focus is on Muyang. You are merely here to observe." "All right," Meisha replied, promptly quieting down and retreating obediently to the side. Isaf observed his daughter, who seemed to have stunted growth, shaking his head inwardly. Yet, upon seeing the poised Muyang nearby, a smile returned to his face. Without comparison, there is no harm. While his daughter appeared somewhat stunted on the path of martial arts, Muyang, as a disciple, was quite impressive, fulfilling his expectations in various aspects. It seemed the future burden of the Tianqin school would likely rest upon his shoulders. As the saying goes, a child is seen at 3 years old and known at 7. Based on his current performance, I believe he will not disappoint. Reminded of the purpose of today's gathering, Isaf cleared his throat and beckoned Muyang, saying, "Muyang, the reason I called you here today is that I have something important to discuss with you." "Please, master, go ahead," I replied. Isaf's admiration for Muyang's humble demeanor was evident as he smiled and said, "This matter is of great significance to you. After conferring with your several masters, we have decided to formally impart to you the ultimate secrets of our Tianqin sect's martial arts, specifically the cultivation method of Qigong. Qigong cultivation method. Upon hearing Isaf's words, Muyang was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Qigong. What a familiar term. It is renowned as one of the most distinguished powers in the Dragon Ball universe. On Earth, few martial arts schools truly possess the lineage of Qigong cultivation, with the most famous being the Turtle School and the Crane School. The origins of Qigong in both schools trace back to the legendary martial arts master, Master Wu Taidu. It can be said that only the most elite schools hold the secrets of Qigong cultivation. Muyang had never anticipated that his own Tianqin sect, a medium-sized martial arts school, would also harbor a legacy of Qigong cultivation. Upon discovering that he was in the world of Dragon Ball, he had resolved that if he ever had the chance to venture out, he would ensure to master the methods of Qigong cultivation. However, he did not expect that before he could even step outside, Isaf and the others would present him with such a monumental surprise. The fact that his own sect possessed the methods of Qigong cultivation was undoubtedly the best news. Dad, what is Qigong? Is it different from our usual training? Upon hearing that it was the ultimate secret of their sect's martial arts, Mei Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isaf looked at his daughter with a serious expression and replied earnestly, "Of course it is different. The training we have done thus far, whether it be in boxing techniques or maneuvers, is fundamentally about laying the groundwork. At best, it is merely advanced combat skills, serving as preparation for further cultivation. However, Qigong is a different matter entirely. It is the transcendence of martial arts and the true path to martial mastery." As he spoke, a hint of pride appeared at the corners of Isaf's mouth. Let me tell you, in the entire realm of martial arts, there are only a handful of schools that possess the lineage of Qigong, and we, Tianqin sect, are among them. Do not be misled by our small numbers and modest rank. We hold many techniques that other sects envy. Under normal circumstances, given Muyang's age, he should not have been exposed to Qigong cultivation so early. However, considering his well-rounded physique and unwavering dedication to training, Isaf and the others decided to make an exception for him. How amazing! Mei Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, her chest swelling with pride. Although she did not yet fully grasp the true significance of Qigong, it did not hinder her from boasting about her sect's superiority. Look, other sects do not even have this. She resolved that when her father taught her brother the Qigong cultivation methods later, she would also study diligently and master the secrets of their sect. Yura and several other elders, witnessing her reaction, could not help but shake their heads and chuckle knowingly. The cultivation of Qigong cannot be grasped merely through observation without specialized training methods. If Qigong were so easily learned, it would not have become a legendary technique within the martial arts realm, nor would it enjoy such esteemed recognition. Therefore, when Isaf brought Muyang along, he did not mind allowing Mei Xiao to accompany them as an observer, for understanding the nuances of Qigong is a different matter altogether, especially since Mei Xiao had yet to reach the level of being able to harness Qigong. What Isaf and the others were unaware of was that beyond Earth, the energy wave attacks of Qigong are among the most predominant forms of combat in the universe. Indeed, any formidable being of repute can effortlessly wield energy attacks. However, the rich perceive quantity, while the impoverished see quality. The methods of attack and application employed by the affluent tend to be rather crude. Just as the environment shapes its inhabitants, Earth, with its relatively lower tier, produces individuals of lesser aptitude compared to other celestial bodies. One cannot nurture a divine dragon in shallow waters, yet efficient loaches may thrive. This principle holds true as the ultimate secret of the Tianqin school. The methodology of cultivating Tianqin Qigong has always been our highest confidentiality. Thus, it is imperative that you do not divulge this information. Your fellow disciples have yet to meet the requirements for practice. Imparting this knowledge rashly would only bring harm to them, a fact you must firmly remember. Isaf sternly cautioned Muyang. The practice of Qigong, being intangible and elusive, is particularly susceptible to reckless attempts at cultivation. It is essential to recognize that even Isaf himself would not claim to have mastered Qigong to an expert level. Understood, Master, Muyang exclaimed loudly, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Isaf, satisfied with his disciple's response, nodded at several of his fellow brothers. No amount of words can compare to witnessing the phenomena firsthand. Experiencing the power of Qigong will leave a lasting impression. Our Tianqin school's Qigong is known as Tianqin Qigong, and you must observe it closely. With that, Isaf stepped back several paces, creating a distance of over 10 meters from Muyang, then closed his eyes to center himself and regulate his energy. Chapter 9. The Radiance Unveiled. It begins. The senior brother is preparing to accumulate energy. Look at his stance. He seems even stronger than before, remarked Zeiss, Carl. and the other brothers, attentively watching. This is a rare opportunity, Muyang, pay close attention. Meixia, you should observe diligently as well, said Clarissa. One of the elder females among the 6 elders, aside from Yura. No need to remind me, I will be fully focused, Muyang replied, brimming with excitement. Finally, he was about to engage with Qigong, facing the most renowned attack technique in the Dragon Ball universe, his spirit heightened to the utmost, exhilarated by the moment. In the distance, Isaf underwent a period of adjustment, gradually completing his brewing aura. With each moment of concentration, Isaf's formidable physique became apparent. Every muscle on his robust body began to quiver, the solid muscles straining against his martial attire as if each tremor signified the emergence of raw power. Compared to moments prior, Isaf now resembled a beast on the verge of eruption, enveloped in a ferocious aura. Given their proximity, Muyang could distinctly perceive the changes in his teacher. The overwhelming sense of pressure felt as if an invisible force enveloped him, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The sheer intimidation of Qigong was truly awe-inspiring. The visceral sensation of trembling radiating from Isaf instilled within him not only reverence, but also a profound yearning. Simultaneously, as Isaf slowly brewed his Qigong wave, Muyang couldn't help but recall the scene from the original work in which Master Roshi first unleashed the Kamehameha, obliterating an entire mountain. In comparison to that moment, Isaf's current presence, while not as overpowering, still captivated Muyang's attention. Sweat trickled down his cheek as Isaf let out a low growl, his aura intensifying, veins surging beneath the skin's surface. At this juncture, Isaf had elevated the activity level of all his internal energy to its zenith, prompting nods of approval from his fellow disciples. Truly, Isaf was becoming increasingly adept at mastering the heavenly heart Qigong. Seeing Isaf's posture, Zeiss could not help but express admiration. The impending display promised to be formidable. Carl observed intently, acknowledging that such skill was indeed worthy of the title senior brother. Even with years of practice, they might struggle to catch up. Yura glanced at a few of them, noting their considerable disparity compared to Isaf. Look, senior brother Isaf's Qigong attack is about to be unleashed. Muyang, Meixia. Pay close attention. As Isaf bellowed, all his energy converged into his right arm. With his left hand pressing against his right shoulder, he raised his right arm, forming a sword with 2 fingers. A barely perceptible vortex of energy began to swirl between his fingertips, signaling the completion of preliminary preparations. As the energy intensified between his fingers, it finally burst forth in a brilliant, resplendent azure glow. Here it comes. When that radiant light erupted, the emotions of everyone present were stirred, their expressions ignited with excitement. The Qigong wave. Muyang jolted, staring in disbelief. It was glowing. Meixia gasped, her adorable eyes widening in astonishment. Zeiss and the other elders suddenly snapped back to attention. Indeed, this is the long-cherished heavenly heart Qigong of our school. Isaf truly lives up to his title as senior brother. Such energy is rare in this world. Just witnessing this brilliance stirs my very soul. Yes, this momentum. Perhaps only the legendary Master Wutian's Kamehameha could rival it. The Master's lineage possesses such formidable heritage, and his disciples were expressions of pride. At that moment, the long-anticipated Isaf was poised to unleash his potential, his voice soaring as he bellowed, heavenly heart Qi technique. Accompanied by this exclamation, his bent arms suddenly straightened, pointing towards the target of his assault, a smooth, weathered rock face that had withstood the elements for countless years, now facing its moment of obliteration. A brilliant beam of azure energy shot forth from his fingertips, resembling a laser as it pierced the air, crashing into the distant cliff with the force akin to a cannonball. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar, the howling winds swirling dust and debris, the resounding noise piercing the eardrums. Chunks of rock were propelled into the air like bullets, and as the smoke gradually dissipated, the chaos revealed a gaping black pit, nearly half a meter deep, where the cliff had once stood. What an astonishing display of power, truly a rarity in this world. It ignited a fervor within me, though I lamented my inability to harness such might. Cheers erupted in my ears, reminiscent of a momentous upheaval. Muyang gazed with a complex expression at the massive crater created by Isaf, his lips twitching slightly. To be candid, the impact did not meet the expectations he harbored. When compared to the Kamehameha of Sun Wukong and his peers, or even the might of Master Roshi leveling a mountain, it paled in comparison. Yet, the elders surrounding him seemed to be applauding fervently. Indeed, at this time, Master Roshi was revered as the god of martial arts on earth, and those who could reach his level of mastery were exceedingly rare, a mere handful. How could one possibly compare his own teacher to such a paragon? In an age where technology had yet to awaken, the ability to shatter stone with sheer personal power was enough to captivate and move the hearts of many. Isaf, having unleashed a wave of Qi, appeared visibly drained, his body staggering precariously. Had it not been for Carl, who swiftly stepped forward to support him, he might have collapsed to the ground. "Brother, you should rest for a moment," Carl advised. "Ah, the exertion of releasing chi is far too taxing," Isaf gasped, his pallid complexion gradually regaining color. "If it were me, I doubt I could endure such a strain," Carl remarked, shaking his head. "Now you understand. This is the secret technique of our lineage, the heavenly heart chi technique. If you dedicate yourself to rigorous practice for several decades, you too could attain such prowess." Isaf turned to Muyang and proclaimed. Decades of practice. Muyang's eyelids fluttered, at a loss for words, and could only nod awkwardly yet politely. Chapter 10. Tianxin Qigong. Seeing Muyang seemingly lost in thought, Isaf could not help but smile faintly, reminiscing about the first time he witnessed Tianxin Qigong. Reflecting on the past, one realizes how profoundly moving those days were. Time dances gracefully, showcasing the myriad facets of existence, and before one knows it, there are countless memories worth cherishing. In those days, I was young, much like Muyang now, awestruck by the formidable power of the Qigong wave. Can you believe such a potent means of attack exists in this world? Truly astonishing. Haha, Muyang, you possess considerable talent. Perhaps, with a decade's dedication, you might master it sooner than expected, Uncle Carl declared jovially. Isaf nodded gently, deeply in agreement. What more could I say? At that moment, Muyang found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. He was aware that for Earthlings, releasing a Qigong wave was immensely challenging. But if it truly required decades of practice, as Master Isaf suggested, by the time he mastered it, the opportunity would have long passed. Haha, decades from now. The narrative may have already begun. By then, even if he could wield the Qigong wave, what good would it do? To put it bluntly, he would merely be a slightly larger grasshopper, easily caught and dispatched. For someone like Muyang, who was well acquainted with the future plot, this was simply unacceptable. Since the original narrative depicted Krillin mastering the Qigong wave in just a few short years, Muyang had reason to believe that there were certain crucial secrets unknown to Isaf and others. It was akin to understanding and summarizing a particular physical phenomenon. Different schools have varied interpretations of Qi, and thus, the methods of releasing Qigong waves must differ as well. In this regard, the Turtle School and Crane School undoubtedly lead among all factions. Of course, theory serves as merely a foundation. The ability to successfully release a Qigong wave hinges not on the amount of theoretical knowledge acquired, but on the strength one possesses. A filled cup overflows. Strength is the ultimate determinant of everything. The extraterrestrials do not concern themselves with subtleties. Their understanding of Qi may be rudimentary. Yet it does not hinder them from executing Qigong waves with flair and panache. Such an impressive innate talent is one to be reckoned with, truly formidable. It seems that once I grasp the principles behind releasing the Qigong wave, I must venture out into the world. The more I experience, the stronger I shall become. As the saying goes, the stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. Muyang silently resolved to travel to the Kalen Holy Land after mastering the technique, hoping to expedite his breakthroughs. After a brief respite, Isaf's demeanor had noticeably improved. Observing that Muyang had also recovered from his momentary astonishment, he inwardly approved. He glanced towards Yura, signaling her to dismiss Meixia, and then began to impart the principles of releasing Tianxin Qigong to Muyang in solitude. Muyang, after years of diligent cultivation, your physique has now attained a remarkable level of refinement. The next step involves learning to harness the energy within your body, which we refer to as Qi. The precise origin of Qi remains elusive. It may stem from the internal organs or from every cell within the body. In our Tianxin school, we believe that Qi is the amalgamation of essence, energy, and spirit, a refined essence born from the synthesis of mental and physical power. Chakra. Upon hearing Asaf's description, Muyang's mind immediately conjured images of the chakra, the source of power for the protagonists in the world of Naruto. Given both are creations of manga artists from an island nation, it is hardly surprising that certain concepts bear resemblance. However, this is the realm of Dragon Ball, where Qi serves as a profound manifestation of energy. Observing Muyang's earnest demeanor, Asaf continued, since Qi embodies the union of spirit and strength, the initial phase of cultivating Qi involves meditation, allowing your mental power to sense the Qi within. Once you are able to perceive it, the first phase concludes, and you shall then attempt to circulate it throughout your body. This process may initially prove arduous, often accompanied by intense mental discomfort, which is entirely normal, indicating that your Qi is beginning to grow within you. After surpassing this stage, the Qi will naturally coalesce into clusters, distributing itself throughout your being, nurturing and accumulating. When the total reaches a significant threshold, combined with specific techniques, you will be able to unleash energy waves akin to your teacher. Of course, each school possesses its own interpretation of Qi, leading to varying methods of cultivation, yet they generally share commonalities. Asaf meticulously elucidated Tianxin School's understanding of Qi. while Muyang attentively absorbed the information, comparing it with his own knowledge. It was evident that the original text did not mention the necessity of incorporating mental strength in Qi cultivation. It seemed neither the Turtle School nor the Crane School imposed such a requirement. In fact, broadly speaking, within the entire Dragon Ball universe, Qi was merely synonymous with power. Understanding how to release it sufficed, simple and straightforward. Little did Muyang realize that the Tianqin School's extensive interpretation of Qi might either be a misguided pursuit of perfection, leading to entrapment in a narrow alley of excessive scrutiny, or perhaps it was a distinctive feature that set it apart from other schools, a shining point of uniqueness. The distinction between superior and inferior remained beyond Muyang's current capacity for judgment. Thus, he diligently committed every word to memory, preparing for more in-depth exploration in the future. After outlining the key aspects of Qi cultivation within the Tianqin School, Asaf paused, allowing Muyang ample time for contemplation, satisfied by the thoughtful expression on his disciple's face. Asaf nodded approvingly and resumed his explanation. Approximately an hour later, he concluded his description of the methods for cultivating Qi. All right, you have grasped the key points. Upon your return, take time to reflect deeply and strive to cultivate the first essence within you. The beginning is always the hardest. Once you surpass this phase, the rest will flow effortlessly. Isaf smiled at Muyang, estimating that his first disciple would require at least a month to refine the initial breath of energy. After a pause, he comforted, however, do not rush. Compared to other sects, our bodies have been nourished by countless medicinal herbs, making it relatively easier to generate the first breath of energy. Master, I have noted this down. I will certainly dedicate myself to my cultivation upon my return. Muyang replied earnestly and solemnly. Isaf chuckled, patting Muyang on the shoulder with a sense of satisfaction, saying, moderation is key. Everything in due measure. You are still quite young, and there is no need to pressure yourself excessively. Understood. Muyang nodded in compliance, yet internally began to devise his upcoming training regimen. Having been introduced to a higher level of cultivation, he recognized that his forthcoming days would be filled with endeavors. The Tianqin sect's understanding and practice of energy had opened a new door for him, ushering him into a new stage of cultivation. Chapter 11. Parting. While Isaf imparted the teachings of energy cultivation to Muyang, Meixia was being briefed by several elders, including Eula, about the Superpower Academy located in the southern region. Upon learning that she would soon be departing to a place called the Superpower Academy for her studies, Meixia's mouth opened in surprise. Filled with anticipation for the future, she found herself at a loss for words. Before long, the sun had risen above the mountain peaks, its rays warming the earth. Once the instruction on energy cultivation concluded, the group dispersed hastily, due to a shortage of materials. Zeiss and Carl were set to team up and venture into the depths of the Primal Mountains in search of resources, a perilous endeavor that Isaf and the others needed to prepare for. On their way back, Muyang and Meixia walked side by side. Perhaps due to the significant impact of the day's events, the typically exuberant Meixia appeared somewhat subdued. They continued until they reached a fork in the road, where Meixia suddenly halted, her emerald eyes, akin to tranquil lakes, gazing intently at Muyang. Senior brother. Aunt Eula said I will be going to the Superpower Academy in the southern region for a long time, she expressed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. What kind of place is the Superpower Academy? Muyang paused, taken aback. I don't know. I've heard it's a place dedicated to honing superpowers. Muyang nodded gently, confirming that he had indeed never heard of such a name. He inquired, how long will you be gone? I'm not certain. Meixia shook her head, her expression falling. For someone like Meixia, who had never ventured beyond her nearby village, the prospect of suddenly traveling to an unfamiliar southern region was clearly daunting. Muyang found himself at a loss for words. Although he was not entirely sure what the Superpower Academy entailed, the notion of training superpowers did evoke fragments of memories within him. In the original work, it appears that the mischievous creatures, during their youth, also received training at a certain academy for superpowers. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to insufficient qualifications or other circumstances, they ultimately did not gain admission to the main institution. Instead, they graduated from the affiliated transformation kindergarten and departed thereafter. The decision to send Meixia to the academy was made by the teacher, Isaf. Muyang felt he had no right to comment, perhaps for Meixia, who possessed superpowers. Studying there would significantly enhance her abilities. However, this meant that Meixia would be away for an extended period, disrupting Muyang's carefully laid out training plan. Suddenly, a sharp clap of hands broke the silence, drawing the despondent Meixia back to reality. Muyang had clapped his hands vigorously and then placed them on Meixia's dark green hair, gently patting her head. This is a rare opportunity. I've just acquired the method for cultivating Qi, and you're about to enter the academy for your studies. How about we have a little competition to see who will ultimately be more formidable? Just remember, if you can't defeat me later, don't shed any tears. Not a chance. Mei Xia shot Muyang an exasperated glance, brushing his hand from her head. I'm certain I will surpass you, senior brother. Not so fast. Muyang confidently shook his head, gazing at the adorable visage of the young girl. I will undoubtedly triumph, just as I would now. If I were to employ my superpowers, you would stand no chance against me. With that, Mei Xia proudly waved her fist in the air. Muyang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Her reasoning was compelling and irrefutable. Indeed, during their usual sparring sessions, Mei Xia had not been his equal, yet once she unleashed her superpowers, Muyang was left helpless. Her abilities resembled the telekinetic prowess of dumplings, currently beyond his grasp. Realizing the topic was somewhat embarrassing, Muyang chose to refrain from further discussion. In the following days, Muyang focused intently on his training, paying little mind to the news of his elders, Zeiss and Karl, who had ventured deep into the primordial mountains. With unwavering dedication, he immersed himself in refining the energy within his small mountain retreat. At long last, after 7 days of diligent cultivation, Muyang sensed a warm current forming within his chest, a sign of progress. This achievement had come a full 20 days ahead of Isaf's expectations. It seems I'm not lacking, he mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he acknowledged the preliminary completion of the first step. The next challenge lay in nurturing this energy to expand according to the principles of cultivation. As he closed his eyes to attune to this newfound energy, a sudden tremor echoed within him. The nascent energy began to surge uncontrollably, causing Muyang's complexion to pale as he struggled to catch his breath. With great effort, he managed to suppress the erratic flow. This energy is exceedingly difficult to control, he gasped, relieved that no mishap had occurred. It seemed that mastering it would require considerable time. Perhaps this was the true difficulty of qi cultivation. Muyang sat cross-legged, gradually acclimating to the sudden surge of warmth within him. After a while, he rose to his feet and leaped down the mountain with great speed. Today marked the day when Mei Xia would depart from the Great Qing Mountain to attend the Superpower Academy in the southern region, accompanied by Aunt Clarissa from the 6 Elders, who would personally escort her to the academy. Mei Xia had always been endearing towards him, and Muyang felt it was only right to bid her farewell. On this day, at the mountainside of the Great Qing Mountain, all disciples of Taiyang Xinli had gathered. Observing the crowd that had come to see her off, Mei Xia turned back every few steps, reminiscent of an abandoned kitten, reluctantly waving goodbye before being pulled away by Aunt Clarissa. As he watched her increasingly blurred figure fade from sight, Muyang couldn't help but sigh with a touch of melancholy. Mei Xia's departure left him without the little companion who had accompanied him during his training, and the absence of her incessant chatter left him feeling somewhat unaccustomed, primarily due to the lack of a sparring partner. Typically, due to Mei Xia's superpower, which enhanced the pressure during training, Muyang did not need to strap on weights. However, with her gone, he had to seek alternative methods. Yet, he soon discovered that even when binding sandbags to his limbs, he could not replicate the all-encompassing effect he had previously experienced. After several unsatisfactory training sessions, he removed the weights, and the sound of the sandbags thudding to the ground echoed his frustration. Chapter 12. The mysterious place. These sandbags were cumbersome and ineffective for his current training needs. It seemed necessary to venture down the mountain to have specialized weighted wristbands crafted. Gazing at the discarded sandbags, Muyang recalled the scene of Sun Wukong training under immense weight on King Kai's planet. Lacking such splendid equipment, he resolved to make do with iron as a substitute. Though the technology in this world was still in its infancy, with many areas lacking even basic electricity, the art of wrought iron should be available. After several days, an entire set of dark, metallic gear, glimmering with a cold sheen, was presented to Muyang. Collectively, these metallic pieces weighed over 100 kilograms, sufficient for his current training regimen. Once donned, Muyang swiftly immersed himself in rigorous practice. He threw punches, crouched, and extended his legs, continuously shedding sweat in his courtyard. Training was a monotonous endeavor. Without the ability to find joy amidst the hardship, it could become an excruciating process. Yet, Muyang relished every moment, for he understood that true strength was forged through adversity. In this world of Dragon Ball, where power reigned supreme, without extraordinary perseverance, he would never have the opportunity to rise above. As his cultivation progressed, he became increasingly aware of the transformations within himself. Each day, he felt his physical strength intensifying, his power augmenting steadily. The subtle thread of energy within him, once as delicate as a gossamer strand, had gradually thickened to the girth of a chopstick. Although still modest in quantity, it marked a splendid beginning. Today's training continued unabated, and unbeknownst to him, that slender, worm-like energy began to surge through Muyang's body. This energy originated from his heart, coursing around his internal organs, before following an almost imperceptible pathway towards his brain. Everything seemed normal until an unexpected occurrence transpired. As the energy reached the vicinity of his brain, it suddenly appeared to respond to an unseen force, breaking free from its meridian confines and entering the cerebral cortex, establishing a presence within his consciousness. A wave of panic surged through him. Something was amiss. An acute, burning sensation radiated from the depths of his awareness, jolting Muyang awake from his meditation. At that moment, the energy was no longer under his control. It pulsated violently, akin to a heartbeat. Yet the sound did not emanate from his heart, but from the very depths of his consciousness. Muyang's expression shifted from shock to pallor, ultimately turning a sickly shade of blue, reminiscent of impending suffocation. He strained to regain control over the energy within him, but to no avail. It had taken root within his consciousness like a sapling. The delicate thread of energy drifted through the ocean of awareness, gradually breaking free. Then came an explosive force, reminiscent of the creation of the universe itself. It felt as though something had been shattered, yet simultaneously, it seemed as if nothing had changed at all. A violent tremor surged through Muyang, causing him to see stars and nearly shatter his consciousness. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a grayish-white expanse. This peculiar realm had low visibility. Anything beyond 10 meters was shrouded in obscurity. What place is this? Muyang stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. He was perplexed as to how he had arrived here. Had he inadvertently transcended reality during his practice? That seemed implausible. He pinched his arm. The pain was real. Wait. Something felt amiss. He suddenly considered the possibility that it was not merely his consciousness that had entered this space, but his physical form. Could this truly be a tangible realm? He quickly confirmed his physical presence and concluded, with certainty, that his body had indeed crossed over. He could distinguish between his consciousness and his physical self. What on earth is happening? As a seasoned fan of Dragon Ball, he knew well that such a phenomenon was not part of the established lore within that universe. Muyang resolved to uncover the truth. He surveyed the confined space around him. The area was so diminutive that after only a few steps, Muyang reached its boundary. A translucent membrane lay 5 or 6 meters ahead, impeding his progress no matter how vigorously he attempted to advance. It appeared that this space was limited to a mere 10-meter radius. Pressing his palm against the edge of the spatial barrier, Muyang contemplated the urgency of finding an escape, lest he become ensnared within this enclosure. Yet, how could he extricate himself? Frustrated, he sank to the ground. This diminutive realm was awash in shades of gray and white, utterly devoid of any substance, resembling a hollow, monochromatic box. It bore a striking resemblance to the time-spirit chamber, but was distinctly more desolate, devoid of any provisions. This 10-meter expanse was unmistakably a prison, and he found himself trapped within it. Cursed fate. In most novels, protagonists encountering such a predicament often herald the arrival of a golden finger. Yet his reality diverged from that trope. Was this the essence of his existence? Time trickled by, and this gray-white space remained as unchanging as the eternal cosmos. Hours slipped away. 6 or 7 passed. Yet Muyang had not discovered a means of escape. Strangely, despite the duration, he felt no pangs of hunger, as if his body was in a state of complete stasis. To be precise, it was not that his bodily functions had ceased. He felt entirely normal. The anomaly lay within this space, saturated with an elusive, ethereal gas that continuously replenished his bodily energy. A spark of realization ignited within him. If he could navigate freely in and out, this would indeed be an exceptional training ground. With a heavy sigh, Muyang pondered the futility of his thoughts. After such an extended period, he had come to the conclusion that this space would not autonomously release him. The notion of a guiding elder or a system was mere fantasy. Fortunately, here he would not suffer from hunger, at least not to the point of starvation. Given the absence of existential threats, and recognizing that escape was not imminent, he resolved to train within this space, perhaps augmenting his strength enough to shatter the confines and return to his former world. Chapter 13. Accelerated space. With this determination, Muyang's demeanor transformed. He began to calm his mind and assume a stance, practicing his martial arts according to the principles of Tianqin flow. Remarkably, the efficacy of his training in this space was unparalleled. The ethereal gas enveloping his body allowed him to train with negligible energy expenditure. After practicing martial arts for half a day, Muyang felt his limbs loosen and subsequently commenced his Qigong training, reaping the benefits of enhanced efficiency in this extraordinary environment. If one were to assign a value of 5 to the effects of cultivation in the external world, then here, it is at least 15, truly a threefold enhancement. What a remarkable place, indeed, the only drawback being my uncertainty on how to depart. With a sigh of regret, Muyang continued to refine the energy within his body. At that moment, a warm current began to circulate within him, first traversing his internal organs, then flowing along his meridians into every bone, producing crisp cracking sounds as each muscle quivered gently. Subsequently, this energy departed from the muscles and bones, returning to the internal organs. Settling down like a fledgling returning to its nest, nourishing every cell within his body with a rhythmic vitality. Immersed in this exquisite sensation, Muyang felt the energy within him gradually ascend. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He recalled that his entry into this mysterious space was triggered by the energy stimulating the depths of his consciousness during cultivation, thus opening this realm. Whether this space was indeed a manifestation of his own consciousness was of little concern to him. Following this line of thought, if he were to stimulate the depths of his consciousness once more within this space, surely it would not lead to the creation of yet another realm. With this realization, Muyang's eyes brightened, a fierce glint shining within them. Though such an action bore its risks, it was certainly preferable to being trapped here indefinitely. A dash of audacity was warranted. Without hesitation, Muyang settled into a cross-legged position, adjusting his mindset, and cautiously controlled a thread of energy to replicate the prior process, directing it toward his brain. With a resounding boom, the energy he commanded surged into the consciousness space, akin to a solid projectile breaching a thick wall. The mysterious realm where his physical body resided abruptly contorted in an uncanny manner, and a dark fissure manifested seemingly out of thin air, exuding a potent force of attraction that drew Muyang's body within. Upon regaining his senses, Muyang found himself back in his residence at the Great Qing Mountain. He had truly returned. He could traverse that space at will. Clenching his fists, he felt an exhilarating urge to shout in joy. Yet, an overwhelming wave of fatigue suddenly washed over him, draining the color from his face and leaving him nearly powerless on the ground. What was happening? Despite feeling physically strong, why did fatigue envelop him so? In a moment of panic, Muyang quickly comprehended that while the space did not deplete his physical strength, it had indeed consumed his mental energy. In his current state, he could not afford to linger in that realm for too long. Otherwise, he would feel as though his very essence had been siphoned away. At that moment, he cast a glance at the sky, observing the colors at the horizon. In the pitch-black night, countless stars sparkled, their brilliant light resembling exquisite pearls adorning the heavens. Was it truly night? Muyang recalled that he first entered the enigmatic space in the morning, and after being trapped there for approximately 20 hours, it seemed implausible that he would emerge at night. Could it be that the flow of time differed between the two realms, reminiscent of a mental time chamber? This speculation suddenly ignited a spark of curiosity within him, momentarily causing him to forget his fatigue. If the passage of time in this mysterious space truly diverged from that of the outside world, it would grant him considerable leeway. Muyang felt compelled to conduct an experiment, yet he decided to rest first to rejuvenate his energy. He fell asleep instantly, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. The following morning, the morning of the third day, Muyang realized he had inadvertently slept for 2 consecutive days. Fortunately, Mei Xiao was not present. Otherwise, her habitual visits would have likely resulted in a commotion upon discovering him in a deep slumber. As dawn broke, Muyang retrieved 2 incense sticks of equal length, ignited them, and inserted one into a crevice in the ground while holding the other in his hand. He then entered a state of contemplation, and after a brief period of mental preparation, he reopened the passage to the mysterious space. With a sudden whoosh, Muyang's body vanished. After approximately the burning time of half an incense stick, he reappeared, only to find that the incense he held had burned down to its base. Comparing the 2 sticks, he observed the remnants of the one in his hand and the half-burned one on the ground, his eyes gleaming with delight. The flow of time in both realms was indeed different. The mysterious space on the other side of his consciousness was twice as fast as the outside world. A time dilation factor of 2, coupled with a sensation of minimal fatigue during cultivation, rendered it a veritable sanctuary for training. If Muyang had harbored any doubts about establishing himself in the Dragon Ball world upon his arrival, the existence of this accelerated space instilled him with unwavering confidence to carve out his own path. With a chuckle, he decided to name this space Accelerated Space, a succinct and fitting title that encapsulated its essence. Deep down, however, Muyang sensed that the utility of this realm extended beyond mere time accelerations. Its capabilities might mirror those of a mental time chamber, representing only a fraction of its potential. In the days that followed, Muyang continued to hone his martial skills in the Great Green Mountain during the day, while at night, he would enter the accelerated space to alleviate the weariness of his physical form and diligently pursue further cultivation. Through experimentation, he discovered that in his current mental state, he could maintain the activation of the accelerated space for approximately 3 hours, which translated to 6 hours within. Exceeding this duration would result in mental fatigue, leaving him with a sensation akin to walking on clouds, ultimately counterproductive. In general, martial artists in this world often dedicate only a few hours during the day to their training. The more diligent among them might even seize a bit of evening time. However, ample rest remains indispensable. Yet, Muyang is different. With the aid of the acceleration space, He can not only train during the day but can also indulge in additional practice at night. It can be said that, as long as his mental fortitude allows, the judicious use of the acceleration space for training is, to some extent, akin to resting. Thus, the actual training time for Muyang surpasses that of an ordinary person by more than double. Chapter 14. The Expectations of Elders in July, under a cerulean sky, unmarred by clouds. The vast green mountains flourished with vitality, and the distant hills appeared enveloped in mist. Within the Tianxin Martial Arts Building, Isaf and several elders of Tianxin were leisurely sipping tea. Zeiss and Carl were also present. They had just returned from the Primal Mountains after spending over 10 days there. Having traversed numerous peaks, they brought back ample medicinal materials, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding supplies. After organizing the ingredients, the group gathered together. Listening to Zeiss and Carl recount their experiences in the mountains, punctuated by bursts of laughter. The complete tea set lay at the center, and under Alice's adept brewing skills. A small spoonful of freshly roasted green tea infused in the crystal-clear spring water. Before long, the tea blossoms unfurled, releasing an ethereal aroma with the rising steam. Time was counted, and it was likely that Mei Xiao had almost arrived at the Superpower Academy, receiving a cup of tea from his wife. Isaf began to reminisce about his adorable daughter. Alice glanced at the calendar on the wall, confirming that the time was indeed near. She wondered how Mei Xiao was faring and if she had entered the advanced class. Mei Xiao is so intelligent. She surely can, said Biaros, a handsome blonde man, with a smile. Let us hope so, Alice replied with a gentle smile. The Superpower Academy is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced classes, each with distinct training protocols tailored to the varying potentials of superpowered individuals. Gaining entry into the advanced class means starting at a higher level, beyond the differences in graduation certificates. It represents an opportunity for the superpowered individual, greatly benefiting their development. As a mother, Alice naturally hopes her daughter will enter the advanced class. However, she does not impose this expectation, knowing that with the support of Tianxin, even if her daughter is merely an ordinary girl like herself, she will not be subjected to bullying in the future. You two needn't worry. Clarissa should be sending a reply soon, Zeiss remarked, sipping his tea with a knowing smile as he observed Isaf and Alice's anxious expressions. He understood their feelings. For what parent wouldn't he be concerned with their children away from home? With Clarissa accompanying her, there was truly little to worry about. The conversation gradually shifted from Mei Xiao to discussions about the disciples within their sect, evaluating their strengths and weaknesses one by one. In the Tianxin school, theoretically, all disciples are considered the apprentices of the sect leader. However, in practice, each elder specifically mentors 1 or 2 disciples. Although these disciples do not share an official master-disciple relationship, the bond is profoundly real, resulting in a deep understanding of these aspirants. Periodically, the elders engage in discussions regarding the disciples' progress, a long-standing principle that facilitates the formulation of tailored training plans. When the conversation turned to Muyang, a wave of sentiment washed over them. Merely a few moments prior, Muyang had visited and raised several questions he encountered during his cultivation journey. His advancement has been remarkably significant. I had anticipated that it would take him years to articulate such inquiries, yet here he is, doing so now. Carl glanced at the group, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Eula nodded in agreement, stating, by the looks of him, he must have grasped the essence of Tianxin Qigong. It's possible that soon, our Tianxin school will welcome the youngest disciple ever to master this art. As she spoke, she turned to Isaf and smiled. Here, we must extend our congratulations to senior brother Isaf. Isaf basked in the praise, feeling a sense of pride for his promising disciple. To be honest, it seemed as though his disciple had transformed in recent days, making daily strides that had placed him significantly ahead of his peers. As the eldest disciple, this indeed sets a commendable example, benefiting the sect immensely. Isaf nodded with a gentle smile, generously praising, given Muyang's current trajectory. He may very well have the opportunity to participate in the 11th World Martial Arts Conference in 3 years. If he manages to secure a spot among the top 8, it would be a significant triumph for our Tianxin school. Biaros chimed in, brimming with excitement. The World Martial Arts Conference is a grand competition organized by various martial arts schools, held every 5 years. At this time, the conference is not yet officially hosted by the Earth government as depicted in the original work, but rather orchestrated in turn by renowned martial arts sections. Historically, the Tianxin school has participated infrequently due to its small number of disciples, making it difficult to identify suitable candidates for the competition. Although there is no age limit for participation in practice, it is primarily the rising talents of each sect who compete. As the future of martial arts lies with the new generation, the older practitioners often feel reluctant to compete alongside the youth. Ultimately, It also boils down to the issue of strength. Even if a suitable disciple were found, the Tianqin school's track record has not been particularly promising, having not reached the top 8 in several editions. As Biaros aptly noted, securing a place among the top 8 is, in many ways, a means of elevating the reputation of one's sect. Isaf holds Muyang in high regard, otherwise, he would not have imparted the methods of Qigong cultivation to him so early. Nevertheless, Isaf is also aware of the adage that there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. It is essential to recognize that this is the unparalleled martial arts tournament, where the most distinguished martial artists from around the globe will converge. Even if Isaf himself were to participate, achieving the best results would not be guaranteed. For Muyang, given his tender age, reaching the top 8 in such a formidable competition would be exceedingly challenging. Of course, Muyang remains oblivious to Isaf's inner thoughts, as he is currently engaged in solitary training at the practice ground on the back mountain. Chapter 15. The fallen shipwreck. Time passes swiftly and quietly. A month has elapsed since Muyang discovered the acceleration space. During this month, aided by the acceleration space, the energy within Muyang has been steadily growing, gradually coalescing into a mass as thick as a thumb. This progress is remarkable, as under normal circumstances, it would require at least 3 to 4 months of arduous practice to achieve such a level. Although this energy remains feeble compared to that of his mentor Isaf, it has significantly bolstered Muyang's confidence in the future, motivating him to train with even greater diligence. On this day, as his internal energy increased, Muyang became capable of sensing the warm current flowing within his body. He decided to emulate Isaf's movements to unleash the Tianqin Flow's energy technique. With a solemn expression, he steadied his breath, focused his mind, and assumed the stance, positioning his fingers like a sword. He concentrated all his strength to gather the warm current between his right index and middle fingers. Tianqin energy technique. As the energy coalesced, it began to generate heat, and he could see a glimmer of light radiating from his fingertips. Just as the energy wave was about to be released, a faint current surged forth, only to dissipate into a wisp of smoke after traveling a mere half-meter. A dud? Muyang stared awkwardly at the thin mist before him. Fortunately, no one was present to witness this, or his debut would have been quite embarrassing. The release of an energy wave demands an overwhelming force that targets a specific outlet for a powerful eruption, sweeping through like a raging tide. The energy wave Muyang had just attempted to unleash was insubstantial and of poor quality. Neither its explosive power nor its penetrating ability met the necessary standards, primarily due to the inadequacy of his internal energy. Nevertheless, despite this failure, Muyang took note of the experience without succumbing to discouragement, dedicating himself even more fervently to his training. Within the original mountain range, in the inner circle, the original mountain range spans several hundred kilometers, vast and enigmatic. Even the ancestors of the Tianqin Flow, who have resided near the range for many years, have not fully explored the depths of its inner circle despite numerous expeditions. At this moment, in the depths of the original mountain range, at the boundary between the inner and outer circles, Muyang wandered aimlessly. In the distance, the forest was lush and verdant, with towering trees reaching toward the heavens, obscuring the view. As the terrain undulated, these colossal trees rose and fell in a rhythmic pattern. A swift shadow swept past, vanishing into the depths of the forest like a fleeting wisp of light. Muyang had been traversing this vast woodland for several days now. Drawing from his recent training achievements, he ventured alone into the inner circle of the primordial mountains, where, with a modicum of caution, he could afford to be less anxious about his safety. Here, Muyang maintained an acute focus, for the threats within the inner circle were markedly more perilous than those on the periphery. Outside, he could navigate with ease, yet within these confines, he had to remain vigilant. Lacking the formidable prowess of Isifer and his companions, he kept his senses, eyes and ears, alert to any disturbances, ready to react at a moment's notice. This routine persisted for several days, as Muyang confined his explorations to the boundary between the inner and outer circles. Eventually, as the terrain shifted, a broad valley gradually unfolded before him. This valley, shaped like a crescent moon, featured towering peaks that rose steeply on either side, resembling a formation that had been forcefully carved from the earth. Continuing along the elongated gorge, Muyang suddenly encountered an expanse of rocky debris. The ground was strewn with jagged stones, and nearby, a glimmering object caught his attention. It was a collection of scattered metallic fragments, notably large in size. Their surfaces encrusted with green moss, revealing hints of rust that suggested considerable age. These metal pieces bear no resemblance to anything from Earth, he mused internally, astonished. With purposeful strides, Muyang approached the sizable components. Bending down for a closer inspection, he deduced that these were remnants from a large mechanical apparatus. Judging by the rusted patina, they had lain here for centuries, certainly not of terrestrial origin. With this realization, Muyang began to search the area. For the valley was not expansive, and he soon discovered a partially buried spacecraft near a trickling stream. Astonishingly, it was a ship. Approaching the vessel, he scrutinized it closely. Though its structure had suffered severely from oxidation over time, rendering any restoration impossible, the craft measured approximately 7 to 8 meters in length. Half of it submerged beneath the earth. It appeared that the impact of its fall had been immense, causing the hull to disintegrate, compounded by the relentless erosion of time, leaving it akin to scrap metal, devoid of any hope for repair. Moreover, even if restoration were feasible, Earth's technology would be inadequate for such a task. Curiosity piqued. He pondered the potential treasures within, although he understood the likelihood of finding anything of value was slim. The urge to unearth something useful from the ship was too compelling to ignore. While the spacecraft itself could never be mended, a careful search might yield some hidden gems. Upon witnessing the scene, Muyang took a moment to survey his surroundings, procuring a long metal pry bar before commencing his excavation. After burrowing a depth of 2 or 3 meters, he unearthed an object encased within a metallic box amidst the remnants of the spacecraft. Upon opening the metal box, he discovered 3 lens-like items nestled within. To his astonishment, a slight smile graced his lips as he instantly surmised that these objects were likely akin to energy detectors. However, he could not ascertain their precise function. Holding one of the lenses in his hand, he contemplated its potential usability, uncertain of the durability of its technological design after countless years had elapsed. Chapter 16. Energy Detector. Before long, Muyang realized that his apprehensions were unwarranted. In fact, his true concern lay elsewhere. As he scrutinized the lens-like apparatus, a sudden beep resonated. The moment it made contact with his skin, it appeared to autonomously initiate charging, revealing a series of enigmatic symbols on the pale green lens. Startled, Muyang regarded the activated detector with a sense of trepidation. It was well known that alien detectors often possessed communication capabilities. He pondered whether this lens-like device would inadvertently disclose Earth's location. While Earth's position in the cosmos was hardly a secret, many interstellar factions dismissed it as a primitive planet. Sending out signals recklessly could invite undesirable attention from extraterrestrial entities. Given Earth's current military capabilities, it would likely be ill-equipped to withstand an alien incursion. Nevertheless, it was important to note that not all detectors were equipped with communication functions. And the resilience of this advanced extraterrestrial technology over the years was indeed remarkable. Muyang reflected on this as he continued to inspect the lens, noticing that the readings displayed had remained unchanged since activation. Upon closer examination, he discerned a mere single line of characters, only 4 symbols in total. Aside from the lens and its mounting bracket, the entire detector was remarkably compact, and despite his efforts, he could not locate any buttons or antennas intended for switching communication modes. After some contemplation, Muyang decided not to dwell on deciphering the symbols displayed on the lens. He returned it to the metal box and resumed his search through the spacecraft remnants. Once he confirmed that there were no additional useful items to be found, he grasped the box and departed from the crescent-shaped gorge. With a hurried pace, he skillfully evaded the watchful eyes of numerous lurking beasts, swiftly retracing his steps. The moon hung like a silver disk, twinkling stars adorned the vast sky. Upon returning to his abode, Muyang, under the flickering candlelight, reopened the metal box and retrieved one of the lenses. Beep, beep, beep. Sensing the warmth from his skin, the lens activated once more, swiftly presenting a cascade of data. As with the previously displayed readings, the data is scant, consisting merely of a string of characters. While the meaning may elude comprehension, Muyang surmises that this device resembles an energy detector, with its data exhibiting a coherent pattern, whether in decimal or binary form, which is a fundamental principle. Upon closely examining the data displayed on the lens, Muyang aligns it with himself and gradually amplifies the energy within him. Indeed, the symbols at the end of the data begin to alter. Moreover, as the data fluctuates, a discernible alternating phenomenon emerges among the displayed figures. Muyang meticulously transcribes these symbols onto paper for further study, swiftly realizing that these characters are divided into 4 segments, each likely representing a positional value. Thus far, the leading 2 digits have remained unchanged. Fortunately, as a former electrician with knowledge of digital circuit principles, Muyang has managed to grasp a thread of understanding. Regardless of the base, the data's fluctuations can be deciphered. Ultimately, through repeated experimentation, Muyang confirms that the last digit of the lens encompasses 16 variations, suggesting that the data displayed is likely in hexadecimal format. By cross-referencing the characters shown on the lens with his knowledge of hexadecimal, Muyang aligns it with himself and measures a maximum energy reading. Beep, The lens reveals a string of data, which, when translated into Earth's hexadecimal, equates to 002. Converting this into decimal yields 47. Thus, Muyang's current energy level or combat power stands at 47 points. This figure is quite respectable, at least among Earthlings. Muyang gazes at the data, smacking his lips in contemplation. It is noteworthy that a year ago, when he first traversed into this realm, his combat power barely reached 15. Achieving nearly a threefold increase in just a year is no small feat now. With concrete data for comparison, his cultivation becomes markedly clearer. Although he remains uncertain whether this data aligns with the universal standards of combat power measurement, presumably, it should be relatively similar. In comparison to the energy detectors utilized by Frieza's forces in the original narrative, Muyang's device lacks geographical positioning capabilities, and the monotonous character display suggests it also lacks communication functions. Clearly, this is merely a straightforward energy detector. However, it appears to possess a broader detection range, with its 4-digit hexadecimal fully utilized, allowing it to potentially detect combat powers nearing 65,000. Admittedly, Muyang can currently induce only minor fluctuations in the last 2 digits of the detector. Nevertheless, a serene smile graces his face, and his spirits soar. This quantifiable measure provides a stark comparison. Previously, he was aware of his growth on a daily basis, yet the specifics remained nebulous. With this energy detector, it is akin to playing a game, witnessing his level ascend continuously. This vivid representation imbues Muyang with renewed motivation. Within the martial arts building, Isaf sits opposite Muyang. After the weekly guidance concluded, Muyang found himself alone with Isaf. Teacher, Muyang nodded slightly towards Isaf. Previously, he had conducted tests on Isaf and other elders using a detector. Under normal circumstances, their data ranged between 60 and 70, with Isaf's being the highest at 74. However, being well aware of the characteristics of Earth's martial artists, Muyang did not believe this represented their true combat potential. If they unleashed their full strength, Isaf's combat power could very well exceed 80. Have you encountered any difficulties during your recent training? Isaf inquired with a smile. The disciple feels quite well so far and has not encountered any bottlenecks, Muyang replied. Isaf nodded, then his expression turned serious as he said, Muyang, in about 3 years, there will be a grand martial arts tournament on Maple Leaf Island in the southern region, where masters from around the world will gather. This is a rare opportunity for training. The teacher hopes you can represent the Tianqin sect in the event. A martial arts tournament gathering the world's masters? Muyang's heart raced at the thought. Could this be the renowned World Martial Arts Championship? Teacher, please tell me more about the tournament, Muyang urged. Isaf chuckled softly, saying, even if you hadn't asked, I would still share the details with you. He smiled at Muyang and cleared his throat. Speaking of the tournament, its full name is the World Martial Arts Championship, which has been held numerous times. Initially, it was merely a private exchange among top sects. But as the scope of interaction broadened over the years, the tournament has become increasingly grand. Currently, it is primarily hosted by well-known sects. Yet the participants have expanded to encompass the entire martial arts community. The upcoming event will be the 11th edition of the World Martial Arts Championship. In previous years, our Tianqin sect lacked the strength to send disciples to participate, but you are the most outstanding among our new generation. So the teacher hopes you will represent the Tianqin sect. Achieving good results is not the primary concern. Consider it a valuable opportunity for growth. Isaf patiently explained, estimating that if Muyang diligently trained over the next 3 years, performing well in the World Martial Arts Championship should not be too difficult. However, claiming victory would prove to be quite challenging. Isaf's expectations were modest. He merely hoped Muyang could secure a place among the top 8. Little did Isaf know that his assessment of Muyang was indeed an underestimation. Chapter 17. 3 years later. The 11th World Martial Arts Championship. Muyang's eyes sparkled with excitement, for this was the first time he grasped the era and timeline of the Dragon Ball world in which he found himself. Previously, due to the current backward state of Earth's technology and the lack of information, he had no accurate reference point, leaving him uncertain about how many years remained until the narrative began. Now, the news regarding the World Martial Arts Championship brought by Isaf provided him with a crucial reference point. At the onset of the original narrative, Sun Wukong participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, while I had arrived a full 10 tournaments earlier. Calculating at 3 years per tournament, that amounts to 30 years. No, Muyang shook his head. The intervals between the tournaments preceding the 21st were 5 years, not 3. Hence, 10 tournaments translate to 50 years. Plus the upcoming 3 years, indicating that at least 53 years remain until the story commences. By this reckoning, my arrival in the Dragon Ball universe occurred a remarkable 54 years prior to the onset of the narrative. Muyang couldn't help but marvel at the length of this span. By the time the story begins, he would be in his 60s or 70s, an elderly gentleman indeed. Upon receiving news of the World Martial Arts Tournament from his mentor, Isaf, Muyang took his leave and returned to his modest dwelling. His mind preoccupied with thoughts of the tournament. With the time frame firmly established, Muyang felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. His gaze fell upon the energy detector housed within a metallic box, and a subtle smile graced his lips. For now, let us not dwell on events more than 50 years hence. The immediate priority is to hone my martial skills. The forthcoming tournament will be my inaugural step towards making a name for myself in this world. In the original tale, the turtle sage, having lived for over 3 centuries, remained vigorous and vibrant until the narrative's commencement, earning the title of the god of martial arts and gracing the annals of history. This illustrates that when strength reaches a certain threshold, employing specific methods can indeed prolong one's lifespan. Legends suggest that the turtle sage's longevity is attributed to a potion of immortality, while another tale posits that it stems from consuming the immortal grass found in the forest of immortality. Which of these accounts holds true remains unclear to Muyang. Yet the existence of several individuals like the turtle sage, crane hermit, and Bulma, who have lived for centuries, raises questions. It is indeed miraculous for 4 such beings to emerge simultaneously, indicating a common cause. As long as this cause exists on Earth, Muyang believes he too has the opportunity to attain it. Thus, the modest goal of surviving until the narrative begins seems achievable. However, Muyang's aspirations extend beyond mere survival, unlike the turtle sage or crane hermit, who are frail by the time the story unfolds. He seeks not only to endure but to maintain robust health. In the early morning, the landscape was serene. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a soft whisper, while frogs croaked from the edges of the fields. Dew-kissed grasses in the distance shimmered, and the tranquil forest echoed with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. On a hillside, a young man was gathering the energy within him. Suddenly, he tensed as if facing a formidable foe. Vibrant energy coalescing into a brilliant blue point at his fingertips. With a commanding shout, he thrust his arm forward, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged between his fingers. The Heavenly Heart Energy Technique. Like a laser, it sliced through the air, the slender beam accompanied by a fierce whirlwind, swiftly striking a distant stone weighing over 70 pounds. The air was filled with a thunderous roar as the stone shattered explosively, scattering into countless fine particles and raising a thick cloud of dust that obscured the view. As the haze gradually dissipated, Muyang let out a slight gasp, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. His energy wave had finally reached the level of his master, Isafu. It had been 3 years since Muyang acquired the energy detector. Day after day, for a full 3 years, Muyang had matured from a youthful boy into a graceful young man at the age of 17. Throughout this period, his strength had been steadily increasing. After such prolonged training, his physique had been significantly enhanced. The physical capabilities of Earthlings could not compare to those of the Psiots. Consequently, he could not undertake extreme challenges with the same carefree abandon as Sun Wukong. However, thanks to the effects of the acceleration space, Muyang's battle power had now reached 85. While this figure was modest and could not rival Sun Wukong and others of his era, it nonetheless marked him as a formidable individual among contemporary Earthlings. During these years, Muyang had not deliberately sought to elevate his battle power. Instead, he devoted more time in the acceleration space to comprehending the fundamentals of martial arts, striving to evolve every technique into limitless variations before integrating and optimizing them. He understood that Earth was merely a low-level planet, implying that the ceiling of growth was rather low. A lower tier meant that when he eventually reached the pinnacle, there would be no one to guide him, and he would have to rely solely on his own exploration. Thus, for his future development, Muyang consciously honed his comprehension during this limited growth phase. In fact, even his master, Isafu, was unaware that, unbeknownst to him, his disciple had already acquired the capability to contend with him. By now, with every punch he threw, Muyang could feel his strength augmenting. One day, 3 years later, with just a month remaining before the World Martial Arts Tournament, the journey from the northern hemisphere's Dakingshan to the southern Maple Leaf Island was lengthy due to inadequate transportation. Thus, on this day, Muyang packed his belongings and, accompanied by Uncle Shirsi, embarked on his journey to Maple Leaf Island. Muyang, perform well. Achieving great results would be wonderful, but even if not, the experience will be invaluable, Isafu encouraged, his rough hand resting on Muyang's shoulder during their farewell. Rest assured, Master, Muyang replied, his gaze determined and his tone confident. That spirit is what matters, Isafu remarked with a gentle smile and a nod. Muyang wore a faint smile, drawing confidence from his skills. His fellow disciples looked on with envy, craning their necks to witness the scene. As expected of the senior disciple, he even has the chance to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. If only I could be that impressive. I truly wish to witness the tournament firsthand. Don't worry. We will surely be able to participate in the next one. Under the watchful gaze of all the elders and peers, Muyang gracefully raised his hand in a wave, shouldered his bag, and, alongside Shishi, began their descent down the mountain. The journey to Maple Leaf Island necessitated the use of a steam locomotive, with the nearest train station situated nearly 100 kilometers from the Grand Qing Mountain. Chapter 18. An encounter on the train. The horizon was adorned with the fiery glow of the setting sun, casting a crimson hue upon the skyline. As Muyang and Shishi quickened their pace toward the only town with a train station, a full day had elapsed. This town, named Chongshan, derived its name from the towering mountains that surrounded it, serving as the sole conduit for the nearby villages to the outside world. In contrast to the villages at the foot of Qing Mountain, Chongshan exhibited a notable vibrancy. The presence of the train station played a pivotal role in the town's development. Strolling along the streets, Muyang and Shishi passed by various shops, where merchants stood at their doorways, enthusiastically hawking their wares, evoking a sense of modernity reminiscent of the early 20th century. With the sun still lingering in the sky, they made their way toward the train station, queuing to purchase tickets. Soon, Shishi procured their tickets, handing one to Muyang. A long-distance train heading south departed only once every 2 days, while trains passing through their destination were only available once every fortnight. The next train was scheduled to depart tomorrow evening, necessitating a day's stay in this town. With ample time before the train's departure, they sought out a place to rest. Having traveled frequently, Shishi led Muyang to a nearby inn adjacent to the train station. He methodically explained, "This journey will require us to endure half a month on the train. Since we have time tomorrow, you should procure some everyday necessities." "Understood," Muyang replied, following Shishi. For someone accustomed to the rustic scenery of the countryside, this small town finally evoked a semblance of his previous life, a delicate brushstroke of familiarity, yet a stark contrast to his current reality. It was not entirely unfamiliar, but the novelty was palpable. That night, Muyang once again immersed himself in accelerated training, a habit he had cultivated. The night passed in silence. On the following day, as Muyang strolled alone through the streets of the town, he considered the necessity of preparing for the half-month journey on the train. He purchased several basic items for daily use. This marked Muyang's first venture beyond Qing Mountain, to such a distant town in the Dragon Ball world. Although the scenes before him contrasted sharply with the image of floating spacecraft he had envisioned, the influence of technology had undeniably transformed the town, filling him with wonder. Having acquired all he needed, Muyang wandered the streets of Chongshan, burdened with an assortment of packages. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the genius of Briefs, the inventor of the universal capsule technology. It was no surprise that the Universal Capsule Company had become the largest corporation in the world. The convenience it provided for travelers was unparalleled, ushering in a new era. However, the thought of the Universal Capsule was now a distant one, as it was likely that Dr. Briefs himself had only recently been born. Dressed in a pristine martial arts uniform that fluttered in the breeze, Muyang strolled down the street, attracting the curious glances of passers-by. In this era, martial artists were highly esteemed, yet due to the remoteness of transportation, few had ever witnessed one in person. Even apprentices garnered significant attention, thus. Muyang's presence in his martial attire commanded a remarkable rate of admiration as he traversed the bustling thoroughfare. Upon returning to the inn where he was staying and tidying his belongings, Muyang, accompanied by Zeiss, made their way to the train station ahead of schedule. The throngs of travelers around them were laden with various bags, each hurriedly moving as if fearing they might miss their departing train. Beside the platform, a steam locomotive billowed hot steam, enveloping the station in a haze of vapor. After ticket inspection, they boarded the train and located their compartment. Once Muyang stowed his luggage on the overhead rack, he settled by the window, gazing at the passing scenery. Their compartment was spacious, accommodating 6 passengers. Besides Muyang and Zeiss, 2 individuals who appeared to be merchants occupied the remaining seats. After exchanging polite greetings, Muyang fell into a meditative silence. With a resounding whistle, the steam locomotive began its journey, the heavy train rolling forward with a rhythmic clatter of wheels upon the iron tracks, the landscape retreating swiftly behind them. To be honest, the speed of the steam train was not particularly fast, traveling at about 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. Muyang could surpass it if he exerted himself fully, but not with the relentless pace of the train. Maple Leaf Island lay beyond the southern coastal waters, so upon arriving at their destination, they would need to take a ferry to reach it. Clattering and clanking, the steam train traversed hills and valleys, transitioning from plains to gently rolling terrain, and then into mountainous regions. As the daylight waned, stars began to twinkle through the clouds, and after several stops along the way, the train continued its journey, swiftly marking the passage of 10 days. At this juncture, the occupant of the bunk opposite Muyang had changed. The two merchant-like travelers had disembarked, replaced by a modestly dressed young couple accompanied by their two daughters, approximately 5 years old, exquisitely charming, and seemingly from a prosperous background. One day, while Muyang sat quietly in meditation, he suddenly felt a cool breeze against his cheek. Opening his eyes, he found a brown-haired little girl staring at him with her big, watery eyes. "April, do not disturb this big brother while he is practicing," admonished the girl's mother. A polite young lady who cast an apologetic glance at Muyang as she gathered her daughter in her arms. "Apologize to the big brother," the mother instructed, turning to Muyang and adding, "I am terribly sorry for the interruption." "Not at all," Muyang replied with a gentle smile and a shake of his head. "I'm sorry, big brother," the little girl said, glancing at her mother before pouting her lips in apology. She then reached into her pocket and retrieved a small jar of candies, offering a few to Muyang. "Here, big brother, these are for you. They are quite sweet." Observing the small girl's reluctant demeanor, Muyang chuckled softly, shaking his head and declining her offer. "It's all right. Keep the candies for yourself." April loves candies the most," the little girl, April, exclaimed, her azure eyes sparkling with delight as she carefully unwrapped a piece and popped it into her mouth. "I want some too," piped up April's younger sister, a golden-haired child with a sweet voice. "Here you go." It was heartwarming to witness such thoughtfulness as April lovingly offered a piece of candy to her sister, prompting a gentle laugh from Muyang. Chapter 19. Maple Leaf Island. Hearty laughter erupted from April, her chestnut locks bouncing with joy. The innocence of children seems to bring happiness in all things. Watching April's playful and adorable antics, Muyang couldn't help but recall the image of Meishia, who had not returned since attending the Superpower Academy. Coincidentally, the academy was located in the southern region. As he prepared to attend the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he pondered whether to visit her afterward. "Perhaps I shall surprise her after the tournament," Muyang mused inwardly. Through their ensuing conversation, Muyang learned that the young couple before him was named Claren and Phimia, researchers at a comprehensive research institute. They were on a family trip, taking their children home to visit relatives during the holiday. Their two children were named April and Cipril, both inheriting their parents' hair colors, one chestnut and the other golden, while their eyes shimmered like sapphires. It is often said that innocent children are the most endearing, a notion Muyang had once doubted. However, after encountering April and Cipril, he found himself convinced. The two children were irresistibly charming. After several days of the train speeding along the tracks, the noticeable change in climate signaled their entry into the southern region. While the northern hemisphere basked in summer, the southern hemisphere was enveloped in the chill of winter, causing visible breath to escape in frosty puffs upon disembarking. "Brother Muyang, I wish you great success at the tournament," Claren, the young man, said, adjusting his hat and preparing to disembark with their luggage. "Thank you for your kind words," Muyang replied with a smile. "Mr. Muyang, Mr. Zeiss, should fate allow, farewell. This journey has been delightful. Had we not planned our itinerary, we would have loved to fully appreciate the prowess of the martial artists." April waved her arms energetically, tugging at her mother's hem as they made their way towards the bustling station. "Goodbye," Muyang replied with a smile. This ordinary journey had been imbued with joy thanks to the innocent little girl, and he hoped for another chance to meet, even though he understood the likelihood was slim. At this moment, Zeiss quietly observed with his luggage in hand. After the Claren couple departed with their children, he turned to Muyang and said, "Let us be on our way. We must seize the time. There lies a strait between here and Maple Leaf Island, and after we exit the train station, we shall need to transfer to a ferry." "Understood, Uncle Zeiss. We shall set forth," Muyang replied with a smile. Increasingly reflecting on the inconveniences of transportation in this era, it is no wonder that the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is held once every 5 years, as considerable time must be expended on travel. Of course, had one possessed the prowess akin to Sun Wukong, one could swim around the globe in no time. However, Muyang had yet to attain such capabilities. Maple Leaf Island is separated from the vast southern region by merely a strait of several dozen kilometers. On this day, Maple Leaf Island was abuzz with excitement, heralding the once-in-5 years Grand Martial Arts Tournament. As the event drew near, formidable practitioners from martial arts schools around the globe gathered, making the island exceptionally lively. Unlike the version of the Grand Tournament depicted in the original text, this iteration was merely an exchange among various schools, not yet officially sanctioned by the Earth government. The organizers were a highly reputable martial arts school known as the Maple Leaf School, which had its base on Maple Leaf Island, although not as powerful or renowned as the Turtle School or Crane School. The Maple Leaf School was nonetheless a distinguished martial arts lineage in the contemporary martial arts community. "We should first find a place to stay. The tournament will commence in 3 days and last for 2 days, followed by a 3-day exchange," Zeiss explained as he walked with Muyang through the quaint town at the foot of Maple Leaf Island. "So, Does everyone need to reside in this town? Muyang inquired, glancing at the throngs of pedestrians, skeptical that such a small town could accommodate so many visitors. Zeiss nodded, according to tradition. The organizers provide lodging for those who ranked in the top 50 in the previous competition, and the disciples of the top 8 schools also receive special accommodations. The Maple Leaf School, being a large faction, has sufficient rooms to host the competitors. However, for smaller schools like ours, which neither had disciples in the top 8 nor did we have any competitors ranked in the top 50 this time, we must arrange our own accommodations. After hearing this, Muyang nodded in understanding. Indeed, privileges were bestowed upon the strong, regardless of location. He mused that this arrangement likely alleviated half of the influx. Thus the town essence should be able to accommodate the remaining visitors. As they conversed, Zeiss led Muyang to a quaint inn, where they were warmly welcomed by the staff. After settling into their room and enjoying a simple meal, Muyang began to prepare for the grand martial arts tournament that would commence in 3 days. He maintained his daily meditation and training, though considering his new surroundings, he refrained from entering the acceleration space. Just as he was engrossed in his practice, Zeiss entered the room. Muyang, would you like to take a stroll outside and familiarize yourself with the surroundings? Sure, he replied, just as one would prepare for the college entrance examination by acclimatizing to the examination environment. Muyang contemplated concluding his training for the day and decided to explore the town with Zeiss. Haha, these are the martial artists from Earth. Their numbers are quite considerable. Muyang followed closely behind Zeiss, observing his surroundings. As participants continued to gather, he noticed approximately 100 individuals before him. Predominantly young disciples from various schools, clad in an array of standardized martial arts attire, along with several instructors leading the groups, similar to Zeiss. Given Muyang's current strength, he was unable to discern the strength of his opponents through his energy perception, but he did possess a certain sensitivity to potential threats. As he extended his mental energy, he detected no menacing aura emanating from the gathered individuals, indicating that none of these 100 or so were his adversaries. Come along. Let us register at the Martial Arts Center. Unaware of Muyang's discreet scrutiny of the martial artists, Zeiss led him toward the registration area. As they walked, he remarked, the participants we saw earlier were merely from mid-tier or even lesser schools, thus their strength is not formidable. The truly powerful schools have consistently showcased remarkable achievements in previous competitions, and they are welcomed by the disciples of the Maple Leaf School upon their arrival at the dock. Escorted directly to the Martial Arts Center for rest, Muyang nodded, recalling that Zeiss had previously shared this information. Chapter 20. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament attracts like. And even within the realm of martial arts, distinctions of strength and weakness exist. This is a tangible reality. Individuals and schools often band together based on shared martial ideologies or inadvertently delineate themselves into different tiers based on their strengths. True equality is a myth. The more powerful schools place greater emphasis on the display of etiquette, which, however, is fundamentally rooted in strength. In situations of unequal power, the gestures of respect may only be symbolic or courteous. Only with parity in strength can genuine respect be manifested between parties. This is akin to how the organizers treat seed contestants and disciples from prominent schools. They are always arranged to be welcomed early on. This is the essence of strength speaking. Only those lesser-known schools, lacking in recognition, must journey up the mountain on their own. Among the most renowned schools in the current martial arts arena are the Turtle Sage School, Crane Sage School, Dueling Temple, Maple Leaf School, Thousand Crane School, Crossfist, Monster Clan, and the legendary Guardians of the Sacred Land. Zeiss, well-versed in these schools, shook his head and explained, however, in recent years, the Turtle Sage and Crane Sage schools have largely faded into obscurity, and the Guardians are said to have clan rules that prevent them from easily departing the Kylan Sacred Land. Thus, in recent decades, the Dueling Temple, Maple Leaf School, and Thousand Crane School have emerged as the most prominent factions. As Zeiss spoke of the current landscape of the martial arts community, Muyang detected a sense of melancholy in his tone. This does not imply that the masters of renowned sects are inherently more powerful than those from lesser sects. Indeed, smaller sects also boast formidable experts, such as Muyang's mentor, Isaf, who is undoubtedly a strong figure. However, due to the relatively modest scale of the Tianqin sect, it finds itself categorized among the mid-tier sections. The disciples of larger sects are numerous, and their overall caliber naturally appears more formidable in comparison to those from other sections. Beyond these experts, there exists a unique group of skilled beings on Earth, monsters capable of articulate speech, typically resembling beasts. Their intelligence renders the classification of them as mere animals rather inappropriate. Maple Leaf Island is characterized by a central elevation surrounded by lower terrains. Like many islands, its climate is remarkably pleasant. Even during the frigid winter months in the southern regions, the island is caressed by gentle breezes. At the heart of the island stands a prominent peak known as Maple Leaf Peak, where, at its mid-slope, an imposing martial arts hall resides. This hall belongs to the Maple Leaf sect and is the venue for the current World Martial Arts Championship. The winding path leading to the foothills is adorned with vibrant greenery and the melodious chirping of birds. The stone pathway is flanked by lush foliage. And through the mountains pass, the azure sea glimmers in the distance, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. A soft breeze carries the scent of the ocean. Upon entering the martial arts hall, an increasing number of martial artists have gathered. Muyang cast a brief glance around and noticed many individuals clad in the attire of the Maple Leaf sect, leading a group in exploration. He surmised they were disciples from prominent sections. "Muyang, over here," called Shishi from the side, prompting Muyang to hurry over and inscribe his name at the registration desk. "Kenshin sect, Muyang." The staff member recited the name, confirming its accuracy before handing over a numbered tag. "This is your number. You will draw lots for your match based on this identifier." "Thank you," Muyang replied courteously, glancing at the number 241 before carefully stowing the tag away. At this juncture, the martial arts competition, not yet open to the audience, follows rules distinct from later eras. Here, there is no preliminary selection to enhance entertainment. Each match unfolds directly before the elite of various sections. Firstly, the caliber of competitors vastly differs from future generations, eliminating the need for any selection process. Secondly, the discerning eyes of professional spectators can discern numerous strengths and weaknesses during the matches, providing each contestant with a profound trial. Naturally, such a format amplifies the pressure. One could say that each match demands contestants to exert their utmost effort, lest they bring shame upon their sect. After completing his registration, Muyang toured the martial arts hall under the guidance of a Maple Leaf disciple. Subsequently, he settled under a tree's shade, not far from the registration point, quietly observing the contestants arriving to register. At this moment, the sun hung low in the sky, and distant seagulls could be heard calling out. As the time drew near, the staff in charge of registration began to pack up, and Muyang and Shishi did not linger, returning to their inn. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and by the time registration closed, Muyang learned from the event organizers that a total of 315 participants had registered for this competition. This figure is significantly higher compared to the number of participants in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament in the original narrative, indicating that martial arts cultivation is still quite prosperous in the present day. However, in the later stages, with the rise of technology and the increasing entertainment nature of martial arts tournaments, many sects opted for seclusion, leading to a gradual decline in professional competitors. This is a historical trend, an inevitability. On that fateful morning, the World Martial Arts Tournament finally commenced. The Maple Leaf Flow Martial Arts Hall was abuzz with excitement. "Look over there. That is Master Shaolin from Duolin Temple, and the one beside him must be his disciple." A gasp of admiration resonated, causing the entire venue to erupt with enthusiasm. Muyang turned his head and, from a distance, spotted an elderly monk clad in a yellow robe entering the hall, accompanied by a young monk with delicate features. Was the Duolin Temple the place where Klin had once trained before becoming Master Rashi's disciple? Muyang narrowed his eyes. He sensed a grand aura emanating from the old monk. Quietly, he took out his energy detector and was astonished to find a reading of 105. A combat power of 105 is exceedingly formidable among Earthlings. It is noteworthy that during the Dragon Ball era, Master Rashi's combat power was only 139. Although this Master Shaolin may not rival the god of martial arts, he certainly ranks among the titans of the martial world, a testament to the profound heritage of such an ancient sect. Shishi gazed toward the Duolin Temple participants, uncertain whether he felt envy or admiration. "Uncle Shishi, I will not be outdone by them," Muyang declared, his gaze fixed on the young monks surrounding Master Shaolin. "Well, you must put in the effort then," Shishi replied with a smile, encouragingly patting Muyang on the shoulder. For him, as long as Muyang could secure a spot in the top 8 of the tournament, he would be immensely satisfied. As for competing against renowned sects like Duolin Temple, perhaps it was best to refrain from such aspirations. Noticing that Shishi had taken his words lightly, Muyang merely smiled and fell silent. It was evident that Uncle Shishi's faith in him did not match that of Isaf, which was not surprising given the long-standing decline of the Tianqin flow. Compared to other illustrious sects, it was only natural to be viewed with skepticism. He wondered how Shishi would react when he finally showcased his true capabilities. In the current martial arts tournament, the older generation of martial artists primarily observed, while the younger generation played a pivotal role. As for the esteemed Master Shaolin, Muyang acknowledged that he was not his match. However, he felt a surge of determination to compete against others. Chapter 21. Debut. Alas, once again, no disciple from the Turtle School has participated. As Muyang passed the podium, he overheard such a lament. There is no helping it. It is said that Master Wu Tian has not taken on disciples for many years, another voice responded. Muyang sidled past, his ears perked up, pondering to himself. The narrative is still 50 years from its inception, by now. Master Roshi must have already taken Gohan as his disciple. He likely deemed it unnecessary for Gohan to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Gohan is Master Roshi's most illustrious student, his achievements even surpassing those of his master. Presently, we stand 50 years prior to the unfolding of events in his youth. Gohan is undoubtedly in a period of rapid growth, with the pinnacle of his prowess not far off. Competing in the World Martial Arts Tournament holds little significance for him. Muyang, the competition is about to commence. Give it your all and do not underestimate any opponent, Zai's advised. Previously, Muyang had only battled beasts in the primordial mountains and lacked experience against human adversaries. Zai, concerned that Muyang might struggle to acclimate, offered his guidance patiently. Rest assured, Uncle Zai, Muyang replied with a serious nod, tightening his belt, exuding a readiness to give his utmost. On the platform, the leader of the Maple Leaf sect began to elucidate the rules of the competition, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic applause from the audience. As the clapping subsided, a resounding gong signaled the official commencement of the tournament. Below, Muyang continuously scanned the esteemed contestants above with his energy detector. 105, 110, 98, 103, 118. These were all formidable figures. In contrast, the younger generation appeared significantly weaker. Muyang refrained from measuring their energy. But the most accomplished among them likely boasted battle powers only in the 60s or 70s, leaving a noticeable gap between them and himself. Soon, the matches began. According to the draw, disciples from various sects were divided into 8 competition zones for a grand contest, with each zone determining its most formidable contender to advance to the quarterfinals. There were no preliminary power tests or any form of revival mechanism. The entire event revolved around sheer strength. Apart from the previous year's top 8 being designated as seed competitors across the 8 zones, everything unfolded in a straightforward and unadulterated manner. Muyang felt a surge of excitement. This was the competition he had yearned for. Standing in the candidate zone, he could already sense the tumult within his heart. This emotion was reminiscent of the fervor he felt during his college entrance examinations. On the stage, the first match among different zones had commenced. Disciples from various sects fought fiercely, and a few unfortunate contestants were eliminated due to facing opponents with vastly superior skills, leaving them to sigh in dismay. This outcome prompted a wave of murmurs from the audience. However, fortune is also a facet of strength. All present were distinguished martial artists, and after a momentary lament for those with commendable abilities, their attention swiftly shifted to the next bout. At this juncture, Muyang too was engrossed in the matches unfolding on stage. Although the martial artist's movements were swift and fierce, to his eyes, it seemed as though time had slowed, each action not only appearing sluggish but also riddled with flaws. Such a caliber of competitors dares to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Muyang contemplated that if it were he in the ring, a mere casual swing of his fist would suffice to topple them. This disparity could not be more evident. At that moment, Muyang was resolute that he would undoubtedly achieve commendable results in this competition. Contestant number 241, please proceed to platform number 13. A staff member called out, raising his voice. It was time for him to take the stage. Muyang nodded slightly, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. And then he advanced towards the designated platform, lightly leaping and landing gracefully upon it. From the sidelines, Sis shouted, Muyang, maintain your composure and do not succumb to undue pressure. I understand, Muyang replied, casting a confident smile in Sis's direction as he turned his gaze toward his opponent. Before him stood a young man of average build, clad in a blue martial arts uniform. Upon seeing him, Muyang smiled. What a fortuitous encounter to face a disciple of the Maple Leaf School in the very first match. Let me witness the true strength of a practitioner from a prestigious lineage. Muyang then focused intently, choosing not to employ an energy detector for assessment, instead relying on his instinct. Maple Leaf School, Kane. The disciple from the Maple Leaf School clasped his hands together and bowed politely. Muyang reciprocated, introducing himself, Tianqin Schools. Muyang. The two then assumed their stances, gauging each other's abilities. Ultimately, it was Kane, the disciple of the Maple Leaf School, who initiated the first attack. Muyang's eyes flickered, and his aura shifted as he attuned himself to his opponent's movements. Being his inaugural formal match, Muyang had no intentions of holding back from the outset. Just as Kane's strikes were about to make contact, Muyang swiftly feigned, his body swaying as he unexpectedly maneuvered behind Kane. The evidence was clear. There was a significant gap in skill between Kane and Muyang. with agile footwork. Muyang seized the opportunity. Such incredible speed. When did he get behind me? Cain thought, drenched in cold sweat at the sudden appearance of Muyang. However, being a disciple of a distinguished school, Cain demonstrated considerable skill. He lowered his body and crossed his arms, narrowly evading the oncoming attack. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Muyang gained a general understanding of his opponent's level. Let us quicken the pace and conclude this match, he grinned, and with a shift in intention, his speed intensified. Caught off guard by Muyang's rapid movements, Cain found himself momentarily sluggish. His simple attacks placed him at a disadvantage, forcing him to retreat to the side to evade the onslaught. With a resounding thud, Muyang's fist slammed into the ground, producing a deep, resonant sound that caused the stone slab of the martial arts platform to tremble and crack. Witnessing the sudden display of power from Muyang, Cain was both astonished and compelled to retreat further, confronted by an overwhelming aura that was impossible to withstand. Suddenly, a vague shadow streaked past Cain's eyes, leaving him with no option but to brace himself with crossed arms. The immense pressure descended upon him, causing Cain to stagger backward, sliding several meters. His arms tingled with numbness, and a wry smile crept across his face as he made a resolute decision. Wait, I concede this match. As another strike from Muyang was imminent, Cain hastily called for a halt. With a look of regret, he stepped down from the arena. Contestant 241, Muyang, is the victor. The on-site staff announced loudly, raising a flag as they acknowledged Cain's voluntary surrender. Muyang, remaining in the ring, rightfully claimed victory. Chapter 22. Who is that young man? Outside the arena, spectators observing the match at Ring 13 were taken aback as Cain stepped down voluntarily. It was astonishing that the renowned Cain from the Maple Leaf sect had lost. It seemed prudent to pay attention to that contestant named Muyang. The duration of the match was brief, yet it starkly highlighted the disparity between the two participants. Throughout, Muyang maintained the upper hand over Cain, and even during the limited opportunities for counterattack, Cain could not gain any advantage. The difference in their abilities was striking, and Muyang's impressive performance left a lasting impression on the audience and fellow competitors alike. His prowess could not be underestimated. Those acquainted with Cain were equally astonished upon hearing the news. They had expected him to last longer in the competition, perhaps even several rounds. Yet he lost at the very outset. Witnesses of the match cast serious glances toward Muyang, adding his name to their list of competitors to watch. Brother Cain. Such a pity. A disciple approached, noticing Cain's pallor. Are you all right, brother? Cain waved his hand dismissively, responding, I'm fine, just need a moment to rest. That punch was truly formidable. Is that individual truly so powerful? The younger disciple was both shocked and sympathetic towards Cain, knowing well that his senior's strength was remarkable among the many disciples of the Maple Leaf sect. If Cain could not withstand a single blow from his opponent, could it be that this individual surpassed even the disciples of their own sect? Do not underestimate him. His true strength may exceed our expectations, Cain said earnestly. Only through actual combat can one truly comprehend Muyang's capabilities. He certainly did not unleash his full potential in our battle. This year's championship could very well give rise to a dark horse. Tianqin sect, why have we not heard of them before? Simultaneously, he felt a deep sense of frustration, vexed by his unfortunate circumstances. Nevertheless, in light of the evident disparity in strength, he accepted his defeat with grace. Meanwhile, after concluding his match, Muyang returned to the resting area and subsequently participated in several more matches, all of which he won decisively. This string of victories heightened the sense of threat felt by other contestants in his division, prompting them to take him increasingly seriously. With a lightning-fast assault, the opponent was sent flying out of the arena. In another match, Muyang triumphantly defeated an elite disciple from a martial arts dojo, returning to the stage with an air of nonchalance. Uncle Zeiss, I have a general understanding of the hierarchy of the martial arts competition now. Zeiss's face flushed slightly, astonished at how Muyang had managed to consecutively vanquish the elite disciples from prominent sections. Well done. Maintain this momentum and strive for even greater achievements. Previously, Zeiss had harbored high hopes for Muyang, believing he had the potential to secure a place in the top 8. However, entering the top 8 had merely been a vision, a goal that was uncertain. Yet now, given Muyang's current performance, a spot in the top 8 could almost be considered assured. With ambitions rising, Zeiss found himself hoping for even better results from Muyang. If he could clinch the championship, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the martial arts community. Such thoughts were far-fetched, mere illusions. Yet he couldn't help but entertain them. If senior brother Isaf were to witness Muyang's performance at the martial arts competition, he would surely be overjoyed. Muyang offered Zeiss a smile, firmly believing that, with the older generation of martial artists absent from the competition, few from the new generation could rival him. The matches progressed with fervor, and on the second-floor spectator area of the martial arts hall, a female elder from the Chinese sect remarked. The number of participants in this martial arts competition is comparable to previous years, yet many exceptional talents have emerged. Ha ha, Elder Naley. I have heard that a remarkable talent has arisen among your younger generation in the Chinese sect, the leader of the Maple Leaf sect replied, gesturing toward the sparring platform. It must be that little girl on arena number 2. Elder Naley smiled and replied pleasantly, Lizzie is indeed a fine talent, but I must say, Aluo from your Maple Leaf sect is quite impressive as well. Exchanging compliments in a real-life scenario of mutual admiration, the words delighted the leader of the Maple Leaf sect, who nodded appreciatively. He then turned to Master Xiaolin of the Doran Temple, only to find him sitting there, half-closed eyes, meditating in tranquility. Master Xiaolin possesses a broader perspective. The leader of the Maple Leaf sect chuckled lightly. That's because the master is confident in his victory, Elder Naley remarked. At that moment, a wave of astonishment rippled from the opposite side of the martial arts arena. Several elders turned to see a stone-paved platform where a young man clad in a white martial arts uniform was relentlessly attacking a monk, who happened to be an elite disciple of the Doran Temple. At this sight, Master Xiaolin opened his eyes, his earlier calm demeanor now replaced by urgency. Who is that young man in white, who dares to dominate Wu Ting? The accompanying staff, flustered, hurriedly flipped through the roster, finding the corresponding number and announcing. That young man is named Muyang, hailing from a sect called Tianqin sect. Tianqin sect, Master Xiaolin murmured, a frown creasing his brow as he ruminated. The white of his beard trembling, yet he could not recall where he had heard the name before. Elder Naley interjected, remarking that this Tianqin school appeared to be an ancient sect, albeit one that had remained obscure throughout the ages. Indeed, it hails from a venerable lineage. And this world is truly replete with remarkable individuals. Wu Ting has certainly encountered a worthy adversary this time. Master Xiaolin, with his head bowed in contemplation, suddenly broke into a smile, stating that despite the obscurity of ancient schools, their enduring legacy must possess exceptional qualities. It seems that Wu Ting's journey here has not been in vain. Master Xiaolin regarded the outcome of the competition with a sense of detachment. Victory or defeat held little significance. The present-day Duolin Temple no longer required hollow accolades, and he merely hoped that this contest would offer his disciples a chance for growth. Engaging in combat may be easy, yet finding a commendable opponent is a rare treasure. Others, having discerned Master Xiaolin's thoughts, nodded in agreement. Oh, my disciple Kane has also fallen to that individual, remarked the leader of the Maple Leaf School, perusing the event chart with astonishment at the revelation that Muyang had indeed triumphed over Kane. Although Kane was not the top seed of the Maple Leaf School, he was nonetheless a disciple held in high esteem by its leader. It was anticipated that his opponent would be Wu Ting from the same competition bracket. Yet he had already been eliminated. It seems we must keep an eye on that young man named Muyang. Several seniors began to take notice, engaging in light-hearted banter among themselves. The emergence of young martial artists is crucial for the continued prosperity of the martial arts community, and these elders naturally welcomed such developments. Chapter 23. A momentum like a raging tide on the second-floor stands of the martial arts pavilion. The leaders of the Maple Leaf School continued their discourse. Meanwhile, the arena was in a state of constant flux. At this moment, Muyang and the disciple from Wu Ting of Duolin Temple had unleashed formidable powers, engaging in a relentless exchange of strikes. The arena became filled with blurred afterimages, as many movements transcended the limits of ordinary human perception. Ah! Muyang exclaimed as Wu Ting initiated a fierce counterattack, their palms colliding with a resounding crack. Impressive. Muyang panted slightly, his body staggering back a few steps. This was indeed the first opponent of equal strength he had encountered since the competition began. The disciples of Duolin Temple should not be underestimated. It appeared that he would need to unleash his ultimate technique. With a grin, Muyang planted his foot firmly on the ground, halting his retreat. As the stone beneath him shattered, fissures winding through the surface, he then propelled himself upward with explosive force, causing the broken stones to launch violently in every direction. Muyang shot forth like a cannonball, a powerful force emanating from his feet. Tianqin Qi Gong. Muyang narrowed his eyes, raising his right hand. Fingers poised like a blade, his entire being radiating an overwhelming aura. As the words left his lips, a chilling light flickered in his bright eyes, and a brilliant blue glow materialized between his fingers. With a whoosh, a straight wave of qi shot forth like a laser, encircled by several whirlwinds. Resembling a ferocious beast from the ancient wilderness, exuding a bloodthirsty aura as it surged towards Wu Ting with relentless ferocity. Sensing the sudden surge of vigorous energy emanating from Muyang, along with the formidable energy wave reminiscent of an unstoppable force, Elder Feng Yilu and others abruptly rose to their feet, their faces adorned with expressions of disbelief. This was an energy wave. a manifestation that rivaled even the esteemed martial artists of the previous generation. Remarkable. Who would have thought that at such a tender age he could attain such a level of mastery? The esteemed elders of the martial arts community gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, unable to suppress their exclamations. What? Muyang's energy has reached such formidable strength. Zai, astounded, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The Tianqin energy technique, which even he could not wield at will, was effortlessly employed by Muyang during the competition. Observing his ease, an unexpected envy stirred within him. At that moment, Zai realized that his disciple's power might have surpassed his own. Simultaneously, the audience erupted into fervor. Could it be? He unleashed an energy wave? A contestant capable of such a feat faced off against Wu Ting. The outcome was truly unpredictable. Both the spectators and the competitors widened their eyes in rapt attention. Be cautious, Muyang shouted across the arena at Wu Ting. As Muyang's energy surged, an overwhelming aura pressed forth, its chilling essence sapping the will to resist. Swish. Confronted with Muyang's formidable assault, even the elite disciples of the Doran Temple paled, but Muyang's strike was already upon them. In the realm of masters, a mere fraction of a difference could determine victory or defeat, and Wu Ting had lost the initiative, left with only the path to defeat in his hasty response. Boom. The tremendous power of the energy wave struck Wu Ting, rendering his face pale as he soared into the air like a marionette with severed strings. Crashing heavily outside the arena, Tianqin's Muyang emerged victorious, advancing to the top 8. With the sound of a whistle, the dust settled, showcasing Muyang's formidable prowess as he vanquished the seed competitor from Doran Temple. Acknowledged, Muyang replied calmly, bowing in respect. Wu Ting wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and joined his hands in a gesture of gratitude. Wu Ting had actually lost. Elder Nali of the Qianhe faction clicked her tongue, murmuring to herself. Quite normal. Given the audacity displayed just now, he may reach our level within a few years. She mused. Is that truly possible? He is so young, another elder sighed. The younger generation is indeed rising, and this defeat may serve as a blessing for Wu Ting. Master Xiaolin silently recited scriptures. Both Kane and Wu Ting have fallen to that young man. I wonder what chances Arlo and Lizzie possess. The leader of Feng Yilu inquired with interest. Not much hope. Elder Nali shook her head. Lizzie is no match for that individual. Among the emerging talents of the various factions, Wu Ting from Doran Temple is among the elite, and if he has succumbed, the others likely have little chance of victory. The leader of Feng Yilu nodded in agreement. Indeed, at such a tender age, the ability to unleash a formidable wave of energy is exceedingly rare in today's martial arts realm. At this moment, he has already made a preliminary determination regarding the champion of the current martial arts tournament, and that is none other than Muyang. How impressive, Muyang. If senior brother Isafe were to learn that you have defeated the elite disciple of the Duolin Temple, he would undoubtedly rush over in excitement. Alas, the distance from Dakingshan to Maple Leaf Island is quite considerable, and senior brother Isafe will not have the opportunity to witness your sweeping victories. As soon as Muyang stepped off the stage, Zai approached with an excited expression, lavishing praise upon him. Muyang smiled humbly and replied, Uncle Zai, I have merely reached the top 8. The competition is not yet over. Zai shook his head vigorously. No, it is entirely different. Reaching the top 8 and defeating Wu Ting are two entirely distinct concepts. In Zai's mind, as long as Muyang secured a spot among the top 8 in the world's martial arts tournament, he would have accomplished his mission. It is worth noting that among so many schools, how many can claim a place in the top 8? It is already quite satisfactory. However, judging by his current performance, it seems he will not stop there. Although both have achieved a spot in the top 8, the significance is profoundly different. Wu Ting is not only an elite disciple of the Duolin Temple, but also a leading contender for the championship of this tournament. Muyang's ability to defeat him raises the question, does he also have a chance to seize the championship title? Should Muyang claim victory, the Tianqin school would undoubtedly bask in glory. Even now, should Muyang decide to concede and withdraw from the subsequent matches, Zai, having witnessed the power of Muyang's energy wave, understands that Muyang's name will have resonated throughout the martial arts community. How many martial artists possess the ability to unleash such energy waves? Muyang is certainly among them, and that is a matter of great honor. The upcoming matches need not be approached with excessive pressure. Rather, he should take it easy, for the spot in the top 8 is already secured. Each subsequent victory would be a step forward. Zai excitedly patted Muyang on the shoulder, but soon noticed that Muyang's complexion had paled somewhat and expressed concern. You just unleashed an energy wave. Is your body feeling all right? Muyang shook his head, indicating that he was fine. My body is all right. I just need to rest for a while. Then please take good care of yourself. Zai nodded, deciding to remain silent and keep a watchful eye on him, allowing him to recuperate in peace. As Muyang sat quietly recovering, fierce battles continued to unfold on the other stages. The 315 contestants from around the world were all fully committed, vying for their chance to advance. With crackling sounds, indistinct afterimages flickered on the stage. Accompanied by the shouts of the competitors, the ground suddenly bore several large and small holes, as shattered stones flew in all directions, igniting sparks as they scraped across the surface. Lizzie from the Qianhe School emerged victorious, advancing to the top 8. Arlo from the Maple Leaf School triumphed, securing a place in the top 8. Barney from the Cross Fist School won, making it to the top 8. Gilo from the Western Play Village succeeded, also advancing to the top 8. As the competition progressed, the 8 finalists gradually emerged, and along with Muyang, the strongest contenders of this tournament were finally determined. Muyang glanced at the list and noted that among the top 8, apart from himself and a contestant named Jiro from Play Village, the remaining 6 were predominantly disciples of prominent sections. One cannot deny the adeptness of these major sects in nurturing their disciples. It is no wonder that after these grand sects chose to retreat from the world, the level of martial arts on Earth plummeted significantly. After a brief respite and the confirmation of all valid scores, the sound of the gong resonated once more, marking the conclusion of the day's events. The quarterfinals were scheduled for the following day, allowing for a night of rest. Chapter 24. Jiro upon returning to the inn with Zeiss, Muyang discovered that he had become somewhat of a celebrity. Numerous disciples from various smaller sects approached him, accompanied by their instructors, to extend their greetings. The warmth of their demeanor was a novel experience for Muyang, immersing him in the enthusiasm of this world. Haha, you youngsters enjoy your conversation. I shall not intrude, Zeiss laughed heartily, appearing thoroughly satisfied as he joined the other instructors for drinks. Left behind, Muyang felt somewhat helpless. However, he seized the opportunity to forge new friendships. Much like Sun Wukong in the original tale, he too could establish bonds through the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Relationships often transition from strangers to acquaintances. In a classroom setting, it may be challenging for underperforming students to initiate conversations with top achievers. But when the latter lowers their guard to engage with the former, the outcome is markedly different, akin to a goddess pursuing a suitor. Unexpectedly, as Muyang was engrossed in conversation with a group of underperformers, the uninvited guest Wu Ting joined the gathering. Wu Ting, possessing a robust physique reminiscent of Jula from Fairy Tail, appeared younger and more refined than his counterpart. The two hit it off immediately, discovering a remarkable alignment in their values and perspectives on martial arts. Had he not been uncertain about whether the monks of Doran Temple could partake in alcohol, Muyang would have eagerly engaged in a night of revelry with him. Time flew by, and the night felt as refreshing as cool water. Ultimately, Muyang refrained from drinking, engaging in conversation with Wu Ting until the early hours, before retiring to his room for a much-needed rest. At the break of dawn, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced the quarterfinals. If the preceding competitions across the 8 regions served as mere appetizers, the quarterfinals represented the quintessence of the tournament. Due to the significance of each match in the quarterfinals, all participants moved to the Grand Arena, where matches would proceed sequentially rather than in parallel. Through a draw conducted on-site, opponents and match order were determined, mirroring practices of later generations. After completing the draw, Muyang made his way to the contestants' viewing area, specifically designated for the participants of the quarterfinals and their respective sects, offering a broader perspective. The first match featured Lizzie from the Chikura School facing off against Barney from the CrossFit School. This is a fiercely competitive match, replete with visual appeal. Barney, a robust figure towering at 6 feet, excels in the art of cross-punching, demonstrating explosive power with his grandiose and sweeping movements, whereas Liz, a delicate beauty of the Chikaka style, stands shy of 5 feet and possesses a lithe agility, her long hair cascading gracefully as she deftly evades and counters with precision. The contrast between their strengths, one formidable and the other petite, unfolds like a real-life tale of Beauty and the Beast, eliciting exuberant cheers from the audience. As Muyang and Zeiss attentively observe from the sidelines, they engage in thoughtful deliberation, contemplating how they might respond if placed in such a scenario. Muyang's focus is particularly intense, not merely captivated by Liz's beauty, though she is indeed striking, but rather driven by a profound desire to glean insights from the battles of others. A martial artist must continually strive for advancement. Any hint of complacency or laxity may lead to stagnation or even regression. Unlike many of his earthly peers, Muyang possesses a keen awareness of the daunting realities of this world. In the vast cosmos, there exist formidable entities capable of cataclysmic destruction, wielding planets as mere marbles. The inherent potential of Earthlings is already modest, and without relentless effort, they risk becoming mere prey. This truth can only be fully appreciated by immersing oneself in the Dragon Ball universe. It is far removed from the entertaining portrayals seen on screens. In truth, For an individual residing on a planet that could be obliterated at any moment, especially one cognizant of this peril, there is little room for amusement. Rather, one is burdened by a weighty pressure that compels further dedication to training. Nothing serves as a greater impetus than the imminent threat to one's life. The match between Liss and Barney continued for over 20 minutes, marking an exhilarating debut for the quarterfinals and garnering enthusiastic applause from the crowd. Ultimately, Liss triumphed by a narrow margin, yet Barney also earned the audience's admiration. The subsequent matches followed in quick succession, and soon it was Muyang's turn to take the stage. His opponent was Jiro, a youth from the modest village of Pingfan, possessing a dark complexion and perhaps younger than Muyang. Rumor has it he had not undergone formal martial arts training. However, reaching the top 8 of the World Martial Arts Championship indicates his prowess is not to be underestimated. Upon stepping onto the platform, Muyang's expression turned serious as he scrutinized his opponent. Jiro's ability to advance to the top 8 without formal guidance suggests he possesses considerable talent, perhaps akin to a character reminiscent of a Kairope. Following the draw that paired him with Jiro, others remarked on Muyang's favorable fortune, as Jiro was deemed the least likely contender among the top 8, rendering this match seemingly in Muyang's favor. As the starting whistle blew, both Muyang and Jiro straightened their postures, each assuming an offensive stance. This contest unfolded with little suspense, as Muyang's prowess far surpassed that of Jilo. In a remarkably brief span, Jilo found himself at a disadvantage under Muyang's relentless assault, ultimately succumbing to defeat. "Thank you. This match has enlightened me greatly." Jilo's sincere voice echoed in Muyang's ears after the conclusion of the bout. Surprised, Muyang regarded Jilo with newfound admiration. "No need to thank me. If you are willing to embrace formal guidance, you could become even stronger. Would you be interested in joining a prestigious martial arts school?" Jilo shook his head, responding, "No. At least not at this moment. I wish to rely on my own efforts and do not want to be constrained by the frameworks of my predecessors." Muyang paused, perceiving Jilo in a new light. This individual seemed akin to himself, possessing a profound sense of ambition. However, navigating without the wisdom of those who came before could increase the likelihood of straying into pitfalls. While it is indeed possible to eventually find a way out of such missteps, one might squander considerable time in the process. A good teacher can help one avoid many detours, and the experiences of those who have walked the path before us are invaluable. On the other hand, the merit of experience is contingent upon the person imparting it. Should one encounter a teacher of limited skill, their insights may lead one deeper into error. Observing the unwavering determination in Jilo's eyes, Muyang nodded, descending from the ring without further comment. At the side of the arena, Zeiss watched with appreciation. Jilo is a promising martial artist. While I may not entirely agree with his perspective, his perseverance deserves our respect. Indeed. But this is a path fraught with difficulties, Muyang mused, internalizing the sentiment for himself. Drawing upon memories from his past life, Muyang felt assured that he could avoid significant missteps in the early stages of his training. However, as he advanced, the limitations of Earth's realm would likely hinder his progress. At that juncture, he might have to forge his own path, akin to Jilo, relying solely on his insight. That too would be a path laden with challenges. Chapter 25. Dominance in youth. Jilo's choice evoked a sense of reflection in Muyang. But he soon shook off this melancholic sentiment, redirecting his focus to the forthcoming match. The next bout featured Alro from the Maple Leaf School facing off against Booker of the Four Body School. Muyang was particularly intrigued by this contest, as the name Four Bodies struck a chord of familiarity. It was not until Booker publicly executed a technique transforming into four entities that realization dawned upon him. It was the Four Bodies Fist. No wonder the name seemed so familiar. It was the very technique utilized by Tianjin Fan in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament within the original narrative. Impressive. Instantly multiplying into four, Alro now faced immense pressure. Witnessing this unexpected maneuver, Zeiss's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. Perhaps the Four Bodies Fist could serve as a lethal weapon against ordinary martial artists. Yet its efficacy against masters remained uncertain, for this technique harbored a critical vulnerability. Observing the fierce clash between the two combatants on the stage, Muyang spoke softly. Shi was momentarily taken aback, inquiring with surprise, "What weaknesses do you perceive?" Muyang replied with a gentle smile. "When the skill levels of all participants are relatively low, it is indeed advantageous for four individuals to besiege one, as the differences in their speeds, while present, are not so vast as to be unacceptable. In such scenarios, the one facing multiple opponents is prone to errors, potentially falling victim to the adversary's tactics. However, if the same strategy is employed against martial artists of a higher caliber, the outcome may be quite different." "You mean that dividing one person's strength into four parts not only reduces the overall power but also renders even superior skills ineffective if they cannot strike the enemy?" After a moment of contemplation, Giss fell silent. Muyang nodded. Indeed, speed and strength take on varying importance at different stages. A duel between masters hinges on minute details. Uncle Giss, observe closely. Aluo is about to counterattack. As Muyang spoke, he shifted his gaze back to the arena, where Aluo had evidently regained his composure amidst the onslaught from the four bookers and had discerned his opponent's weakness. The booker speed has diminished, Giss exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely, Muyang shrugged. You noticed that instantly. Giss's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Muyang replied with a subtle nod, refraining from disclosing that his insight stemmed from having read the original text, which had revealed the weaknesses of the four bodies fist. Giss gasped. When did Muyang's vision and judgment become so refined? It's not merely about identifying flaws in techniques. It's about grasping the transformative concepts of combat across different skill levels. With the emergence of young talents like Muyang, Jilua, and Aluo, Giss suddenly pondered whether he was becoming obsolete. The competition continued on the stage, and it was evident that Aluo had seized control of the battle's rhythm, leaving little doubt about his impending victory. Shortly thereafter, as his opponent Booker exhausted his strength, Aluo capitalized on the opportunity, securing victory in the match. At this moment, the four finalists had been determined: Lizi, Muyang, Aluo, and a disciple from a major sect. After a brief respite, the semifinals were set to commence. Throughout the subsequent matches, Muyang remained composed. In truth, the leaders of the Maple Leaf sect and Elder Ali from the Chinha sect were already aware of who would likely emerge as the champion. As anticipated, Muyang effortlessly triumphed over Lizi in the semifinals, while Aluo also advanced to the finals in the following bout. The final match was upon them, and the champions were about to be revealed. The leader of the Maple Leaf sect remarked with a gentle smile, "The outcome has already begun to take shape. I have my hopes pinned on that contestant named Muyang." Elder Naley chuckled. This is not merely contrary to the Maple Leaf sect's leader. Rather, it is a genuine belief that Muyang possesses a slightly greater chance of victory. At that moment, Master Xiao Lin, softly manipulating his prayer beads, murmured, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the championship will undoubtedly belong to Muyang." "I concur," asserted the Tianxin sect's Muyang. "You will emerge victorious." Others share a similar sentiment, as Muyang's exceptional performance in the previous rounds of the top 8 has left quite an impression. Among the younger generation, only a handful possess the ability to unleash the energy wave, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to defeat him in the absence of seasoned competitors like Zeiss and others. Witnessing the lack of faith in his own disciple, the leader of the Maple Leaf School trembled with frustration, pondering the supposed home advantage. Why had no one considered this aspect? Yet, recalling the earlier matches, the leader could not help but shake his head. Well, since everyone is of this opinion, let us watch. With such a prodigy emerging from the Tianxin School, it seems that, apart from the legendary Turtle Immortal School and Crane Immortal School, no peer could possibly defeat him. Let us await the outcome. With a chuckle, he reminded himself to maintain composure. After all, conceding to an exceptionally talented opponent is not disgraceful, especially when there are others to fall back on. Glancing at the other factions, a smile crept upon the leader's lips. Not far from the stands, Zeiss felt a surge of anxiety. The murmurs around him filled him with elation, and he fervently shouted, "Go, Muyang. Give it your all." Now, may the finalists, Muyang and Arlo, take the stage. As the staff's announcement echoed, both Muyang and Arlo straightened their expressions, with one gracefully leaping onto the arena, locking eyes with one another amidst the audience's gaze. This marked the most exhilarating moment of the martial arts competition, with an air of palpable tension enveloping the atmosphere. At that moment, both the competitors and their guiding instructors wore solemn expressions, their gazes intensely focused. The match commenced. With the referee's command, both contestants tensed their bodies, every muscle quivering in anticipation. In an instant, Muyang seized the initiative, transforming into a mere shadow that vanished from sight. When he reappeared, the resounding sounds of fierce combat began to echo incessantly. 3 days later, aboard the ferry at the dock, Zeiss diligently penned a letter detailing the results of the World Martial Arts Competition to be sent back to the Daiqing Mountain sect. As the pen touched the paper, excitement surged within him while recounting the final results. To everyone's astonishment, the champion of the 11th World Martial Arts Competition was not a distinguished disciple from a prestigious sect, but rather an underdog, Muyang from the Tianxin School. Previously unheard of. Although the absence of the older generation of martial artists may render the victory somewhat diluted, it undeniably establishes Muyang as a standout figure among the youth, marking his official emergence in the martial arts arena. Chapter 26. The Quest for the Superpower Academy. After folding the letter and sealing it with glue, Zeiss carefully placed it into the mailbox. The post office had a dedicated line. In approximately 7 to 8 days, the letter would reach ISAF. Having completed this task, Zai stepped out of the room, just in time for the ferry to approach the shore. Passing by a restaurant, I noticed Muyang dining within. Glancing at the sky, which was gradually darkening, it seemed that rain was imminent. Muyang, after the ferry docks, will you return to Dakingshan with me, or do you intend to explore the world alone? Zai inquired as he took a seat beside Muyang, casually ordering a selection of snacks. Perhaps I shall wander for a while first. I intend to seize this leisure time to broaden my horizons before returning. Muyang replied candidly. This competition has imparted profound insights. There are many areas ripe for improvement. Setting down his chopsticks, Muyang spoke with frankness, while Zai's wore an expression of understanding. He nodded and remarked, indeed, gaining experience in the world is beneficial. Frankly, your skills are already commendable compared to us. The only thing lacking is experience. Exposure to diverse perspectives will serve you well. Pausing momentarily, Zai continued with a smile, you have matured. These matters are now for you to navigate. In terms of specific training, we can no longer offer you much guidance. From the outcome of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, it was evident that Muyang's performance exceeded expectations. The only area needing refinement was his combat technique. Perhaps due to insufficient experience, he appeared somewhat disordered when facing opponents. He could have secured victories with greater ease, yet expended unnecessary effort. Had it not been for his superior strength, the final outcome would have been uncertain. In lower-tier contests, the significance of technique is undeniable. Even in high-level battles where strength is paramount, combat skills remain crucial. This is knowledge that neither Zai nor Isaf could impart. It is something Muyang must comprehend on his own through experience. Indeed, Muyang nodded while savoring his food. He recognized this truth himself. Had his strength not surpassed that of Alro during the final match, the result could have been entirely different, possibly leading to a victory for Alro from the Maple Leaf School. History is penned by the victors, even if not inscribed by their own hands. The narratives crafted invariably affirm their triumphs. As the champion of this tournament, Muyang found himself lauded in post-competition discussions, where various sects hailed this unexpected dark horse as a paragon. Yet, under the spotlight, he was acutely aware of his own glaring shortcomings. At best, he was merely commendable among his peers. If he were to become complacent from such praise, what achievements could he hope to attain? Criticism. Flattering words are but sugar-coated projectiles. The correct approach is to savor the sugar while discarding the projectiles. Thus, following the post-competition discussions, Muyang was in no hurry to return to Dakingshan with Zai. Instead, he resolved to embark on a period of self-discovery. Moreover, having ventured to the southern regions, he felt compelled to take the opportunity to visit the Superpower Academy and check on Meixia's situation. Otherwise, should she learn of his presence without a visit, he could only imagine the reproaches he might endure. After indulging in a few snacks, a torrential downpour commenced outside. Raindrops fell upon the azure surface of the sea, creating a veil of mist, while the tempest intensified the waves, forcing the ferry to reduce its speed. An hour later, the gentle patter of rain gradually ceased, and the ferry, delayed by the heavy downpour, finally docked in the afternoon. Muyang, I shall take my leave now. Please ensure your safety during your travels, and return when it is time, Shishi admonished earnestly. I understand, Muyang nodded. Take care. Shishi, a man of hearty disposition, pondered for a moment, realizing that there was little more to discuss between two men, and thus chose to conclude the conversation. He was aware that, given Muyang's current prowess, he would encounter no peril even alone. After offering his final words of caution, he waved goodbye and set off with his luggage towards the train station. As he watched Shishi fade into the crowd, Muyang steeled himself, then altered his course, disappearing into the throng as well. The location of the Superpower Academy lay nestled within a tranquil, ancient forest in the southern region, its exact founding date shrouded in mystery, existing long before recorded time. Its enigma paralleled that of the Chiron Tower in the Chiron Sanctuary, surrounded by myriad enchanting legends among the local populace. It was said that admissions occurred every few years, with recruitment points established in nearby cities, yet the precise location of the academy was never divulged to outsiders. Within the serene forest, the chirping of birds echoed. Suddenly, a brilliant blue beam of light pierced through the trees, toppling the mighty oaks in its path. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, the earth trembled, and startled birds took flight as the colossal trees crumbled amidst billowing smoke, carving a path through the primordial woods. Muyang had wandered this forest for several days, his provisions long since exhausted. When hunger struck, he would hunt wild beasts to satiate his appetite, and when fatigue overcame him, he would seek refuge in the branches of a sturdy tree, descending into slumber. Days passed, yet he had yet to catch a glimpse of the Superpower Academy. It must be nearby, Muyang mused as he meandered through the woods, his feet treading upon the verdant ground, forging ahead with determination. The surroundings were lush and serene, devoid of any trace of civilization. Furrowing his brow slightly, he expanded his mental acuity in search of any anomalies, yet found none. It is indeed elusive. Muyang murmured to himself, though he was not surprised. If this academy was indeed a bastion for cultivating superpowers, then finding it would naturally pose a significant challenge. If I cannot locate it, I shall miss the chance to meet Meisha. He sighed softly, a tinge of regret settling in his heart. However, now that he had arrived at this juncture, Muyang resolved not to depart empty-handed, even if he could not discover the Superpower Academy. He was prepared to devote time to training in this mystical realm. After some contemplation, Muyang discovered a serene pond nearby and subsequently found a relatively open area. He skillfully divided the energy wave in his hands into several segments, unleashing them with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling and clearing a patch of land. He then gathered timber to construct a simple hut. The environment here was quite pleasant, rendering it a temporary sanctuary for rejuvenation. Satisfied with the tranquil surroundings, Muyang nodded in approval, deciding to settle here for a while. He cleared the obstacles between the pond and the hut, then arranged stones to form a cooking platform, erecting a wooden frame for barbecuing, thereby completing the rudimentary living facilities. With a wipe of sweat from his brow, Muyang clapped his hands and set off in search of sustenance. In a swift motion, he transformed into a shadow, darting into the dense forest. Moments later, he returned, triumphantly carrying a rabbit. After skinning it and removing the entrails, he placed it on the frame and roasted it over a gentle flame. As the crimson flesh gradually turned golden brown under the heat, translucent fat dripped down the wooden structure, filling the forest with a rich aroma of roasted meat. Sated after his meal, Muyang felt rejuvenated and prepared to enter the acceleration space for cultivation. Chapter 27. Dance of the Sky. After a brief moment of meditation, Muyang summoned the energy within him and, with a swift motion, entered an acceleration space dominated by shades of gray and white. In this realm, time flowed at double the rate of the outside world. Given Muyang's current state, he could sustain the acceleration space for 3 hours, equating to 6 hours within. Exceeding this duration would lead to mental fatigue. Cultivating in the acceleration space not only doubled time and replenished physical energy, but also fostered tranquility, allowing for undistracted meditation and deeper comprehension. Having experienced the world's foremost martial arts tournament, Muyang now possessed a more nuanced understanding of the martial arts hierarchy on Earth. Overall, there were indeed many formidable masters within this realm, such as the leader of the Maple Leaf sect, Master Xiaolin of Duolin Temple, and Elder Nali of the Thousand Cranes sect, each a paragon of skill. Compared to them, Muyang still had much to learn, a gap attributable to age and experience that could not be bridged in the short term. However, in terms of combat prowess, he was confident that he would soon catch up to them. The acceleration space was a vast expanse, devoid of any distractions. In this ethereal domain, a robust and agile figure engaged in fundamental exercises. He leapt vigorously, each jump nearly reaching the ceiling above. 99.97, 99.98, 99.99, 10,000. Muyang executed over 10,000 consecutive kicks and jumps, only pausing when his legs began to ache. Wiping the sweat from his face, his gaze revealed unwavering determination, and he promptly began to throw punches. Thud, thud, thud. The thin air vibrated with the impact of his fists, creating a series of resonant echoes as the turbulent air compressed and released, producing deep, resounding thuds. Regrettably, Muyang lacked any weight-bearing equipment. Had he possessed such apparatus, his training could have yielded far superior results. He retrieved an energy detector and conducted a series of tests, the readings displayed on the lens invigorating him immensely. 97. Indeed. In merely a few days, Muyang's combat power had reached an impressive 97. Of course, this figure represented his peak potential under full exertion, nonetheless. In terms of combat prowess, it was a commendable number, placing him at the forefront of the martial arts community on Earth, a formidable presence within any school of thought. However, Muyang soon discerned a concerning issue. As his combat power approached the century mark, the limitations inherent to Earthlings began to manifest. Subsequent increments in his power exhibited a conspicuous deceleration. After several consecutive days of testing, he became increasingly convinced that the threshold of 100 combat power stood as an insurmountable barrier for Earthlings, one that could not be surpassed solely through physical training. Those who successfully traversed this hurdle were exceedingly rare, each a remarkable martial artist in their own right. For Muyang, surpassing this obstacle was imperative. A mere 100 combat power was far from sufficient. He aspired to become even stronger. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his mind, signaling that the time allotted for training in the acceleration space had reached its limit. He took a moment to quiet his thoughts and regulate his internal energy, and with a swift motion, his body vanished from the white acceleration space. Upon returning to the external world, he was overwhelmed by profound mental fatigue, far more excruciating than the soreness from prolonged physical exertion. With a thud, he collapsed into a deep slumber. Approximately 6 or 7 hours later, Muyang awoke. His mental exhaustion dissipated. It was time for him to commence his energy training. His understanding of energy manipulation remained rather rudimentary, primarily due to his lack of exposure to more advanced practitioners of qi cultivation. Perhaps it was time for him to venture toward the Chiron Tower, he contemplated. However, before embarking on that journey, he had several matters to attend to. The Chiron Tower lay thousands of miles away in the northern hemisphere. Relying solely on foot travel would be an arduous endeavor. Moreover, simple physical training was no longer a pressing need for him. Thus, Muyang contemplated studying the art of flight, known as Wukong technique. If he could soar through the skies, his velocity would be significantly enhanced. The Wukong technique, a secret skill of the Crane School, was, in essence, not particularly complex. Its principles were straightforward, primarily focusing on the manipulation of internal energy. However, mastering it was quite challenging. By condensing the energy within his body into a form that could be projected from his palms or fingertips, he could unleash energy waves. Alternatively, by shifting his approach and gradually releasing the energy from the soles of his feet, allowing it to envelop his body and counteract the force of gravity, he could transcend the gravitational pull of Earth, enabling him to float. The high-speed flight of the Wukong technique bore similarities to the wave-riding technology of his past life on Earth. With exquisite control over shockwave surfaces, one could attain greater propulsion. Muyang recalled the scenes from the original story where Son Gohan instructed Videl in the Wukong technique. Compared to Videl, Muyang's foundation was evidently much more solid. Regrettably, the original text offers no detailed revelations, necessitating his own exploration. After several unsuccessful attempts, it wasn't long before he directed a subtle flow of energy from his thigh to the soles of his feet, evenly releasing it through the soles. During this release, Muyang's body began to levitate gradually, as he swayed and floated to a height of 4 to 5 meters above the ground, gazing down upon the verdant earth. His heart attained an extraordinary tranquility. He then carefully adjusted his posture, ascending steadily to greater heights. At this moment, the azure sky appeared flawlessly mirrored. Beneath him lay a lush and thriving primeval forest, with clear waters and ancient trees standing in disarray, evoking an ethereal and boundless sentiment. Levitation represents merely the foundational aspect of the aerial technique. The next phase involves flight. This requires the energy to permeate various parts of the body, elevating the difficulty beyond simple levitation. High-speed flight demands precise control over the shape of the shockwave surface, transforming resistance into a latent form of power. Gradually, Muyang emulated the cultivation methods of Bidalai as depicted in the original work, and after 2 days, he was indeed able to soar freely through the skies. With the aerial technique mastered, he resolved to journey to the Kylan sacred land. Muyang surmised that should he ascend the Kylan Tower and receive guidance from the Cat Sage, his prowess would undergo a significant enhancement, enabling him to overcome the first formidable barrier before him. Naturally, this expedition to the Kylan sacred land was not solely for the purpose of acquiring more advanced cultivation techniques from the Cat Sage. It was also to obtain the miraculous healing herb known as the Senza Bean. In the early stages of the Dragon Ball world, Earth was home to many peculiar items, and the Senza Bean was among them. Initially, the Senza Bean appeared to hold little value, merely suppressing hunger. However, as the story progressed, it became an invaluable lifesaver, capable of rapidly restoring stamina and instantaneously healing any injury. Unfortunately, by the later stages of Dragon Ball, the production of Senza Beans drastically diminished, rendering each bean a rare treasure, only to be utilized in critical circumstances. Fortunately, at present, the Senza Beans had not been squandered by Yachirobe, and the Cat Sage still possessed a substantial stock. Soaring through the air, Muyang let out a long, triumphant howl, elevating his altitude. However, as his view expanded further, just as he prepared to fly northward, a distant area resembling a paradise suddenly captured his attention. It was a region shrouded in a shimmering veil, and Muyang's expression turned to one of astonishment. The place he had sought for so long was, astonishingly, right there. Chapter 28. The location of the academy. The sky was high, and the clouds sparse, with a gentle breeze caressing his face. The warm sunlight bathed the surroundings, filtering through the leaves to scatter dappled spots of light across the forest. Not far from Muyang, the great forest rustled, as slender creatures, startled, hurriedly retreated deeper into the woods. Shayi, the men are instructed you to patrol the vicinity of the academy. How is it you lie here idly? An irate voice echoed, and a youth clad in a blue uniform soared to Sha Yeduan's side. A distinct look of displeasure etched upon his countenance. The individual named Sha Yeduan jolted upright, And upon seeing the newcomer, he couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, responding nonchalantly, "Sammy, why are you so uptight? I merely indulged in a brief respite." Is it necessary to be so furious? However, as he observed the other's face darkening like ink, Sha Yeduan's voice dwindled to a whisper. Sammy glared at Sha Yeduan in discontent. "And you dare say that? The mentor assigned you to patrol, and look at you. Yes, you are absolutely right. Yet this is the Academy of Superpowers, not just any place. Who could possibly be here? Besides, the director is present. Surely she is aware of everything. So is it necessary for us to patrol?" Sha Yeduan retorted casually, though he obediently rose from the ground. "Fool, do you even comprehend that this is training?" Sammy remarked with exasperation directed at Sha Yeduan. "Fine, I shall not argue with you. Let us continue the patrol." Sha Yeduan, disinterested in further debate, levitated using his supernatural abilities and gracefully began his inspection through the sprawling forest that enveloped the academy. This guy," Sammy shook his head, trailing behind him as they continued their patrol. The Academy of Superpowers is a prestigious institution dedicated to nurturing individuals with extraordinary abilities, boasting a rich history that spans countless years. Much like the Holy Land of Kylan, it is considered an ethereal realm. The students here primarily originate from two sources. One comprises superpowered individuals sent from the outside world, like Meishia. The other consists of children nurtured in the affiliated superpower kindergartens. Sammy and Sha Yeduan graduated from such a kindergarten to advance their studies. In the original tale, Wulong and Puo also attended a Southern Transformation kindergarten. However, Wulong was expelled for pilfering a female teacher's undergarments, while Puo's reasons for not entering the academy remain unclear. Earth is a wondrous realm, where in some obscure and remote areas, portals leading to the demon realm, the underworld, and other unimaginable locations still exist. In ancient times, these portals often unleashed monsters that disrupted human life. During such times, superpowered individuals and martial artists, endowed with remarkable strength, became the frontline defenders against these external threats. Yet, with the rapid advancements in modern technology, the prominence of superpowered beings and martial artists gradually faded from public view. A situation. Just as Sammy and Sha Yeduan clumsily patrolled a relatively open territory, a dark speck suddenly descended from the sky. As it approached, the speck expanded, gradually assuming a humanoid shape. Sammy and Sha Yeduan took notice of this figure, and Sha Yeduan nudged Sammy with his arm, inquiring, "What do you think that could be?" "I do not know. In any case, remain alert," Sammy replied, his expression turning grave as he floated upwards to intercept the approaching figure. "Stop. This is the territory of the Academy of Superpowers. If you have no business here, please leave immediately." The boy soaring through the sky was none other than Muyang. As he prepared to journey to the sacred land of Kylan, he ascended to a considerable height and was astonished to discover a wondrous realm, reminiscent of a utopia, not far from his location. Upon approaching, he confirmed it was indeed the Superpower Academy he sought. "If this is the Superpower Academy, then I am in the right place. I am Muyang, hailing from the martial arts sect Tianxin. I have come to visit my junior sister, Meishia. Could you kindly inform her to come here?" Muyang stated his identity directly to avoid any unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, Sammy's demeanor softened, no longer exhibiting the previous wariness. "So you have come to see Meishia. Please wait a moment. I will notify her," Sammy responded with a smile, signaling to Shaitan to return to the academy to deliver the message. The number of students at the Superpower Academy was limited, and even if they were not personally acquainted, they generally recognized one another. Shaitan hesitated briefly before flying towards the academy. Muyang observed the silent exchange between the two and understood that a degree of caution still lingered in their hearts. However, he dismissed any concern, as this was the territory of the Superpower Academy, and Meishia was studying here. Patience was warranted. He had no desire to create trouble. With a light chuckle, he descended to the ground and awaited her arrival in tranquility. "What shall I call you?" Muyang inquired. "You may call me Sammy," was the amiable reply, as Sammy leaned against a large tree. "Sammy, you must have been at the academy for quite some time?" Muyang asked. "Indeed. I have been here for many years, having advanced from the Superpower Kindergarten," Sammy replied. "Superpower Kindergarten? I have heard of the Transformation Kindergarten, where they teach transformation techniques. Have you learned any?" Muyang's eyes sparkled with interest. Sammy glanced at him in surprise and nodded. "The Transformation Kindergarten is one of the affiliated kindergartens of the Superpower Academy. I have indeed learned transformation techniques, but my skill is inadequate. I can only maintain the transformation for 10 minutes. Muyang acknowledged this with a nod, considering it quite impressive. In the original text, Wulong and Pool could only sustain their transformations for 5 minutes, requiring a 1-minute rest to continue. Sammy's ability to maintain the transformation for 10 minutes while deeming it insufficient suggested either his humility or that Wulong and Pool were genuinely lacking in skill. However, returning to the main topic, the Southern Transformation Kindergarten taught only basic superpower skills, such as transformation techniques, which did not enhance the learner's inherent strength, but were quite effective for deception. Chapter 29. The Graceful Maiden Meisha. Meanwhile, Muyang and Sammy engaged in light conversation, gaining a superficial understanding of the Superpower Academy. After approximately 10 minutes, Shade-Un returned from the direction of the academy, accompanied by a delicate and petite figure. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, she was the long-awaited Meisha, her dark green hair gracefully cascading just past her earlobes. At this moment, Meisha had reached the age of 15, her physique having blossomed and her stature significantly increased. Her slender form had transformed into that of a budding maiden. Upon catching sight of Muyang from a distance, a glimmer of joy sparkled in her azure eyes, followed by an exuberant cheer. A soft green luminescence enveloped her as a verdant whirlwind swept her towards Muyang. "Brother, what a delightful surprise to see you here." Meishia's melodious voice resonated in his ears. Muyang caught her in his arms. The gentle sensation and fragrant aroma momentarily stunned him, causing him to question whether this enchanting young woman was indeed the same Meisha who had once trailed behind him. Clad in a loose black robe with long sleeves, her collar stood tall, and the hem billowed like a trench coat. One could only imagine how striking she would appear with a pair of sunglasses. Quite the strong approach, he mused, observing the girl before him. "It has been years. I missed you and thought to pay a visit." Meisha chuckled lightly, casting him a playful glance. "Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe that for a second." "Believe it or not, it makes no difference," Muyang shrugged nonchalantly. For these years, Meisha had not returned home, as it was said that such was the policy of the Superpower Academy, where one could only graduate and leave upon reaching a certain age or achieving a specific level of ability. This was purportedly to protect novices and keep the academy's location concealed. Gently brushing her voluminous dark green hair, Muyang turned to Sammy and Shaitan, stating, "I haven't seen Meisha in quite some time. I wish to take her out for a stroll." The two nodded casually and departed together. "My mentor is aware of your visit, brother, and has granted me a day off," Meisha said with enthusiasm, her fair hand cool to the touch, smooth as jade. "It's been so long since I've seen you. Tell me about the happenings in the sect." "Of course," Muyang replied with a smile, taking her hand as they headed towards his temporary lodgings. The surface of the pond shimmered with ripples, the gentle flow of water accompanied by the fragrant song of birds, creating a tranquil scene reminiscent of a dream. Seated on the ground, Muyang and Meisha exchanged tales about the amusing events of the past few years. Upon mentioning his participation in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament and his victory, Muyang cast a proud glance at Meisha, who appeared utterly astonished, further fueling his pride. "Brother, in just over 3 years, you've become so formidable," Meisha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Indeed," Muyang replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the presence of this innocent girl, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. The worries that had weighed heavily upon his heart dissipated, leaving him in a remarkably light-hearted mood. At that moment, all thoughts of Science and Frieza faded away. "Next time, I shall participate in the tournament as well. And I will defeat you then," Meisha declared earnestly. "That will be quite the challenge," Muyang responded. Muyang chuckled softly, his palm resting on her head. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved a lens-like device from his pocket and handed it to Meisha. "Meisha, this is for you." It was indeed an energy detector. He had not concealed the discovery of the alien spacecraft from her, aside from the matters concerning the accelerated space. Curiously examining the lens-like device, Meisha inquired, "Is this the energy detector you mentioned earlier? Alien technology?" "Yes, there are only 3 of these on Earth. So take good care of it," Muyang replied, gazing at her with a smile. "Oh, I understand now." Meisha felt a surge of happiness and playfully leaned in, as if to peck him on the cheek. Muyang had been anticipating this moment. But to his surprise, Meisha hesitated. Instead of kissing him, she chuckled and mischievously stretched out her hand, flicking his face with her index finger. Cough, cough. Such a playful spirit. This isn't how the script should unfold. On such a beautiful day, shouldn't we have shared a kiss first? Muyang mused, rubbing the spot where she had flicked him. He certainly did not have a penchant for younger girls. The girl before him was no longer a child. She was simply a bit petite, but that was inconsequential. She would grow in due time. He then proceeded to teach Meisha how to use the energy detector, which operated on a hexadecimal system. Muyang explained how to convert hexadecimal numbers into decimal form, and to his delight, Meisha grasped it swiftly. Eagerly, she tested the device on herself, and it displayed a reading of 41. 41 combat power. Is that a high or low number? Meisha looked up at Muyang with her clear, inquisitive eyes. Muyang smiled reassuringly. That is quite impressive. The reading of 41 represented the energy within Mei Shiya's body, and it was indeed a commendable result. The source of superpowers is energy. However, this energy is more subdued, lacking the sheer explosive force and exhibiting varying effects depending on the type of superpower employed. Yet one aspect remains constant. The greater the energy value, the more effective the combat results. If Mei Shiya were to utilize her superpowers at that moment, even Muyang would find it challenging to escape her grasp. What is your combat power, senior brother? 97. Wow, that's quite a difference. Mei Shiya's expression fell. She had thought that their combat powers would not differ so vastly, yet she realized she had barely half of his strength. Pouting playfully, she lunged at Muyang, toppling him onto the grass. Stop it. Your combat power is already quite commendable. The other disciples from the Qing Mountain only possess combat powers in the 20s or 30s. Really? I wouldn't deceive you. After a brief tussle, the sound of protest from her stomach interrupted them. I'm hungry, Mei Shiya remarked, patting her belly. Today, let me treat you to my culinary skills, Muyang offered. Sounds great. Mei Shiya joyfully called out, and Muyang too was in high spirits. The two seemed to revert to their carefree childhood selves, their hearts enveloped in a gentle warmth. Muyang gathered firewood, igniting a plume of smoke, while Mei Shiya brought in their catch. Muyang took on the task of cleaning the game, and soon, with the addition of a grill, they had succulent morsels sizzling to a golden crisp, dripping with savory juices. Sprinkled with essential seasonings, the duo feasted heartily, reveling in their meal. Yet, the blissful moments are fleeting, and time slipped away unnoticed, swiftly leading to their parting. As they prepared to leave, Mei Shiya felt a pang of reluctance, tears brimming in her eyes. Brother, I have to go back. You must visit me often, she implored. I certainly will, Muyang assured her. If you don't, I will be upset, Mei Shiya pouted, her little nose scrunching adorably. I understand, Muyang replied, a smile breaking across his face at her endearing expression. After receiving Muyang's promise, Mei Shiya reluctantly took flight towards the academy. Watching her diminishing silhouette, Muyang lingered for a moment, steadying his emotions. He lifted his gaze to the pristine sky, his eyes gradually hardening with resolve. Then, with a swift motion, he soared into the air, darting towards the horizon, quickly vanishing into the vast expanse of the heavens. Chapter 30. The Sacred Land of Kailan. The Sacred Land of Kailan, a legendary birthplace of martial arts on Earth, is situated upon a vast plain in the northern hemisphere, flanked by a towering mountain range perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. This majestic range rises from south to north, blocking most of the moisture-laden winds from the Western Ocean, preventing the coastal Kailan from becoming an excessively rainy rainforest. The Sacred Land of Kailan itself forms a large, concave basin, spanning over 100 kilometers, blanketed by dense forests that appear as undulating green waves, swaying gently in the breeze. At its center stands the Kailan Tower, a conduit to the celestial realm. According to legend, only those who ascend the Kailan Tower unarmed can meet the immortals residing atop and receive their guidance. Over 2 centuries ago, during a time of remarkable martial prosperity, countless warriors flocked to challenge the Kailan Tower. However, following a catastrophic disaster that struck the world 250 years ago, the martial arts sect suffered severe losses and have yet to recover, resulting in a significant decline in challengers to the tower. Yet today, a figure approaches the Kailan Tower with remarkable speed. With a rush, a shimmer of light flits past several snow-capped mountains, revealing a smooth horizon in sight. Muyang soared above the forest of the Sacred Land of Kailan, his eyes locking onto a towering spire reaching toward the heavens, its peak obscured by billowing white clouds. At last, he had arrived at the Sacred Land of Kailan. And that slender silhouette must surely be the Kailan Tower. It appeared surprisingly delicate. Muyang gazed in astonishment at the distant Kailan Tower, its true presence far more awe-inspiring than he had ever envisioned. As he descended in altitude, he gradually approached the towering structure. The base of Kailan Tower measured over 2 meters in width, deeply anchored into the earth, while the ivory-colored tower itself was merely over a meter in thickness. Composed of an unknown material, intricate totemic patterns adorned its surface, depicting flowers, birds, human faces, and animal forms, which likely represented an ancient humanity's reverence for nature. Upon landing, Muyang tilted his head back, gazing up at the seemingly endless height of the tower. He then engaged in a brief physical warm-up, preparing to formally challenge Kailan Tower. Indeed, this was the realm of Dragon Ball, where, as long as one adhered to the correct practices, even an earthling could harness formidable strength. A phenomenon dictated by the world's laws. Muyang was acutely aware that in his original world, he could never have cultivated such power, likely due to the pervasive energy field known as Qi that enveloped the universe. Now, he was ready to confront Kailan Tower. Suddenly, an arrow shot towards him, its icy tip glinting ominously. Without hesitation, Muyang extended his hand, catching the arrow deftly. This is hardly a hospitable welcome, he remarked coolly, driving the arrow into the ground. Stop. What brings you here? A voice called from behind him. With a rustle, 6 or 7 Native Americans, their faces adorned with tribal markings and armed with quivers, emerged from the forest. Their attire mirrored that of the warriors from the original tale, brandishing spears and arrows. Their expressions wary as they regarded Muyang. Guardians of the sacred land, Muyang raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing their role. In truth, not just anyone was permitted to challenge Kylan Tower, for its towering height posed certain dangers. These guardians resided perpetually within the sacred forest, tasked with its protection, acting as the first hurdle before one could attempt to confront Kylan Tower. Stranger, your skills are commendable. State your identity. The foremost Native American, spear in hand, stepped closer. I am Muyang, of the Tianqin sect, here to challenge Kylan Tower, Muyang replied with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, the Native American's expression shifted to one of surprise. You are Muyang, the champion of this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Muyang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the guardians of the sacred land would be aware of the tournament's details. However, he realized that this era was far removed from the secluded existence of martial artists in later times, with inter-school exchanges still quite prevalent. Nodding, he affirmed, Indeed. I am Muyang. With this confirmation, the demeanor of the Native Americans transformed, becoming noticeably more cordial. I apologize for the earlier rudeness. My name is OS, and I am a guardian of Kylan Tower. The leader, OS, expressed his contrition, gesturing for his companions to lower their weapons, and then he mused. You mentioned you were here to challenge Kylan Tower? After all these years, someone has finally come to take on the challenge. To be frank, this is not an easy endeavor. A single misstep could cost one their life. My kin have attempted this as well, but all have met with failure. Are you certain you wish to challenge the Kylan Tower? The guardians of our clan are few, and only the most exceptional warriors are deemed worthy to dwell near the Kylan Tower. Yet, even they have failed, which speaks volumes about the difficulty of this challenge. Muyang remarked, Thank you for your concern. I have long been prepared for this. Noticing the firmness in his resolve, Oz nodded. Given your long journey to arrive here, it would be prudent to rest and restore your strength before attempting the challenge tomorrow. No need for that. I feel invigorated and intend to challenge it now. I appreciate your kindness, Muyang replied, shaking his head in refusal. Oz stared at Muyang in astonishment and stepped aside. In that case, I wish you good fortune. Thank you, Muyang said, turning to face the Kylan Tower. With a sudden surge of power in his leg muscles, the ground erupted into a whirlwind as he propelled himself skyward with lightning speed. His toes lightly touched the protruding nodes of the Kylan Tower, and in mere moments, he transformed into a mere speck, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Below, the guardians of the indigenous people stood dumbfounded, gazing at the sky where Muyang had just disappeared, utterly astounded by the immense strength he possessed. After a considerable time, Oz closed his mouth and turned to his fellow clansmen, incredulously stating, That young man is astonishingly powerful. Perhaps he truly can meet the celestial sage of Kylan. Indeed, he is worthy of the title of champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Others chimed in with admiration. No. He surpasses the champions of previous years by a considerable margin, Oz replied, shaking his head as his gaze returned to the towering Kylan structure that reached into the clouds. Chapter 31. The summit of Kylan Tower. The clouds unfurled high above, the ivory tower bridging the realms of heaven and earth, its height causing the horizon to curve into a gentle arc. Here, the air grew thin, and the temperature began to drop. Muyang propelled himself upward for several kilometers, finally embracing a protrusion on the tower's surface to rest. These outwardly jutting points appeared every 7 or 8 meters, seemingly designed for challengers to recuperate. However, not all challengers possessed the strength to utilize them, as a certain level of prowess was required. The construction of this Kylan Tower remained a mystery, as it seemed to stretch endlessly upwards. Looking up, the tower vanished into the vast expanse of the sky, with the surrounding atmosphere already entering the troposphere. Logically, the oxygen levels here should be exceedingly sparse. However, Muyang was pleasantly surprised to find that while the concentration of oxygen had indeed diminished, it remained sufficient to meet the minimum requirements for sustaining life. Onward he continued. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, Muyang gathered his determination and resumed his ascent. Throughout the challenge of the Kylan Tower, Muyang refrained from utilizing the technique of aerial dance, for the essence of climbing the tower lay in honing the endurance of his physique. It is said that atop the Kylan Tower lies a miraculous spring known as the super sacred water, which, upon a single sip, can significantly enhance one's strength. In truth, however, it is merely an ordinary spring. The true augmentation of power arises from the arduous journey of challenging the Kylan Tower itself. Even if the super sacred water genuinely possesses the ability to unlock one's potential, it comes at the perilous cost of one's life. For this potent elixir is laced with deadly poison, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal encounter with the King of Hell. Naturally, the topic of super sacred water brings forth some skepticism from Muyang. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong experienced a substantial increase in strength after consuming the super sacred water, yet it remains uncertain whether it was indeed the water that catalyzed this transformation or if it was Sun Wukong's near-death state that activated his scion lineage. Nonetheless, Muyang understands that without the enhancement of bloodline, there are no shortcuts in cultivation. Every step must be taken with steadfast determination. Thus, Muyang meandered and paused, spending 3 days upon the Kylan Tower. As his provisions dwindled to near exhaustion, he still found himself unable to glimpse the tower's pinnacle. This grueling process tested his resolve, and had he possessed a weaker spirit, he would have surely surrendered long ago. At the story's outset, it took Sun Wukong a full day and night to ascend the Kylan Tower. Given that Muyang's strength is inferior to that of Sun Wukong at that time, it is only natural that his ascent would require more time, though he felt he was nearing the summit. Grasping a protruding ledge, Muyang mused quietly to himself. He fashioned a temporary harness from a belt he carried, ensuring safety during his brief rest. This was not considered a violation of the rules. He hastily consumed a bun before stowing the harness and continuing his climb. After enduring another night, just as Muyang was on the brink of depleting his supplies, having narrowly avoided several falls from the tower, a blurred silhouette of a rounded shadow finally materialized in his vision. That was the apex of the Kylan Tower. After 4 days, he had finally reached the top. As the first rays of dawn broke, they painted the surrounding clouds and the Kylan Tower in a sacred hue. Muyang felt a surge of revitalization and quickened his pace, darting into one of the 4 entrances beneath the tower's summit. At last, he had arrived. Breathless and fatigued, Muyang collapsed upon reaching the Kylan Tower's pinnacle. After a brief respite, the soreness in his thighs gradually subsided, allowing him the strength to survey his surroundings. This was a relatively spacious area, adorned with oval skylights. Aside from the 4 passageways connecting to the tower's structure, several water barrels were neatly arranged, accompanied by a bathtub and a small bed for rest. This was the abode of the cat sage. Noticing the absence of the cat sage, Muyang surmised that the sage must be located on the upper level. Scanning the vicinity for any sign of the sage, he ascended the stairs toward the 2nd floor. The 2nd level of the Kylan Tower was markedly more expansive than the first, covering an area of over 100 square meters. Aside from a stone platform in the center holding a water jug, the space was devoid of superfluous furnishings. The view was unobstructed, with no surrounding walls. Only 12 intricately carved stone pillars supported the structure between the upper and lower levels. Muyang observed that above the stone platform where the water kettle was placed, a colossal crystal orb floated gracefully. This orb, with a diameter exceeding 80 centimeters, was perfectly round and radiantly transparent, appearing to be sustained by a mysterious force in midair. Previously, Muyang had been oblivious to the existence of such a crystal orb, nor had he paid attention to whether it was mentioned in the original text. At present, the orb remained motionless, seemingly stabilizing the entire Kylan Tower. Overall, the structure atop the Kylan Tower resembled a flattened spherical edifice, with the lowest level being the smallest at just over 30 square meters. The middle layer was the most spacious, encompassing an area of over 100 square meters, serving as the training ground for martial artists under the guidance of the cat sage. From a structural perspective, the training area occupied merely the central section of the tower's apex, with further constructions obscured from view above it. Remarkably, you have made it this far. You are quite impressive. The cat sage, adorned with white fur and leaning on a cane, stood silently before Muyang, having stealthily evaded his perception. When had it appeared, Muyang was taken aback, completely unaware of the cat sage's arrival, and scrutinized the figure before him. Truly, one could not ascertain the prowess of a sage who had lived for over 800 years merely by appearance. Are you the Kylan sage? Muyang feigned ignorance of the cat sage's identity. The cat sage lazily groomed its paw and responded, "Indeed, young one. It has been many years since anyone has ascended here. Do you seek to drink the super sacred water?" Upon Muyang's nod, the cat sage squinted. "This will not be easy. The super sacred water is not freely given." The cat sage then turned its rotund body, brandishing its cane towards the super sacred water atop the central stone platform. "If you wish to drink it, you must seize it from me." It was indeed a trial of reclamation for the water kettle, and Muyang had long been prepared, understanding this was the cat sage's method of training martial artists. Thus, he respectfully performed a gesture of courtesy customary among martial practitioners to leave a favorable impression, and then commenced his endeavor to seize the water. "Kylan sage, I shall begin." "Very well, The cat sage acknowledged Muyang's respectful demeanor with a nod. As Muyang lunged toward him, the cat sage subtly adjusted its posture, skillfully evading Muyang's advance. Young man, relying solely on brute force is insufficient. You are a disciple of the Tianqin school. Surely you have not forgotten the fundamentals of your lineage, the cat sage remarked, shaking its head. Most martial arts on Earth had been disseminated from the Kalen Tower, and the cat sage, having lived for over 8 centuries, perceived all techniques as rather rudimentary. The sage is indeed aware of the Tianqin school. Haha. I know quite a bit. The Tianqin school was formidable in its prime, but alas, it has waned since then. Chapter 32. The training of the cat sage. Your name is Muyang, correct? It is evident that you have invested considerable effort in your physical foundation. Few martial artists from the lower realms can establish their fundamentals as robustly as you have, the cat sage stated, evading attacks while maintaining a nonchalant tone. With years of experience, it was only natural for him to see through Muyang's foundation at a glance, a flicker of admiration arising in his heart. Yet he also perceived the deficiencies within him. Shaking his head, he remarked, though your foundation has been meticulously honed, you have yet to master the application of the energy within you. Your energy, unrestrained, is akin to fireflies in the night, revealing your actions and intentions from afar. This may indeed be a reflection of the overall decline of martial artists in the lower realms, so it is not entirely your fault. The cat immortal strolled leisurely, delivering an incisive evaluation. Muyang paused, his gaze intently fixed upon the cat immortal, humbled by the critique. As the cat immortal had pointed out, the understanding of energy cultivation was exceedingly rare in the lower world. How could one perfect the art of restraining their presence? However, this dilemma was not insurmountable. The somewhat clumsy cat immortal before him was undoubtedly a wise mentor in this regard. Thus, he candidly requested, "Please, esteemed immortal Kylan, teach me the methods of energy restraint." Haha, there is no rush. Once you grasp how to wield the energy within your body, restraint will naturally follow, the cat immortal yawned, leisurely circling Muyang before nodding. To be honest, your Tianqin school's energy techniques possess unique qualities, being ancient secrets passed down through generations. Albeit with some differences from contemporary practices. You simply have not yet mastered them. I imagine you must be somewhat fatigued after climbing up Kylan Tower. Rest well and ponder this. Tomorrow, I shall formally impart to you the methods of cultivation. With that, the cat immortal waved his hand and, leaning on his cane, ambled down the stairs. Muyang watched in a daze, seeing the cat immortal descend. Clearly, through their brief interaction, the cat immortal had already grasped his pulse. Formal training would commence the following day. This filled him with excitement, yet soon after, a wave of fatigue washed over him, prompting him to lie down on the ground and swiftly drift into slumber, his gentle snores soon filling the air. Frankly, he was utterly exhausted. The next day, the sky cleared. The cat immortal retrieved a bag of dry flour from his supplies, instructing Muyang to eat a bit with the spring water before officially beginning the training. Chewing the dense, flavorless dough, Muyang's face contorted with distaste. Although the flour could satiate his hunger, it was exceedingly difficult to swallow. He could not fathom how the turtle immortal had endured 3 years under such arduous conditions. In this regard, he truly had to admire the turtle immortal. After barely filling his stomach, once his strength was replenished, Muyang approached the cat immortal. The cat immortal observed him and said, "Oh, you've finished eating. Now, let us commence your training. Please, enlighten me." Muyang responded earnestly. Haha. No need for formality, the cat immortal squinted, seemingly amused. Last night, I studied your experiences, and I intend to divide your training into 3 stages. As he spoke, he raised 3 fingers. Firstly, he addressed the errors in your movements. Without the guidance of a skilled teacher, you have developed numerous unnecessary flaws, with excessive actions that offer no benefit. Fortunately, rectifying these issues is still relatively manageable at this stage. Once they become ingrained, change will prove much more challenging. The cat sage elaborated eloquently. Muyang listened intently, expressing his agreement, having at least read the original text. He understood that superfluous movements would undoubtedly be a focal point for the cat sage's corrections, and he had prepared for this from the very beginning. In truth, the journey of martial arts is undoubtedly a process of simplification aimed at reducing unnecessary expenditure during combat, a principle Muyang had always grasped, though he had yet to encounter a mentor capable of providing effective guidance. Although Isaf was a commendable warrior and could be considered a prominent figure in martial arts, his instruction paled in comparison to that of the esteemed cat sage. It can be said that few individuals on Earth possess insights surpassing those of the cat sage. Secondly, there was the cultivation of qi. The Tianqin style possesses remarkable and intricate techniques, yet you have yet to fully harness its essence. Thus, it is imperative to address this shortcoming. Once your mastery of qi is perfected, your strength will naturally escalate. Lastly, There is the matter of breath control. This is a rather vague concept, as the definition of what constitutes effective breath control varies from person to person. Some may believe they have successfully contained their aura. Yet to others, it may still be glaringly evident. I will not impose strict expectations in this regard. No, please let the cat sage train me with the utmost rigor. Muyang earnestly implored. If he could not meet the highest standards set by the cat sage, how could he ever aspire to stand atop the pinnacle of strength? The persistent inability to surpass the threshold of 100 in combat power must stem from some deficiency in his training. This deficiency is unlikely to lie in his movements, but rather in some special requirement. Having reached the physical limits of development, could it be that mastery over the breath can elevate a practitioner to an entirely different realm? The training methods of the Tianxin style differ fundamentally from those of the Turtle Sage style. He cannot simply apply his understanding of the original text rigidly. Muyang hoped to achieve growth under the tutelage of the cat sage. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the cat sage's eyes as he stroked his beard and nodded. Very well, I shall adhere to your request and train you with the strictest standards. However, I must forewarn you that my training is exceedingly challenging. I am fully prepared. Please rest assured, cat sage. Excellent. The cat sage nodded in approval, observing the resolute young man before him. From seemingly nowhere, he produced a bell and affixed it to his person. Having completed this, the cat sage, much like the previous day, lifted the water jug from the stone platform with his staff. What you must do next is seize the jug I have suspended from my staff. You may attempt this while I am sleeping or distracted. Any means are permissible. As long as you manage to procure the jug from my possession, you will have succeeded. As this is the first phase, I shall be adorned with a bell, which I shall not remove. Only when you manage to seize this water bottle from my grasp will you advance to the second phase of training. At that time, you may remove the bell and reclaim the water bottle from me, thus completing the third phase. As for the specifics of the third phase, we shall discuss them once the second phase is accomplished. Perhaps the first two phases alone will consume a considerable amount of time. Muyang was momentarily taken aback. This was unlike the training of Sun Wukong by the cat immortal, for in the original tale, the cat immortal did not wear a bell while Sun Wukong attempted to snatch the water bottle. Perhaps due to my current strength not reaching that of Sun Wukong's in the original narrative, the cat immortal has chosen to lower the difficulty of the training. The first phase was not mentioned in the original text. Only the second phase reflects the training method of Sun Wukong. Kalen Immortal, let us begin. Upon comprehending the cat immortal's intentions, Muyang nodded and prepared to seize the water bottle. Chapter 33. The Ceiling Ding. 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 As Muyang lunged forward, the cat immortal squinted and deftly evaded, not deliberately concealing its presence. Thus, the little bell jingled with each of its movements. Muyang adjusted his trajectory in pursuit of the sound, nearing the water bottle multiple times, yet the cat immortal would retract its hand, lifting the water bottle with its staff and sliding it to another location. The air grew thin high atop Kalen Tower, and it wasn't long before Muyang began to pant. The cat immortal, leaning on its staff, paused. The environment atop Kalen Tower differed greatly from below. The air here was only half as abundant. If one did not manage their movements judiciously, their body would soon succumb to fatigue. I understand, Muyang gasped, shouting loudly as he leaped into the air. The cat immortal laughed heartily. Each time Muyang was close to grasping the water bottle, the cat immortal would sway, allowing the bottle to slip past him once more. Listen closely to the sound of the bell. Do not be distracted by my movements. The cat immortal's voice suddenly echoed in Muyang's ears, startling him. Upon closer inspection, an enlarged cat face appeared before him. The cat immortal grinned at Muyang, revealing 2 rows of pristine teeth. Just as Muyang reached out, the cat face transformed into a blur, vanishing before him. You must minimize your exertion. Identify the optimal path for your pounce, and cultivate keen eyesight. In battle, it is unnecessary to focus on every action of your opponent. Instead, learn to discern the crucial moments. Sometimes, a simple strike can prove decisive, just as this. As the cat immortal concluded, its eyes narrowed into slits. The evasive maneuvers suddenly shifted, leaving behind several afterimages. The cat immortal directly thrust its staff forward. The staff collided with Muyang's chest, causing him to convulse as an immense force erupted within him, rendering him incapacitated and unable to resist. The recent assault was a true test of your acuity and decisiveness. Merely perceiving the situation is insufficient. One must also make swift judgments. Impressive. Muyang grinned, rising to his feet while rubbing his chest, his eyes ablaze with an intense desire for strength. Ha ha ha, a mere trifle. Take a moment to rest, and when you have gathered your thoughts, continue your training. The cat sage laughed heartily, then yawned and reclined on the nearby bench, drifting into slumber. Muyang silently observed, committing the cat sage's words to memory. recognizing that receiving guidance from the wise can significantly reduce the detours on the path of cultivation. Although the principles articulated by the cat sage were not new to him, he understood that practice is the ultimate teacher. Mere listening without application is futile. The combination of listening and practicing yields unparalleled results. As time passed, 8 or 9 days slipped by. During this period, Muyang resembled a sponge, absorbing the martial principles imparted by the cat sage with unceasing zeal, leading to marked improvements in his understanding and control of power. Although his energy levels remained stagnant, failing to surpass the threshold of 100, he felt an immense sense of achievement, far surpassing the thrill of mere combat prowess. By the 10th day, his extraneous movements had diminished significantly, and his vulnerabilities were increasingly scarce. During another playful contest for the water bottle with the cat sage, he began to exhibit his own unique style. The cat sage observed this progress with a knowing nod. Finally, on the 18th day, Muyang successfully seized the water bottle from the cat sage's grasp. At that moment, the cat sage revealed the truth about the so-called super holy water. It was merely ordinary spring water, and the essence of true cultivation lay in the process of claiming the water bottle. You may test your strength. It has improved considerably. The cat sage's notion of strength encompassed more than mere combat ability. It referred to overall prowess. For martial artists on Earth, where energy levels are generally low, comprehensive strength is paramount. The combat power measured by instruments does not solely determine the outcome of a battle. Combat power signifies striking force, whereas comprehensive strength assesses all facets, including combat techniques and strategies, essentially, how to effectively engage an opponent. Naturally, the two are highly correlated. Greater combat power typically indicates a higher level of overall strength, as combat power forms the foundation of comprehensive capability. Master Kalen, I comprehend now. That is good to hear. The cat sage nodded, removing the small bell from his person. Now, I shall no longer go easy on you. Please. Muyang exclaimed with exuberance, his demeanor serious and solemn, as he began to adjust his breathing. He initiated the assault, his movements swift as the wind, striking with the speed of lightning. A white shadow flickered through the air, materializing before the cat sage in an instant, then swiftly changing direction to attack the water bottle perched on the sage's staff. However, after removing the bell, the cat sage's movements became even more enigmatic than before. With a sly smile, the cat sage casually struck a pose, effortlessly deceiving Muyang. Thud, thud, the sound echoed. Yet the figure remained unseen. Muyang's speed had reached its zenith, yet the cat sage appeared even swifter. Two blurred shadows flickered across the expansive training ground of over 100 square meters, and a fierce wind howled towards the outside of the Kylan Tower. Muyang's eyes darted to follow the cat sage's movements, but the cat sage's actions were so confounding, oscillating between reality and illusion, that it felt as though his eyes could scarcely keep pace. While superfluous movements may be unnecessary, the art of bewildering one's opponent was anything but redundant. With a crackle, the cat sage leaped gracefully, the wooden staff carving a beautiful arc through the air before deftly flipping upward, the water jug landing securely on the central stone platform. All right. Today's training concludes here. Reflect on today's lessons tonight. The cat sage waved and retreated to rest. Watching the cat sage descend the stairs, Muyang, panting and wiping the sweat from his brow, plopped down onto the ground. Once sufficiently rested, he began to regulate the energy within him. Then with a whoosh, he entered the acceleration space. At this moment, the acceleration space retained a radius of 10 meters, but it had undergone remarkable changes compared to before. As Muyang's strength inched closer to the threshold of 100, a thick layer of clouds accumulated in the pale sky, rolling ominously like a solid wall obscuring the heavens. Especially after ascending the Kylan Tower, the speed of cloud accumulation had accelerated, and the ceiling seemed to draw ever lower. If this continued, the ceiling of this space would soon come crashing down. Gazing at the dense layer of clouds, Muyang felt a rising impulse to shatter them. It seemed that if he could break through that ceiling, a clear path would unveil itself before him. Take it slow, he thought, with the current progress. It may not be long before this acceleration space undergoes a transformation. Muyang could not comprehend the origins of this acceleration space, thus attributing it to an accessory from his crossing, treating it with utmost caution. Chapter 34, Breaking Through the First Restriction Time flowed by. And 2 months after Muyang's ascent to the Kylan Tower, the ceiling of the acceleration space had lowered perilously close to the ground. If this continued, it would severely impede the space's functionality. At this juncture, Muyang was prepared to gamble everything, ready to unleash all his strength to shatter it. 2 months of cultivation had afforded him the confidence to do so. One starry night, under the brilliance of the full moon, while the cat sage had returned downstairs to sleep, Muyang stealthily entered the acceleration space, looking up at the cloud layer, which now loomed just over 3 meters above him. It had truly become a ceiling. Muyang adjusted his breath, making the final preparations. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged forth, accompanied by a commanding shout. His expression hardened, and with a serious gaze directed skyward, energy converged between his hands. In an instant, a brilliant cerulean light flickered to life, illuminating the confined space like a radiant star. The outcome rested upon this decisive moment. With a thunderous roar, Muyang thrust his fingers forward, releasing a dazzling beam of energy that shot straight ahead. The azure energy crackled, producing a sharp, explosive sound as it sliced through the air, penetrating the thickest layers of cloud. Boom! The cerulean beam collided with the heart of the ceiling, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the heavens. Compared to a few months prior, Muyang's energy wave had solidified considerably, its penetrating and destructive power magnified exponentially. The collision unleashed a terrifying spectacle, akin to the birth of the universe, with swirling vortices of air scattering outward, the center rising high like an inverted trumpet flower. The sound was reminiscent of shattering glass. At that moment, the heavens trembled, and the endless clouds, having lost their cover, erupted violently, causing the entire space to shake as if on the brink of collapse. The force of the explosion was unstoppable, relentlessly expanding the realm around him. Exhausted after releasing the energy wave, Muyang felt an oddity. The terrifying energy had not harmed him. Instead, crystalline fragments rained down from the sky, landing upon him and being absorbed entirely. As time passed and the dust settled, the world regained its tranquility. His once hazy vision brightened once more, revealing a startling sight. The heavens had risen, and the earth had widened. The area that had once spanned 10 meters now extended to 1,000, ample enough to accommodate a small mountain. Simultaneously, as the accelerated space expanded, Muyang sensed that the shackles binding him had vanished, and the path ahead seemed to smoothen, feeling entirely different from before. It was an experience akin to a prisoner breaking free from confinement, prompting an involuntary roar of joy as exhilaration surged through him. Using an energy detector to gauge his power, beeps reverberated as data appeared on the screen. Combat power, 121. In an instant, his battle prowess had surged by over 20 points, reaching the level attained by Sun Wukong after the 21st martial arts tournament. Truly a significant breakthrough. This accelerated space was undeniably intertwined with his strength. Could that ceiling obstructing the sky be the limitation of his own body? As the ceiling looms ever closer to the ground, it signifies that the limits are nearing, and a breakthrough is to shatter those constraints. The myriad changes compel Muyang to ponder deeply. Ordinarily, the threshold for an average earthling is a mere combat power of 100, with only a scant few managing to transcend this barrier. However, the accelerated space, which facilitates Muyang's consciousness, appears capable of materializing his limits. By manifesting the invisible constraints and then launching tangible assaults, he aims to transcend them. What a splendid phenomenon this is. For most, surpassing their limits entails a gradual accumulation of combat prowess. Simply put, from 100 to 101, then to 102. Yet, as he breaks through, he simultaneously absorbs the energy of that breakthrough, catapulting himself to an astounding 121. Realizing this, Muyang becomes invigorated, if reality aligns with his imagination. Then he holds an unparalleled advantage. This implies that he need no longer fret over the innate disparities between Earthlings and extraterrestrials. What empowers scions and intergalactic beings to be so formidable? Is it not their inherent potential? While Earthlings may be deemed weak, with sufficient effort, transcending multiple limits is not an impossibility. In contrast, the time acceleration feature of the accelerated space pales in significance. This is the true golden finger. Of course, this remains merely Muyang's conjecture. The specifics are shrouded in uncertainty. Even if his hypothesis is correct, and the accelerated space can indeed manifest the limits of his body, the success of breaking through again remains uncertain. For Earthlings, while the limit of 100 combat power is not insurmountable, the challenge lies in whether one can continuously surpass 1,000 or even 10,000 combat power. Ultimately, it may hinge upon the innate talents of the race. Yet, at least for now, this notion provides Muyang with a glimmer of hope. Upon exiting the accelerated space, his tumultuous thoughts refuse to settle. Following his experimentation, he discovers that the time flow within the accelerated space, having breached the first limit, now operates at a ratio of 4 to 1 compared to the outside world. This indicates that time within the accelerated space now flows at 4 times the external pace. Moreover, the accelerated space has acquired a storage function. Items can be effortlessly placed within it. Even without a universal capsule, he need not worry about space limitations, and thanks to the energy circulating in the realm, there is no fear of spoilage. It is truly an indispensable asset for both home and travel. This has been his greatest gain of late. Muyang is so elated that he finds himself smiling even in his sleep. The following day, When Cat Sage encounters Muyang once more, he distinctly senses a transformation within him. After just one night's absence, Muyang's entire demeanor seems remarkably altered. In just a single night, your change is quite significant. Cat Sage muses, utterly perplexed. Muyang felt as if he were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, his face illuminated by a warm smile. Last night, he had come to a profound realization, feeling transformed. Ah, you have attained an understanding, breaking through the shackles of martial arts. The Cat Sage nodded in agreement. The concept of sudden enlightenment, while esoteric, was not foreign to the Cat Sage, who had witnessed such moments over the past 8 centuries. Enlightenment is often a matter of fortuitous timing, and the Cat Sage felt genuine happiness for Muyang. Muyang acknowledged this, realizing that his method of transcending limitations in the accelerated space bore a striking resemblance to the sudden enlightenment described by the Cat Sage. Since your strength has significantly improved, your training must undergo some adjustments, the Cat Sage advised. Today, spend time familiarizing yourself with your newfound power. Once you can control it with ease, I shall provide you with further guidance. Muyang nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Sage Kylan. Chapter 35. April. As Muyang engaged in training atop the Kylan Tower. On a distant island to the east of Earth, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of gunfire. A fleet of speedboats patrolled the waters surrounding the island, each crewed by armed personnel clad in drab gray uniforms, resembling both soldiers and brigands. Boss Lu Sha, the dispatch team has returned without locating Claren, reported a soldier, removing his earpiece to address their commander. The officer inhaled smoke deeply, exhaling a cloud of acrid white fumes, his gaze fierce as he glared at the soldier. Can't you send more men if you can't find him? The commander has issued a strict order. We must locate Claren. Even if he is dead, we must retrieve whatever he possesses. The soldier shivered in response, quickly affirming, Yes, I will immediately dispatch more personnel to the island. Do not delay, Lu Sha commanded impatiently, waving his hand as he resumed his cloud of smoke. It's ridiculous, really. Why the fuss over a mere researcher? What could he possibly possess that warrants such a grand search? He dismissed the upper echelon's concerns, focusing solely on his task. After extinguishing his cigar, Lu Sha reported the situation to headquarters, only to receive orders to search at all costs. These bureaucrats only know how to issue commands. It's us subordinates who must execute them. With a scowl, he spat disdainfully. It was disheartening for him, a frontline commander of the Serpent Legion, to be personally responsible for such a trivial task. Meanwhile, on the island, a golden-haired man crouched low, cradling a child in his arms, concealed within a thicket. Had Muyang been present, he would have recognized this man as one of the young couple he encountered months ago on the train to Maple Leaf Island. The child in his arms was a little girl named April. At that moment, Claren bore a gaping wound on his chest, crimson blood staining his shirt. He coughed, the slight movement aggravating the injury in his lungs, causing him immense pain. Oh, father, are you all right? Wailed April, her eyes brimming with tears as she sobbed softly. I miss mother and my sister. Do not cry, April. Mother and Cypril will be safe. Clarence gently wiped away April's tears, his gaze betraying a hint of sorrow. But our cruise ship has sunk, and mother and my sister have yet to resurface. They won't be coming back, April insisted, her voice trembling. Clarence's expression momentarily stiffened. He was on the verge of uttering words that ultimately lodged in his throat, unable to find their way out. At that moment, the rustling sounds from the thicket broke the heavy silence. Clarence quickly covered April's mouth, waiting until the noise faded before resolutely placing a thick stack of blueprints and 3 obsidian-like stones into the small backpack behind April. April, keep these safe. They are your father's research materials, he urged, a flash of indignation crossing his eyes. Had it not been for these items, perhaps their family would not have faced such calamity. Daddy. April sensed something amiss and called out anxiously. Clarence, a researcher at a comprehensive institute specializing in robotics, was oblivious to the true nature of the 3 dark stones which he had extracted from a meteorite. He never anticipated that his research would attract the covetous eyes of high-ranking officials from the Serpent Tamer Legion. Their crews had been ambushed during its voyage, leading to the tragic loss of his wife and youngest daughter, who had plunged into the sea, likely to face dire circumstances. He placed his hand gently on April's head. Listen carefully. There is a small cave nearby. Hide inside and do not come out until you hear my call. All right, she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Here, take this. It's your favorite candy. If you feel sad, eat one, but save some for later, he said, painstakingly unwrapping a piece of candy and placing it in her mouth before stowing the jar of sweets in her backpack. After completing these tasks, Clarence, with his weary body, began to distance himself. Remember, do not leave the cave for the next couple of days. Okay, April replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Clarence cast one last, lingering gaze at his daughter before turning to leave the thicket. Only by diverting the enemy would April have a glimmer of hope. Once Clarence departed, gunfire echoed through the woods, the sky darkening as a thin mist rose among the trees. April waited in the cave for her father's return. But after 2 or 3 days of anxious anticipation, he still had not appeared. Overcome by hunger, she could no longer resist. She sorrowfully ate a piece of candy, carefully sealing the jar and placing it back in her backpack. With a frail body, she ventured out of the cave. The biting wind howled, carrying with it an air of melancholy, and gradually receded into the distance. April huddled herself, stumbling towards the nearby homes on the island. Chapter 36. The Magic Bean. Since breaking through the first limitation, Muyang seemed to have transformed entirely, shedding the shackles that once bound him. His cultivation speed soared as if he had boarded a plane, experiencing remarkable changes almost daily. By the 3rd month, Muyang had successfully seized the water bottle from the cat sage. "My, when did you become so formidable?" The cat sage gazed at him in astonishment, taken aback by the boy's rapid growth, managing to snatch the water bottle from his grasp in a mere 3 months. It is worth noting that the last person to acquire the water bottle, the turtle sage, took a full 3 years, which was considered swift in its own right. "Not at all, Master Kalen. You flatter me. It is your excellent guidance." "Ah, do not put such a cap upon my head." The cat sage shot a glance at Muyang, swaying his plump form. "I have imparted all the foundational knowledge I can provide. The next stage involves the refinement and perception of qi, which is far more profound. At your current level, you may only grasp the refinement of qi. The perception exceeds the realm of martial artists." Muyang listened intently. The refinement of qi was considerably easier than perception, requiring only an understanding of tranquility akin to still waters. In contrast, the perception of qi encompassed deeper mysteries, necessitating precise control over the fluctuations of one's breath. That is the stage of the temple practitioners. Here, the cat sage could only teach the refinement of qi. To learn how to perceive opponents through qi, one must either rely on personal enlightenment or gain the cat sage's approval to obtain the token that grants access to the temple for further cultivation in the celestial realm. Thus, for now, Muyang diligently followed the cat sage's teachings on breath control. Time slipped away like fine sand, passing unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had elapsed. Under the cat sage's guidance, Muyang continued to grow rapidly, absorbing the essence of the cat sage's martial arts while gradually mastering the essence of qi. At this point, his breath had become contained, no longer radiating the sharpness it once did. "Alas, I have nothing more to teach you." The cat sage looked at Muyang as one might regard a rare anomaly. This young man was nothing short of extraordinary. Within just over 3 months, he had rendered his teachings obsolete. Such talent was undoubtedly among the finest on earth. However, the cat sage remained unaware that this remarkable progress was due to Muyang possessing a cheat known as the acceleration space. Accepting the cat sage's praise with humility, Muyang smiled and said, "I appreciate your guidance during this time." "Indeed." The cat sage nodded while stroking his beard. "It has not been a bother. The purpose of the Kalen Tower is to cultivate exceptional martial artists. Unfortunately, the quality seems to decline year after year, with no one able to ascend. By the way, Master Kalen, I've noticed you've been consuming a type of dried bean lately. Does that truly satiate your hunger?" The cat sage cast a sidelong glance at Muyang. "Oh, those are celestial beans. One can sustain oneself for 10 days with just one." Muyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was well aware that what lay before him were the precious fairy beans, a rarity in the later stages of Dragon Ball. However, for now, they merely served to satiate his hunger, their true value yet to be revealed. "Oh, caring, with such delightful treasures at your disposal, why must you make me subsist on mere flour every day? This is quite excessive. Cough, consider it a form of training. A martial artist must endure hardship. Consuming flour is a tradition passed down from ancient times." A scornful glance swept across the room, leaving even the cat sage somewhat embarrassed to continue. "Regrettably, the yield of fairy beans is quite low. I can only harvest around 60 a year, and I must consume about 40 of them myself. The quantity is truly scarce. Caring, shall we strike a deal? How about I venture down to procure a batch of aquatic products for you? With your abilities, I am certain you can preserve them, and I would exchange these aquatic delicacies for fairy beans. What do you think?" Muyang squinted, calculating in his mind. The Caring Tower can store flour. There is no reason it cannot accommodate other goods, since the fairy beans merely serve to stave off hunger. What difference does it make to substitute them with aquatic products? Moreover, fairy beans lack flavor, whereas aquatic products offer a rich variety. Imagine the delightful aromas wafting from a small kitchen. Aquatic products. Indeed, upon hearing Muyang's proposal, the cat sage's eyes widened in astonishment, gleaming with excitement. Yet, in an effort to maintain the dignity befitting a sage, it feigned calmness and remarked, "That is quite an intriguing idea. I find it inconvenient to leave Caring Tower frequently. But if you are willing to assist me, it may be worth considering. Success. Muyang silently cheered, envisioning countless fairy beans beckoning to him. Caring, how many fairy beans do you intend to exchange? Muyang inquired cautiously. Naturally, the more, the better. I only need to keep a few for myself. The rest can be traded. Wait a moment, let me see how many fairy beans I have left. With that, the cat sage descended to the lower levels of Caring Tower, rummaging through various containers. Ultimately, it unearthed a large brown clay jar, adorned with the characters for fairy beans in red. Upon opening it, a plethora of vibrant green dried beans filled the jar. After a rough estimate, it appeared there were approximately 15 to 16,000 beans. Such a bounty. Muyang could not help but feel a pang of resentment, wondering how many fairy beans that gluttonous Yachirobe had squandered, leaving later versions of Goku and his companions to share a single bean among several of them. This is all I possess. I have been accumulating these for over 800 years. Given the diminishing yield of fairy beans, I must reserve a few thousand for future needs. The rest can be exchanged for aquatic products. At this point, the cat sage paused, its ears twitching. Certainly. Fairy beans are filling, and your aquatic products will suffice. Muyang responded without hesitation. Very well, then there is no issue. The cat sage nodded with satisfaction. One fairy bean could sustain a person for 10 days. If the aquatic products could not last that long, the deal would be rather inequitable. From the side, a vacant ceramic jar was retrieved, and as the cat sage began to fill it with celestial beans, he remarked, in truth, these celestial beans surpass the food found on the ground by a considerable margin. They are exceptionally suited for martial artists post-training. Moreover, they prove advantageous in combat situations. Do you know why? Because they yield swift results. They can rapidly restore vitality. Muyang responded candidly. The mere satiating ability of the celestial beans serves as an excellent asset, not to mention their healing properties. Yet, perhaps the cat sage, having never been wounded, remains unaware of this fact. Indeed, the cat sage glanced back at him and noted Muyang's keen grasp of the crux of the matter. Prompting an inward nod of approval as he sighed, it must be said that aquatic products lack such remarkable capabilities. The cat sage's paw paused momentarily, causing Muyang to feel a surge of anxiety. He composed himself and replied, the sage raises a valid point. Upon reflection, it does seem to be the case. However, I can offer a greater variety of aquatic products, ensuring your satisfaction. Furthermore, we possess a type of stove that can roast various delectable dishes. I shall bring one for you upon my return. Ha! It is rare to see such thoughtfulness. Then do bring me one, the cat sage said, narrowing his eyes with a smile. As he observed the cat sage resume filling the ceramic jar with celestial beans, Muyang wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating that the cat sage was indeed a shrewd negotiator. Fortunately, in the realm of commerce, success hinges primarily on the adequacy of currency exchanged. Once the payment is fulfilled, the deal is sealed. Chapter 37. The Three-Bowl Cauldron over 10,000 celestial beans. Watching the cat sage transfer thousands of celestial beans into another jar, Muyang felt his lips dry and his eyes gleam with fervent desire, akin to a destitute wretch suddenly discovering a room filled with gold. He swallowed hard and, with trembling hands, accepted the jar brimming with celestial beans from the cat sage. In the early stages of the Dragon Ball saga, celestial beans did not exhibit much value, merely serving as sustenance. However, in later developments, they became invaluable life-saving treasures, capable of swiftly rejuvenating vitality and instantaneously healing various injuries. At this juncture, the celestial beans had yet to be squandered by a Kairobai, and the majority were now securely in Muyang's possession. Let me taste one first. Muyang thought as he retrieved a shriveled bean from the jar and tossed it into his mouth, chewing it to a pulp. With a crisp crunch, the dry morsel lacked flavor, but in the next moment, a rich aura suddenly enveloped his mouth, swiftly coursing throughout his body. As this warmth flowed through him, Muyang's mental state was restored to its peak. What a treasure! These are truly life-saving gems. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he praised the beans. Carefully placing the jar in position and securing the lid, he treated it as if it were a divine relic bestowed upon him. Meticulously mindful of the over 10,000 celestial beans, each one to be counted and utilized judiciously. Alas, the thousands of beans from the cat sage were also destined to be wasted, inevitably squandered by a Kairobai. Muyang, having gained a little, sought a greater advantage, even desiring to obtain the few thousand immortal beans reserved by the cat sage. However, he ultimately relinquished this ambition, conceding that acquiring the majority was already a significant achievement. Perfection was an unattainable notion. With this thought, Muyang felt a sense of relief. At that moment, he noticed 3 large water tanks placed independently, distinctly separated from several others in the corner. Why are those tanks so widely spaced apart, Master Kalen? He wondered, vaguely suspecting their purpose. It was said that each tank could reveal the past, present, and future. Oh, those are my tools for observing the lower realms. The energy of these 3 tanks is connected to the crystal ball above, a divine relic passed down from ancient times. The cat sage, swaying his rotund figure, lifted the lid off one of the tanks, revealing a crystal-clear spring water. Intrigued, Muyang stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the tranquil water. Unbeknownst to him, the waters within the 3 tanks were intertwined, embodying a familiar name, super divine water. This potent liquid could awaken latent potential within the human body. Yet it was also a lethal poison. Without sufficient potential to harness, super divine water would drain the vitality of the user, ultimately leading to death. It was rumored that 14 formidable individuals from Earth had once consumed it, but none survived. Thus, Muyang maintained a respectful distance from super divine water, recognizing it as a perilous substance beyond his fortune to wield. As Muyang observed the tank, ripples suddenly danced across the surface, and a series of peculiar images materialized before him. It was a sunny day, showcasing a little girl with dark green hair and a boy with black hair, both diligently practicing their moves, their faces glistening with sweat. Muyang recognized this as a memory of himself and Meishia in their childhood, indicating that this tank revealed the past. He then lifted the lid of the middle tank, unveiling another scene. In the Great Green Mountain, his master, Alice, was seen busily preparing food in the kitchen, while in the living room, Asaf was engrossed in reading a newspaper. This represented the present. Finally, he opened the last tank, revealing yet another tableau. It depicted a bustling assembly, vibrant with energy, as if a competition were underway. On the stage stood a man whom Muyang recognized as himself, tall and imposing, his elegance now more pronounced than in the present, though the difference in years appeared minimal. Opposite him stood a woman with waist-length black hair, her figure balanced and her features somewhat obscured. Judging by her graceful curves, she seemed to be in her 20s, exuding a unique aura. Particularly captivating were her eyes, clear and serene like spring water. The two were engaged in a contest, with the black-haired woman asserting herself with vigor against the future Muyang. This scene, it seemed, was a glimpse into what lay ahead, revealing Muyang in competition with someone formidable. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The previous fragments vanished, replaced by a profound starry sky. The battle continued. Yet this time it featured a girl of approximately 11 or 12 years of age. She, too, possessed dark hair, and her opponent was still Muyang. The girl bore an innocent expression, her eyes sparkling with an air of haughty arrogance. With a delicate shout, her golden irises shimmered with a striking brilliance. However, her adversary was formidable, never allowing her to gain the upper hand. Furrowing his brow, Muyang observed the future imagery, which appeared nonsensical. To his astonishment, he realized he could not discern how either party had struck. From this vision, Muyang felt a sense of confidence in his future prowess. He inquired, "Master Kylan, what does this future vision signify?" The cat sage, licking his palm, replied, "It holds no definitive meaning, for the future is uncertain. This vessel merely presents one of many possibilities, and each observer will perceive different images. There is no need to dwell on it." Unable to fathom it further, Muyang chose not to trouble himself unnecessarily. However, he did discern aspects favorable to himself. Chapter 38, The Robbery of Bandits. Hey, Muyang, you have already taken the divine beans. When will you fulfill your promise regarding the aquatic products? The cat sage, ever preoccupied with their transaction, hastily urged him as Muyang ceased to be entangled in the visions of the 3 water jars. Muyang smiled warmly, realizing that the cat sage had grown quite fond of those aquatic products during his prolonged stay at Kylan Tower. "Fear not, Master Kylan. I am a man of my word. I shall promptly bring you the aquatic products." "Very well, do so as swiftly as possible," the cat sage replied, stroking his beard, feeling a sense of relief. After a brief period of recuperation at Kylan Tower, Muyang waved farewell to the cat sage. "I shall take my leave now. Await my good news." With that, he leapt from the tower. As the fierce wind rushed towards him, Muyang felt as if he had transformed into a soaring swallow, cleaving through the storm, descending rapidly. Leaving Kylan Tower proved far easier than ascending it. The sharp winds caressed his face, and he squinted his eyes as his descent quickened. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through layers of clouds, the horizon gradually transforming from a curve to a flat expanse. With a whoosh, a dark silhouette broke through the atmosphere, trailing a long stream behind it. Muyang approached the ground, taking less than 10 minutes to reveal the dense forest below. Gazing at the vibrant landscape in the distance, a sense of lofty ambition surged within him, reminiscent of a bird soaring freely in the sky. It had taken him 4 days to ascend Kylan Tower, yet descending took only a few fleeting minutes. As he neared the ground, he activated his braking technique, halting his descent with the art of aerial maneuvering, then executed a swift 90-degree turn, darting away horizontally in the direction that distanced him from the sacred grounds of Kylan. Like all sacred sites, the existence of the Kylan Sanctuary is rather peculiar. Seemingly infused with an enigmatic force that compels those seeking to ascend the Kylan Tower to begin their journey from its base. Otherwise, no amount of advanced technology will suffice to scale the tower. The descent, it seems, is similarly constrained. Hey, did something just dart by? Was that a person? One of the indigenous guardians of the Kylan Tower, stationed at the edge of the sanctuary, inquired, having caught sight of Muyang's retreating figure. Your eyes must be deceiving you. How could a person move that swiftly? Scoffed a nearby companion. Perhaps I was mistaken, the man replied, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into laughter. Hey, you two over there. If you wish to become guardians of the sanctuary, you must diligently hone your hunting skills. Admonished an elder among the indigenous people, noticing two individuals whispering while engaged in hunting. Guardians like them are typically scattered throughout the Kylan Sanctuary, living in tribal formations. Only the strongest among them, following a rigorous selection process, earn the right to serve near the Kylan Tower. Unbeknownst to Muyang, his traversal through the Kylan Sanctuary had drawn the attention of the indigenous tribe. At that moment, he had already soared beyond the sanctuary's boundaries. Yet his mind was preoccupied with how to procure aquatic delicacies for the cat sage. This dilemma was not insurmountable. Muyang could venture to the harbor to make purchases. As the bountiful marine life, there would surely satisfy the cat sage's palate. However, the pressing issue was his lack of funds. Fishmongers would not part with their wares to someone without coin. Surely, I cannot resort to thievery. Muyang recalled a submerged treasure trove mentioned in the original narrative, filled with various riches. He remembered how Sun Wukong, during a confrontation with the Red Ribbon Army, had inadvertently stumbled upon this hoard while evading General Blue. Unfortunately, Muyang was unaware of the exact location of this treasure, and decades had elapsed since the events of that tale. The treasure might no longer exist. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled the characters Lan Shi and Lu Ping from the original story, who had initially thrived through banditry. Perhaps I too could partake in a heist. While order on Earth is generally stable, many remote corners still host gangs engaged in illicit activities. Robbing them would not trouble Muyang's conscience. He could justify it as a means of redistributing wealth to alleviate his current predicament. Naturally, the lairs of bandits are typically found either in remote mountainous regions or along crucial trade routes, preferably in desolate areas beyond the reach of law enforcement. Clearly, the latter would be more promising for ensnaring major criminals. With this thought in mind, Muyang set about seeking out locations of bandit activity. After approximately an hour of flight, he arrived at a desolate stretch connecting two cities, a vital thoroughfare for merchants, surrounded by barren land, an ideal spot for plundering. He soared above the terrain for a while, scanning for signs of bandit presence, and soon spotted an old motorcycle speeding across the wilderness. The cyclist, adorned with a red scarf and a dark neck wrap, donned a patterned cloak that draped elegantly over his form, a formidable long knife slung at his waist, as if to ensure that none could mistake his intentions as a bandit. Following closely behind, Muyang discovered a cave nestled beneath a mound of yellow earth, where a band of robbers had gathered. At last, I have found you. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Muyang's expression as he ceased to conceal himself and boldly approached the group of brigands. Hand over all your valuables, he declared, his sudden voice startling the robbers who were in the midst of revelry. However, upon realizing that the intruder was merely a youthful lad, their astonishment quickly transformed into mockery. Ha ha, it's amusing indeed. Here comes a foolish boy, unaware of where he stands, daring to rob us. The leader of the robbers, face twisted with malice, hurled his ceramic bowl to the ground, brandishing a gleaming blade. He placed a foot upon a half-buried skull in the sand, sneering, "Boys, show this little brat what we're capable of. We are the true masters of murder and plunder." "Indeed, boss. Well said. A foolish wretch," echoed the others, revealing cruel smiles as they drew their knives in unison. The band of over 20 men thrived on a life steeped in bloodshed. To them, compassion was a foreign concept, and taking lives and goods was but a mundane profession, one that brought wealth like no other. Countless innocents had perished at their hands over the years, and the addition of this boy would scarcely matter. Muyang surveyed the cave, noting the scattered bones within, and as the robbers advanced menacingly, a hint of coldness crept into his smile. Desperate men, indeed. No wonder you possess such audacity. But it appears you do not comprehend who is truly robbing whom today. Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for what ensues. Remember not to commit such heinous acts in your next life. The bandits exchanged bewildered glances, erupting into laughter. However, their mirth was short-lived. With a low grunt, Muyang summoned a surge of power, and in an instant, a multitude of afterimages flickered through the cave. He transformed into a relentless force, a harbinger of chaos. The robbers barely had time to react before he returned to his original position, as if the preceding events had never transpired. The clattering of metal echoed as their weapons clattered to the ground. The robbers, eyes wide and bloodshot, fell one by one, faces etched with disbelief. Your deaths are of no consequence. Muyang's voice was chillingly indifferent as he gazed ahead. Chapter 39. The Serpent-Bearer Legion, please, spare me. I promise I will never offend you again. Observing the lifeless bodies of his underlings, slain by the malevolent figure before him, the bandit leader's mental fortitude finally crumbled. He fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing in supplication. With a cold gaze, Muyang inquired flatly, if I spare you, will you not continue your malevolent deeds? Individuals such as yourself deserve to descend into the depths of hell, even in the afterlife. Please, I will give you all my treasures, everything. Spare my life. The bandit leader implored in abject terror, stumbling backward. Yet, Muyang was not one to grant mercy so easily. In a flash, a fleeting shadow darted past, and the bandit leader's scream marked the end of his existence. Surveying the corpses of the bandits, Muyang's expression remained icy. Their demise, he mused, was a service to the populace, ridding the world of their menace. As for the treasures, this modest cave held no secrets he could not uncover himself. Casting a cursory glance at the lifeless forms, Muyang shifted his focus and commenced his search within the cavern. Eventually, in a secluded corner deep within, he discovered a grand treasure chest. With a deft motion, he pried open the chains binding it, revealing a dazzling array of gold, gemstones, and jewelry within. These treasures, amassed by the bandits through their ruthless plundering and disregard for human life, filled the chest to capacity. The sheer volume of wealth spoke volumes of their murderous exploits. With a quiet sigh, Muyang, along with the entire chest, transported the riches into his accelerated space. Since his breakthrough beyond the first limitation, this space had become a means of storage, though it required a period of preparation to access. Thus, while the accelerated space served as a supportive tool, it could not provide immediate advantages during combat. After a final glance at the now empty treasury, Muyang nodded, reflecting on how the bandits' years of toil, even at the cost of their lives, had ultimately served to enrich him. Exiting the cave, he raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy towards the cavern, accompanied by a resounding crash as the structure collapsed. Having completed his task, he did not look back but soared towards the nearby city, intent on converting a portion of the gold into currency before procuring seafood. Meanwhile, in the eastern mountains of Earth, lay the headquarters of the Serpent Legion. The imposing structures resembled a fortress, with independent towers adorned in splendid azure tiles that glimmered magnificently under the sun's rays. The area was heavily guarded, with soldiers in uniform patrolling every few steps. A helicopter whirred overhead, descending gracefully onto the helipad. Commander Lusha and his entourage disembarked, following a guide into the castle. Within a lavishly adorned hall, Commander Lusha met their leader, a towering orc with emerald-hued hair, sharp fangs, and a notably ferocious demeanor, General Huayan, the supreme commander of the Serpent Legion. At that moment, General Huayan gnawed on a piece of meat, swallowing it before downing a bottle of liquor. General Huayan, Commander Lusha respectfully greeted him. The general cast a casual glance at Lusha, inquiring, how has the task I entrusted to you progressed? What of the blueprints? General Lusha, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, Commander, the blueprints have not been found. Not found. What are you doing back here? Hurry and search for them. Commander Huayan's cold gaze pierced through Lusha, his chilling eyes evoking a sense of impending doom within him. With a grim expression, Commander Huayan inquired, where is that Clarendon now? He is already dead, Lusha replied bitterly. Crash. Commander Huayan viciously smashed the wine bottle in his hand, causing the crimson liquid to splatter across the floor. How could you fail in your task? I instructed you to spare no effort, and this is the result? Do you comprehend the significance of the blueprints he possessed? They are the designs for the robots. If we acquire those blueprints, our Serpent Legion can continuously produce robots and assemble a formidable fighting force. At that point, not just the United Kingdom, but the entire world will have to heed our command. Clarendon was exceedingly cunning. While my subordinates were pursuing him, he was accidentally shot by a soldier, Lusha said cautiously. Dispose of that soldier. He is a fool. A glint of malice flickered in Commander Huayan's eyes. Lusha's countenance darkened, cold sweat trickling down his back as he urgently added, during his escape, Clarendon was accompanied by a girl. Perhaps the blueprints are with her. What are we waiting for? Go find her at once. Lusha, I grant you one more chance to retrieve those blueprints, or you know the consequences. Yes, Lusha shuddered, responding repeatedly as he respectfully exited the hall. Once outside, Lusha felt a chill run down his spine, his clothes damp with sweat. What do we do now, boss? His pale-faced subordinate asked. Every encounter with Commander Huayan felt like a brush with death. What else can we do? We must mobilize all our resources to locate the blueprints. Lusha spat, his demeanor darkening. And that incompetent soldier, who allowed him to fire. Are we really going to kill him? The subordinate swallowed hard. If we don't, both of us will face execution, Lusha declared fiercely. This was his final opportunity. Within the Serpent Legion, there was no room for mercy. If he failed to retrieve the blueprints, he was certain the commander would not spare him. Chapter 40. The wandering girl. The sea breeze danced around, and the picturesque seascape unfolded before the eyes as seagulls glided gracefully over the water's surface. A new day dawned on the distant island. In the early morning, mist swirled in the air. The island's farmers rose early, wielding hoes and guiding oxen and horses as they busied themselves in the fields. Despite the earth having entered a technological era, many places remained untouched by innovation, still entrenched in a primitive agricultural age where labor relied heavily on physical strength. Beside a gently flowing brook, a frail figure crouched with a backpack, carefully washing her small jar of candy in the water. April had been adrift on this small island for over a month. The once pristine garments she wore were now tattered and stained, bearing the marks of her prolonged wandering. The grumbling of her stomach signified her dire hunger. As she patted her belly, a look of dismay crossed her face. Being young and frail, she lacked the means to procure food and relied solely on the goodwill of the island's inhabitants for sustenance. Clutching her empty candy jar tightly, which had held her last sweet days ago, she called out helplessly for her parents, tears welling in her eyes. With a heavy heart, she carefully placed the jar into her backpack and, upon noticing the wisps of smoke rising in the distance, she pursed her lips and hurried toward the village. Knock, knock, knock. A farmhouse responded to the sound of her knocking, and an elderly woman opened the door, surprised to find a timid little girl standing before her. Grandma, I am so very hungry. Could you spare me some food? April said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothing. The old woman, seeing the delicate child in such disarray, felt a surge of compassion and ushered April inside, presenting her with a modest meal. Though the fare was simple and far inferior to that of the city, April, famished as she was, devoured it ravenously, occasionally pounding her chest when she choked. What a pitiful child. Why are you alone? Where are your parents? The elderly woman inquired, her heart aching at the sight of April's sorrow. There are many bad people chasing them, and they have disappeared, April replied through her tears, her sadness spilling forth as she continued to eat. The old woman sighed, sensing from the girl's words that her parents might be lost forever. The world was a harsh place, despite the United Kingdom's establishment over a century ago. Remnants of rebellion still lingered in many regions. Grandma, do you have any candy? I long for candy, April murmured, her head bowed, her face flushed with shyness. The thought of the sweet confections brought back warm memories of her family, recalling a recent dream where she had seen her parents. The elderly woman paused for a moment before responding. We live in the countryside, where candy is not readily available like in the city. However, we do have honey. Would you like to try some? Thank you, April replied politely. The old woman smiled knowingly and brought out a jar of wild honey, rich in nutrients. Here, give it a taste. Oh, how sweet, April exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she sampled a drop. If you like it, you may take this jar with you. Really? April was overjoyed. She retrieved her candy jar from her backpack and carefully poured the honey into it, securing the lid tightly. Thank you, Grandma, she said with heartfelt gratitude. You're very welcome. The elderly woman gazed at the sweet demeanor of the little girl, and an impulse to adopt her surged within her. However, April shook her head. She did not wish to remain on this small island. Oh, what a delightful little creature, the woman remarked wistfully as she observed April bowing and departing. Meanwhile, after satisfying her hunger, the naive April meandered towards the harbor, her head lowered as she blended into a merchant ship, drawn by the shouts emanating from the port. On another front, Muyang, having seized all the treasures from a band of robbers, soared to a nearby city. There, he casually located an exchange office where he converted a portion of the gold and jewels into universal currency. Sir, you have brought in 2 tons of gold and 120 pieces of jewelry, totaling 1 billion earth coins. Would you prefer cash or a savings card? After completing the calculations, the proprietor of the exchange wiped the sweat from his brow and tremulously announced the amount. Muyang smiled faintly, astonished that the modest treasures he casually presented could yield such a substantial sum, revealing the extent of the robber's plunder. Convert 2 million earth coins for me, and deposit the remainder onto the card. Yes, I will take care of that immediately, the proprietor replied eagerly, wiping his forehead as he summoned staff to fetch the 2 million in cash from the vault. Such a significant client required attentive service. Muyang graciously accepted the savings card along with a tin box brimming with cash, then waved his hand in farewell. This earth currency, issued by the United Kingdom, was universally accepted, possessing purchasing power akin to that of the renminbi in his previous life. With this wealth, he was free from financial worries. Indeed, The most lucrative ventures are often inscribed within the penal code. After leaving the exchange, Muyang contemplated and headed to the seafood market, intending to purchase several hundred tons of fish to appease the cat sage. After all, he had received over 10,000 magical beans from the cat sage and felt compelled to show his gratitude, generously tossing a stack of banknotes. The fishmongers immediately rallied to procure 180 tons of seafood for him, sweeping nearly the entire market of fresh goods. They meticulously packed the catch into large baskets and assisted in transporting it to a secluded alley. There, Muyang activated his accelerated space, storing all the seafood within. Surely, the cat sage would be pleased. After all, trading these fish for over 10,000 magical beans was an extraordinary profit. Such is the advantage of information asymmetry. Had this been a time after the narrative commenced, even Sun Wukong would grasp the significance of the magical beans, and no amount of gold could secure even one. Humming a cheerful tune, Muyang proceeded to the market to procure a stove and some fuel before soaring into the sky, swiftly heading towards Kylan Tower. Chapter 41. A Gift for the Cat Sage. Compared to the outdated means of transportation, the skill of sky dance undoubtedly boasts both environmental benefits and swiftness. From a practical and tactical perspective, it is not an exaggeration to regard it as equally significant as the Turtle School's Kamehameha or the Spirit Bomb. As the scenery swiftly whizzed by, Muyang maintained a rapid flight, and soon the slender form of Kylan Tower came into view. Approaching the tower, Muyang began to decelerate and gracefully alighted at its base. He thought to himself that he should first retrieve the sea fish. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain his empty hands to the cat sage. With this in mind, he nimbly activated the acceleration space, and immediately, a neat array of 180 baskets of sea fish appeared on the ground, releasing a distinct scent of seafood into the air. At that moment, he noticed a gathering of individuals around him, turning to find it was the Indian tribe guarding Kylan Tower, led by OS. "Oh, you are the young man who previously challenged Kylan Tower," Muyang of the Tianxin Flow, OS remarked, his gaze filled with curiosity, particularly intensified by the pungent aroma of the fish nearby. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't he supposed to be challenging the tower? Why the abundance of sea fish? Muyang nodded in acknowledgement, a smile gracing his lips. "These fish?" he said. "They are gifts for the cat sage. Since you are here as well, might I trouble you to keep an eye on them while I step away for a moment?" OS paused in surprise at the mention of a gift for the cat sage, and after a brief moment, he stammered, "Have you already met the cat sage?" "Indeed. I ascended to the tower's summit and had the honor of receiving the cat sage's guidance," Muyang affirmed with a smile, openly acknowledging his experience. "Congratulations. You actually scaled Kylan Tower. It is said that no one has succeeded in 100 years, OS expressed with a deep respect. Now regarding Muyang as a legendary martial artist. As OS conversed with Muyang, the guardians behind him widened their eyes, whispering among themselves in astonishment. Is it true? He actually succeeded? This young man is truly extraordinary. They lamented their lack of opportunity to witness the cat sage. Having grown up hearing the legends but never attaining the strength to meet the sage in person, the revelation that this boy had climbed Kylan Tower and met the cat sage filled them with admiration and envy. Muyang chuckled inwardly, knowing full well that revealing the cat sage as a large white cat would utterly deflate the grandeur of the moment. Everyone harbors dreams, cherishing their most beautiful expectations in the softest corners of their hearts, whether it be people, objects, or memories. With the passage of time, these dreams grow ever more precious, often transcending the bounds of reality. To shatter such fantasies by revealing the truth would be profoundly unethical. After a brief reflection, Muyang spoke. The cat sage is an exceedingly wise being. Under his guidance, my strength has experienced tremendous growth. Astonished, OSI nodded and pointed to the sea fish, inquiring how he intended to transport them. Climbing the Kylan Tower was already a formidable challenge, and carrying those baskets of fish would only heighten the difficulty. Isn't this also a form of training? Muyang remarked with a smile, then approached the baskets and effortlessly lifted one before the gazes of many. The weight, approximately a ton, registered in his arms, but his frown was not due to the burden. Rather, it was the pungent odor emanating from the basket. With a sudden thrust of his toes, he propelled himself upward, the force allowing him to ascend alongside the edge of the Kylan Tower, swiftly vanishing into the vast sky. Below, OSI and the others stood in stunned silence, gaping at the sky, now cleaved by a whirlwind. After a while, they regained their composure, muttering, "No wonder he successfully challenged the Kylan Tower. He is truly formidable. Do you think his strength has grown even greater since his last ascent?" One suggested. Others quickly agreed, remembering how much less powerful he had seemed just months ago. In a mere 3 months, he had transformed beyond recognition. Could this be the influence of the Kylan sage? With this thought, the Guardians felt a surge of envy and an intense longing to climb the Kylan Tower, though the daunting challenges ahead dampened their spirits. Meanwhile, At the summit of the Chiron Tower, the cat sage lay languidly in a reclining chair, suddenly sensing something amiss. It rolled off the chair, propped up its cane, and made its way to the entrance at the top of the tower. Before long, it spotted Muyang ascending with a large basket of sea fish. Such an abundance of fish. The cat sage's keen nose quickly identified the catch, and it eagerly seized one, bringing it to its nose and savoring the aroma with rapture. What others found repugnant, the cat sage deemed delectable. Master Chiron, Muyang said with a grin. This is merely a fraction. Beneath the Chiron Tower, there are 179 more of these fish. Upon hearing this, the cat sage's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. You have indeed kept your promise, Muyang. But how do you plan to store these fish? Ah, that is a minor concern. Follow me, the cat sage replied. It took one fish outside and led the remaining haul to the training arena on the second floor, stopping at the central crystal orb. Behold that crystal orb. It is a treasure passed down from antiquity, essential for maintaining the stability of the Chiron Tower. As the cat sage leaped and brushed the surface of the orb, it radiated a brilliant light, and simultaneously, all the sea fish vanished from sight. This orb possesses storage capabilities. Anything placed within it remains unspoiled. Truly a remarkable treasure. Muyang gazed in astonishment, reflecting on the treasures that abound on Earth. Within the confines of the Chiron Tower alone, there existed magical beans, divine water, crystal balls, flying nimbus, and the Rui stick, although the latter had already been gifted to Master Rashi by the cat sage. Hey, Muyang, why not hurry and bring up the fish from beneath Chiron Tower as well? This too constitutes a form of training. While training is indeed training, Muyang couldn't shake the feeling that his companion was more preoccupied with the fish, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. He nonetheless nodded and leaped down from the tower. After countless trips back and forth, by the time he had transported all the sea fish to the surface, it was already noon the following day. However, the cat sage was not entirely mistaken. He felt that this endeavor had indeed contributed to his cultivation. After enduring this series of laborious journeys, he sensed a slight enhancement in his strength, with his combat power rising from 128 to 132. Although this increase seemed negligible, there is wisdom in the saying, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. Chapter 42, The Elixir of Immortality. Well done. You have proven to be quite reliable, and I am thoroughly satisfied. After storing all the aquatic products within the crystal ball, the cat sage winked mysteriously at Muyang. Considering your potential, I can offer you a promise. What promise? Muyang inquired with curiosity. Haha, this promise is not to be taken lightly, the cat sage replied with narrowed eyes. Leisurely continuing, if you can persist in your training, when I deem it appropriate, I will take you to a far more advanced realm. I assure you, that place is one even Master Rashi is not qualified to enter. Are you intrigued? Ah, by the way, the Master Rashi I refer to as Wu-Tian, known among you as the god of martial arts. The cat sage reiterated, ensuring Muyang understood who he meant. Wu-Tian, Muyang pondered, realizing that the mysterious location spoken of by the cat sage was indeed the temple. Even he lacks the qualification to enter. For martial artists, that realm is the true Holy Land. Do you wish to go? With my endorsement, you can. The cat sage patted Muyang's shoulder, clearly optimistic about his potential. If such a place truly exists, I would certainly wish to go. Since the cat sage had brought up the topic of the temple, Muyang was forthright, flashing a bright smile and expressing his eagerness. It was clear that the temple ranked as the foremost location for enhancing one's strength on Earth. At this point, the cat sage understood Muyang's intentions and chuckled softly. From Muyang's perspective, he hoped the cat sage would one day recommend him for entry into the temple, while the cat sage also considered the merits of endorsing worthy candidates for this sacred place. Centuries ago, he had believed Master Rashi was qualified, yet regrettably, it had not come to pass. It must be noted that it had been quite some time since anyone had ascended to the temple, a fact that could only be deemed unfortunate. Chiron Sage, when do you think I will reach a level worthy of your endorsement? Muyang asked. The cat sage remarked. It is difficult to say. It depends on your subsequent efforts. With a chuckle, Muyang responded, I believe that day is not too far off. The cat sage gazed at Muyang. You seem quite confident. Isn't it the essence of a cultivator to possess unwavering self-belief? There was a certain air about him that implied, I have no need to explain myself to you. The cat sage was taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, striving for progress is commendable. I hope you do not keep me waiting for too long. The cat sage had witnessed Muyang's monstrous cultivation speed firsthand. If anyone on Earth could earn his recognition, it would undoubtedly be Muyang. Turning around, the cat sage descended to the base of the Chiron Tower, where he kindled a fire in a corner and prepared several sea fish, intending to reward himself with a sumptuous feast. Before long, the fish's pungent odor dissipated, replaced by an enticing aroma as they grilled, savoring the fragrance. The cat sage squinted his eyes in delight. seizing one fish and devouring it in just a few bites. "Delicious," he exclaimed, relishing the taste, licking his palm before grabbing another. Master Kylan. I have heard that Master Wutian is revered as the god of martial arts not just for his exceptional skills, but also because he is rumored to have lived for over 200 years. Is it truly possible for a human to live that long? Muyang, also seated on the ground and enjoying his grilled fish, inquired curiously. He had been contemplating ways to extend his own lifespan. Munching on his fish, the cat sage replied somewhat indistinctly that Turtle Sage Fellow has indeed lived a long time. But an ordinary human cannot reach such an age. Then why can the Turtle Sage live for so long? Muyang pressed further. He was aware that not only had the Turtle Sage lived for 2 centuries, but he could continue to live even longer. Even when the events of Dragon Ball concluded and Bulma from the original story had grown wrinkled, the Turtle Sage still appeared frail, yet surprisingly robust. Muyang suspected that even if all the Dragon Ball warriors perished, the Turtle Sage would continue to thrive. There must be a reason for his longevity. The cat sage declared, setting down his fish. That is because the Turtle Sage consumed an elixir of immortality. Does such a potion truly exist in this world? Muyang asked in astonishment, initially believing that the tales of an elixir were mere fabrications, only to discover that the Turtle Sage had indeed partaken in it. Such potions did exist. I have consumed them myself. They were specially prepared for the sages stationed at Kylan Tower. Each pill can extend one's life by 400 years. At one point, the Turtle Sage persistently begged me for 4 pills, and I, unable to refuse, ultimately acquiesced, leaving me with no stock left. The cat sage expressed a hint of regret at this moment. He mused that he should not have been so generous in granting the Turtle Sage 4 pills. The crafting of the elixir was immensely challenging, requiring a rare herb that was difficult to procure. And the cat sage would not be able to produce a new batch anytime soon. After listening to the explanation from the cat immortal, Muyang couldn't help but twitch his lips. How extravagant this cat immortal must be, generously bestowing treasures such as the immortal beans, elixirs of immortality, the Rui stick, and the Nimbus cloud. It was truly a habit of giving away all sorts of treasures. However, many things began to make sense. After acquiring the elixir of immortality, the turtle immortal undoubtedly shared it equally with the crane immortal, for at that time, they had not yet fallen out. The 2 brothers each received 2 pills. The turtle immortal kept one for himself and gave the other to his sister, the fortune teller, while the crane immortal also bestowed one to Tao Bai Bai. Thus, each of the 4, turtle immortal, crane immortal, fortune teller, and Tao Bai Bai possessed 1 pill, allowing them to live for so many years. How is this elixir of immortality made? Sir Kylan? Muyang inquired. Sensing Muyang's keen interest in the elixir, the cat immortal continued. Although this elixir can extend one's lifespan and appears quite enticing, it possesses a significant flaw. After consuming the elixir, a person's latent potential is completely exhausted, making it exceedingly difficult to enhance one's strength thereafter. You, Muyang, are still young with considerable potential. There is no need for you to ponder such matters. Moreover, even if you desired it, I have none left. The elixir of immortality is primarily intended for immortals and is not of particularly high caliber. I would rather see you focus your thoughts on martial arts, as you may very well reach greater heights in the future. Muyang nodded in understanding, having gained some insight into the effects of the elixir. Similar to the effect of super divine water that extracts potential for immense power, the elixir of immortality trades the depletion of one's latent abilities for prolonged life. Consuming it does not preclude further growth in one's abilities, but it renders such progress exceedingly arduous. Accordingly, it could be surmised that the turtle immortal and his companions did not consume the elixir immediately upon receiving it, but rather waited until their bodies began to age before partaking. Acknowledging the cat immortal's advice, Muyang smiled and said, "You are right, Sir Kylan. These are not matters I need to contemplate." Before the acceleration space was unlocked, Muyang might have coveted the effects of the elixir. But with the prospect of the acceleration space before him, he would be foolish to forsake the substantial for the trivial. Chapter 43. Departure. Seeing that Muyang did not press further regarding the elixir of immortality, the cat immortal nodded, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his gaze. It was impossible to claim that there was no temptation in the straightforward revelation of the elixir's nature, for immortality is a desire many yearn to attain. In order to reach the divine temple, one must first gain the approval of the cat immortal, who places utmost importance on a candidate's strong will and ability to withstand various temptations. Otherwise, should someone unable to resist such a lure be recommended, it would only lead to misfortune. The turtle immortal lost his opportunity to the divine temple precisely because he could not withstand the temptation of the elixir of immortality. Remembering Muyang's performance, the cat immortal awaits the moment when his strength meets his expectations, at which point he will recommend him for ascension to the celestial realm. Ah, by the way, Although I have promised to endorse you for higher realms in the future, there is one point I believe you should heed. Please, do enlighten me. Cat Immortal. The Cat Immortal cleared his throat and remarked, recently, your power seems to be escalating rather rapidly. While this may not inherently be a negative development, it is not entirely beneficial either. I would advise you to take a step back and consolidate your existing strength before hastily pursuing further breakthroughs. In the eyes of the Cat Immortal, the growth of power is indeed a commendable pursuit, yet excessive acceleration can lead to a superficiality that is best avoided. For one who is fervently devoted to mastering every nuance of energy, it is imperative to voice such concerns. Muyang fell silent, placing his faith in the Cat Immortal's discernment. He acknowledged that the advice stemmed largely from martial philosophy. After contemplation, he ultimately resolved to heed the Cat Immortal's counsel. I understand. I shall take the time to solidify my foundation in the coming period. Those closest to him are often aware of their own matters. Ever since he shattered the initial threshold of 100 combat power, Muyang felt as though a dam had burst within him, enabling his cultivation to flow without encountering significant obstacles. The martial philosophies of Earth may not hold great merit in the vast universe, as such distinctions are dictated by levels of understanding. For instance, earthly martial artists may not possess the prowess of celestial beings, and celestial beings may lack the depth of knowledge found in the kings of realms. This is simply a consequence of differing vantage points. Standing at a higher elevation invariably grants a broader perspective. Nevertheless, the martial traditions of Earth, developed through extensive exploration, possess their own unique merits, such as the meticulous mastery of power at lower tiers, which is commendable. This proficiency allows practitioners to unleash formidable strength in times of crisis. For the time being, as he does not foresee encountering any bottlenecks and perceives no immediate threats on Earth, Muyang resolved to follow the esteemed traditions of Earth's martial arts, opting to pause and solidify his strength before progressing further. Once he has fully mastered his abilities, he may then expand upon them, potentially yielding unforeseen advantages. Yes, this is indeed the right course. A solid foundation is paramount. The Cat Immortal felt quite elated. For nothing brings greater joy than encountering someone receptive to one's guidance. Kylan Immortal, it is getting late. I must take my leave. I hope that when we next meet, I will have fulfilled your expectations. Dedicate yourself to your training. I hold high hopes for you. The Cat Immortal rose, suddenly recalling something, and said, by the way, I possess a golden cloud that can serve as a means of transport. Would you like me to gift you one? The cloud he intended to offer Muyang was the Nimbus Cloud, which could only be ridden by those with a pure heart and no malevolent thoughts. The Turtle Immortal, despite being unable to ride it himself, had shamelessly taken one. Muyang, well aware of the cloud's characteristics, quickly waved his hand in refusal. No need. I believe the mastery of flight techniques is far more significant than reliance on external objects. Abstaining from external aid is a form of cultivation in itself. The more crucial aspect, however, was his belief that even if he obtained it, he might not be able to ride it. Should the Cat Sage discover this, his carefully crafted persona would undoubtedly be shattered. Kylan Sage, I take my leave, said Muyang, as he leapt gracefully from the pinnacle of Kylan Tower. Amidst the mist-like white clouds, his figure gradually vanished, departing from the tower. Truly, he is a devoted young man, fervently dedicated to his cultivation. Gazing at the azure expanse of the sky, with only the white clouds drifting below, one realizes the stark contrast compared to Muyang. The former turtle sage appears nothing more than a stubborn stone, shameless and base. The Cat Sage pondered silently. How could I have ever bestowed the Rui stick and the elixir of immortality upon him? Shaking his head and recalling the vast array of seafood Muyang had procured for him, the Cat Sage leisurely turned away. Thousands of kilometers away, over the vast ocean, the cerulean waters surged majestically, with waves rising and falling under the caress of the wind. At this moment, a merchant ship sailed across this expansive sea. The cramped cabin swayed ceaselessly with the rolling waves. In the dim light, April huddled in a corner, clutching her cherished candy jar, her clothes wrinkled and lacking their former luster. Beside her lay her slightly tattered backpack. So sweet, truly delicious, April pecked at her fingers, a tender smile illuminating her face as she dreamed of delightful treats. Meanwhile, Commander Lusha, having departed from the headquarters of the Serpent-Bearer Legion, rallied all his forces overnight, launching a thorough search centered around the island from which Clarion had fled, vowing to uncover the whereabouts of Clarion's daughter and the schematics. In the command hall, Lusha clenched a cigarette between his teeth, fixating on a maritime map on the wall, marking it incessantly. Several nearby islands were marked with red crosses. Boss, we've searched over a dozen islands already, yet we still haven't found any trace of the girl. Do you think she might not even be on the island? Muttered a subordinate, clearing his throat quietly. Have the island's residents been interrogated? Lusha, steadying his hand holding the pen, turned with a fierce glare. Yes, we have questioned them. But found nothing, the subordinate replied. With a sharp motion, Lusha hurled the cigarette to the ground, stomping on it furiously. Didn't anyone see Clarion fleeing with his daughter? How can we not find her? What are you waiting for? Reinforce our numbers, broaden the search, and comb through every house. I refuse to believe we cannot locate her. Yes, yes. The subordinate's face paled at Lusha's furious roar. Terrified, he stumbled out in haste. Damn it, where has that little girl hidden? Lusha's mood was exceedingly grim. If he did not locate the design schematics soon, Commander Wayne at headquarters would not spare him. The thought of Wayne's bloodthirsty gaze sent a shiver down Lusha's spine. I must resort to more severe measures. Otherwise, I will truly be doomed. A powerful instinct for survival urged Lusha to hasten the change in tactics. Chapter 44. The catastrophe on the Isle. Time passed quietly, and it has been over 2 months since Muyang departed from Kailinta. During this period, he traversed various locations on Earth, practicing his martial arts in the manner he deemed fit, while simultaneously integrating the knowledge imparted by the Celestial Heart Flow and the Cat Sage, continuously refining his martial skills. This endeavor was not merely a physical exercise. It was predominantly a theoretical exploration, as he consistently validated the philosophies of these two martial arts. Muyang was astonished to discover a significant overlap between the Celestial Heart Flow and the martial arts of Kailinta, though distinct in certain aspects. Both systems could indeed be harmoniously intertwined, revealing strikingly congruent founding principles. The Celestial Heart Flow emphasizes nurturing the body with vital energy, utilizing the body as a foundation to unleash combat prowess, thereby achieving the control and utilization of every breath of energy, an approach that solidifies one's essence and vitality. Conversely, Kailinta's martial arts focus on the agile manipulation of breath to alter bodily movements, prioritizing control over the body and minimizing superfluous actions. At first glance, the two systems appeared to be entirely unrelated, even contradicting in some respects. For instance, the Celestial Heart Flow underscores the body's role in the energy cultivation process, while Kailinta stresses the withdrawal of the physical form. However, upon meticulous study, it becomes evident that their intersecting elements are wholly aligned, both striving to maximize the efficiency of energy, while the remaining aspects complement each other perfectly. This realization is indeed perplexing. Although there have long been rumors that Kailinta is the birthplace of all martial arts on Earth, the Celestial Heart Flow evidently did not originate from it. They should exist concurrently. Muyang grasped the shared principles of both systems but could not fathom why this was the case. After all, there are two distinct frameworks that ought to have evolved along their respective paths. Yet he had an inkling that the Celestial Heart Flow resembled internal cultivation, while Kailinta represented external practice, each possessing its own strengths. It is only through their union that a truly formidable martial philosophy emerges. At this moment, he acutely felt the drawbacks of his limited knowledge. If only his perspective were broader, the challenges before him might not seem so daunting. This conundrum could not be resolved now. Perhaps only through training in the temple could answers be unveiled. He shook his head, reminding himself that one who lacks foresight will inevitably face immediate concerns. With every additional consideration comes an additional opportunity. Indeed, above Kailinta lies the temple, home to even more profound martial arts, yet that realm remains inaccessible to him for the time being, necessitating reliance on his own contemplation. As he pondered this issue throughout his journey, he suddenly found himself unknowingly adrift upon a vast ocean. With a splash, several large fish leapt from the surface, only to plunge back into the depths, sending ripples cascading across the water. Gazing at the boundless expanse of the sea, Muyang felt a remarkable sense of tranquility wash over him. This ocean, indeed, is a splendid place for a peaceful existence. With a gentle smile, he looked into the distance, where he could discern faint silhouettes of vessels casting nets to catch fish. In this era, being able to navigate a fishing boat out to sea is already a significant advancement. A mere few hundred kilometers separate this place from the majestic Dakingshan. Yet apart from the last occasion when Muyang participated in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, crossing a stretch of ocean, he has yet to truly appreciate the vastness of the sea. Now that he has arrived here, he is determined to immerse himself in the experience. Thus, Muyang makes no further delay and flies directly toward an appealing island. Confronted by the towering waves of the ocean, the immense and overwhelming energy instills a sense of humility within him. On the island's shore, the environment is picturesque, with refreshing air and dotted with numerous low hills. Originally, this place resembled a tranquil paradise, but at this moment, the tranquility is shattered by acts of brutality. A group of men in uniforms arrives on the island aboard a yacht, then proceeds into the residential area, instantly causing chaos among the inhabitants. Each visit from this group spells disaster for the island's residents. Bang! A man violently kicks open the door of a household, surveying the corners before rudely shouting at a peasant couple inside. Hey, it's time to pay this month's tribute. The elderly farmer, donning a straw hat. Pleads, sir. Could you grant us a few more days? We truly have nothing to offer. How can I report to my superiors if you don't pay? Be compliant and hand over your valuables, the officer retorts, spitting contemptuously. However, upon realizing that the couple genuinely lacks resources, he begrudgingly shatters some dishes and seizes a few items that still hold some value. Such scenes unfold in every household. The elders of the island, unable to bear the injustice, step forward to argue, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground. Ouch! It would be wise for you to comply. We are not bandits. As long as you adhere to our rules, I assure you, no harm will come to you. The laws of the kingdom will not spare you. The elder exclaims, nearly choking on his rage. These pretentious individuals, though not outright bandits, engage in actions indistinguishable from those of brigands. Alas, the armed officers wielding firearms render the villagers powerless to resist. In the territory of our Serpent Corps, the laws of the United Kingdom hold no sway. Scoffs the officer of the Serpent Corps, a mocking expression on his face. The United Kingdom possesses its own law enforcement, yet the earth is vast, and many regions are dominated by local tyrants, making the reach of the kingdom's power woefully inadequate. The Serpent Corps represents the largest faction of resistance. In the areas they occupy, the laws of the kingdom are as worthless as scraps of paper. Scoundrels! The island's residents see that the audacity of the Serpent Corps. I will fight you. An elderly man, witnessing his food being taken, cries out in despair, clenching his frail fist to strike back. Humph, how impudent. The officer of the Serpent Corps, taken aback by the old man's defiance, darkens his expression. You truly seek death. With a subtle glance, the soldier beside him immediately stepped forward, roughly shoving the elderly man aside and leveling his firearm at the old man, ready to pull the trigger. Stop, please. The villagers cried out in anguish, their hearts racing. Don't shoot. Suddenly, a sharp flash erupted from the barrel, and all present instinctively shut their eyes, bracing for the inevitable scream that did not come. When they finally dared to open their eyes, they beheld a tall figure shielding the old man. A man with jet black hair and piercing eyes that seemed to cut into the souls of everyone present. One hand rested gently on the elder's shoulder, while the other extended forward, grasping something tightly. With a clink, metal struck the ground, producing a clear, ringing sound. It was a searing bullet, still emitting wisps of smoke from its surface. A bullet, caught barehanded. Everyone gaped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how a mere human could intercept a bullet fired from a gun with his bare hands. Are you all right, elder? A warm voice inquired as Muyang calmly regarded the old man beside him. I'm fine, thank you. The elder, still in shock, was at a loss to understand what had transpired. Chapter 45, April and the Little Blue Dragon. This is impossible, shouted the marksman from the Serpent Handler Corps. Disbelief etched across his face. In a panic, he fired several more shots at Muyang. The sound of gunfire erupted, flames spitting forth, and he was confident that this time he would surely kill his opponent. However, his triumph was short-lived, as his expression soon morphed into one of sheer terror. After unleashing a barrage of bullets, he was taken aback to see that the man across from him remained utterly unfazed, as if his efforts were inconsequential. The man extended his hand, wavering it slightly in the air, and all the bullets were halted mid-flight. The sound of numerous bullets clattering to the ground resonated, striking fear into the hearts of the Serpent Handler Corps. Monster! Someone shouted, igniting a wave of panic among the soldiers. Everyone, fire! In their frantic state, the soldiers of the Serpent Handler Corps hastily prepared their firearms, unleashing a barrage towards Muyang, seeking death. Suddenly, Muyang sprang into action. With a swish, countless phantoms flickered like specters among the soldiers, followed by a cacophony of sounds. In mere seconds, every member of the Serpent Handler Corps lay lifeless on the ground. Are they all dead? The residents of the island stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the scene before them. Indeed, they are dead. Those scoundrels have received their due retribution. Others shouted in relief. At that moment, the elder recalled the legends he had once heard and trembled as he approached Muyang. Could you be the legendary martial artist? Muyang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am a practitioner of martial arts. The tale spoke of martial artists possessing powers beyond the reach of ordinary men. It is truly real, the elder exclaimed, his voice thick with emotion. Old man, who are these people and why do they dominate the island? Muyang inquired, his brow furrowed. To his knowledge, the earth had long since entered an era governed by the United Kingdom, and such disorder was unexpected. The elder sighed and replied, alas. They are members of the Serpent's Legion, a tyrannical armed organization that rules over a vast area nearby, claiming supremacy even in the face of the United Kingdom's military might, which cannot restrain them. With this explanation, Muyang began to grasp the nature of the Serpent's Legion. It resembled the Red Ribbon Army from the original narrative, an armed faction that persisted under the governance of the United Kingdom. The Earth was indeed vast, although it was nominally under the United Kingdom's jurisdiction. Many regions remained beyond its control. However, compared to the Red Ribbon Army of later times, the current Serpent's Legion appeared far more audacious. If the Red Ribbon Army was a covert private armed group hidden within the United Kingdom's governance, the Serpent's Legion seemed more like a localized military force, possessing its own dominion. Goodness, it appears there are issues with the governance of the United Kingdom, Muyang exclaimed. Old man, what do you plan to do next? He gazed at the corpses strewn about the ground, suddenly feeling a headache. Previously, the islanders had endured living under the Serpent's Legion's control. But now that these individuals had been slain on the island, there was no room for reconciliation. Alas, life has become unbearable. The elder lamented, shaking his head. We have indeed considered leaving, but we are somewhat reluctant. Yet, with today's incident, even our reluctance is rendered moot. Muyang nodded. While he felt some sympathy for the elder and the islanders' plight, he did not harbor any guilt for having killed members of the Serpent's Legion. In this situation, he felt no remorse. The notion of I would not have slain Bo-Rin, had Bo-Rin not died because of me, seemed rather absurd to him. He merely acted at a fortuitous moment, doing what he believed was right. Fortunately, the islanders did not cast blame upon him for the deaths of the Serpent's Legion members that led to their displacement. Perhaps they had already entertained thoughts of leaving. In the ensuing moments, the islanders began to gather their belongings in preparation to depart, while Muyang, having acquired a wealth of information about the Serpent's Legion from the elder, took his leave. Clang, clang. April struggled under the weight of her backpack, her frail figure traversing the pebble-strewn path. As she ventured further, the surrounding vegetation grew sparse. April looked down at the road beneath her, feeling somewhat disoriented. In that instant, she realized she seemed to have lost her way. Surveying her surroundings, she noted that the colors had shifted to a dull ochre, indicating she had entered a vast, flat plain. I seem to have taken a wrong turn, April murmured, hunching her shoulders as her brown hair clung to her face, disheveled from lack of washing. 2 months prior, she clandestinely boarded a merchant vessel to the mainland. Upon disembarking, April sought to retrace her steps home, guided only by the hazy fragments of memory in her mind. Yet, the recollections of a 5-year-old are hardly reliable, leading her further astray until she found herself utterly lost. A fearsome roar echoed in the distance, followed by a cloud of swirling yellow dust racing across the plains. Moments later, a pale blue dinosaur emerged, pursuing an antelope, towering over 2 meters with eyes as dark and bright as light bulbs. As the creature drew near, it caught sight of April and inexplicably abandoned its prey, charging towards her instead. The ground trembled beneath its heavy footsteps, and in terror, April shielded her head, tumbling to the ground, tears welling in her eyes as she whimpered. Please don't eat me. The blue dinosaur was now mere inches away, and April could feel the warmth of its breath. After a tense pause, she opened her eyes to meet the creature's bulbous black gaze. This juvenile dinosaur, with a large head adorned with shiny black horns on its crown and jaws, approached her curiously. Its rotund belly was covered in white scales, and a pair of tiny wings fluttered behind it, stirring up a cloud of dust rather than lifting off the ground. With a curious tilt of its head, the young blue dinosaur called out to April, its gaze fixated on the jar of sweets she held. Do you want some honey? April asked, trembling as she cautiously opened the jar and extended it towards the creature. The dinosaur eagerly licked the taste, emitting a joyful sound. In that moment, April's fear melted away, and she gleefully offered more honey, exclaiming, You like it too? This sweet honey is the best. Have another taste. Children revel in sharing their joys, and with a common interest, friendships can blossom quickly. The little blue dragon licked April's fingers, then playfully turned its attention to her cheek. Stop licking. Can you help me leave? I can't find my way back, she pleaded. The blue dragon responded with a chirp, seeming to grasp her words, yet remaining somewhat bewildered. Chapter 46. A reunion at a lookout post on the edge of the Sands Plains. A soldier peered through binoculars, scanning the horizon. Suddenly, the figures of April and the blue dragon came into view. The soldier blinked in surprise, quickly cross-referencing his map. After confirming his findings, he immediately sounded the alarm. The shrill call echoed, Quick, report to Chief Lusha. He has found the person he was searching for. Yes, right here on the Sands Plains, accompanied by a dinosaur. What? The chief is coming personally? Understood. I will keep them in sight. After hanging up the phone, the soldier continued to observe through his binoculars, contemplating the imminent glory that awaited him, which intensified his commitment to the task at hand. In the command room of the Lusha troops, Commander Lusha sighed in relief upon receiving a report from his subordinates that they had located the little girl. He eagerly anticipated capturing her. It would be ideal if the blueprints for Claren's robot were in her possession. Otherwise, he would need to arrange an escape route in advance. Come here. With this thought, Lusha called for his subordinate. Boss, what is your command? Quickly prepare the aircraft. We must hasten to the Shazbing plain. upon hearing his superior's order. The subordinate shivered with excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, have we found the person we were looking for?" At that moment, a rare smile flickered across Lush's fierce visage. "Indeed. We have found her. It seems that expanding the search radius proved effective. Damn, that little one can run. She has managed to escape over 1,000 kilometers away. Nevertheless, she cannot evade my grasp." "Wonderful, boss. We will arrange for the personnel immediately." The subordinate also displayed a hint of ruthlessness and promptly set about organizing the long-haul flight. Dismissed. Lusha waved his hand, feeling a slight relaxation of the tension in his heart. He then reclined on the sofa, half closing his eyes. The recent pressures from headquarters had stretched his nerves to their limits. Minutes later, a propeller plane ascended from the tarmac, heading towards the Shaping Plain over a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. 6 hours later, the aircraft reached the skies above the Shaping Plain, where the parched yellowish terrain lacked moisture, and everything was dry, including the winds that swept through the arid environment. After the plane landed, Lusha and his entourage disembarked, weary from their journey. "Where is she? Where is that little girl?" The soldiers at the outpost promptly reported, "Sir, the little girl is advancing westward along the nearest river. However, for some unknown reason, she is accompanied by a young draconic creature. Our men feared startling them and did not dare to approach too closely." "Well done." Lusha patted the soldier on the shoulder, his eyes glinting with malevolence. He turned to his men and ordered, "Have everyone arm themselves. I do not care about the fate of that dragon, but I want the girl alive. We cannot afford to fail this time. Otherwise, I will have his head." Lusha warned sternly. "Understood, boss." The members of the Serpent-Bearer Legion lived lives steeped in danger, akin to bandits, and upon receiving their leader's command, they all revealed excited smiles. "Let us move." With a grand gesture, the group climbed into the jeep and hastily set off towards April's direction. Meanwhile, April and her new companion remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger approaching them. Elsewhere, after assisting the island's residents in dismantling several nearby fortifications belonging to the Serpent-Bearer Legion, and ensuring that their armed forces would no longer affect the residents' retreat, Muyang flew towards the Great Green Mountain. On a splendid afternoon, a refreshing breeze carried a hint of coolness. The majestic Dakingshan, standing for countless years, shielded the region from the frigid winds blowing from the north, resulting in a climate that resembled eternal spring. As Muyang approached Dakingshan, he leisurely soared through the air, unhurried. Suddenly, a shimmering light swept across the vast plains, and Muyang veered past the inhospitable sandy terrain. At that moment, a convoy of vehicles below raised a cloud of dust, capturing his attention. The convoy, consisting of over 20 open-top cars filled with individuals clad in drab gray uniforms and armed with various standard firearms, unmistakably belonged to the Serpent Handler Legion. Muyang's brow furrowed as his keen eyesight allowed him to discern their features, confirming their identity. The proximity of the Serpent Handler Legion to Dakingshan was indeed a troubling sign, while Muyang himself dismissed them as insignificant. The ordinary residents near Dakingshan lacked the means to withstand their firepower. Thus, he reduced his speed and glided closer to the convoy, intent on uncovering their intentions. Suddenly, a mournful shriek echoed from afar, drawing Muyang's attention. Ahead, he spotted another group of Serpent Handler Legion members confronting a dinosaur-like creature. The small blue dragon, its dark eyes blazing with fury, stood protectively before a little girl, bearing several bullet wounds from which crimson blood flowed freely. "Woo-woo, Xiaka, are you all right?" April cried. Pressing against the blue dragon, her voice choked with sorrow. "Damn it, we can't even handle a young dragon. Keep firing. But aim only at the dragon, do not harm the little girl," commanded the officer, Lusha, his cold eyes glinting with a menacing light. Fury etched across his face as he issued orders to his subordinates. "Yes, sir," came the chorus as all hands readied their weapons. "You villains! You bad people!" April shouted. Her face flushed with anger, tears streaming down her cheeks. These evildoers had taken away her parents and sister, and now they would not spare her new friend. "Hey there, little one, if you hand over your father's blueprints, I'll let you go," Lusha taunted. "You're the bad guys. I want to give them to you." April retorted fiercely, unaware that her response had already revealed the blueprints were in her possession. Indeed, upon hearing her answer, Lusha's face broke into a smile, seemingly relieved. "Open fire," he commanded coldly. The small blue dragon, flames erupting from its eyes, prepared to fight with all its might. At that moment, a light and airy voice suddenly echoed. "Is this how the Serpent Tamer Legion operates? Not even sparing a little girl? Look at that young dragon. It possesses more humanity than you." Who uttered those words? The members of the Serpent Tamer Legion instantly adopted a defensive stance, scanning their surroundings for the source of the voice, only to discover that the speaker was floating in midair. Muyang had been observing from above for quite some time and had grasped the essence of the situation. It appeared that the Serpent Tamer Legion was attempting to seize something, and that very object was affixed to the little girl. Muyang felt compelled to intervene, as they were even targeting a mere child. Chapter 47. The Rescue of April. Who are you? When the Serpent Tamer Legion is at work, it is wise not to meddle. Just as the mission was nearing completion, a disruptor emerged, causing Lu Sha to furrow his brow, his heart ablaze with anger. However, upon noticing the opponent hovering above, he felt a twinge of caution. Perhaps, he thought, upon hearing the name of the Serpent Tamer Legion, the intruder would retreat. Yet, such a notion was evidently unrealistic. TSK, members of the Serpent Tamer Legion. Muyang gently shook his head and slowly descended beside the little girl and the blue dragon. Casting a glance at the girl, her brown hair was somewhat disheveled, and her face was marred with dirt, obscuring her features, yet her sapphire blue eyes sparkled with a vibrant spirit. She seemed somewhat familiar. Muyang scrutinized her further, yet could not place her. He addressed the members of the Serpent Tamer Legion with cold disdain. To be frank, I harbor no affection for you. Each encounter has been marked by pillage and the persecution of the vulnerable. Your existence is merely a blight upon this world. Kid, you are courting death. Upon hearing such insolence, Lu Sha felt a heaviness in his heart, fully aware that the adversary had made his intentions clear. Instantly, his once darkened expression deepened, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Muyang shook his head dismissively, replying, "It is not I who seeks death. Rather, I have never regarded you with any significance." With that, a piercing light suddenly emanated from his eyes, and his form became indistinct. Before the members of the Serpent Tamer Legion could comprehend what was unfolding, Muyang had swiftly circled around them in a matter of moments. The disparity in their strengths was stark. Muyang was among the most elite martial artists on Earth, while Lu Sha's crew, armed with firearms, were essentially a band of brutes. They could manage against ordinary citizens, but when faced with a martial artist, they were mere lambs to the slaughter. In mere moments, the sounds of combat erupted, and figures were sent sprawling in disarray, transforming the scene into utter chaos. Damn it. Open fire. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Sha's eyes as he stubbornly issued commands. However, he was horrified to realize that there were no subordinates left to command. This demon had annihilated all his men in the blink of an eye. To ensure absolute safety during this journey, he had brought along a considerable number of people, all of whom were tragically slain. Lu Sha swallowed hard, his face contorted with fear, and he swiftly drew his handgun, firing at Muyang. Bang! The bullet soared towards Muyang, who deftly sidestepped, evading the projectile, and then pointed a finger at Lu Sha. With a chilling whistle, a small beam of energy shot forth from his fingertip, illuminating the air before striking Lu Sha's head with a blinding flash. With a sickening thud, the azure beam pierced through, sending blood splattering in every direction as if a watermelon had been crushed. The clang of Lu Sha's handgun hitting the ground echoed as his body slumped against the car seat. His pupils dilated in a final expression of terror frozen upon his face. Oh, the boss has been killed. The newly arrived convoy witnessed this horrifying spectacle and quickly turned to flee. Yet, having arrived, how could Muyang allow their escape? To leave no roots behind would only invite future troubles. Thus, he resolved to eradicate them entirely. In a swift motion, he unleashed another wave of destruction, mercilessly annihilating the remaining members of the Serpent Husbandry Corps. After vanquishing the foes, Muyang's previously stoic demeanor transformed as he appeared beside the little girl. At that moment, April was collapsed beside the small blue dragon, weeping inconsolably. "Please don't die, little Ka." The blue dragon, Giss, weakly extended its tongue, gasping for breath. Muyang shook his head. Sometimes, animals possess more empathy than humans. He crouched down, retrieving a magical bean and offering it to her. "Here, let it consume this. It will recover." "Really? Is little Ka going to be saved?" April, stifling her sobs, questioned as she hesitantly accepted the bean. "Just let it eat, and you'll see. This bean is precious. If you doubt it, I shan't give it to you." No, I believe you." April quickly wiped her tear-streaked face and placed the magical bean into the blue dragon's mouth. With a pop, the bean burst open, unleashing its miraculous effects. The dragon's eyes widened in astonishment as the muscles around its wounds twitched, expelling several projectiles, and all injuries were healed. Oh. The blue dragon flapped its wings, its once dull eyes regaining their luster. "Wow, that's wonderful. Little Ka is all right." April cheered joyfully. "Big brother, thank you. Without you, little Ka would have perished." She bowed gratefully to Muyang, then stealthily opened her small backpack, pulling out a jar of honey. "Big brother, this is April's favorite honey. There's just a little left, and I want to give it to you." "April?" At the mention of the name, Muyang paused, feeling a flicker of recognition. Upon closer inspection of the little girl, her brown hair, beautiful eyes, and familiar gestures, he felt as if he had encountered her before. "Big brother, here are some candies for you. They are quite sweet." April had a profound fondness for candy. A scene from 6 months prior on the train resurfaced in his mind. As Muyang realized that the little girl before him was indeed the same one he had encountered on that journey. "You are April, do you have a sister?" Muyang inquired. April's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. "How do you know?" "April has a sister, but both she and our parents are gone." She recounted her tale in fragmented sentences, and as she spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks. At that moment, Muyang grasped the gravity of her situation. Witnessing April's sorrow, a cold glimmer of fury flickered in his gaze. Those wretched members of the Serpent Legion truly deserved their fate. His eyes, now filled with compassion, regarded this little one who had become an orphan. With a gentle sigh, he addressed April. "We are not far from my sect. Would you like to accompany me?" "Can I bring little Ka?" April asked softly. Muyang glanced at the small blue dragon, its round head adorably charming. "Of course," he replied. "Yay!" April exclaimed joyfully. With a tender smile, Muyang bent down and lifted her into his arms, soaring into the air towards the great green mountain, while the little blue dragon followed closely behind, flapping its wings fervently. Chapter 48. The heart of heaven and the temple. The chaise plane lay in close proximity to the great green mountain. After a brief flight, a towering mountain range came into view, the unnamed primordial mountains. The mountains stretched across the horizon, and after passing several hills, the great green mountain emerged in sight. Now entering the territory of Qingshan, Muyang continued to fly for a while before descending from the sky, walking alongside April on the rural path. Villagers, busy with their harvests, would occasionally pass by, greeting Muyang warmly. However, upon noticing the little blue dragon trailing behind, expressions of fear flashed across their faces. April was intrigued, observing how everyone seemed to recognize her companion, the big brother, and their friendly demeanor reminded her of the kind souls who had once helped her, instilling no fear within her. Yet, they appeared to be quite frightened of little Ka, despite its undeniable cuteness. Thud, thud, thud. Little Ka was not fond of crowded places, especially not being scrutinized by curious gazes. It hurriedly trotted over to Muyang and April, poking its head out, which elicited giggles from April. "Ah, Muyang, you're back. Who is this little girl?" Upon returning to the residence of the Heart of Heaven, Isaf and his wife Alice, having received word from the villagers, greeted them. Upon seeing Muyang accompanied by a small girl and a young blue dragon, expressions of confusion adorned their faces. "Master, mistress." Muyang greeted with a smile as they all entered the house. The large blue dragon could not fit through the door, so it was arranged to remain in the courtyard for the time being. Inside the room, Alice had already prepared tea, and a plate of fruits adorned the coffee table. Muyang offered an apple to April, then began to narrate everything he knew about her and the serpent tribe to Isaf. Upon hearing this, Isaf slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming how despicable the serpent tribe was. Mother Alice looked at the 5-year-old girl before her with compassion, embracing April gently and lamenting, "Poor child, you have truly suffered, wandering alone for over half a year." April, dazed in Alice's embrace with an apple in her hand, called out to Muyang in confusion, "Brother." Muyang smiled at her, saying, "This is my teacher's wife. You may consider her as your own mother." "Yes, indeed. Think of me as your mother," Alice added warmly. Being a kind-hearted woman, she couldn't help but reminisce about her daughter, Misha, who lived far away in the southern region and had not been seen for quite some time. "Oh, look at you now. Let's take a bath first. I still have Misha's old clothes. I will buy you some new ones at the next market." April nodded lightly, a warm feeling washing over her. Thus, as Alice led the bewildered April to wash, only Muyang and teacher Isaf remained in the room. A brief silence ensued, observing his recently returned disciple. Isaf broke the quietude, joyfully stating, "Muyang, your performance at the martial arts conference was remarkable. You have brought fame to our Heavenly Heart sect." Muyang smiled faintly, witnessing Isaf's delight but remaining silent. "You cannot imagine how incredulous I was when I received a letter from Zeiss proclaiming your victory at the Grand Martial Arts Championship. I could hardly believe that my disciple possessed such strength. It wasn't until Zeiss returned to recount the events of the conference that I finally accepted the truth of it all. You clever boy. Concealing your talents even from your teacher, quietly returning with the championship title." The memory of the excitement that enveloped the Heavenly Heart sect upon Zeiss's return invigorated Isaf's spirit. "Teacher, it wasn't my intention to conceal. I simply did not foresee the extent of my capabilities," Muyang replied with a gentle smile, acknowledging that his victory was largely due to the absence of seasoned martial artists from the competition. Isaf waved his hand, indicating his understanding. "I see. I underestimated your growth rate. I heard from Zeiss that you have completely mastered the release of the Heavenly Heart Chi." "Indeed," Muyang confirmed with a nod. With that, Muyang opened his palm, forming a sword with his fingers, and a brilliant blue light erupted from his fingertips, manifesting as a sphere of energy the size of a glass marble. Isaf gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Your mastery of Qi has reached such an astonishing level. This is the result of my training during this time away, Muyang replied with a faint smile, waving his hand to dissipate the energy sphere. Haha. It seems you have surpassed me by a considerable margin. Perhaps no one within the entire Tianqin lineage can rival your prowess. Icifer, upon hearing this, felt a flush of excitement wash over him, akin to the effects of alcohol, and exclaimed, Please, recount to me how you have spent these past 6 months, and what has spurred such a remarkable enhancement in your abilities. Muyang nodded and began to gradually share his experiences from the past half-year. When he recounted his journey of cultivation and his subsequent visit to the Superpower Academy to see Mei Xiao, a hint of nostalgia flickered across Icifer's face. As Muyang spoke of his meeting with Mei Xiao and his subsequent challenge at the Kylan Tower, Icifer's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Ah, I see. No wonder when I first encountered you, your demeanor and actions seemed elusive. Each movement appeared casual yet was imbued with profound significance. It must be the guidance of the Kylan sage that has shaped you. Icifer sighed in awe. The fact that his disciple had successfully ascended the Kylan Tower and received the sage's counsel would surely evoke envy among many should it be shared. This achievement far surpassed merely claiming the title of champion at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. After all, the last person to ascend the Kylan Tower was the legendary Master Wu Tian, known as the God of Martial Arts. The guidance of the Kylan sage has been immensely beneficial to me, and he has promised that should I reach a level he deems worthy, he will recommend me for further cultivation in an even more sacred realm. Muyang conveyed sincerely regarding his mentor. At that moment, Icifer's countenance grew serious as he murmured, A more sacred realm? Could it be the divine temple of the heavenly realm? Teacher, you are aware of the temple? Muyang inquired, astonished. Icifer nodded, reflecting. I indeed possess some knowledge. It is said that this has been a closely guarded secret within our Tianqin lineage since ancient times. Beyond our lineage, few in the martial world are even aware that a legendary temple exists above the Kylan Tower. Muyang was taken aback by this revelation. Icifer continued. The legacy of our Tianqin lineage is far from simple. It is rumored that long ago, a predecessor resided in that fabled temple. Unfortunately, a calamitous disaster over 250 years ago nearly obliterated the entire martial world, resulting in significant losses for our Tianqin lineage, which has yet to regain its former glory. However, now I see a glimmer of hope in you. Icifer gazed at Muyang with profound emotion, increasingly pleased with his disciple. Muyang, upon hearing this, felt a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. If his teacher implied that there had been predecessors in the temple, could they have been former celestial beings or their disciples? Regardless, they must have been remarkable figures. As for the calamity over 250 years ago, he speculated it was the disaster wrought by the Dark Lord Bick. No wonder the cat sage regarded him with such favor, even considering recommending him for training in the temple. If it were indeed due to the legacy of his lineage's predecessors having once resided in the temple or held divine positions, then it would only be natural for the cat sage to take a particular interest in him. Could it be that I am basking in the glory of the esteemed Tianqin Lu? The more Muyang pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He then recalled the similarities between the martial arts of Tianqin Lu and those of Kailinta, which suddenly became clear. It was highly likely that both were legacies passed down from the divine temple. Chapter 49. The 2 items in the backpack. I never anticipated that our Tianqin Lu had such origins. Muyang was utterly taken aback to discover that the martial arts sect he belonged to, which was not particularly populous, had a connection to the divine temple. Perhaps, compared to the past, Tianqin Lu had indeed fallen into decline. Icifer burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, that is the case. Do not be misled by our small numbers. Our heritage is remarkably reliable. Today, I am particularly joyous. In the evening, I shall ask your master's wife to prepare a sumptuous feast, inviting a few of your uncles to join us for a delightful meal. What are you discussing? A gentle voice emerged as Master's wife, Alice, appeared, holding the hand of April. At this moment, April had donned a fresh set of clothing, her hair neatly arranged by her Master's wife, with her brown locks tied back with a ribbon. Brother, April called out sweetly, her face radiating with joy. Icifer glanced at his wife and the little girl beside her, smiling. We are planning to prepare a wonderful dinner this evening and invite everyone over for a lively gathering. Oh, if that is the case, we must begin preparations now. Alice covered her mouth, realizing that even with her industrious nature, it would take the better part of the day to prepare a delightful spread without the aid of electrical appliances. Observing his wife about to commence her preparations, Icifer chuckled. No need to rush. I will assist you shortly. He then turned to April. Today is a momentous occasion, as little April has come to our home. and we must give her a warm welcome. Brother, do you like my dress? April exclaimed, her youthful innocence shining through. For a little girl just over 5 years old. Her memories were quite hazy, and her moods shifted swiftly. In this moment, she seemed to revert to her playful self from the day they met on the train. It is delightful, Muyang replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, April, clad in clothes from Mei Xiao's childhood, appeared lively and charming. He suddenly felt that having such a sister was indeed quite lovely. Leading April into the courtyard, they found the little blue dragon curled up, napping on the ground. Its tongue occasionally flicking out. The serene ambience of the great green mountain made it feel utterly content. Upon noticing Muyang and April, the little blue dragon raised its head, its large face tilting upwards, chirping at them, then rolled over to expose its snowy belly. Muyang watched with interest for a while before taking April on a stroll around the great green mountain to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. In the evening, elders such as Yura, Zeiss, Carl, Clarissa, and Biaros gathered at Isifer's modest abode. Upon seeing Muyang, they could not help but express their concern and engage in casual conversation. Soon, everyone was seated at the dining table, raising their glasses in a toast, sharing heartfelt sentiments. Muyang once again recounted his experiences, leaving everyone present in awe. Naturally, the newly arrived April also became the center of attention. After a round of introductions, April became a member of the Tianqin sect. The banquet continued late into the night, and only when everyone was thoroughly entertained did they disperse in a haze of inebriation. The following morning, April came running over in her slippers, her small backpack clutched tightly in her hands as she handed it to Muyang. "What is inside?" he inquired. Upon receiving the bag, he noticed that its petite surface bore several scuffs and was filled to the brim with various items, some of which felt quite heavy. Shaking her head, April retrieved her cherished candy jar from within and explained, "I don't know. This was given to me by my father when he left, instructing me to keep it safe." Upon hearing this, Muyang opened the backpack and extracted its contents, a large stack of thick blueprints and 3 peculiar black stones. He glanced at them in astonishment. "The Serpent Legion seeks you for these?" "Yes," April nodded affirmatively. Muyang vaguely recalled that the Serpent Legion's intent in capturing April was to obtain the blueprints drawn by her father. Upon unfurling the stack of blueprints, he found them adorned with intricate circuits, resembling both mechanical and electrical schematics. In his past life, Muyang had worked in high-voltage operations, which allowed him to understand a small portion of the designs. This is a design blueprint for a robot. After a moment of contemplation, he set the blueprints down, beginning to grasp why the Serpent Legion was fixated on them. If the robots depicted in the blueprints were to be constructed and deployed in battle, even in an era where technology was not particularly advanced, the Serpent Legion would have a chance to rival the United Kingdom and further. The prospect of world domination would not be out of reach. "What do you intend to do with these blueprints?" Muyang asked April. She pondered for a moment before responding, "Brother, I want to go to school and become a scientist to study my father's blueprints." Gently stroking the little girl's brown hair, Muyang nodded. "Very well, from now on, April shall become a female scientist." "Yes." April squinted her eyes and emitted a soft hum of agreement. "However, martial arts must not be neglected. You will also be a disciple of the Tianqin sect. One cannot focus solely on academics. In this world, without strength, there is no assurance of safety." While most people might lead an uneventful life, Muyang did not wish for April to squander her life in mediocrity. "I understand," she replied. "What about these?" Muyang picked up the 3 oddly shaped stones, which were pitch black and utterly unidentifiable in terms of material. He squeezed one firmly, only to find it unyielding, realizing that these stones were no ordinary objects. April bit her lip and softly stated, "I don't know. My father didn't tell me, but I will definitely figure it out." The little girl stubbornly lifted her head, her azure eyes brimming with determination. Muyang was momentarily taken aback, stroking her fluffy hair, as if he could see a star of science rising on the horizon. "By the way, April, do you wish to avenge your parents?" "I do. But my strength is insufficient." At this, April's spirit sank. "What if your brother helps you destroy them? Those Serpent Clan members are utterly despicable. Allowing them to remain in this world will only breed further tragedies." As for the Serpent Clan, Muyang harbored no fondness for them. In the original storyline, there was no mention of an organization called the Serpent Clan, which leads to but one conclusion: this organization will be eradicated in the future, making way for the Red Ribbon Army. Presently, Muyang had already encountered the Serpent Clan, and their relationship was far from amicable. His creed regarding enemies was unwavering. He believed that even the slightest threat must be utterly obliterated. Chapter 50, Striking at the Heart of the Enemy. "But they are formidable, with many members." April hesitated. Yet in her eyes, Muyang discerned her genuine disdain for the Serpent Clan, merely concerned about their overwhelming numbers. Muyang smiled with confidence, dismissing her concerns. Those fellows, no matter how numerous, are no match for your brother. On this planet, few possess greater strength than I. This was not mere arrogance, it was the truth. Even against the turtle hermit, Muyang believed he would not fall far short, aside from the latter's wealth of experience. April's eyes sparkled as she recalled Muyang's display of power the previous day. She clenched her fists fiercely and declared, "Then brother shall defeat all those villains." Absolutely. In the days that followed, April officially became a disciple under the Tianqin school to learn the fundamentals of martial arts. Upon discovering her aspiration to become a scientist, Isaf and Muyang deliberated on selecting a suitable school for her and arranged for her enrollment. Simultaneously, to accommodate April's martial training, they allowed her to reside at the Tianqin school's dojo, located at the foot of the Great Green Mountain. This dojo catered to the common populace, overseen by several disciples of the Tianqin school, who taught locals some basic self-defense techniques, serving as a community outpost for the school. Meanwhile, in the eastern mountains of Earth, the headquarters of the Serpent Clan, Commander Wayne scrutinized reports from his subordinates with a sinister expression, his brow furrowed slightly. The documents indicated that the southeast region's leader, Lusha, had seemingly uncovered something significant and led a contingent into the Shays Plain. But thereafter, he had not emerged. Subsequent messages relayed by the remaining personnel revealed that they discovered Lusha and his subordinates' corpses there. Each subordinate had suffered a fatal blow, their firearms never even drawn, indicating they had no chance to resist. Furthermore, a gaping hole marred Lusha's head, a clear sign of being pierced by a high-energy beam. With a resounding thud, Wayne slammed the report onto the table. His mood soured as he raised his glass and gulped down its contents. Who could have slain Lusha? Was it a chance encounter with a wandering master, or a rival faction with similar intentions, such as those from the United Kingdom? Huayan's expression fluctuated like the weather. If it were the first scenario, it would be manageable, lacking specificity. However, should it be the second, it would imply that others had also set their sights on that blueprint. Regardless of the situation, the blueprint he coveted was irretrievably lost, or rather, the hope of recovering it had diminished significantly. The useless individual not only lost his life but also the valuable blueprint, internally cursing Lu Sha for his incompetence. Commander Huayan was nonetheless compelled to contemplate the ensuing matters. If the blueprint fell into the hands of the United Kingdom or other factions, it would spell considerable disadvantage for their Serpent Corps. Duolong, are you aware of any formidable martial arts sects near the Shaja Plains? Commander Huayan inquired of his trusted aide. Duolong quickly sifted through his memories, shaking his head. The Shaja Plains is an exceedingly desolate area, with sparse human presence within a radius of over 100 kilometers. However, to the west, there lies a grand mountain range, teeming with ferocious beasts, generally inaccessible to ordinary folk. Beyond that range exists a martial arts sect. But Commander, those sects are reclusive and possess formidable strength. They are not to be trifled with, Duolong advised, emphasizing the prowess of the martial arts sections. Commander Huayan waved his hand, urging him to pause. As a leader of an armed organization, he possessed considerable intellect and was well aware of the terror that martial artists could invoke. Some formidable fighters were unperturbed even by firearms. Encountering such individuals rendered armed forces ineffective. Moreover, as a warrior of the Orc lineage himself, Huayan was acutely cognizant of the capabilities of martial artists. Nevertheless, the current era had transformed. With advancements in technology, powerful weapons were continually being produced, and the intimidation factor of martial artists was waning. Yet, even a hint of suspicion would not be overlooked by Huayan, who certainly could not take matters into his own hands. "Come forth," he commanded. Soon, the hall's door swung open, and a soldier clad in a dull gray uniform rushed in. "Commander, what are your orders?" "Immediately contact the assassin, Mr. Tao Bai Bai, and inform him that I have a task to entrust to him. I need him to locate a specific blueprint." "Here is the precise address," Commander Huayan said, scribbling down the location and handing it to his subordinate. Had Muyang been present, he would have recognized that the address on the note unmistakably pointed to the stronghold of the Tianqin sect located at Dakingshan. Strike while the iron is hot, was Huayan's straightforward intent. If the blueprint were indeed there, it would be ideal. Even if it were not, it would merely involve a financial expenditure. Matters solvable by money were trivial. Commander Huayan actually hoped the blueprint was there. Upon hearing the order to contact the ruthless assassin Tao Bai Bai, the soldier's face paled immediately. "What? Is there a problem?" Commander Huayan's cold gaze bore down on him. The soldier, as if under the scrutiny of a demon, trembled and stammered, "No, sir. I shall attend to it at once." With that, he scurried out, clutching the note. General Huayan disdainfully snorted, reclining comfortably on his soft sofa in a feigned slumber. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, reverberating like the sound of artillery bombardment. The entire castle trembled, and the chandelier on the ceiling swayed perilously, as if it might plummet at any moment. Was it an earthquake? No. It appeared that an assault had been launched against them. The countenance of General Huayan darkened instantly, his face clouded with murderous intent as he stepped outside, only to find the guards hastily mobilizing, organizing a defensive posture. What has transpired? He inquired with a fierce glare. General, there has been an invasion at headquarters. Our forces are unable to withstand the onslaught, a guard replied, clutching his weapon, his face ashen. General Huayan paused, startled by the alarming declaration of their inability to hold the line. His countenance twisted into a more ferocious grimace. Damn it, this is the headquarters of the Serpent-Bearer Legion. Who possesses such audacity to intrude here? It is a youth, came the reply. Chapter 51. The world's greatest assassin thousands of kilometers away, in a small town inn. The shrill ring of a phone pierced the air. It was a direct line from the assassin organization. Hello, it is my vacation time. Please refrain from disturbing me. A man with braided hair, freshly emerged from a shower with damp hair, answered the phone with a cold and ungracious tone. I apologize, Mr. Tao Bai, but a mission has been issued by the Serpent-Bearer Legion. They implore you to accept the task, and you may set the price. The operator on the other end spoke cautiously, acutely aware that they were conversing with the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai. Intrigued, Tao Bai maintained his icy demeanor. I have no time. Sir, everything is negotiable. For a million. The operator persisted. Who is the target? A martial arts sect known as Tianxin Lu. It is a minor faction, came the information from the other side. Tao Bai stroked his beard, twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, and replied with malevolence, a martial arts faction. You know I typically do not engage with martial arts sections. The operator became flustered, as it was rumored that Tao Bai too hailed from a martial arts lineage, and his missions had always been directed at individuals, with no precedent of targeting entire sections. The price must be increased, Tao Bai stated bluntly. Very well. The operator on the other end wiped the sweat from his brow. 30 million. Not a penny less. With that, Tao Bai abruptly hung up the phone, then sat beside the bed and lit a cigarette, causing the in-room to quickly fill with swirling smoke. Tianxin Lu, the sect from which the champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament hails? After a pause, Tao Bai extinguished his cigarette, donned his signature attire, well-fitted black trousers and a pink long coat, emblazoned with a prominent character for kill in vivid red, as if stained with blood. Typically, he would only don this attire during work. Having tidied his appearance, Tao Bai strode directly out of the room and approached the hotel counter. The boss's voice was chilling, sending shivers down the spine. Wearing spectacles, the proprietor turned at the sound, and upon recognizing the visitor's attire, a cold sweat cascaded down his brow. The world's foremost assassin. Tao Bai, what brings him to my establishment? The boss's complexion turned ghostly pale. What can I assist you with, esteemed guest? He stammered, wiping the sweat from his forehead incessantly. Tao Bai coldly regarded him, inquiring about the distance to the eastern primitive mountains. Approximately 2,600 kilometers, he replied, bowing deeply. Quite a considerable distance, Tao Bai mused, stroking his chin and beginning to pace in the lobby. He observed intently, extending his fingers to tap the stone pillar in the corner of the lobby, as if searching for a suitable support beam. After a moment, he nodded. Having selected one of the pillars, with two resounding thuds, Tao Bai leapt and struck the pillar at both its upper and lower sections, his subtle force penetrating the internal structure, creating two fractures in the stone. With a sharp crack, the entire pillar collapsed under his might. The hotel owner, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, stared wide-eyed, utterly disoriented. Yes, this is the direction, Tao Bai declared, aligning himself before forcefully hurling the stone pillar, which swiftly transformed into a shadow and vanished into the clouds. Consider yourself fortunate this time. I shall spare your life out of gratitude for the holiday, he remarked to the hotel owner, before executing a swift leap, activating his aerial technique, and becoming a fleeting silhouette in pursuit of the rapidly soaring pillar. Given Tao Bai's throwing prowess, it would take him approximately 4 or 5 relays to reach the Great Qing Mountain. With a resounding thud, once Tao Bai's figure disappeared, the hotel owner could no longer sustain himself, collapsing to the ground. His face was ashen. Good heavens, that man is indeed the world's #1 assassin, the bloodless killer. Tao Bai, how did I survive his presence? Suddenly, the owner reconsidered and, feeling uneasy, promptly closed the hotel doors, fearful of attracting trouble. Surviving an encounter with Tao Bai was sheer luck. He doubted he would be so fortunate again. For safety's sake, he decided to seek refuge elsewhere. Meanwhile, At the headquarters of the Serpent Bearer Legion, chaos reigned as thick smoke billowed, flames soared, and the sounds of detonations and gunfire intermingled. Boom. Another building was struck by artillery, debris raining down amidst the dense black smoke, as the castle continued to collapse, with craters dotting the ground. Today was indeed a cataclysm for the Serpent Bearer Legion, and the architect of this devastation was none other than the young man, Muyang. On that day, after concluding his conversation with April, Muyang engaged in a discussion with Isafar and others regarding the Serpent Legion. Upon receiving unanimous consent from the group, Muyang first targeted the nearest outpost of the Serpent Legion to the Primal Mountains, executing a sweeping assault with relentless ferocity. During the obliteration of that outpost, Muyang acquired intelligence on the Serpent Legion's headquarters. This prompted a realization: it was more prudent to eradicate the root of the problem rather than merely trimming the branches. Thus, akin to Sun Wukong's destruction of the Red Satin Brigade in the original tale, Muyang rapidly advanced towards the headquarters of the Serpent Legion. Leading to the current scene, Muyang was a man of remarkable initiative. In his eyes, once an entity was deemed an adversary, total annihilation was the only assured course of action. The air crackled with the dance of fire serpents, vivid sparks erupting. A line of soldiers, armed with rifles, charged forward, their bullets intertwining to form a fiery net encircling Muyang. However, these efforts proved futile, for they faced a martial arts master far superior to ordinary earthlings. Amidst the chaos, adversaries were sent flying with astonishing speed, leaving the soldiers bewildered as to how the onslaught was executed. Retreat. Fall back quickly. Faced with the enemy's ghostly combat techniques, the soldiers of the Serpent Legion were paralyzed with terror, none daring to advance. No retreat. Charge forward. The commander bellowed furiously, his machine gun firing incessantly. Help me. Someone save me. The soldiers lamented, their voices filled with despair, anxiously yearning to flee, utterly unwilling to resist. With a cold expression, Muyang observed as he unleashed wave after wave of energy blasts, causing yet another building to collapse with a thunderous roar. Chapter 52. Tao Bai by him? At that moment, Muyang noticed Commander Huayan, heavily guarded by armored vehicles not far away. A cold smile crept across his face as he redirected his assault towards the commander. Damn it, my legion. Commander Huayan's countenance darkened ominously, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. The losses suffered by his legion caused him profound anguish. Instead of fretting over these losses, you might want to consider your own life. A voice, devoid of warmth, suddenly echoed in his ears. What? Commander Huayan's pupils constricted, his azure fur bristling instinctively as the innate instincts of a beast sensed an imminent threat. Before he could react, an overwhelming force struck his chest, akin to a truck laden with cargo barreling toward him. Thud. Commander Huayan found himself without the slightest resistance, his body crashing against the wall like a cannonball. The rubble erupted violently, and Commander Huayan's dark expression deepened, blood trickling from his mouth as his eyes glowered with fury. Damn martial artist, he growled, his sharp fangs grinding together. Before him stood a young man clad in a white martial arts uniform, the fabric rustling in the wind, exuding an overwhelming presence. Particularly striking were his eyes, which glimmered with an intensity that deterred any direct gaze. Muyang regarded Commander Huayan with some surprise at his survival. A beastman? Your attire suggests that you are the commander of the Serpent Legion. It is no surprise that you possess considerable strength, which has enabled you to dominate the entire legion. However, from this day forth, the Serpent Legion shall cease to exist. Muyang's voice was frigid, directly pronouncing the death of his adversary. The incensed Commander Huayan was about to protest, but Muyang did not afford him the opportunity. In a swift motion, a whirlwind erupted from the earth. And as Muyang leaped forward, his form became indistinct. When he reappeared, he was at Huayan's side. When did this happen? Huayan's pupils constricted, cold sweat cascading down his brow. You are powerless to resist. Since the moment you assaulted April's family, you have sealed your fate to repay this debt with blood. Prepare to meet your end. Without granting his opponent a chance for rebuttal, Muyang unleashed a powerful energy wave. A brilliant burst of light blossomed in the air, resembling a resplendent flower that erupted into chaos, consuming Commander Huayan in an overwhelming torrent of energy, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Commander Huayan had no means of resistance as the chaotic energy wave strangled him, vanishing into the void. Following this, Muyang, expressionless, cast a glance at the remaining members of the Legion before ascending into the sky with a graceful flourish. Your commander is deceased. There is no longer a place for the Serpent Legion in this world. Allow me to conclude your lives in the most magnificent manner. May you vanish alongside this headquarters. From above, Muyang surveyed the castle below, his dark eyes glinting with fierce intent, and directed an energy wave at the structure. Celestial Heart Energy Wave. A terrifying beam of energy descended from the heavens, and midway through its descent, it suddenly split open, resembling a colossal pot lid descending upon the earth. This energy wave was infused with all of Muyang's power, while it may not rival the destructive force that Master Rashi wielded against Frypan Mountain. It was more than sufficient to obliterate a castle. Boom. The energy beam pierced the ground, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble violently. The area engulfed by the energy wave erupted in a dazzling display of light, rendering the sun itself dim by comparison. Scorching gusts of hot air roasted the earth. And as the thick smoke dissipated, the once magnificent headquarters of the Serpent Legion lay utterly leveled, with searing smoke swirling upon the surface, leaving no trace of its former grandeur. Thus, the Serpent Legion has met its demise. Muyang hovered in the air, breathing heavily. The previous energy wave had depleted much of his strength. After descending to the ground to rest momentarily, he felt a slight recovery in his vitality. He refrained from consuming the sacred beans, as they were far too precious to him, only to be used when his life was in peril. In this situation, where gradual recovery was possible, he chose to conserve them. Contemplating this, Muyang swiftly entered an accelerated space to restore his energy. Half a day later, at the former headquarters of the Serpent Man Legion, Muyang emerged from the acceleration space, his body restored to its optimal state, with an apparent increase in energy. The destruction of the headquarters rendered the outer branches insignificant. He could easily eradicate them later. With this thought in mind, Muyang ascended into the air, redirecting his course towards the Great Green Mountain. After half an hour, the majestic mountains loomed before him. Beyond them lay the Great Green Mountain. Just then, a swift shadow surged from behind, quickly aligning parallel to Muyang. It was a rapidly flying stone pillar, upon which stood a figure with a gaunt face and an eye-catching attire adorned in shades of peach. Particularly striking was the character Furkill emblazoned on the chest. As Muyang discerned the figure's features, especially their distinctive garb, a sense of foreboding washed over him, and his expression grew exceptionally grave. The world's foremost assassin, Tao Baibai. Such a unique outfit could only belong to Tao Baibai. In the original tale, Tao Baibai undertook a mission from the Red Ribbon Army to seize the Dragon Balls, only to be ultimately defeated by Sun Wukong ascending the Korin Tower, using a stone pillar as his mode of transport, much like the present circumstance. To his astonishment, the legendary assassin had maintained his idiosyncratic travel habits for decades, still traversing the world upon a mere pillar. However, Tao Baibai was headed directly towards the Great Green Mountain. Crossing the primitive mountain range would lead him there. And in an instant, Muyang's countenance darkened. He could only hope that Tao Baibai was merely passing through. Tao Baibai's prowess was undeniably formidable. Even when compared to Master Rashi, he was scarcely inferior, ranking among the elite martial artists on Earth. If his intentions were indeed directed towards the Great Green Mountain, it would spell calamity for all. "Hey, kid, are you a disciple of the Turtle School? I don't recall seeing you before," Tao Baibai remarked with a hint of arrogance upon witnessing Muyang utilize the unique levitation technique of the Turtle School. Muyang did not respond. Instead, he leapt onto the stone pillar, standing opposite Tao Baibai. "Tao Baibai, where are you headed?" he inquired earnestly. Tao Baibai's expression soured. "Young one, did Master Rashi not teach you the importance of respect? How dare you speak to your elder in such a manner?" His voice was cold and devoid of warmth. Yet due to Muyang's identity as a disciple of the Turtle School, he refrained from displaying his usual lethal intent. "So, he considers himself a disciple of the Turtle School," Muyang mused, quietly scrutinizing Tao Baibai during the moment. Chapter 53. Life is a play, all dependent on performance overall. Tao Baibai's appearance was hardly impressive. One could even describe it as shabby, a gaunt face, a frail physique, and an incongruous ensemble paired with an unkempt hairstyle gave him an air of fragility. Yet, this seemingly delicate individual was, in fact, among the elite martial artists of the realm. Thus, even in the presence of Tao Baibai, Muyang dared not harbor the slightest trace of disdain. Currently, Tao Baibai's combat prowess hovers around 135, not significantly inferior to that of the Turtle Hermit. In fact, his extensive experience in killing renders him an exceedingly formidable adversary. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Muyang's mind in an instant. While the Turtle Hermit might exhibit a reserved demeanor befitting a martial arts master and typically refrain from employing lethal force, Tao Baibai stands in stark contrast for him. Taking a life is a commonplace affair, indeed his very vocation. The meticulous study of how to execute a kill with precision may well constitute his daily practice. Well-versed in the original narrative, Muyang recognizes the depths of Tao Baibai's treachery. When confronted by the formidable Sun Wukong, who had ascended the Kalen Tower and subsequently vanquished him, Tao Baibai, in a desperate bid for survival, would readily cast aside his pride as a martial artist, kneeling in supplication. Yet, when he perceives an opportunity, he swiftly resorts to ambush, only to find himself thwarted and ultimately slain by Sun Wukong. The signs clearly indicate that Tao Bai Bai is a consummate egotist, sly, despicable, and merciless, devoid of any martial ethics. However, it is precisely this absence of scruples that allows him to evade unnecessary entanglements and seize opportunities against his foes, perhaps aligning with the fundamental traits of an assassin. Upon hearing Tao Bai Bai's chilling inquiry, Muyang seemingly grasped the situation, smacking his forehead and donning an apologetic smile. Uncle Tao Bai Bai, my sincere apologies for the earlier transgression. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement, as my master often speaks of you, declaring you the world as foremost assassin. Your strength rivaling that of the so-called god of martial arts, the old turtle. It is a privilege to finally meet you in person, and I regret any offense caused. Noticing that Tao Bai Bai appeared unperturbed, though his expression softened slightly at the mention of the old turtle, Muyang felt reassured and continued with a smile. Uncle, are you on a mission during this journey? Tao Bai Bai raised an eyebrow, his countenance growing cold. Is that a question you are entitled to ask? My apologies for my presumptuousness, Muyang quickly interjected, observing that Tao Bai Bai did not seem overly angered. Uncle, we are nearing the primordial mountain, beyond which lies the great Qing mountain. I have been practicing here recently and am quite familiar with the area. Should you have a task at hand? I would be honored to lend my assistance. At these words, surprise flickered across Tao Bai Bai's face as he nodded in acknowledgement. It is rare to see such filial piety. Your master has indeed taught you well. Not at all. It is my privilege to catch a glimpse of your esteemed presence. Uncle, Muyang replied humbly. Indeed. Tao Bai Bai said with a smile, this mission involves a martial arts sect whose disciples possess considerable skill. You shall come along so I may assess your capabilities. Otherwise, should they harm you, it would reflect poorly on me when I report back to your master. With that, he gestured for Muyang to approach. In response, Muyang smiled modestly and expressed his eagerness to learn, then stepped closer to Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai maintained the demeanor of a master, as if he were genuinely about to instruct his disciple. However, when Muyang drew near, with merely a step and a half between them, a sudden surge of murderous intent erupted from him. He exclaimed, Dong Dongbo. Almost simultaneously, Muyang reacted, launching a powerful punch. The sound of impact resonated as his fist struck the Dong Dongbo, causing the crimson energy to veer off course. With a resounding bang, the force of the collision sent both Muyang and Tao Bai Bai stumbling back half a step, each regarding the other with astonishment. Life is akin to a play, relying heavily on performance. Perhaps neither had anticipated that they shared the same thoughts. Tao Bai Bai erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, how intriguing. I never expected to encounter such a talent among the youth. Upon realizing his ambush had failed, Muyang let out a silent sigh of regret. Judging by Tao Bai Bai's actions, it seemed he had long suspected Muyang was not a disciple of the Crane Immortal sect. The reason for their charade lay in the instinct of a killer, which had alerted him to danger. Oh, it appears I have misjudged. You are not a disciple of the Crane Immortal sect at all. Tao Bai Bai stroked the mustache on his lips, then stood with one hand behind his back, exuding the air of a master. Yet, his gaunt cheeks bore a chilling demeanor, and his eyes glimmered with a ruthless coldness. I never claimed to be one. And you realized that from the very beginning, did you not? Shaking his head, Muyang met Tao Bai Bai's gaze with a composed demeanor. I maintain that the Crane Immortal sect has no one of your caliber. With that, silence fell between them. The two stood atop a rapidly soaring stone pillar, hurtling through the mountains towards the direction of the Great Green Mountain. Suddenly, Muyang sprang into action, channeling energy within him, allowing his body to float slightly. He lifted his foot and slammed it down upon the speeding stone pillar. With a thunderous roar, the pillar was deflected by his formidable force, plummeting at a right angle towards the primordial mountain. The sound of cracking echoed as the pillar broke into two during its descent. One fragment disintegrated midair while the other crashed to the ground, creating a crater 2 meters deep and 3 meters wide. The reverberating explosion resonated across the land, upturning everything within a radius of several dozen meters and shrouding the area in thick smoke. Coughing, two figures emerged from the haze, landing gracefully not far from the impact site. They covered their noses, unscathed by any injury. Impressive skills, young one, Tao Bai Bai remarked. I wonder where you acquired your mastery of the floating technique. You wield it quite adeptly. With such formidable strength at your young age, if you continue to grow, you may accomplish great feats that even I would admire. However, it is unfortunate that you have crossed me, Tao Bai Bai. Encountering me is your greatest misfortune. Tao Bai Bai shook his head lightly, as if everything were within his control. Muyang retorted with a cold smile. How laughable. Techniques are creations of ingenuity. Who dictates that the floating technique can only belong to the Crane Immortal sect? TSK, such audacity from a junior, Tao Bai Bai replied. The floating technique is profoundly intricate. Can one merely claim to create something equivalent? I have yet to witness anyone in this world capable of devising techniques that rival the floating technique. Tao Baibai disdainfully remarked that, compared to the era of Wu Tai Do over 200 years ago, the martial arts world of today has significantly declined. With the transmission of Qi Gong becoming exceedingly rare, let alone the creation of techniques utilizing it. Had the application of Qi Gong techniques been so easily devised, the Turtle School's Qi Gong and the Dongdong Wave would not have been relegated to mere legends. In his view, Muyang appeared to have surreptitiously learned techniques from his Crane school, yet remained obstinately unacknowledging, a petty individual deserving of 1,000 deaths. You are merely uninformed. Muyang retorted coldly. Indeed, this era pales in comparison to the Wu Tai Do period of centuries past, but it is not devoid of genius. Humph. In response, Tao Baibai emitted a cold snort, a fierce glint flashing across his brow as the chilling aura surrounding him intensified. He spoke icily. You reckless and arrogant fool. You have successfully provoked my wrath. As I have had no opportunity for bloodshed these past few days, I shall consider this a warm-up before my mission. I will make you aware of what it means to wish for death. Returning this sentiment, Muyang's expression hardened as he gazed at the cackling Tao Baibai. Regardless of whether Tao Baibai's current target was Tianqing Lu, that arrogance alone warranted his complete eradication from this world. With this resolve, Muyang decided to strike first. In an instant, he lunged forward, his form transforming into a streak of light, speeding towards Tao Baibai. Before Tao Baibai could react, Muyang's fist, infused with formidable momentum, descended with force. Bang! Muyang's fist halted abruptly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Before he could comprehend, a powerful counterattack surged from his fist, creating a swirling tempest around them. Your reflexes are commendably swift. I wonder how long you can endure. The chilling voice of Tao Baibai echoed as he appeared like a specter at Muyang's original position, launching a series of vicious attacks in close proximity. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air as a gash appeared in Muyang's sleeve, a piece of white cloth violently ripped away by Tao Baibai. Truly, he was a seasoned assassin. A moment's inattention could lead to his downfall. Muyang swiftly evaded the onslaught, retreating to safety. To be honest, Muyang's strength was nearly on par with Tao Baibai's, yet he lacked the experience that Tao Baibai possessed. However, in terms of technique, Muyang, having undergone training under the Cat Sage, had significantly surpassed Tao Baibai. Chapter 54. The Battle with Tao Baibai. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures darted rapidly through the forest, appearing and vanishing in a blur, each reemergence accompanied by intense combat and violent shockwaves. Crack. Tao Baibai grinned as his attack landed on Muyang, who paused momentarily, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Muyang's counterstrike was equally swift. At the moment he was injured by Tao Baibai, his own strike found its mark upon Tao Baibai. Cough, cough, cough. With a sinister expression, Tao Baibai quickly retreated, his face resembling charred coal. After several encounters, he realized he had underestimated his opponent. The person before him, though still young, had exchanged numerous blows with him without being defeated, even causing him to suffer a hidden disadvantage. Tao Baibai felt a surge of anger, his cold gaze sweeping toward Muyang, an overwhelming intent to kill seemingly coalescing in the air. Muyang, with a solemn expression, observed Tao Baibai carefully, gathering his internal energy, ready to launch a counterattack at any moment. Indeed, I have underestimated him, but let's see how you evade my next assault, Tao Baibai exclaimed, channeling all his strength into speed, swiftly closing the distance to Muyang. Faced with the sudden onslaught of Tao Baibai, Muyang's eyes gleamed with determination as he pivoted, gripping the ground with both hands for leverage, using the torque from his waist to kick toward his adversary. Tao Baibai staggered back a few steps at this moment. He resorted to his most powerful techniques. Dongdong Wave. With a fierce shout, Tao Baibai pointed a finger toward Muyang, unleashing a crimson energy beam. In that instant, his aura surged dramatically. Die. The terrifying energy coalesced into a beam directed at Muyang, and in the face of this sudden surge of overwhelming power, Muyang's expression shifted drastically. The Dongdong Wave of the Crane Immortal Flow. Compared to the previous instance, this time, free from the need to conceal his murderous intent, the Dongdong Wave was unleashed in its full form. Even if your Dongdong Wave's energy is formidable, its quality is lacking. With no time to ponder further, Muyang extended his arms, palms pressed together in a grasping position. A hum resonated as a blue-white glow enveloped his hands. He was determined to meet Tao Baibai's Dongdong Wave head-on, much like Sun Yukong. Boom. The powerful attack stirred up a fierce whirlwind, a searing heat coursed through his palms, and the immense pressure numbed Muyang's arms, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In that instant, as the energy wave approached, his body was thrust back several meters, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath his feet. However, Tao Baibai's Dongdong Wave did not vanquish Muyang. How is this possible? My Dongdong wave was actually caught. Tao Baibai's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. For years, he had wielded the Dongdong wave as his most prized weapon, regardless of the strength of his foes. The fearsome energy shot would invariably pierce through them, ensuring his victory. Yet today, he found his signature move withstood by an opponent. This person must be eliminated, otherwise, once he matures, he will be too formidable to contend with. Tao Baibai's heart raced, his murderous intent intensifying. He was not this powerful in his youth. Who exactly are you? Aren't you headed toward the Dakingshan? Surely you must have investigated your target. I am a disciple of the Tianxin flow. Muyang seized the moment to regulate his internal energy, rapidly recuperating. Tao Baibai was taken aback. A disciple of the Tianxin flow? A minor sect has a disciple like you? The intelligence department is utterly incompetent. It's hardly a minor faction if it can produce such disciples. Compared to the Crane School and Turtle School, they are certainly not inferior. Tao Baibai's complexion was exceedingly poor. Feeling that he had been dragged down by the unreliable intelligence of the assassin organization. Although he had long been aware that a disciple from the Tianxin school had claimed victory at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he had never taken it to heart until now, when he vaguely sensed that he should not have accepted this mission. However, it was far too late to reconsider. He had already made a complete enemy of the other party. Now, he could only eradicate the threat entirely, and in line with Tao Baibai's arrogance. He could not allow another figure akin to the Turtle Hermit to exist in this world, especially this individual, whose cunning rivaled his own, was certainly not someone he could afford to let live. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Tao Baibai disregarded the exhaustion from his earlier use of the Ding wave and charged once more at Muyang. Now it's my turn to strike. Faced with Tao Baibai's renewed assault, Muyang, having regained some stamina, refused to remain passive. With a mighty roar, he launched another attack, disregarding the immense toll on his body. Through a series of feints, Muyang executed an incredibly deft maneuver, finding himself astonishingly behind Tao Baibai. With a flick of his hand, a crystalline energy enveloped his palm, and as Tao Baibai's expression turned to one of shock, Muyang's glowing hand descended upon him. Tao Baibai, perish! Muyang bellowed. With a resounding thud, the strike landed on Tao Baibai, sending him hurtling several meters away, crashing into a massive tree. The colossal trunk trembled violently before snapping in half. Clearly, in that exchange, Muyang had gained the upper hand. Tao Baibai clumsily rose. Emitting a furious roar, his garments now tattered and in shreds, fluttering in the breeze. How infuriating, to have been injured. Tao Baibai seethed with rage. Aside from the Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit, this was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent, and he feared the possibility of defeat. This was unacceptable. He was the world's foremost assassin, and since his rise to fame, no one had ever posed a challenge to him. Tao Baibai swore he would employ the most brutal methods to eliminate this individual before him. With a cold and merciless gaze fixed on Muyang, the dark complexion of Tao Baibai twitched slightly. He licked his lips, veins protruding on his forehead, and clenched his fist tightly, brimming with malice. You wretched brat! You dare to injure me? Tell me, how do you wish to meet your demise? As he spoke, the atmosphere around him grew increasingly chaotic, and a nauseating aura of bloodlust spread outward from him. Having been a killer for so many years, the souls that had perished at his hands numbered in the millions. Furrowing his brow, Muyang sensed the malevolent energy emanating from Tao Baibai. The energy detector in his possession crackled and flashed, displaying a reading that had surged to 144. Significantly higher than before, this was what the martial arts of Earth referred to as explosive energy. After Tao Baibai's frenzy, his energy surged significantly. Yet it still fell short compared to the formidable combat power of 150 he displayed during his battle with Sun Wukong. Although he could not see the readings on the detector, he could sense the elevation of his opponent's aura. Muyang pondered that if they both exerted their utmost strength, they might be evenly matched, but the outcome would undoubtedly lead to mutual destruction. Should he go all out? Muyang gritted his teeth in determination. This was a fight for survival, not merely a martial arts contest. He must defeat his adversary at all costs. Chapter 55. The Withered Bean. Now you know fear, don't you? Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the world's greatest assassin. Tao Baibai contorted his grotesque visage, his body enduring immense pressure from the explosive energy that exceeded his limits, every muscle quivering incessantly. Hearing this, Muyang sneered inwardly and unleashed his own aura to its zenith, a potent stream of energy coiling around him, rivaling that of Tao Baibai. This was it, today. He must bring an end to Tao Baibai's reign here. A whirlwind of terrifying energy enveloped them, the profound aura expanding and rendering the entire forest eerily silent. At that moment, both combatants descended into a frenzied state. One of them was destined to fall in this battle. Boom, boom, boom. The clash reignited. A series of fierce engagements ensued, as dust and debris filled the air, an overwhelming spectacle. Their speeds had reached an apex, to an ordinary observer. Only two blurred figures would be seen colliding and darting about, their movements too swift for the human eye to discern. Thud. Muyang stomped the ground fiercely, causing it to fracture into serpentine cracks. Harnessing this force, he propelled himself skyward, reaching a considerable height. Muyang clasped his fists and delivered a devastating blow towards Tao Bai. With a resounding crash, he struck Tao Bai from the sky. A massive wave of energy cascading forth, forming a sonic boom as Tao Bai plummeted towards the earth, his face contorted in anguish. Meanwhile, Muyang executed a series of rapid feints, arriving on the ground faster than Tao Bai, his body bent with knees flexed, launching a relentless barrage of assaults. Tao Bai, battered yet resolute, endured the onslaught, his eyes gleaming with a ferocious intent, while a manic smile crept upon his lips. After sturdily absorbing Muyang's attacks, Tao Bai slid along the ground. Dodo wave. A crimson beam suddenly shot towards Muyang. Heavenly Heart Qigong. A frigid expression settled upon Muyang's face as he counterattacked. In a similar ray-like assault, a cerulean beam surged forth, colliding with Tao Bai's Dodo wave. The two energies converged mid-air, erupting into a delicate mist of energy smoke. Impossible. This technique bears such a resemblance to the Dodo wave. Tao Bai stared in astonishment. Taken aback, the Dodo wave had been refined from the Qigong canon left by the legendary master Wu Tai Dao, one of the few techniques capable of contending with the Turtle School's Qigong. Now, witnessing a youthful prodigy wielding a similar attack pattern, Tao Bai's first instinct was disbelief. Humph, this is the inheritance of my Tianxin Flow's Qigong, fundamentally different from the principles of your Dongdong wave. Muyang gasped heavily, seizing this moment to recuperate. The previous battle had drained him to his limits. Upon hearing this, Tao Bai fell silent. Every martial school possesses its unique cultivation methods, and the essence of Qigong is as diverse as it is intricate. Although Muyang's Qigong wave appeared remarkably similar to the Dongdong wave, the difference in color signified a completely divergent operational mode, even in stark contrast. It was astonishing that the Tianxin Flow martial sect had its own form of Qigong wave. At this moment, Tao Bai's mood plummeted. His gaunt cheeks twitched incessantly, and a sudden sense of helplessness washed over him. It was time for the final move. A decisive showdown. Tao Bai inhaled deeply and shouted wildly. At this juncture, the energy within him was nearly depleted. Continuing to endure would only exacerbate his injuries. Thus, he resolved to unleash his strongest attack to determine the victor. In his heart, he was already prepared to flee at any moment. Tao Bai cherished his life dearly. Having lived for centuries was no small feat. If the next move proved ineffective, he had no desire to prolong the entanglement. Tasks and the pride of a master were nothing but illusions in the face of mortality, utterly worthless. Crack. A sound akin to a snapped string resonated in that instant. And the once tenuous energies of Tao Bai and Muyang surged once again. The distortion in their faces revealed that this time, they had truly reached their limits. Dongdong wave. Tianxin Qigong. Two beams of energy clashed once more in midair, generating a force far greater than before. The resulting explosion unleashed a tempest that shattered trees within a radius of over 300 meters, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A fiery red sphere of energy ascended, engulfing both Muyang and Tao Bai in its immense power. After a brief moment, the ground lay bare, scorched and devoid of life, with wisps of warm smoke rising from the surface. Cough, cough, cough. Did you think you could defeat me? Tao Bai shielded his chest with trembling hands, spitting out blood as he struggled to maintain his stance. His complexion was ashen, his body marred with scratches, and his garments reduced to ashes in the recent explosion. Opposite him, Muyang appeared equally disheveled. His martial attire was torn to shreds, with some fabric already ignited. And a mere cough sent waves of excruciating pain throughout his body. Muyang let out a muffled groan, his contorted face betraying the internal injuries that had spread to his organs. Cough. Why can't I? Muyang murmured, suppressing his voice. Heh. Tao Bai scoffed. Though his injuries were severe, he could still move, unlike his adversary, who struggled to even shift slightly, left to await his demise. Was this not a victory for him? Indeed, in this world, no one could defeat oneself. Tao Bai mused, lost in self-satisfaction. The young imp, to perish at my hands, is indeed a privilege for you. Today, I shall remember you. Fear not, in the underworld, you shall not find solitude, for your fellow brethren will soon join you. Do you believe victory is assured? Muyang replied with an air of indifference. Is it not? Muyang remained silent, and unbeknownst to him, a shriveled bean had appeared in his hand, which he then laboriously placed in his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Tao Bai nodded. Even in death, one must consume something, yet a mere paltry bean. How miserly of you. A sigh escaped Muyang's lips, a sound reminiscent of both lamentation and contemplation. For reasons unknown, this sound reached Tao Bai's ears, sending a chill down his spine, as if a misfortune was about to befall him. Chapter 56, Rooting Out the Grass. Tao Bai, do you understand? Had this been a mere struggle for survival, we might have succumbed to mutual destruction. However, your greatest disadvantage lies in encountering me. Your fortune pales in comparison to mine. Muyang's words struck a chord within Tao Bai, amplifying his unease. Muyang chuckled softly, simultaneously crushing the celestial bean in his mouth, a rich essence flooding his palate. The miraculous properties of the bean manifested brilliantly in that instant, healing Muyang's injuries and restoring him to the pinnacle of his strength. What is happening? How have your injuries healed so swiftly? Tao Bai's eyes widened in disbelief and terror as he beheld the astonishing scene before him. The wounds that had once marred his opponent's body healed in an instant. How could this be possible? At that moment, he felt as though he had plummeted from the heavens into the depths of despair, suddenly aware of his perilous predicament. The bean! It must be that shriveled bean. A bitter taste lingered in Tao Bai's mouth. How could such a miraculous medicine exist in this world? A flicker of greed ignited within his gaze, only to be swiftly extinguished and replaced by profound fear. Flee! I must escape at once. In his current state, he could never contend with this man. Tao Bai's complexion turned ashen, and a wave of dread surged within him. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, bowing his head and pleading, "My lord, I was wrong. Spare me, and I shall mend my ways." He continued to bow earnestly. "Vow all you wish, even if you prostrate yourself 1,000 times. I shall not believe a single word you utter." Muyang sneered coldly, viewing him as nothing more than a jester. He would not indulge in mercy at this juncture. There was no way he would allow Tao Bai to leave alive today. After repeatedly knocking his head with no response from the other party, Tao Bai wore a solemn expression, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, he seemed to realize that appeasement would not grant him a chance at survival, and his demeanor became resolute. "You cannot kill me, for my elder brother, Crane Immortal, will not spare you. I am his only brother. If you take my life, it will only endanger your own family." "Humph, have you said enough?" Muyang interjected, his disdain evident, even disregarding whether Crane Immortal will learn of today's events. "Do you truly believe I fear him? If I am determined to become a formidable force in the universe, how can a mere Crane Immortal threaten me? If he dares to come, it will be his own demise. Regardless, today marks the end for you, Tao Bai. Then go to your death," Tao Bai shouted, unexpectedly producing a grenade, pulling the pin, and hurling it towards Muyang. Upon witnessing this, a fierce killing intent flashed across Muyang's face. It was evident that Tao Bai remained true to himself after all these years, resorting to such underhanded tactics at the last moment. However, the rejuvenated Muyang would not be struck down by a mere grenade. He gracefully leapt, using his toes to redirect the grenade back towards Tao Bai. "No!" Tao Bai screamed in a frenzy. With a thunderous roar, the grenade exploded, engulfing him in a massive fireball. For an ordinary person, such an explosion would surely spell death. But Tao Bai, having lived for centuries, possessed his own means of survival. This grenade was less a gift for Muyang than a contingency for himself. Feigning weakness and employing trickery, Tao Bai's act of faking his demise was indeed masterful. Moreover, as the original tale reveals, Tao Bai survived an explosion during his confrontation with Sun Wukong. Such a ruse might deceive Sun Wukong, but it could not elude Muyang's keen perception. Suddenly, Muyang glanced towards a direction within the forest, a sly grin forming on his lips. "Ah, Tao Bai, you think you can escape?" With that, Muyang unleashed a powerful energy wave in that direction. With a whoosh, the energy wave tore through everything in its path, obliterating the trees along the way. On the other side of the forest, the severely wounded Tao Bai leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath, his eyelids drooping and blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Just then, he sensed a terrifying energy approaching. Before he could react, a brilliant blue energy appeared before him. There was no evading it. His mind went blank. A sharp energy beam pierced through his chest and exited from his back, and Tao Bai's consciousness began to blur. "No, it's impossible. I am the world's greatest assassin. How could I perish from mere asphyxiation?" His mind spiraled into dizziness uncontrollably, and Tao Bai's lips moved slightly, filled with a deep sense of unwillingness. Muyang stood before him, his icy gaze fixed upon him. "You have only yourself to blame for choosing the wrong opponent." Ha. I was mistaken. I should not have taken on this task. With death looming, can you reveal who commissioned you for this endeavor? Ahem. It is Tao Bai experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity, a sinister glint flashing across his face. "Do not expect me to divulge that. It is the Serpent Tamer Legion. Is it not?" Muyang leaned closer, whispering into his ear, and upon witnessing Tao Bai's eyes widen in shock, he chuckled softly. Enough, you need not speak further. Rest easy in your demise. As Tao Bai's consciousness began to fade, his voice gradually became inaudible. Dead. Muyang approached, confirming that Tao Bai was truly lifeless. With a smirk, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves upon the corpse until it was utterly reduced to ashes. To eradicate the root of the problem, lest it sprout anew, Muyang decided to obliterate the remains, despite the absence of advanced robotic technology in this era to prevent a mechanical Tao Bai from resurfacing. After completing this task, Muyang stood still for a moment, retrieved a fresh set of garments from the acceleration space, and then leapt into the sky, soaring towards the headquarters of the Heavenly Heart sect. Upon returning to the Heavenly Heart sect, the day was already waning. Muyang arrived at Isafar's residence and recounted the events of the day. After hearing Muyang's account, Isafar sprang up from the sofa in astonishment. He gazed incredulously at Muyang, never expecting that his disciple, on a simple outing, not only obliterated the Serpent Tamer Legion's headquarters, but also encountered and dealt with the assassin Tao Bai on the way back. This Tao Bai was no ordinary individual. He ranked among the top 5 in the martial arts world, his reputation instilling fear in many. The fact that Muyang had slain such a formidable figure was, indeed, astonishing. Do not make this matter public. I have heard that Tao Bai has a close relationship with the Crane Immortal sect. While your strength may not falter before them, you are still young. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble for now, Isafar advised patiently. As he calmed himself, he shook his head, lamenting, alas. The martial arts world has greatly diminished. It can no longer withstand turmoil. Yes, I understand. As long as the Crane Immortal sect does not provoke us, I will not initiate conflict, Muyang replied earnestly. Isafar smiled upon hearing this, relieved that Muyang had returned in time. Otherwise, if Tao Bai had found his way here, the consequences would have been dire. Muyang wholeheartedly agreed. Recognizing that the overall strength of the Heavenly Heart sect was rather feeble and would stand no chance against Tao Bai. Chapter 57. The Heavenly Heart Sect Martial Arts Hall. The encounter with Tao Bai and his subsequent demise was entirely unforeseen. Muyang had never anticipated any intersection with the world's foremost assassin. Although it was inevitable that he would have to engage with prominent figures in martial arts as he grew, directly eliminating Tao Bai was indeed a significant act. If this event were to be publicized, it would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion. All of this can be attributed to the Serpent Tamer Legion. Fortunately, Tao Bai has met his demise, and the Serpent Legion has eradicated itself, leaving the matter as a perplexing enigma for the time being. As for the possibility of revealing traces from the assassin organization, Muyang considers this plausible. After all, this mission was issued by the Serpent Legion, and those with intent could indeed trace the destination of this undertaking. However, for Muyang, this predicament is manageable. He has resolved to deny any involvement. For Tao Bai ultimately did not reach Qing Mountain, and no battle transpired here. Given Tao Bai's numerous enemies, it is hardly surprising that he might have encountered one along the way. Those foes are truly detestable. Having slain Tao Bai and nearly caused Tian Xin Lu to bear the blame, Muyang's dinner was held at the residence of his mentor, Isaf. In the kitchen, his mentor's wife, Alice, prepared an elaborate feast, which she and April subsequently brought to the table. A total of 6 dishes, accompanied by a bowl of soup, were presented, featuring a harmonious balance of meat and vegetables, with an abundance of flavors. Muyang, do indulge. At the dining table, Alice, reminiscent of a maternal figure, continuously served Muyang. He smiled appreciatively as he passed his bowl of rice, thanking his mentor's wife. Isaf let out a hearty laugh, uncorking a long-preserved vintage wine. Pouring a glass for everyone. Come, let us savor the flavor of this wine. I have cherished it for so long and have been reluctant to drink it until today. Master, I wish to partake, little April exclaimed, lifting her small glass. After a sip, she quickly grimaced. What is this? It's so dreadful. I dislike it. April cannot handle her drink. She should focus on the food instead. Isaf chuckled heartily. Ugh, April pouted. Her cheeks flushed crimson after just one sip, her head feeling heavy. Noticing her rosy complexion, Alice scolded Isaf. If April cannot drink, why would you offer it to her? Look at her now. She then stood to fetch a glass of water from the kitchen, presenting it to April. Here. Rinse your mouth with this. Feeling parched, April gulped down the water and then lowered her head to eat, vowing never to touch alcohol again. Isaf chuckled, smacking his forehead in amusement. After dinner, the mentor and disciple engaged in light conversation. He remarked to Muyang, your prowess has surpassed mine. As for the path ahead, I can no longer assist you. It is solely dependent on your own comprehension. Isaf spoke candidly, acknowledging that in terms of cultivation, he had fallen far behind Muyang and could not fathom his current level. The future journey was solely in Muyang's hands. In the village beneath Daqing Mountain, we have a martial arts hall where April frequently trains. I believe you could benefit from a period of quiet reflection there, while also guiding your junior disciples. At your level of martial arts, a period of consolidation would be advantageous. Indeed, Muyang nodded in agreement. He recognized the necessity of grounding his practice. And the Tian Xian Martial Arts Hall would be an excellent sanctuary. Aside from his self-cultivation, he could also provide direction to his juniors. Will you stay with me at the martial arts hall, brother? April blinked her sparkling eyes, the azure hue of her irises glimmering like blue crystals. With a smile, Muyang affectionately tousled April's brown hair and remarked, "Indeed, I shall oversee your training from now on, although you aspire to become a scientist when you grow up. Remember that scientists are often frail. Possessing a robust physique will undoubtedly enhance your research endeavors." April giggled in response, "I understand." That evening, after the family banquet concluded, April settled into the home of Isaf. The following day, she and her little companion, the blue dragon named Xiaoka, appeared bright and early at Muyang's residence. Brother, we are going down the mountain." Their melodious voices rang out from outside the house. Upon opening the door, Muyang was greeted by the sight of April and the little dragon flapping its wings. All of April's belongings were bundled in cloth bags, hanging from Xiaoka's neck. The little dragon, with its adorably large head, nudged against Muyang's stomach, making soft, playful sounds. Muyang chuckled and said to them, "Please wait a moment while I gather my things." Returning inside, he stored all the necessary items in a spatial pocket. With a clap of his hands, he took April's small hand and declared, "Let us descend the mountain." As they walked, April frequently tilted her head, gazing intently at Muyang. "What is it?" he inquired curiously. "Brother, where are your things?" April could not help but ask. "I have stored them away," he replied. "Ah, why didn't I see them?" "Hurry and let Xiaoka carry them." Muyang smiled gently, explaining, "I used a special method to store them, so you cannot see them." "Oh, is that so?" April blinked her eyes in wonder. "Ha!" Muyang laughed heartily, choosing not to elaborate further lest the inquisitive girl delve deeper into questions. Their journey was filled with laughter and joy, as the beautiful scenery retreated on either side. Soon, they veered from the winding path onto a main road, entering a village nestled at the foot of the Great Qing Mountain. There were approximately a dozen villages beneath the Great Qing Mountain, and they had entered one of the larger ones, home to over 300 households and nearly 2,000 villagers. The Tianqin Martial Arts Academy was situated in the western area of the village, in a location not too obscure. Thanks to the academy's presence, this locale had gradually evolved into a bustling market for the nearby villages. Whenever the academy conducted training sessions open to the public, the market thrived with activity. As Muyang and April strolled along the village path, the villagers greeted them with friendly nods, even upon noticing the little blue dragon by their side. No one displayed any signs of fear. "Wow, what a cute dragon! Its head is so big!" exclaimed a group of children running down the street, pointing excitedly at Xiaoka. "Oh." The little blue dragon raised its head and called out, adopting a dignified demeanor. Muyang smiled at April and said, "Xiaoka is quite popular here." April beamed with joy, replying, "Yes, Xiaoka is so well-behaved. Everyone loves it." Muyang nodded, acknowledging that this village, home to 2,000 inhabitants, maintained a remarkably archaic way of life. The structures were modest wooden houses, and aside from cultivating crops, the villagers also relied on hunting for sustenance. Consequently, many villagers spent their leisure time at the Tianqin Martial Arts Hall, where they honed their combat skills. April and Lan Long had been residing in the hall for quite some time and had become well acquainted with numerous villagers. They continued their journey toward the martial arts hall, arriving at the western edge of the village after a 10-minute walk. The Tianqin Martial Arts Hall was not particularly large. The front row of buildings consisted of only 6 or 7 indoor training rooms. However, outside the martial arts building, several simple open-air training areas were cordoned off by fences for the nearby villagers to practice and learn. Chapter 58. Disciples of the Martial Arts Hall. The students at the Tianqin Martial Arts Hall could be broadly categorized into 3 groups. The first group comprised direct disciples like April, who had entered the Tianqin lineage and could study all the martial arts it offered. The second group consisted of martial arts enthusiasts from nearby areas or talented youths from the village who, by paying a fee, could become students of the hall and learn combat techniques. The third group included villagers who merely observed. The masters of the hall did not provide them with specific guidance, leaving their understanding to their own initiative. Of course, through a selection process. The Martial Arts Hall also recruited a number of individuals as permanent instructors responsible for imparting foundational martial arts knowledge. At that moment, among those residing in the hall, the first category of students was the least numerous, as there were only a handful of direct disciples in the Tianqin lineage. Aside from a few who needed practical experience and resided in the hall, the remaining were children like April, still young and needing to learn cultural knowledge in the village. As Muyang and April pushed open the door and entered the hall, they found several disciples already engaged in practice. Most were children from nearby villages. As a school was not far from the hall, and the village parents were eager for their children to acquire self-defense skills, if any showed potential for further advancement. Being accepted as a student of the hall was considered a great opportunity. Senior brother Muyang is here. Senior brother Muyang is here. As soon as they stepped inside, the disciples noticed the arrival of the senior brother and promptly shouted excitedly. Soon, 3 to 5 youths dashed over. Around 14 or 15 years of age, officially recognized disciples of the Tianqin lineage, along with some older martial arts enthusiasts training in the hall. Senior brother Muyang, we heard you won the championship at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Could you share your experience with us? They clamored eagerly. The younger disciples surrounded him, chattering incessantly, while other students studying in the hall also gathered, looking at him with admiration. With a smile on his face, Muyang noted that previously, few within the Tianqin lineage were aware of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, but since he had claimed victory, this remarkable achievement had certainly been widely publicized by Icifer and others. As a result, news of the event spread across the surrounding villages, and the number of students at the Tianqin Martial Arts Hall had significantly increased. Listen to this name, the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament, how noble and prestigious it is. Since Brother Muyang has emerged victorious in this competition, does that not make him the foremost master in the world? Although this perception may contain some inaccuracies in truth. With Muyang's current prowess, he is indeed qualified to proclaim himself as the greatest. Very well, I shall share more with you shortly. Muyang nodded with a smile. Brother Muyang, what brings you to the martial arts hall? Has the master given you any instructions? Spoke his junior sister, Giss, one of the temporary instructors at the hall. Muyang replied with a nod. Indeed, I have come to the hall to reside for a period. If any of you have questions regarding your training, feel free to approach me. Is that true? How wonderful. We have many questions that need answers. The students expressed their excitement as they recalled how their instructors often remarked that Muyang's abilities had surpassed their own. As the conversation flowed, several disciples eagerly shared their enthusiasm for Muyang's presence in the martial arts hall. His skills were renowned among all disciples, and the teachers frequently referenced the recent Supreme Martial Arts Tournament, further bolstering their confidence in his capabilities. They all aspired to learn from him. Similarly, other students in the hall, upon hearing Muyang's words, displayed expressions of exhilaration. Most were not particularly gifted in martial arts, yet they fervently dreamed of becoming martial artists themselves. Having a champion of the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament to guide them was an extraordinary honor. They resolved to study diligently, believing that even a smattering of knowledge from him would benefit them greatly for a lifetime. At this moment, April pulled a senior brother beside her and inquired, Hey, Brother Aya, what is the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament? Aya glanced at April and explained. The Supreme Martial Arts Tournament is a grand event where martial artists from around the world participate, held once every 5 years. Once every 5 years, April exclaimed, counting on her fingers, quickly realizing how daunting that was, considering she was barely over 5 years old. With this in mind, the tournament seemed truly impressive. Aya proudly continued. Yes, it is a gathering of the world's top masters. The most recent one was held half a year ago, where Brother Muyang participated and defeated all his opponents to claim the championship. Do you not think that is remarkable, April? Yes, indeed. So impressive. April nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm akin to that of a starry-eyed fan. Suddenly, she recalled the strength her brother had displayed when he rescued her, descending from the heavens and swiftly vanquishing the villains. Her brother was undoubtedly the strongest in the world. Observing the excitement among the group, Muyang raised his hand to calm them. All right, continue your training. I will accompany April to drop off our belongings. Should you have any questions later, feel free to ask me. Brother Muyang, I will show you to your room. A junior disciple volunteered to lead Muyang and the others to the backyard. In front of the Tianqin Lu Martial Arts Academy, there were 6 or 7 indoor training halls, while the rear housed a spacious courtyard with 8 or 9 rooms designated for the accommodation of disciples and instructors. After Muyang and his companions departed, the students in the academy gradually emerged from their excitement. Under the guidance of their instructors, they diligently practiced their punches and kicks with precision. The academy primarily taught foundational boxing techniques. However, mastering these skills could indeed cultivate formidable martial artists. Chapter 59. Instruction in Martial Arts on this particular day. The atmosphere within the academy was imbued with an unusual fervor due to Muyang's presence. The students exerted themselves with renewed vigor, their enthusiastic training punctuated by the sounds of exertion. The resident instructors, too, were particularly earnest, imparting their teachings with a grave demeanor. Each student was driven by an indescribable motivation, propelling them forward. On the eastern side of the academy, groups of students practiced fundamental techniques under their instructor's supervision. A daily routine that required multiple rehearsals. Yet, even this seemingly mundane practice exuded a dynamic vigor. In a small corner, April donned a martial arts uniform under the tutelage of her senior, Nisi, diligently training her punches and kicks with notable seriousness, while a small blue dragon napped beside her. Meanwhile, on the western side of the academy, the slightly older students engaged in one-on-one sparring sessions, a more advanced form of combat. Two older students grappled with one another, employing the Tianxin Lu techniques in a display of offense and defense, showcasing their profound understanding of martial principles in an engaging manner. It was evident that both students possessed solid foundational skills. At that moment, Muyang suddenly called for a halt. The two students looked at him. Confusion etched on their faces. Please stop. You two have studied other martial arts before, haven't you? The students nodded, affirming, yes, we trained under a combat master previously. And since then, we've been experimenting on our own. Upon hearing this, Muyang pondered, no wonder it appears this way. Combat emphasizes raw aggression and ferocity, aiming to enthrall spectators while igniting a surge of adrenaline and intense emotions. However, in comparison to martial arts training, it often lacks the control of internal energy and overall coordination, resulting in a somewhat forced execution. Observing your movements earlier, I noted a certain abruptness in your punches. While they were powerful and angular, they lacked harmony, leading to a deficiency in follow-through. I suggest you try again. Muyang approached the two students, guiding their movements by gently pointing to their muscles as they punched. Here, lower your arms a bit, raise your legs higher. Yes, just like that. As you observe the act of striking, it is essential to harness your energy in a single, forceful surge. This embodies the concept of momentum. However, one must not expend all their strength, for it is prudent to retain a portion in case of unforeseen circumstances. During the training sessions, Muyang consistently rectifies the errors of his students. With his keen insight and understanding, his guidance is always incisive. His seemingly light remarks resonate in the ears of the trainees like thunder, imparting invaluable wisdom. Senior brother Muyang, I have some questions, a junior named Su approached, eager to engage. Despite his tender age of 14 and his diminutive stature, Su, much like Nisi, serves as a temporary instructor at the dojo, displaying considerable talent. Muyang regarded the young disciple and gestured for him to come forth. Come, launch an attack on me. Only through genuine combat can one uncover and rectify their shortcomings. Su nodded, his expression earnest as he focused intently on Muyang. In that moment, he had fully entered a combat mindset, appearing quite formidable. Muyang chuckled softly. At his current level, he could discern much with a mere glance, especially in the realm of lower-tier martial arts. He detected flaws in Su's initial stance. Senior brother. Here I come, Su declared. Muyang nodded. Let us begin. Yes, Su shouted as he advanced towards Muyang with purposeful steps. His movements were remarkably fierce, with each footfall resonating clearly, devoid of any superfluous noise, an indication of years of diligent practice. Muyang nodded inwardly, moving in response to Su's onslaught. Su's strikes were decisive, each executed with clarity and precision, yet he found himself baffled by Muyang, as his blows seemed to land upon a sponge, creating an impression of striking nothingness. After several exchanges, Su not only failed to land a hit but had also exhausted a significant portion of his stamina. Do not exhaust yourself entirely. Excess movements are superfluous. While physical prowess is vital, one must avoid unnecessary depletion. Muyang's gentle voice echoed in his ears. A spark of realization ignited within Su's mind, prompting him to elongate his movements. Maintain this state. Let your breathing become more measured. After several minutes, Muyang observed that Su had met the training requirements and instructed him to halt. That will be sufficient for today. Reflect on this and adjust your state when you return. Thank you, senior brother, Su expressed with deep reverence, profoundly moved by the previous insights. Muyang waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities among brothers. Afterward, Su stepped away from the training ground to a quiet corner to reflect. Observing the significant progress of his fellow disciples, the remaining students grew restless. Aya, who had previously conversed with April, approached Muyang with a solemn expression. Senior brother Muyang, I wish to engage you in a true battle. Muyang regarded him with a bemused smile. Are you certain? The outcome may prove to be quite disheartening for you. Aya earnestly stated, Teacher Clarissa often remarks that I place too much emphasis on victory and defeat. However, I believe that only through personal experience of failure can one truly comprehend the disparities. Senior brother, please do not hold back. Allow me to witness the chasm between us. for it is only then that I can strive fervently. Muyang repressed his smile and regarded Aya. Your awareness of this is commendable. Thus, I shall demonstrate precisely how vast the difference is between a true master and yourself. Upon uttering these words, the smile vanished from Muyang's face, and an inexplicable aura enveloped him, akin to a torrential tide surging relentlessly, exerting a palpable pressure that rendered every onlooker's countenance pale. As if burdened by a weight of 1,000 pounds, the might of senior brother Muyang was astonishingly formidable, nearly on par with that of teacher Isaf. It felt even more intimidating. How strong? I wonder how many moves Aya can endure. The students whispered among themselves, and Muyang's fellow disciples widened their eyes, watching intently. Only April, somewhat oblivious, blinked, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Begin. Aya pressed down with his foot, lowering his stance slightly, charging towards Muyang with the ferocity of a rampaging porcupine. Unbeknownst to him, his every move had already been anticipated by Muyang. And with a mere shift of his body, Aya's attacks landed harmlessly in vain. What is that? Someone shouted, pointing at the shadows in the martial arts arena. The others turned to look, and in the next moment, they were all stunned. Before the spot where Aya had attacked, several afterimages appeared, blurred yet distinct, numbering more than 5, each resembling Muyang's form. Numerous Muyangs, each seemingly real. This technique is known as the shadow fist. It creates afterimages left behind through rapid movement, serving as a perfect diversion, despite lacking offensive power. Muyang stood aside, elucidating, and then, in an instant, accelerated his movements, generating over a dozen similar afterimages within the confines of the narrow arena. Compared to the earlier shadows, these were even more lifelike. To use contemporary vernacular, the resolution of these afterimages was significantly enhanced, akin to 1080p. Chapter 60, Ripples in the Heart. Now, there are 18 afterimages here. Aya, can you discern which one is truly me? To identify the real body amid the afterimages requires exceptional visual acuity and judgment, a task not easily managed by an ordinary martial artist. Of course, if one could sense the aura, distinguishing between the true and false would be feasible. However, even Muyang has yet to master this skill, let alone Aya. Faced with his senior brother's enigmatic technique, Aya smiled wryly, finally grasping the extent of their disparity. His expression turned grave. Since his eyes could not discern the real body, he would have to rely on brute force. Bang, bang, bang. Aya swung his fist with ferocity. His speed remarkable. The dozens of trainees and the onlooking villagers were unable to discern his movements. Upon shattering the 17th illusion, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face as he clenched his fist and launched an assault on the final one. However, he missed, his fist slicing through the last phantom, yet the outcome mirrored the previous attempts, his hand passing directly through the chest of the illusion. Another miss. This too is a deception, Aya silently exclaimed, suddenly sensing an ominous foreboding. At that moment, Muyang's figure abruptly materialized behind Aya, raising his hand in a blade-like motion aimed at his neck. One last point I must impart. Since he is your adversary, do not trust a single word they utter. When I claimed that among the 18 illusions was I, did you truly believe it? With a roll of his eyes, Aya succumbed to the strike, the sudden impact rendering him dizzy, and he collapsed to the ground. Aso, take Aya away. Muyang beckoned to Aso. Once Aya was escorted out, Muyang turned to address the remaining crowd, stating, the words I just spoke apply equally to all of you. When venturing outside, remain ever vigilant. Do not accept everything at face value. We understand, senior brother. They chorused, nodding in agreement. Particularly those seasoned martial artists who knew all too well that the outside world was far from the idyllic paradise it was often imagined to be. Pleased to see his words resonating with them, Muyang nodded in satisfaction. Had it been Meixia, perhaps compliance would not have been so forthcoming. After exchanging a few words with the group, he exited the martial arts hall and wandered alone through the streets. Not long after Muyang departed, Aya regained consciousness. Upon hearing his comrades recount Muyang's words, he could not help but reflect. It seems our disparity with senior brother is vast. Indeed. A mere hand strike from Muyang rendered you unconscious, Nisi giggled, covering her mouth. Aya shot her an annoyed glance, retorting, if it were you all, the outcome would be no different. Aso remarked calmly, senior brother Muyang's prowess is undoubtedly on par with several of our instructors, perhaps even surpassing all within the Tianxin lineage, as the teachers have suggested. Perhaps, the others fell into contemplative silence, only April holding an unwavering belief in Muyang's strength. Though having practiced martial arts for only a few days, she found herself perplexed by the conversation of her senior brothers and sisters. On the not particularly bustling street, villagers herded cattle and sheep along the sides, flanked by blacksmith shops and general stores. Further ahead lay an inn, a rare establishment for leisure in the surrounding 10-mile radius. Upon entering the inn, Muyang casually chose a seat by the window. When the server approached, he ordered a dish of stir-fried beans and several meat dishes. The fried beans here are crisp and fragrant, offering a delightful texture, while the meat is prepared through a special technique that renders it both delicious and rich without being greasy, accompanied by a bowl of clear sake, which is not too potent. A few leisurely sips bring unparalleled comfort. At this moment, Muyang is savoring the experience. Muyang, it has been quite a while since your last visit. A sweet female voice resonates as a girl dressed as a waitress approaches, carrying a plate of snacks. She possesses deep blue hair and is the daughter of the restaurant's owner, having frequently brought Meishia down the mountain to enjoy this establishment. Muyang has become quite familiar with her over time. Sister Marlin, I have come to check in on your business. Muyang chuckles lightly, gesturing towards the seat opposite him. Marlin promptly sits down, smiling. It has been some time. What have you been up to? Out training, he replies. Well, your reputation has grown immensely. Everyone in the village knows about you, Marlin remarks, referencing Muyang's achievement of winning the championship at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. A remarkable event for their small village. Muyang nods with pride, grinning. I also had the chance to see Meishia during my travels. She is quite homesick. Speaking of Meishia, she has been away for over 3 years. I miss her dearly. When will she return? Marlin reflects nostalgically on Meishia, her younger sister. Who knows? We may have to wait until she completes her studies, which could take a few more years. The two engage in a casual conversation, akin to siblings, until the number of patrons in the restaurant increases, prompting Marlin to rise and assist in the kitchen. As she departs, she suddenly exclaims, by the way, when little Meishia returns, do you have any plans to marry her? You two seem quite suited for one another. Leaning in conspiratorially, she adds, I've heard that sisters from several nearby villages are inquiring about you. If you're not planning to marry Meishia, let me know, and I can help find you a suitable match. Taken aback, Muyang replies, there is no need for that, sister. You should be focusing on finding an heir for your restaurant. Hee, feeling shy are we? Don't be modest. I've already found a suitable match here. Really? Is that so? Indeed, Marlin replies proudly. Congratulations. When can we expect to taste some wedding sweets? Muyang inquires. Soon. You must come to celebrate. She insists. Certainly. Muyang nods, and after Marlin departs, he continues to sit by the window, enjoying his food. However, for some inexplicable reason, Marlin's earlier words seem to have taken root in his heart, stirring gentle ripples of contemplation regarding future matrimonial prospects. He realizes that he has been in this world for nearly 5 years, and with many years ahead, it is time to consider such matters. Indeed, he has achieved a modest level of success, so there is no cause for concern in that regard. Meishia is indeed an excellent candidate. She has a solid foundation from a young age, and the last time I saw her, I noticed she had blossomed into an even more exquisite beauty. Chapter 61. 6 months at the dojo. As for his future partner, Muyang harbored few preconceived notions. Companionship, after all, begins with mutual attraction, followed by a sense of comfort in each other's presence, free from entanglements and constraints, neither being a burden to the other. Beyond that, if both parties find some semblance of satisfaction in the relationship, that is truly sufficient. The fervor of passionate love seldom endures when the initial heat dissipates. What remains is often the mundane reality of daily life. Should this familiarity become as comforting as one's own essence, then it is a sign of having chosen the right companion. Love and familial affection are closely intertwined, with the latter often proving more enduring. At this moment, an agile figure flickered in his mind, Meishia. Muyang smiled faintly, but then furrowed his brow. She is rather young. After resting for a while in the tavern, he gazed out the window at the passers-by, who bore various farming tools and drove carts pulled by oxen and horses. Among them were local farmers and transient merchants. Setting down his wine cup, Muyang stood and approached the counter to settle his bill. With his current wealth, financial concerns were no longer a burden. Indeed, as a martial artist, there are countless avenues to amass wealth, whether by discovering treasures, vanquishing bandits, or, at the very least, opening a dojo to teach or even engaging as a mercenary to uphold justice in the world. Substantial income is virtually assured, freeing one from the shackles of monetary woes. Thus, it is perplexing why figures like Sun Wukong and Krillin often lead such frugal lives. Continuing his solitary stroll down the street, Muyang entered a metalworking shop, where the set of weighted training equipment he once commissioned had been crafted. Ah, young sir, come in and take a look. Is there anything you need? The enthusiastic shopkeeper greeted him. Please, attend to your business. I shall browse, Muyang replied with a smile and began to explore the shop. This metalworking store primarily offered agricultural tools, along with kitchenware such as cleavers and iron pots. In a corner, several broadswords hung, and there were a few sets of weighted equipment for training. Muyang cast a glance at the shopkeeper. surprised to see him effectively utilizing the very items he had once commissioned for sale. It seems he has profited modestly from the surge of interest in martial arts following Muyang's championship at the prestigious martial arts tournament. After perusing the shop, Muyang shook his head. These ordinary metallic weights held no utility for him anymore. Do you have any small, dense metals? He inquired. The shopkeeper shook his head apologetically. I'm afraid we do not have such materials in our humble locale. You would need to seek them in a larger city. Nodding in understanding, Muyang exchanged pleasantries with the shopkeeper before exiting the store and making his way toward the dojo. Upon returning to the dojo, the students had already finished their lunch and were now resting in the backyard. Practitioners of martial arts must judiciously arrange their training schedules. Relentless practice is not conducive to their development. Therefore, after lunch, the dojo allocates 2 hours for rest. Brother, the delicate and melodious voice of April reached him. Muyang turned around to see April seated beneath the shade of a tree in the corner of the dojo, waving at him. Beside her, the little blue dragon lay napping. What are you reading, April? Muyang inquired, noticing the book she cradled in her hands. April opened her book and replied, Brother, I am studying arithmetic. Muyang chuckled. Such things can be learned in class. You have worked hard all morning. You should rest well like your senior brothers and sisters. I can't sleep, April pouted. Muyang smiled gently and ruffled April's hair. The exuberance of youth is often boundless, whether it is tireless energy or sheer enthusiasm. Children can be quite lively. Comparatively, April had become much more composed, already understanding the value of study at such a tender age. By the way, how does practicing martial arts feel? Muyang asked. April grimaced. It's exhausting. Exhaustion is to be expected. Diligent practice will enhance your physical capabilities, Muyang encouraged. April murmured, refocusing her attention on the book as she settled comfortably against the little blue dragon. Seeing this, Muyang chuckled softly and then stood up to approach his fellow disciples. Following Muyang's guidance that morning, the learners in the dojo seemed to have discovered a sense of understanding, though regrettably, their grasp was still superficial, hampered by a veil of uncertainty. Thus, when Muyang approached them, they eagerly surrounded him, hoping to extract the answers they sought. Muyang, ever willing to share his knowledge, patiently elucidated their queries. After addressing the doubts of his younger disciples, he returned to his room to commence his own training. With a swift motion, Muyang entered the accelerated space. After breaking through the first layer of limitations in his body, the time flow within this realm had transformed to a ratio of 4:1. Moreover, the duration of access to this accelerated space had been enhanced alongside his growing strength, allowing him to maintain it for 5 hours, equivalent to 20 hours within. In a boundless expanse of white, a thin layer of energy permeated a radius of 1,000 meters. As Muyang inhaled the vitality-laden air, he immediately felt a revitalizing surge throughout his body, leaving him utterly refreshed. Within this vast and ethereal space, Muyang commenced his training. With a swift motion, he moved rapidly, creating a fleeting shadow that manifested as another version of himself, a remnant of the Phantom Fist technique. Heavenly Heart Qigong, Sky Dance Technique, Phantom Fist. Various techniques were unleashed as azure light danced through the space, rendering the accelerated realm vibrant and dynamic. Aside from these techniques, Muyang had not delved deeply into the application of Qigong. Although the inheritance of the Tianqin school harbors some profound elements, they remain largely theoretical. And even Isaf had not fully grasped them in the past, which is why he did not pass them on to Muyang. Presently, Muyang's prowess has far surpassed that of Isaf, who recently entrusted him with the entirety of the legacy, intending to cultivate him as the next generation's leader. According to Isaf, the ancient teachings of the Tianqin school may trace their origins to a divine temple, prompting Muyang to delve into the intricacies of these techniques. Time swiftly elapses, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Muyang not only guided his younger disciples in April at the martial arts hall, but also dedicated himself to exploring the mysteries of the Tianqin inheritance within the acceleration space. Of course, he also made time to attend the wedding of Marlene, the daughter of the tavern owner, who married a hunter from the village, a man of considerable skill due to his training at the martial arts hall. Subsequently, he visited the southern region to see Mei Xia, his future fiancée, ensuring to safeguard her from others. It was indeed necessary to assert his claim. Notably, he received the support of Isaf and his wife during this visit, as they seemed to believe that their daughter marrying Muyang was the most suitable choice. Despite her young age of merely 14 or 15, having dealt with these trifles, Muyang devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. The Tianqin inheritance, reputedly a distillation from the divine temple, proved to be transformative. Even with the added benefits of the acceleration space, Muyang only grasped a fraction in half a year. Nevertheless, this enlightenment has been immensely beneficial, elevating his combat power to a remarkable 150 points, surpassing even Master Rashi by a considerable margin. Roughly akin to the strength of Sun Wukong when he vanquished Tao Bai. This half-year has been a golden period for the Tianqin school. With Muyang's strength soaring and his younger disciples also making significant strides, their combat power reaching around 40 to 50. While they cannot compare to Muyang, they have nonetheless achieved a level that rivals the rising stars of major sections. Additionally, the students residing in the martial arts hall have also benefited from Muyang's guidance, their abilities steadily improving. Chapter 62. A visit to Doran Temple one day. After this period of diligent cultivation, Muyang resolved to venture forth once more to hone his skills. Unlike Sun Wukong, who possesses a unique lineage that allows him to exploit certain advantages, Muyang must travel extensively, drawing upon the strengths of others to enrich his own martial understanding and maintain his vitality. After briefing Aya and the others, Muyang prepared his belongings for departure. Senior brother Muyang, I wish you a safe journey. Azur and the others bid him farewell at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Master brother, when you return, I will surely astonish you, Aya said earnestly. Nis and April, feeling reluctant to part ways, waved their hands in farewell. Brother, remember to come back often. Muyang nearly stumbled, the statement sounding somewhat peculiar, as if he had married far away. However, for martial artists who practice in the outside world, time is unpredictable, and it could easily pass in the blink of an eye, much like a daughter returning to her family home after marrying in a distant land. Do not worry. Focus on your own cultivation. With a gentle wave to everyone, Muyang smiled faintly, then leapt into the air, soaring gracefully through the sky, swiftly vanishing into the vast clouds. In the cerulean sky, Muyang traversed layer upon layer of thin mist, advancing against the moist air that clung to his hair, soon coalescing into droplets of water. On Earth, numerous ancient schools of cultivation exist. Their strength may not rival Muyang's, yet exchanging insights would prove beneficial. His initial destination was set for Duolin Temple. After departing from the Great Green Mountain, he altered his course, hastening towards the temple. Duolin Temple, situated in the southern hemisphere, shares its ancient lineage with the Maple Leaf sect. Legend has it that Duolin Temple was established anew on the ruins of the once-burned Shaolin Temple. Muyang remained uncertain of the veracity of this tale and held little interest in uncovering it. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that Duolin Temple ranks among the few formidable sects on Earth, with Master Shaolin being a titan of martial arts. As a place once frequented by the Dragon Ball warrior Krillin, Duolin Temple's fame partly stems from this association, yet among Dragon Ball enthusiasts, the temple often garners a rather unfavorable impression. This disdain primarily arises from the dislike of the clowns portrayed in the original series, particularly Krillin's brothers, who appeared more as ornamental pillows, easily bested in combat, thus casting a shadow over Duolin Temple itself. However, after participating in the martial arts tournament hosted by Maple Leaf Island, Muyang recognized that Duolin Temple was far from simple, housing many skilled practitioners. The cold wind howled, heralding a change of seasons. A figure swiftly streaked across the horizon, where the distant skyline curved elegantly. At this moment, Muyang had arrived near the residence of Duolin Temple, with the tranquil mountain forest now in sight. Perched on a perilous high peak, Duolin Temple is located in a remote area, often frequented by fierce beasts, surrounded by sparse human settlements and treacherous cliffs, making access exceedingly difficult. The path to Duolin Temple is paved with stone slabs, carved along a fractured rock face, winding endlessly. At the summit, a quaint and towering temple stands resolutely. Tianqin School. Muyang has come to pay respects. A resonant voice reverberated across the mountain, echoes cascading through the air. After waiting briefly, the tightly shut door creaked open. A monk clad in yellow robes emerged, revealing himself to be Wu Ting, with whom Muyang had once sparred at the martial arts tournament. Ha, Muyang. What brings you here? Please, come in. Wu Ting, with his robust frame, stepped forward to warmly welcome him. Muyang smiled serenely, as a distinguished representative of ancient traditions. Duolin Temple has always remained hidden. Today, I visit not only to pay my respects to Master Shaolin, but also to seek gains in my cultivation. Wu Ting was momentarily taken aback, then beckoned Muyang to enter the temple and summoned a monk with a few instructions. After a year apart, Wu Ting realized that the gap in strength between him and Muyang had not only failed to narrow, but had actually widened. He said to Muyang, "The master is currently discussing the insights of martial arts with several elders. You may need to wait for a while. In the meantime, allow me to show you around the temple." "Thank you," Muyang replied with a slight nod, offering no objections. Thus, under Wu Ting's guidance, they began to explore the Duolin Temple. Nestled amidst towering mountains in a secluded corner, the temple was surprisingly spacious. In addition to the halls for disciples to worship, there was a vast open area where monks practiced martial arts. As Wuting led Muyang past, they observed many monks lined up, honing their skills under the direction of a martial arts instructor. "You have quite an impressive scale here," Muyang remarked, pointing towards the distant monks. The group of martial monks stood in perfect formation, each brimming with vitality. There were at least 100 of them, far exceeding the numbers of the Tianqin sect. Wuting smiled and replied, "These are just the newly initiated disciples. Please follow me this way." Acting as a tour guide, Wuting escorted Muyang through the temple. "How have you trained?" he inquired. "I find it increasingly difficult to fathom your depth. While there was not much difference between us before, after a year apart, I can hardly gauge your abilities now. If you venture outside to gain experience, you too could attain skills akin to mine," Muyang responded while observing his surroundings. "This is the result of my training at the Kailan Sacred Land." Kailan Sacred Land? Wuting was taken aback, mentally noting the name. Soon, Muyang had completed a general tour of Dulan Temple, at which point Master Xiaolin emerged from the inner hall. Upon seeing Muyang, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from him. Master Xiaolin sensed this energy, and a spark of brilliance flashed in his eyes, his otherwise calm countenance betraying a look of incredulity. How has this young man trained? Compared to their previous encounter at the martial arts conference, the youth before him now possessed an entirely different aura and demeanor, hinting at the presence of a master. Master Xiaolin, not daring to be negligent, promptly approached. "Master Xiaolin," Muyang spoke indifferently. During their last meeting, the other had been the senior, but now the roles were reversed. With Master Xiaolin's combat prowess rated at 105, he now appeared merely competent in Muyang's eyes. Master Xiaolin, unaffected by Muyang's calm tone, smiled warmly and quickly said, "Please, young brother, come inside." Chapter 63. The young man with the small boat. Powerful individuals are eternally deserving of respect. This is an unchanging truth. Although Muyang appeared quite youthful, his martial prowess had already surpassed that of everyone else, no matter how aloof he might seem. Such demeanor was merely the dignity of a strong individual. No one would dare criticize it. Rather, it would be regarded as a matter of course. Muyang only lingered at Doran Temple for a single day, departing the following day amidst the company of Master Xiaolin and Wuting. In such a brief span, Muyang engaged in profound discourse with Master Xiaolin, leaving all in awe with his extraordinary prowess, as there was not a soul within Doran Temple capable of matching him. Despite his youth, his strength eclipsed that of all others. As if a new legend was gradually taking shape, Doran Temple was merely a waypoint in his journey. Watching Muyang's figure gradually fade into the misty mountains, Wuting felt a surge of emotion. Not long ago, the two had been equals, but now he could only look up in admiration. "Master, I feel it is time for me to venture forth and gain experience," Wuting declared resolutely, displaying a newfound determination. Master Xiaolin inquired, "Have you decided where to go?" After a moment of contemplation, recalling Muyang's earlier words, Wuting replied, "Yes, I intend to visit the Holy Land of Qilin." Upon hearing this, Master Xiaolin nodded. Indeed, the Holy Land of Qilin is the birthplace of martial arts, home to the Qilin Tower. You may challenge yourself there. In my youth, I too sought to ascend the Qilin Tower, but my strength faltered midway, leading to my eventual failure. I hope you will succeed where I could not. Master Xiaolin had attempted the challenge several times, each ending in defeat, prompting him to abandon his aspirations and return to Doran Temple to manage its affairs. Now, he placed his hopes upon Wuting. "Yes, disciple shall remember this," Wuting said, pressing his palms together in silent gratitude. Master Xiaolin, observing Wuting's resolute demeanor, was reminded of his own youth and smiled, gazing into the distance at the mist-shrouded peaks, lost in thought. Meanwhile, after departing Doran Temple, Muyang continued his journey, visiting various sects as per his plan. The endeavor of assimilating the strengths of numerous schools was no trivial task, and Muyang was prepared for a long and arduous journey. His next destination was the Cross-Fist sect, similar in nature to the Tianqin sect, with numerous dojos in the locality. Muyang approached them directly, opting for a more forceful method this time, engaging in one-on-one duels that compelled his opponents to give their utmost. This approach, albeit likely to offend, yielded significant rewards. Unfazed by potential animosities, Muyang continued to confront various schools in a straightforward and aggressive manner, seeking to experience their unique techniques. Thus, an intriguing rumor began to circulate within the martial arts community, whispering of a certain madman who relentlessly challenged the major sects, with several already having succumbed to his prowess, yet shrouding his identity in mystery. Initially, many dismissed this madman as overestimating his abilities, foolishly seeking fame through combat. However, as the number of defeated masters grew, including some legendary figures, the realization dawned upon them that this might indeed be the birth of a legend. Muyang's relentless challenges sent waves of alarm through the martial arts world, prompting various sects to shutter their gates, apprehensive of becoming the next target. Many individuals have started to sense that something is amiss. If this person truly seeks fame, why conceal their identity? It seems that rumors are ultimately unreliable, however. Regardless of the truth, it is prudent to avoid getting entangled in such murky waters. One day, on a sandy beach, the white waves crashed upon the shore, shattering into delicate droplets. Muyang focused intently, channeling his internal energy into his palm, and with a sharp exhale, a luminous sphere materialized. Its brilliant hue reminiscent of a luminous pearl, radiating clarity and beauty. Yet, this diminutive orb encapsulated the majority of Muyang's energy. After prolonged training, he had finally perfected this energy sphere. Gazing at the pulsating orb, which emitted a harsh, buzzing sound, Muyang smiled. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust of his arm, he unleashed the heaven's heart slash. A surge of force erupted from his waist, causing the radiant sphere to tremble and morph into a crescent shape, accelerating to an astonishing speed as it shot across the surface of the sea. With a tremendous roar, the ocean erupted into turmoil, dividing along the trajectory of the heaven's heart slash. The fragmented waves, as if scorched by intense heat, vaporized under the immense energy. Accompanied by a blazing fireball that ascended into the sky, its blinding white light entwined with a tempestuous storm, radiating outward in all directions. Standing amidst the swirling tempest, Muyang welcomed the hurricane's embrace. While this energy attack may be trivial in the vast cosmos, akin to a casual strike from an ordinary martial combatant among the universe's denizens on Earth at this stage, its potency rivaled that of a martial master's energy cannon or the awe-inspiring world-quaking palm. Pleased as the ocean's tumult gradually subsided, Muyang prepared to depart. At that moment, a small boat drifted across the waves, carrying an individual who shouted towards Muyang. "Hey, was that an energy wave you just released? What technique was that? Could you show me again?" Upon hearing this, Muyang halted his departure and turned his gaze towards the small vessel. There stood an unremarkable young man, approximately 20 years of age, seemingly of similar age to Muyang, bearing a traveler's pack slung over his shoulder. However, upon closer inspection, Muyang noted a peculiar aura emanating from him. Intriguingly, this individual appeared to possess considerable strength. A look of surprise flickered across Muyang's face. As the boat approached, the young man leapt onto the shore and, without waiting for Muyang's response, launched an immediate attack. What audacity! To strike without a word? Muyang's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a cold smirk as he swiftly extended his hand, capturing the incoming fist. With a forceful twist, he sent both the assailant and his belongings flying through the air. In a flash, Muyang vanished, positioning himself before the young man before he could even touch the ground. Lowering his body, with arms bent, he unleashed a ferocious iron fist. Wow! The individual, in a state of disarray, let out a bellow that momentarily suspended his body in midair. "Kamehameha!" The young man shrieked as he brought his palms together, unleashing a beam of radiant deep blue energy toward Muyang. A flicker of surprise crossed Muyang's eyes, yet his focus remained unbroken. Confronted with the incoming energy wave, he swiftly summoned his own power, extending his fingers forward as a faint glow began to shimmer. Tianqin Qigong. The two energies collided in midair, producing a thunderous impact that generated a formidable energy field, accompanied by a tremor in the atmosphere. The residual force of the energy wave transformed into a fierce whirlwind that spread outward. Chapter 64. The young Son Gohan. At this moment, Muyang had deduced the identity of his opponent based on the nature of the attack, and considering the current era, the conclusion was increasingly evident, without a doubt. The individual before him was none other than Son Gohan, the esteemed disciple of Master Roshi. However, the fact that his adversary initiated an assault without uttering a word left Muyang feeling quite disgruntled. He had prepared himself for the wrath of various factions during his own challenges. Thus, Muyang resolved to impart a lesson to his opponent. As one energy wave dissipated, Muyang executed a series of rapid steps, swiftly closing the distance towards Son Gohan. Once Muyang became earnest in his approach, Son Gohan found himself at a disadvantage. The levity he had acquired from releasing the Kamehameha wave rendered him incapable of maintaining his balance, and as Muyang pressed his attack, Gohan stumbled and faltered, becoming increasingly flustered. Bang! 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 The waves of the ocean were cleaved apart, and Son Gohan, astonished and pale, began to lose color. Muyang, with a stoic expression, engaged in a fierce exchange with Gohan, soaring into the sky one moment and plunging into the depths of the sea the next, creating chaos upon the surface of the water. After some time, Son Gohan lay sprawled upon the sandy ground, breathless and battered, his face marred with bruises, and his clothing torn into tatters. On the other hand, Muyang appeared considerably better, Though his complexion had also paled slightly, his overall appearance much more composed. "Hey, I merely intended to greet you. Must you be so ruthless?" Son Gohan lamented, his expression one of dismay, feeling utterly unfortunate. Muyang, maintaining his cold demeanor, retorted, "Is this how you greet someone? Without inquiry, you launch an attack? How am I to ascertain you are not an enemy?" Son Gohan chuckled awkwardly. "I was simply a bit too eager. Upon witnessing your energy wave, I couldn't restrain myself. I must admit, your skills are quite impressive. Aside from my master, you are the first person capable of engaging me for such an extended duration, and you even managed to defeat me." "Humph," Muyang scoffed, retrieving an energy detector to assess Son Gohan's power level, which astonishingly registered at 143. Remarkably, he surpassed the strength of Master Roshi from decades hence. However, he still fell slightly short when compared to Muyang himself. Son Gohan is undoubtedly a prodigious figure. In the original narrative, even the formidable Goku, who effortlessly defeated Tao Pai Pai, was bested by Gohan, despite the latter being in a state of decline. Nevertheless, his combat prowess was undeniably above 150. At this juncture, Gohan was still quite youthful, and it seemed that he was not far from reaching his golden phase. Noting that Muyang had disregarded him, Gohan offered an awkward smile and exclaimed, "Haha, I am Son Gohan, a disciple of the Turtle School." Muyang replied coolly, "I am from the Heavenly Heart School." "Ah, so you are Muyang, the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament?" Gohan expressed his surprise, then nodded, "Indeed, with such formidable strength. It is only natural for you to be the champion. It's a pity my master deemed it unnecessary for me to participate in the last tournament. Otherwise, I could have encountered you sooner." Internally, Muyang mused that it was fortunate Gohan had not participated the previous year. Otherwise, he would have stood no chance against him. His strength had surged only after ascending the Kalen Tower. A year prior, his combat power was barely over 80, far from a match for Gohan. Being thoroughly overwhelmed would not have been pleasant. "Hey, your earlier ki blast was impressive. Is it called the Heavenly Heart Blast? Might I witness it again?" Gohan's incessant chatter seemed to linger in Muyang's ear. Muyang shot him a glance. "Do you wish to be punished?" Gohan chuckled sheepishly and quickly fell silent. "By the way, as a disciple of Master Roshi, why aren't you training by his side? What brings you out here?" Muyang inquired. Gohan responded, "Oh, my master believes I am ready to venture out on my own, so he sent me to hone my skills. However, shortly after setting sail, I spotted the ki wave you emitted, which compelled me to row over." Muyang nodded, realizing it was his own actions that had drawn Gohan to him. Since he had mentioned he was just starting out, it indicated he had no immediate plans to settle at Kame House. "Where are you headed?" Gohan scratched his head and replied honestly, "I haven't quite decided yet." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with enthusiasm, he proposed, "But I just thought of an intriguing place. Would you be interested in joining me to explore it?" "What place?" Muyang inquired. "The Fortune Teller's Arena," Gohan exclaimed enthusiastically. "I've heard my master mention that he has a sister residing in the desert, and the Fortune Teller is knowledgeable about many matters of the world. Moreover, she has 5 formidable experts there. I believe we could challenge them." Upon hearing this, Muyang's thoughts stirred. It is said that the fortune teller possesses profound knowledge of earthly affairs and even has the ability to communicate with the underworld, which attracts many to seek her guidance. Thus, Muyang found Gohan's suggestion somewhat appealing. But the experts at the fortune teller's place seem rather ordinary. "Are you certain they will be formidable?" Gohan appeared somewhat puzzled. "I have heard there are many beings from various races there, even those from the underworld. Surely they must be quite powerful." "Very well then. It would be worthwhile to go and see." Initially, Muyang had no intention of going, but upon reflection, he realized that aside from the temple, there seemed to be no other place on earth that could enhance his strength. Thus, he decided it would be prudent to visit the palace of the fortune-telling matriarch, hoping for some fruitful discoveries. Consequently, the two of them reached a mutual agreement to pay her a visit. The residence of the fortune-telling matriarch was situated above a desiccated riverbed, which had once thrived as an oasis, but had now succumbed to the encroaching desert due to climatic changes. As Muyang and Sun Wukong approached the desert, a scorching wave of heat enveloped them, causing the temperature to soar above 40 degrees Celsius. According to the map, they advanced swiftly and soon laid eyes upon a verdant oasis, with a crystalline lake at its center. The matriarch's palace stood majestically in the middle of the lake, surrounded by several coconut trees. Upon stepping into her territory, the oppressive heat vanished as if by enchantment, replaced by a gentle breeze that felt akin to the freshness of spring. Muyang couldn't help but marvel at the stark transformation of the environment, affirming the matriarch's remarkable abilities. Chapter 65. The fortune-telling matriarch. Upon officially entering the matriarch's domain, both Muyang and Sun Wukong distinctly sensed a mysterious force permeating the air, unlike anything they had encountered on Earth. This prompted Muyang to regard the matriarch with newfound respect. She seemed not merely fortunate to have ingested an elixir of immortality to sustain her long life. A ghostly apparition floated in the air, adorned with a pointed hat, directing the crowd at the entrance. "Look, that appears to be a ghost," Sun Wukong whispered. Muyang scrutinized the figure. It was indeed a ghost. The fortune-telling matriarch possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse between the realms of the living and the dead, employing spirits to assist her, a talent that was undeniably impressive. As they spoke, Muyang and Sun Wukong joined the end of the queue. Most individuals in line were affluent magnates, seeking treasures or precious items, eager for the matriarch's divination. However, regardless of their power and influence in their respective locales, they were compelled to wait patiently in line for the matriarch's services. "Look at those two over there, arriving empty-handed. Such a lack of decorum," exclaimed a wealthy man, clutching a suitcase, as he laughed with another individual in line. Muyang frowned slightly, observing another self-satisfied individual smirk disdainfully. "Indeed, how dare they come without wealth? Surely they will be ejected by the matriarch's attendants soon enough." He straightened his posture, adjusted his suit, and assumed an air of a successful businessman. The fortune-telling matriarch charged a substantial fee for each divination, making it clear that this was not a place for the impoverished. Those in line typically sported impeccably tailored suits and polished shoes, many accompanied by more than one bodyguard. Perhaps they are considering challenging the fortune-teller to waive their fees," remarked a slender, affluent man leaning on a cane, a hint of derision glimmering in his eyes. Do they truly believe their puny limbs can prevail in a challenge? I doubt anyone in this world can succeed against the fortune-teller's trials. She merely sets up these challenges to offer the impoverished a flicker of hope," he continued, recalling a towering man over 2 meters tall who had attempted to confront the fortune-teller's champion during his last visit. "Can you guess what happened? He was defeated in the very first round." A group of wealthy individuals, united by their contempt, laughed heartily, reveling in their mockery of the less fortunate, as if belittling them elevated their own status. "Scoundrels!" Anger flared on Sun Wukong's face as he clenched his fists, ready to confront them. Muyang observed coolly, shaking his head gently. "Do not act impulsively. Why stoop to their level? Some of them possess wealth but lack the will to live fully." Sun Wukong paused, lost in thought. "What did you just say?" A rotund, irate millionaire demanded, his bodyguards closing in protectively. Muyang's gaze swept over the scene, his cold scoff resonating like thunder, causing the millionaire's face to drain of color. "What are you waiting for? Go teach them a lesson." The millionaire bellowed in a fit of rage, only to be startled into silence as he noticed the thud of his bodyguards collapsing around him. "What do you want? Stay back. This is the fortune-teller's domain." As Muyang advanced, the millionaire, now terrified, fell to the ground. Standing before him, Muyang cast a scornful glance. "Did you not hear what I said? Some folks possess wealth but squander their lives. It seems you are that very example. Are you threatening me?" The millionaire's face contorted in fear. "You brought this upon yourself." The millionaire opened his mouth, rendered speechless. "What? Nothing to say?" He glanced at his fallen bodyguards and the other wealthy individuals retreating in fear, feeling utterly despondent. "That is quite a fine trunk you have there," Muyang remarked, shifting his gaze to the leather case on the ground. "Sir, if you admire that trunk, I would be honored to gift it to you. Is that appropriate?" Muyang feigned reluctance. "Material wealth is but a trifle. It is indeed my privilege that you take an interest in it," the millionaire professed earnestly, though beads of sweat betrayed his anxiety. "Very well, I shall reluctantly accept." Muyang hoisted the trunk and returned to Sun Wukong's side, declaring, "See? Just moments ago, they claimed we were empty-handed. With a mere stretch of the limbs, look at what we have acquired." He chuckled, shaking the trunk in his hand. Sun Wukong, now sweating, retorted, "Just a moment ago you advised me against acting rashly. Yet here you are, charging ahead. Foolish one, I implore you to refrain from impulsive actions. I fear you might rush forward recklessly, only to return empty-handed. Consider the implications. That would indeed be a grave misfortune. One must contemplate matters deeply, for impulsiveness cannot resolve dilemmas." Sun Wukong suddenly enlightened, smacking his forehead. I see now. I have learned much." With a sigh, an elderly voice interrupted, "Oh, you people. Must you quarrel at my doorstep?" An old woman clad in dark witch's attire floated over, perched upon a crystal orb, her wrinkled visage resembling that of a specter from afar. "Divination Granny, please assist me. These insolent rascals are defying the rules you established, and they have stolen the gift I intended to present to you." Upon the appearance of the Divination Granny, the wealthy man scurried toward her as if he had found salvation. The Divination Granny dismissed his pleas, waving her hand to summon a cadre of guards. "Come, seize him. I do not welcome this impertinent fellow, nor his companions. Throw them all out. Granny, I have not violated any rules. Please spare me." The faces of the previously mocking wealthy men drained of color as they pleaded for mercy. However, the guards paid them no heed, swiftly hauling them away and casting them out into the desert. The scorching sand burned their feet, causing them to flee in a pitiful state, tears and snot streaming down their faces. At that moment, Muyang gazed intently at the old woman, more precisely at the large crystal orb beneath her. Such orbs were also found atop the Kylan Tower. She was the sister of the turtle sage, the divination granny. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a colossal figure known as Lord Zuno, who possessed knowledge of all things in the universe, while the divination granny was aware of everything on Earth. You two rascals truly lack decorum. Ah, you are the disciple of that turtle sage, the divination granny remarked, instantly discerning much about them. Very well, follow me, she said, seemingly perceiving their intentions without further inquiry, and turned toward the palace. Muyang and Sun Wukong exchanged glances and promptly followed. Phew. Thankfully, we refrained from excessive chatter earlier. Otherwise, we might have faced disqualification from divination, and that would have been a significant loss. After they had distanced themselves, the other waiting wealthy individuals shook their heads in regret, relieved they had not been as loquacious as the previous group. Those who came here were either seeking wealth or opportunities for growth. None wished to forfeit their chance. Indeed, if disqualified, I would lose my chance to discover the underground gold mine. Nilius suffered a significant setback. The mine he held was yet to be surveyed, and it would surely belong to me. Chapter 66, Grandmaster Wu Taido. As the crowd outside engaged in fervent discussion, the divination granny led Muyang and Sun Wukong to a platform situated in the heart of the lake. Youngsters, so you two intend to challenge the warriors under my command, do you? Higi, there are hardly a few on Earth who can rival your prowess. But I have something for you. The fortune teller cackled, her raspy voice carrying an eerie undertone. If you manage to defeat the two warriors I have here, I shall grant each of you a free divination. Muyang was taken aback and inquired, aren't we supposed to defeat 5? The fortune teller shot him a disapproving glare. Only 2. I do not possess that many skilled fighters. These were the best I could muster. Bringing in a few more would hold no significance for you. Her statement was indeed accurate, and Muyang nodded in agreement. Let it be known, even if you succeed in your challenge, I will only perform 1 divination for each of you. Do not presume that this challenge will entitle you to endless readings. The fortune teller had set the rules of the challenge merely to inject a bit of amusement. She had never considered offering free divinations. Truly, she was a miserly individual. After hearing her words, Muyang gained a clearer understanding of her avaricious nature. She and the turtle hermit were quite the odd pair, one greedy, the other lustful. Furthermore, the crane hermit brothers were equally peculiar, one treacherous, the other ruthless. None of these 4 long-lived beings could be deemed normal. Madam, the guests have arrived. At that moment, a specter approached the fortune teller's side. She nodded and replied, my guests are here, do not be alarmed. With that, she glanced towards the entrance leading to the palace, where 2 figures emerged from the passage. They were 2 elderly men, both clad in white martial arts uniforms. One was of modest height, sporting a grizzled beard, notably marked by a red character for martial arts emblazoned on his chest. The other appeared frail and decrepit, yet exuded an enigmatic aura that obscured his features. These were the masters the fortune teller had spoken of. How could they be 2 old men? Sun Wufan, upon recognizing the 2, was genuinely concerned about inadvertently causing them harm. Let us not underestimate them. Today may very well end in our defeat, Muyang declared gravely after the 2 figures emerged. Sun Wufan, taken aback, asked, what do you mean? Are you saying we cannot defeat them? Muyang nodded. Observe the halos above their heads. That signifies they are souls from the underworld. Sun Wufan gasped. Are you suggesting that these 2 gentlemen have already passed away? Indeed, Muyang confirmed, his gaze sweeping over the 2. He recognized the one marked with the red character as the distinguished Wutetu, who had sealed the Demon King Piccolo over 250 years ago. The identity of the other remained elusive to him. In his youth, the Demon King Piccolo boasted a battle power of nearly 260. Wutetu was not his match, and it was only through arduous training in the demon sealing wave that he managed to bind him. Nevertheless, Wutetu's battle power must have been no less than 200 at that time. Saving the Earth is indeed a monumental achievement. After Wutetu's descent into the underworld, he retained his corporeal form, allowing him to continue his cultivation in that realm, having endured arduous training for over 250 years among countless formidable beings. The magnitude of Wutetu's strength has become beyond Muyang's estimation. The forthcoming battle promises to be exceedingly thrilling. The mere thought of it sends a rush of excitement coursing through Muyang's veins. Ah, it seems our identities have been recognized, Wu Taidu, remarked the elderly man standing beside him with a gentle demeanor. Wu Taidu smiled as he gazed at the 2 young individuals not far away. The young man, Muyang, indeed possesses keen insight. At that moment, the fortune teller, riding her crystal ball, floated before them, announcing, Wutaidu, Master Noah, these are the two individuals before you. Thank you for your assistance, Wutaidu replied softly. The fortune teller promptly reassured him, not at all, not at all. This elder was the mentor of her brother, the turtle sage, and thus, in every sense, Wutaidu was considered her senior. Young man, as a disciple of the turtle school, your opponent is the esteemed Wutaidu. Perform admirably, do not let anyone down, the fortune teller advised as she drifted back to the center of the arena, addressing Sun Wukong. Wutaidu? Sun Wukong echoed in confusion, the name striking a familiar chord. Suddenly recalling the identity of his opponent, he trembled as he pointed, you are the master Wutaidu, the one who sealed the Demon King Piccolo. Indeed, you are Wu Tian's disciple. Quite impressive. Your character lacks the impulsiveness of Wu Tian. Yet your strength has surpassed his entirely. Even I, at your tender age, could not compare. Wutaidu chuckled lightly, expressing his satisfaction with Sun Wukong. As a young man, Sun Wukong felt his body stiffen at Wutaidu's praise, stammering, Grandmaster, you flatter me. Wutaidu waved his hand dismissively. Enough. You are here to challenge the warriors of this arena. I shall be your opponent. Unleash your full strength. Do not worry about injuring me. I can handle your capabilities. Yes, yes. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, affirming loudly. The fact that his opponent was the venerable Wutaidu rendered the outcome inconsequential. This battle would undoubtedly be a rich source of learning. Fortune teller, considering that Master Wutaidu is a figure from over 2 centuries ago. What a coincidence it is that he appears today. Did you foresee our arrival? Muyang inquired as he approached the fortune teller, preparing for Sun Wukong's battle against Wutaidu. In the underworld, the souls have just one day to return to the realm of the living. And Muyang found it highly improbable that he would fortuitously encounter the day Wutaidu returned to Earth. The only plausible explanation was that the fortune teller had orchestrated these events beforehand, much like how Sun Wukong encountered Sun Wukong at the fortune teller's abode in the original tale. The fortune teller chuckled softly, her sagging skin folding ominously. There are few things on this planet that an elderly woman does not know. Is it not your desire to engage with the powerful? Was this truly orchestrated by you? Muyang's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Do you doubt the abilities of the old woman? I am also aware that you personally ended the life of Tao Bai 6 months ago. Rest assured, I shall keep this secret. I also harbor disdain for those 2 brothers, the Crane Immortals. The divination matriarch curled her lips. Muyang nodded. As long as this matter remained concealed, it would not attract the attention of that Crane Immortal. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed through his mind as he glanced at the elder beside him. Since that Master Wutaidu is a senior relative of Sun Wukong, could it be that this elder is also a senior of the Tianqin school? Coincidentally, the old man directed his gaze towards him, prompting Muyang to quickly muster a smile. Chapter 67. Sun Wukong and Master Wutaidu. With the emergence of this query in his heart, Muyang's perception of the elder transformed entirely. What he had previously overlooked now revealed familiar traits. Could he truly be a senior of the Tianqin school? Muyang pondered. Although he understood this was not necessarily a bad thing, contemplating the inexplicable presence of a deceased ancestral figure from the sect gave him a slight headache. Never mind. I shall not dwell on this. Shifting his attention to the martial arts platform, he observed Sun Wukong standing alongside Master Wutaidu, both entering a combat stance. In this moment, the atmosphere atop the platform became intensely oppressive. It felt as though an invisible vortex encircled the two, rendering their forms somewhat ethereal. A faint crackle resonated through the air, yet neither combatant made the first move. Muyang noticed Sun Wukong's body beginning to shift, seemingly in search of an angle for attack. However, time passed without any action, and beads of sweat began to form on Sun Wukong's forehead. Truly, Master Wutaidu's composure was unparalleled. On the martial arts platform, Sun Wukong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Each time he met the seemingly amused gaze of Master Wutaidu, he felt as though all his movements were being laid bare before the elder, leaving him uncertain of where to initiate his assault. Opposite him, Master Wutaidu maintained an air of calm, a serene smile gracing his face as he effortlessly pivoted in response to Sun Wukong's movements. The battle had not yet commenced, yet Sun Wukong found himself ensnared in a dilemma. The disparity between them was staggering, Muyang observed with a serious expression. Although he could not sense the intensity of Wutaidu's aura, the scene before him indicated that Wutaidu's strength and martial cultivation far surpassed that of Sun Wukong, suggesting that this confrontation would be a grueling challenge for the latter. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong, after a brief standoff, finally resolved to launch his attack. Just as Master Wutaidu began to move in response to Sun Wukong's advance, with a resounding thud, akin to the reverberating tones of a grand bell, both combatants vanished from sight. Immediately, the air was filled with the cacophony of fierce combat, as the rocky ground began to fracture, sending forth a shower of small stones. Crack, crack. Two brilliant flashes collided before diverging, each pause erupting into a powerful cyclone that sent ripples cascading across the lake's surface. This was a battle of considerable sophistication. The movements of the ordinary martial artists were rendered nearly invisible. Fortunately, those present were not mere onlookers. Muyang's eyes darted about, adeptly shifting focus to follow the actions of Sun Wukong and Wu Taido. Sun Wukong commenced with a promising start, yet the ensuing circumstances proved increasingly unfavorable. Muyang's expression was one of concentration, his brow slightly furrowed. On the martial arts platform, Sun Wukong exerted every ounce of his strength, unleashing a myriad of extraordinary techniques. However, with each of Sun Wukong's attacks, Wu Taido seemed to have anticipated them, effortlessly evading with a subtle shift of his form, countering with strikes that harnessed Sun Wukong's own momentum. This principle of leveraging strength against strength, exemplified by the phrase 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds, unfolded with an ease that was profoundly satisfying to behold. The sound of thunderous impacts and the rush of air intertwined rhythmically, resembling a symphony of battle. At that moment, time seemed to lose its meaning for the two fighters, as in the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. The ground and the air sparkled with dazzling light, reminiscent of countless fists intertwining in a spectacular display. The fortune teller chuckled, remarking, "It has been many years since I have witnessed such a magnificent battle. Today is truly a rarity." Beside her, the elder named Noah gazed intently at the stage and spoke slowly. "The young man named Sun Wukong possesses remarkable talent, yet he is still somewhat inexperienced. Against Wu Taido, this level of power is insufficient." Muyang nodded in agreement. Since the battle's inception, he had discerned certain nuances, despite the intensity of the conflict. Sun Wukong had unwittingly succumbed to the rhythm set by Wu Taido. This was a significant misstep in combat. Once one loses control of the rhythm, it becomes all too easy to fall into a position advantageous to the opponent, rapidly depleting both mental and physical reserves. Should one fail to break free and regain control, the specter of defeat looms ever closer. With a sigh, Muyang realized victory was unattainable. In comparison to Wu Taido, Sun Wukong was vastly outmatched in both experience and strength. He pondered what the outcome would be were he to take the field himself. Defeat. This answer was indisputable and left Muyang in a contemplative silence. Despite years of honing his skills, his prowess was only marginally superior to Sun Wukong's. Truth be told, he had never encountered such a high-caliber battle. Thus, had he faced Wu Taido, he would have found himself in a similarly dire situation. Alas, Wu Taido was indeed a master of his craft, continuing his training even in the afterlife, a fact that garnered profound respect. On the martial arts platform, the clash between the two had reached a fever pitch, each side unleashing their ultimate techniques. Kamehameha. Sun Gohan bellowed as he unleashed his Kamehameha wave. To his astonishment, Wu Taido appeared unfazed by the formidable energy surging towards him. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, as if he had yet to wield his true power. He took a step back, gently placing his hands before him, and uttered, "Kamehameha." In response, a torrent of energy, even more magnificent than the Kamehameha, surged skyward. In the face of this terrifying energy beam, Sun Gohan's Kamehameha seemed as feeble as a child in a kindergarten, swiftly consumed and obliterated by the overwhelming force, which continued to advance menacingly towards him. Seeing this, Sun Gohan's complexion turned ashen, and gritting his teeth, he summoned his ultimate move. He shouted, "Universal Shocking Palm." In an instant, dazzling flashes of light erupted, an endless stream of pale golden radiance coiling around Sun Gohan's hand as he thrust it towards the energy beam. "Well done. Quite impressive," Wu Taido exclaimed, a glimmer of light sparking in his eyes, before he called out, "Now, behold." With an elegant arc of his hand through the air, he propelled the Kamehameha, amplifying its power severfold. Sun Gohan felt a sharp pain in his chest as the energy of his universal shocking palm dissipated, and he was sent flying. Spinning through the air, he tumbled helplessly before crashing to the ground. At that moment, Wu Taido appeared behind him. Sun Gohan had been defeated. Observing this, Muyang shook his head in disappointment, though his heart raced with excitement. He had known from the outset that the outcome of this contest was predetermined. Yet the experience remained exhilarating. Wu Taido stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling. "Young man, you have even mastered the universal shocking palm. That Kamehameha you utilized was a remarkable technique, albeit with somewhat insufficient energy." Sun Gohan responded with a wry smile, "Master, I concede. I am no match for you. Ha. Do not underestimate yourself. I have merely trained for a few hundred more years than you." Upon hearing this, Sun Gohan realized that if given a few hundred years of training, he too could achieve such prowess. His confidence restored, he bowed politely to Wu Taido. "Very well. In this contest, Master Wu Taido emerges victorious. Sun Gohan, please step aside." The fortune teller announced the results, subsequently shifting her gaze towards Muyang. At that moment, an elder named Noah nodded and stepped forward, indicating that it was their turn. Chapter 68. Noah Muyang felt a sudden seriousness wash over him, promptly nodding in acknowledgement before leaping onto the martial arts stage. He dared not take the mysterious elder lightly. Thus, from the moment he ascended the stage, he was fully alert. A whirlwind suddenly enveloped him, swirling around his body, yet in the face of Muyang's soaring combat spirit. The elder Noah stood with his hands clasped behind his back, unperturbed, exuding the same calm demeanor as Wu Taido. Impressive. With a gentle glance exchanged, Muyang's pupils suddenly constricted. From his nonchalant demeanor radiated the confident aura of a martial artist. His brows slightly furrowed as he pondered the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, his body leaned forward, muscles in his toes tensed with sudden force. With a resounding crack, the blue and white stone tiles beneath him shattered, sending shards flying in a radial pattern. Harnessing this momentum, Muyang surged forward at high speed, aiming his attack at the distant Noah. With a whoosh, his figure shot forth like lightning, leaving a long, lingering afterimage. He then thrust his fist forward, the air reverberating with a muffled sound. Haha, come on. Facing Muyang's fierce onslaught, Noah's expression finally shifted. He deftly maneuvered his body, vanishing just as Muyang's strike descended, only to reappear at Muyang's side, one hand sweeping down as if to eclipse the sky. Such speed. Muyang was taken aback, his pupils sparkling with determination. He swiftly altered his trajectory to defend against the impending attack. Leaving some strength in his assault was a calculated decision, allowing for a timely reaction in critical moments. Too slow, Noah smiled, his arms, which belied their age, extending forward. In an instant, Muyang was horrified to discover that he was involuntarily drawn towards Noah's hand. Before he could react, a palm struck his chest with a resounding thud, sending him soaring through the air in a graceful arc stop. In midair, Muyang quickly spread his arms, unleashing a formidable force that halted his descent. He then leapt downward, landing back on the arena. Young man, your eyesight still lacks finesse. You need practice. As soon as the words left Noah's lips, he vanished once more. At that moment, a radiant glow enveloped Muyang, his fists swirling with potent energy. He pivoted sharply and struck towards a specific direction. Here, with a dull thud, Muyang's fist was intercepted by a hand. Not bad, you've made some progress. But it's still insufficient, the elder named Noah complimented, intensifying his subsequent attacks. The speed at which he moved was astonishing, creating a myriad of afterimages. Muyang dodged frantically, evading Noah's relentless onslaught. Though Noah appeared frail and aged, his combat prowess was anything but that of an elderly man. The assault came in waves, fierce and unyielding, as if a wolf or tiger was roaring in pursuit. After several swift retreats, beads of sweat formed on Muyang's forehead. In that moment, he fully felt the weight of being overwhelmed, an utterly disheartening experience. He continued to retreat, covering several dozen meters, yet Noah pursued relentlessly, granting him no respite. Heavenly Heart Slash? Muyang's face darkened as he shouted, raising his hand. Instantly, a crescent-shaped wave of energy surged forth. The thin blade of energy shimmered with brilliance as it hurtled towards Noah. Upon witnessing the scene, Noah furrowed his brow and countered with a similar attack. Heavenly Heart Energy Technique. A beam of light pierced the void, colliding head-on with Muyang's Heavenly Heart Slash. Instantly, the atmosphere above them surged, and an unrelenting gale spread in all directions. Indeed, it was the technique of the Heavenly Heart lineage. Muyang instinctively squinted, but there was no time to dwell on that now. With a series of rapid exchanges, the two soon became engulfed in battle once again. Their figures a blur of flickering light as they continuously clashed on the martial arts stage, each impact resonating like a thunderous drumbeat that reverberated through the soul. Muyang's expression grew solemn as he swiftly tracked his opponent's movements, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, bang, bang, bang. Whoosh. His fist struck the martial arts arena, sending sand and stones flying, creating immense craters upon the once flat surface. The ground trembled, echoing like distant thunder. Impressive indeed. His strikes were decisive and fierce, yet such prowess alone was insufficient. Noah repeatedly absorbed Muyang's powerful blows, maintaining a smile and occasionally offering commentary. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Sun Wukong swallowed hard, unable to discern the unfolding events on the arena. This was the true strength of Muyang. He had previously held back. He was left wondering about the identity of the individual opposite him, who seemed to be a match even for Muyang. Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment, his voice trembling with disbelief. When he had first encountered Muyang by the seaside, he had thought Muyang merely possessed a slight edge over him. Yet, witnessing this duel, he realized that the disparity was far more significant. While Muyang's energy might only exceed his by a fraction, in terms of combat skills and timing, he was leagues ahead. Should he engage Muyang in battle, he would likely be defeated in mere moments. Sun Wukong swallowed again, a chill creeping up his spine. How had his opponent trained? Ah, that young man named Muyang has truly grasped the essence of Master Karen. Given time, he shall surpass me, Wu Taido mused, observing the fight. Master, are you referring to the Karen who resides atop the Karen Tower? Do you mean to say that Muyang has received guidance from him? Sun Wukong inquired. Wu Taido nodded affirmatively. Indeed, if you have the opportunity, you should visit the Karen Tower. It would benefit you greatly. As he spoke, Wu Taido seemed nostalgic, recalling the days spent diligently practicing the demon sealing wave atop the tower. Sun Wukong nodded, committing Wu Taido's words to memory as his focus returned to the martial arts stage. At that moment, Noah had discerned Muyang's capabilities and remarked, "Very well. I have gauged your strength. To achieve such a level at your age is indeed commendable. You have met my expectations." Seizing the opportunity, Muyang queried, "Are you a senior of the Heavenly Heart lineage?" Despite his initial skepticism regarding the elderly figure before him, it was only when the man unleashed the Heavenly Heart Chi that he was able to confirm that this Noah was indeed an elder of the Heavenly Heart lineage. Hee. An elder of the Heavenly Heart lineage, you could say that, but I would prefer you to refer to it as the Divine Heart lineage. Noah chuckled. Muyang was taken aback. Divine Heart lineage? Indeed, the Divine Heart lineage. As Muyang pondered this revelation, Noah shook his head, stating, "As for the reason behind such a name, you shall soon find out. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true disparity between you and a formidable opponent." No sooner had the words left his lips than Noah's demeanor grew serious. He ceased to toy with Muyang, and in an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from Muyang's sight. Chapter 69. The Elder's Identity Vanished? Outside the arena, Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes in astonishment. Wu Taido nodded, his expression turning grave. Master Noah was finally about to make his move. The fact that even Wu Taido referred to him as Master spoke volumes about Noah's significance. Hastily, they scanned their surroundings for any trace of him, yet it was as though he had completely disappeared, eluding Muyang's desperate search. Master Noah could not have left the arena. He must still be near the martial arts stage, Muyang reasoned, remaining on high alert. With no sign of Noah in the vicinity, he surmised that the only place left to search was the sky. The thought crossed his mind, and he quickly gazed upwards. Nothing. The clear sky held only a few wispy clouds, devoid of Noah's presence. Where could he possibly have gone? Muyang's mind raced. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated in his ear. "Little one, I am right here." In a shimmer of the void, Noah's figure materialized. Muyang was taken aback, abruptly realizing that Noah had not disappeared at all. He had remained in place. Yet, despite standing before him, Noah was shrouded in an enigmatic aura that compelled one to unconsciously overlook his existence. At that moment, Muyang recalled the profound teachings of the Heavenly Heart lineage that Isaf had imparted to him, and a sense of clarity washed over him. This was the application of spiritual energy unique to the Heavenly Heart lineage, distinguishing it from the common paths of martial cultivation. Martial arts on Earth emphasized the practice of Qi, with other schools merely focusing on basic Qi manipulation, perhaps the Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit schools. Due to their lineage from Wu Taido, incorporated some spiritual training, but it remained superficial. The Heavenly Heart lineage, however, possessed a fundamentally different understanding of Qi, placing greater emphasis on the cultivation of the spirit alongside Qi practice. He had once felt perplexed, questioning whether the Heavenly Heart lineage's excessive focus on the spirit led to an overinterpretation of Qi, causing practitioners to become mired in narrow-mindedness and obsessive perfectionism. Yet, in retrospect, he realized that he had been overly naive. The Heavenly Heart lineage had not strayed from the path, but rather remained elusive to those who could not grasp its profundity. A smile broke across Muyang's face as he recognized the remarkable potential of spiritual energy. Upon reflection, is it not indeed the cultivation of the Tianxin stream that allows me to navigate the acceleration space with such ease? Enlightened by this realization, Muyang's face lit up with excitement, yet he soon regained his composure, applying his knowledge as he swiftly lunged towards Noah. Noah, smiling, shook his head and flicked his finger into the void, resulting in a resounding thud. Though there was no physical contact, Muyang was sent hurtling backwards. As he landed, Muyang rubbed his forehead, struck by the finger's force, and once again dove into acceleration. Noah traced another arc, and this time, Muyang was propelled beyond the martial platform. As he tumbled out of the arena, Muyang suddenly recalled Bobo from the temple. The attacking style of the person before him bore a striking resemblance to Bobo's, a casual yet effective way of sending opponents flying. In the original Dragon Ball, the character Bobo is perhaps the most overlooked supporting role. Well, let us conclude here. With that, Noah nodded towards the fortune-telling elder. The elder, understanding the cue, floated to the center of the martial platform with her crystal ball. Ah, Muyang, son Wukong, you have both failed your challenges. It seems I cannot offer you a reading. Muyang leaped up from beneath the martial platform and inquired, Elder, may I ask about them? These two are indeed your predecessors. As for Master Wu Tai, he needs no introduction. He is the master of that lad Wu Tian. And this Master Noah. The fortune-telling elder cast a respectful gaze upon the silver-haired Noah, is the founder of your school and the previous heavenly god. The founder of the Tianxin stream? The former heavenly god? The elder's words struck Muyang's heart like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring immense waves within him. The revelation that the founder of the Tianxin stream was indeed the former heavenly god left him astounded. Throughout the narrative, information regarding the previous heavenly god was scarce. Only briefly mentioned in the current heavenly god's words. It was said that the former heavenly god discerned an evil intent within the child of the Namekian Caddis, which ultimately led to the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo, sparking the calamity over 250 years ago. However, to associate the former heavenly god with his own school was a notion Muyang dared not entertain. Although he had long been aware that predecessors from his school had once resided in the temple, possibly as disciples, or even having held the title of heavenly god, he leaned towards the idea that they had merely ascended to the temple and received the heavenly god's training, a legendary tale within the martial world of Earth. This aligned more with common logic. Who would dare to overstep and covet the throne of the heavenly god? Yet now, the weight of this newfound information left him utterly astonished. Muyang, in shock, exclaimed, Are you truly the founder of the Tianxin stream? Noah, the former celestial deity, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the heavenly heart flow was indeed created by me, originally intended for the selection of the next celestial deity. Regrettably, no one was able to meet my expectations. It is no wonder that he refers to the heavenly heart flow as the celestial flow. For the identity of the other party is that of a celestial deity, and the purpose of creating the heavenly heart flow was to select the next celestial deity. It is truly unimaginable, Muyang sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. At this moment, Sun Wufan was left in sheer astonishment, asking Wu Taidu, Master, is there truly a celestial deity in this world? Wu Taidu replied, Yes, there exists a place even more sacred atop the Kailan Tower, known as the Celestial Hall, where you may cultivate in the future. Then, the former celestial deity Noah called out, tossing an object towards Muyang and Sun Wufan. With a jingling sound, Muyang instinctively caught the flying object and upon opening it, discovered a delicate string of bells. The celestial deity Noah remarked, I know you have already passed Kailan's test. This is a token for entry to the Celestial Hall. Present it to Kailan, and he will naturally escort you there. As for the young lad beside you, Sun Wufan, he may temporarily cultivate at the Kailan Tower. Am I truly qualified to go to the Celestial Hall? Muyang blurted out. Previously, he had received a promise from the cat immortal that he would be allowed to train in the Celestial Hall at the appropriate time, and now with Noah's recognition, he could ascend to the hall at any moment. Could this be the advantage of having connections? His master, the former celestial deity, was indeed opening doors for him. The elderly face of the celestial deity Noah broke into a smile. You are indeed qualified. Only through training in the Celestial Hall can you attain true growth. He continued with heartfelt reflection. This universe is vast. Earth is but a grain in the ocean. The potential of Earthlings is limited. Thus we must seek to unearth and cultivate more exceptional talents. Muyang wholeheartedly agreed. Within the vast cosmos, the physique of Earthlings could only be described as frail. And even with the aid of the acceleration space as a cheat, he felt as if walking on thin ice, fearing that one day his power would stagnate. Master, an esteemed celestial deity, did you come to the mortal realm solely to test us? Sun Wufan, having calmed the shock within his heart, inquired. Chapter 70, A Special Favor. Indeed, as far as I know, those from the underworld cannot easily traverse to the mortal realm, and even if they do, it is only for a day. Muyang added, casting a glance towards the fortune-telling grandmother. He had previously learned that Wu Taidu and the celestial deity Noah were able to come to the mortal realm because of her. Therefore, was their special purpose indeed to assess the capabilities of the younger generation? At this moment, the fortune-telling grandmother squinted her eyes and said, Hiki, all of this is thanks to me. I brought them here. Sun Wufan curiously asked, Fortune-telling grandmother, why would you do such a thing? Oh, it might just be a prediction. The fortune-teller gracefully descended from her crystal ball and remarked, Of late, I've been plagued by strange dreams, which may portend ill omens. Thus, I ventured into the underworld to seek answers. It was serendipitous that I encountered Master Wu Taidu and his companions, and I extended an invitation for them to accompany me to the mortal realm. The fortune-teller's ability to traverse between realms is a legacy in itself. She is quite esteemed in the underworld, often guiding souls through the netherworld's pathways. It is said that her powers are linked to the revered Laozi of the Five Elements Mountain, the closest place to the underworld. from which even her crystal ball may have originated. Pray tell, what is this ominous premonition you mentioned? Muyang inquired, recalling the details from the original narrative. Before the unfolding of events, the only calamity that befell Earth was the reign of the Demon King Piccolo, a matter long past, occurring over 250 years ago, with no subsequent disasters preceding the present story. The fortune-teller shook her head. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it is merely my own delusion. Muyang nodded gently, choosing not to press further. At that moment, the divine Noah interjected, coincidentally. Master Wu Taidu and I had not returned to the mortal realm for several centuries, and we were contemplating a visit. Thus, when the fortune-teller extended her invitation, we gladly accepted and requested her to perform a divination, specifically selecting the day of your arrival. Very well, we have but one day. As your ancestral masters, we should impart some knowledge to you. Make sure to remember it. With that, Noah and Wu Taidu exchanged a knowing glance. The fortune-teller smiled and, accompanied by her spectral servant, returned to the grand hall, leaving time for Noah and the others. Wu Fan, come with me. Wu Taidu beckoned to Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong respectfully approached. Yes, Master Wu Taidu. Subsequently, Wu Taidu led him to the base of a coconut tree beside the arena, where he privately shared his martial insights, leaving the arena to Noah and Muyang. After Wu Taidu departed, Noah fell silent for a moment before beginning to elucidate the fundamental aspects of the universe to Muyang. In the universe we inhabit, countless life-bearing planets exist, with Earth being but a diminutive speck. The inhabitants of Earth are inherently frail, rendering their potential incomparable to that of other races. This is an innate disparity. The Tianqin flow is a cultivation method I established after ascending to divinity. It serves not only to select the next generation of deities, but also aims to enhance the physical constitution of Earthlings. However, it is fraught with shortcomings, particularly when juxtaposed with prevalent cultivation techniques, which is why it has only been disseminated on a limited scale. Muyang listened intently, realizing that this was likely the reason why only a select few from the Daikingsham practiced such a method. Noah then meticulously analyzed the intricacies of the Tianqin flow, imparting this novel approach to cultivation. Suddenly, Muyang felt as if a veil had been lifted from his understanding, illuminating many previously perplexing concepts. The cultivation methods of the Tianqin school, in comparison to the turtle hermit and crane hermit schools, place a greater emphasis on the development of the body. The core philosophy revolves around nurturing the physique and replenishing vital energy, while combat prowess is, paradoxically, not a primary focus. It was only now that Muyang understood that this particular practice was created by the previous celestial deity, Noah, to enhance the physical constitution of Earthlings. In the vast cosmos, races are categorized based on their inherent abilities into inferior, intermediate, and superior species. Earthlings are merely a negligible inferior race. The classification of races correlates not only with the combat capabilities of individuals upon reaching maturity, but also with the rank of their inhabited planets. According to cosmic standards, planets with a maximum combat power below 1,000 are deemed inferior. Those ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 are classified as intermediate. And planets boasting a maximum combat power exceeding 10,000 are regarded as superior. Naturally, inferior races reside on inferior planets, with their highest combat values seldom exceeding 1,000. However, Earthlings, whose combat power is in single digits, evoke a sense of pity. Nonetheless, inferior planets and races dominate the universe, with intermediate and superior species being relatively scarce. This may reflect an inherent balancing mechanism in the cosmos, where races with extraordinarily low combat capabilities often have overwhelming populations, sometimes reaching tens or even hundreds of billions. Noah had once encountered a race with a combat power of merely 1 in the underworld, their numbers reaching terrifying levels, into the hundreds of billions or even trillions. In stark contrast, races with higher combat prowess tend to be fewer in number. For instance, the Scions are few in total, and the Frieza clan is even more pitiable, on the brink of extinction. Compared to those terrifying races endowed with world-destroying powers from birth, the individual strength of Earthlings is exceedingly insignificant. Since entering the heavenly realm, Noah's perspective has broadened significantly. After witnessing the myriad of formidable races throughout the universe, reflecting upon his own Earthlings, whose energy values typically oscillate in single digits throughout their lives, he cannot help but feel a profound sense of shame. The Tianqin school, even after its evolution, remains imperfect. In the centuries since my ascension to the heavenly realm, I have endeavored to refine it, yet with limited success. At this juncture, a hint of resignation graced Noah's aged visage. Despite the improvements made to the Tianqin school, aligning it as closely as possible with the life characteristics of Earthlings, it still fails to fundamentally enhance their physical constitution. He estimates that even if the newly developed Tianqin cultivation method were to be disseminated, the best possible outcome would only elevate the energy value of Earthlings from a lamentable sub 5 to 20. Noah gazed at Muyang, declaring, "You are the heir of the Tianqin school, perhaps its most exceptional successor over the years. I hope you will continue to advance this path, ultimately witnessing its evolution into the celestial deity school. The hope of the celestial being Noah is to elevate the energy of Earthlings beyond the century mark. Although this still does not liberate them from the identity of a lesser race, it nonetheless represents a remarkable advancement compared to the past." Upon hearing this, Muyang sighed, expressing his intent to do his best. He could not make any promises, nor did he harbor such lofty aspirations. He considered himself merely an ordinary person, content with managing his own affairs. Providing a measure of protection to his fellow Earthlings while enhancing his own strength was within his capabilities. After all, anyone born of Earth would possess such awareness. However, the thought of sacrificing his own interests to uplift all of humanity was beyond him. Regrettably, his abilities were limited, and he did not possess such noble ideals. When impoverished, one focuses solely on self-cultivation. When affluent, one aids the world. Muyang consistently perceived himself as the former. Sensing Muyang's thoughts, the celestial Noah sighed, acknowledging the daunting nature of the task, and he would not impose undue pressure. "Do your utmost," he advised. Chapter 71. Return to Kylenta. Time flowed gently as Noah delved into the intricacies of the heavenly core flow. Muyang remained undistracted, immersed in this rare opportunity for enlightenment. Soon, the sun dipped behind the horizon, painting the desert in hues of crimson. Noah came to a halt, stating, "This is sufficient. I have imparted all that I can teach you. The remainder rests upon your own efforts." He glanced back at Wu Taidu, who had concluded his guidance of Sun Wukong. Due to the inappropriateness of the underworld beings meddling in worldly affairs, both Noah and Wu Taidu could only linger in the mortal realm for a day. It was nearly time for their return. "Thank you for your teachings, Master." Muyang expressed his gratitude. A smile broke across Noah's aged visage as he waved his hand. "Remember, the path of a warrior has no end. Stay true to your heart, forge ahead bravely, and diligently enhance your strength. The coming era belongs to you. We, the old souls, shall return to the heavens to enjoy our peace." He added, "By the way, once you reach the temple, please extend my regards to Bobo. He is the guardian of the temple and has served several generations of celestial beings. Should you encounter any challenges in your training, do not hesitate to seek his counsel. He is often able to provide solutions." Lastly, Noah imparted a final piece of advice to Muyang. "Rest assured, Master, I understand what must be done." Muyang replied with a nod, determination glimmering in his eyes. Witnessing this, Noah smiled with satisfaction. Even deities possess emotions. The world is not merely black and white. The truly desireless God does not exist. In Noah's eyes, Muyang's state was commendable, a solid foundation, even if there lurked a hint of gray within. It would serve as motivation for his advancement, causing no harm. Indeed, without desire, progress becomes elusive. Reflecting on the scene from centuries past, when the son of the Namekian Katas knelt before him, Noah pondered whether the emergence of the malevolent being, King Piccolo, stemmed from a deficiency in that essential inner desire, thereby hindering his path to cultivation. In the haze of the past, the celestial deity Noah sighed, pondering the rarity of true innocence in the world. Perhaps he had been overly demanding of himself. As time rewound a few hours, Noah was engaged in a private lesson with Muyang, while on the other side, Wu Taidu was imparting centuries of wisdom to Sun Wukong. Beneath the coconut tree, Sun Wukong stood face to face with Wu Taidu. Wu Taidu remarked, "I just assessed your skills, and it seems that Wu Tian has provided you with comprehensive guidance, thus preserving his reputation as a martial arts deity. Due to time constraints today, I shall refrain from reiterating the finer details. I observed that aside from employing the Kamehameha technique, you also executed the Universal Thunder Palm, which is indeed impressive. Today, I shall teach you 2 additional techniques. Please enlighten me, Master." Sun Wukong's expression transformed with excitement at the prospect of learning new moves. It is well known that both the Kamehameha and the Universal Thunder Palm are signature techniques. Thus, Wu Taidu's new teachings would surely be of equal caliber, instilling in him a deeper reverence for his master. "The techniques I am about to teach you are called the Key Cannon and the Magic Sealing Wave. Unlike your Universal Thunder Palm, both the Key Cannon and the Magic Sealing Wave possess tremendous power but are extremely taxing on one's stamina. Use them judiciously." Wu Taidu's signature moves consisted of the Universal Thunder Palm and the Key Cannon. In years past, he had imparted these techniques to Master Rashi and Master Crane, who further evolved them into the Kamehameha and the Dodon Ray. However, compared to the Kamehameha and the Dodon Ray, the Universal Thunder Palm and the Key Cannon are more formidable and demanding on physical resources. Particularly, the Key Cannon, if overused, could lead to exhaustion akin to the Magic Sealing Wave. "I understand," Sun Wukong replied with a solemn nod, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He recalled hearing his teacher, Master Rashi, speak of these two techniques. It is said that the magic sealing wave is a coercive sealing technique, and once ensnared, even those with greater energy than the user cannot escape its grip. Master Rashi himself possessed this skill but refrained from teaching it due to its high cost. As for the key cannon, it is the pinnacle of Master Crane's teachings, rivaling the power of the universal thunder palm. The prospect of learning these two formidable techniques from Wu Tai Do filled Sun Wukong with exhilaration. After a while, the techniques were taught, and following a live demonstration, Wu Tai Do expressed his satisfaction with Sun Wukong's innate talent. Undoubtedly, the lineage of Master Rashi would continue. Wukong, your talent is remarkable. When you have the opportunity, visit the Kalen Tower, as it will significantly enhance your abilities, Wu Tai Do advised, casting a glance at Noah, who had paused his conversation, signaling the conclusion of the lesson. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, gazing at Wu Tai Do. At that moment, the fortune teller approached and announced, "Gentlemen, your time has come. Please follow me back to the underworld." Wu Tai Do laughed heartily and, with a carefree demeanor, joined Noah. "Greetings, how swiftly a day has passed. Earth, oh Earth. It is time to part ways." A sense of nostalgia envelopes the scene as the esteemed Wu Tai Do and the divine Noah make their way toward the entrance to the underworld, accompanied by the fortune teller. Farewell, revered ancestors. Muyang and Sun Wukong stand behind, bidding them farewell until the figures of Wu Tai Do and Noah fade into obscurity, at which point they exhale deeply. Muyang remarks, "I never anticipated that today would grant us the honor of meeting our venerable ancestors." "Indeed," Sun Wukong replies. Regaining his composure, Muyang, "Where do you intend to go next?" "Indu?" Muyang counters. "I plan to heed the counsel of Master Wu Tai Do and journey to the Kalen Tower," Sun Wukong states. "Then we shall travel together." Muyang replies with a smile, "For I too am bound for that destination." To be precise, Muyang's true destination is the temple atop the Kalen Tower. He has received a token from the divine Noah, a small string of bells that serves both as a talisman and a pass. Without this string of bells, even if one knows of the temple's existence suspended above the Kalen Tower, the mysterious forces surrounding it would repel them. Unless one possesses formidable flight techniques or acquires other tokens or permissions, entry to the temple remains forever elusive. Then it seems our paths align perfectly. Shall we proceed now? Sun Wukong suggests. "Let us go," Muyang exclaims, bidding farewell to the fortune teller. He ascends into the air, swiftly propelling himself toward the Kalen sanctum. Sun Wukong stands momentarily dazed, exclaiming, "How did you take off so quickly? I cannot match your speed. Wasn't it agreed that we would travel together?" He, a disciple of the turtle school, is utterly incapable of flight techniques. With a wry smile, he watches Muyang's figure vanish into the clouds, gathers his thoughts, and begins to sprint, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust in the vast desert as he races toward the Kalen sanctum. Kalen sanctum. After a prolonged absence of 6 months, Muyang steps once again into the domain of the Kalen sanctum. This time, he does not linger at the base of the tower. Instead, he alters his course as soon as the Kalen Tower comes into view, accelerating directly toward its pinnacle. With a rush, a powerful whirlwind trails behind him, striking the ivory tower's surface. Muyang ascends vertically, the chaotic winds dispersing the clouds that float around the Kalen Tower, revealing a vast expanse of azure sky. Soon, the bulbous summit of the Kalen Tower comes into sight. "I have arrived. I cannot believe it has only been a little over 6 months since my last visit," Muyang muses softly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he slows his pace and enters the second level of the Kalen Tower. Chapter 72, just as I arrive. "You want me to descend again?" On the first floor of the Kalen Tower, the cat sage is busy tending to a fire, skillfully preparing fresh sea fish, occasionally flipping the fish and brushing it with sauce. Since Muyang sent him over 100 tons of seafood, the days of the cat immortal have become exceedingly comfortable. With a notable enhancement in the quality of life, every day, he creatively prepared a variety of dishes, indulging in the pleasures of existence. Suddenly, the cat immortal's ears twitched. He sensed someone ascending the Kalen Tower. Pondering the recent occurrences of visitors, he discerned that it was none other than Muyang. "Muyang, what brings you here? Do you believe you have met my expectations?" he inquired, noticing the considerable increase in Muyang's aura. The cat immortal squinted, realizing that, despite the mere passage of over 6 months since their last meeting, Muyang's energy had indeed surged significantly. "Ah, as expected of one I have faith in. Your potential is commendable," the cat immortal mused, stroking his whiskers with quiet pride. With a warm smile, Muyang presented the string of bells bestowed upon him by the deity Noah. "Oh, how did you come by this artifact?" The cat immortal's eyes widened as he stepped closer to examine the bells, discerning the mysterious energy enveloping them. It was unmistakably divine power. He recognized that he possessed a similar string of bells, serving as a token to the temple. The bells contained the essence of the divine, which could not be forged. Curiously, how had Muyang acquired this string of bells? Could it be that a bell was lost in the mortal realm, fortuitously discovered by him? This was given to me by the deity Noah, Muyang explained. The deity Noah, the cat immortal murmured, suddenly wide-eyed. Are you referring to an elderly man with white hair and a beard? That fellow has already passed away, hasn't he? I encountered him at the fortune teller's. Muyang replied. He then recounted the events that transpired at the fortune teller's. Upon hearing this, the cat immortal enlightened. So it was at the fortune teller's. That clears things up. That old woman is quite formidable in the underworld. Who would have thought that the deity Noah could not resist and ventured into the mortal realm? Having lived for over 8 centuries, the cat immortal had witnessed several generations of deities, thus gaining some understanding of why Noah had come to the human world. Well, since you have received the token from the deity Noah, the doors of the temple will naturally open for you. By the way, the temple hovers above the Kylan Tower. You are now entitled to enter, the cat immortal informed Muyang. And how do I gain entry? Muyang asked. Aware that there were only 2 methods to reach the temple. One was to employ the formidable sky dance technique, and the other was to utilize the power of the Rui stick. However, regardless of the method, one would face a trial of lightning during the ascent. Muyang believed that his current sky dance skills did not meet the temple standards. This requires an object known as the Rui stick. Place it atop the Kylan Tower, and it will transport you to the temple. Suddenly, the cat immortal paused, slapping his forehead in realization. Oh dear, I had forgotten. I had gifted that magic staff to Master Rashi. My apologies, but you will have to retrieve it yourself. I anticipated this. Muyang rolled his eyes and said, Kylan, please inform me of Master Rashi's whereabouts. Indeed, Master Rashi has always resided in the East Sea, in his turtle hermit abode, which is more than 100 kilometers away from the mainland, replied the cat sage as he licked his palm, divulging the address to Muyang. Muyang nodded gently, committing the location to memory. However, he did not rush to the East Sea. Instead, he approached a charcoal fire and seized a skewer of grilled fish that the cat sage had placed there, indulging himself. The cat sage, witnessing his culinary creation disappearing into Muyang's stomach, exclaimed in frustration, Hey, why are you eating my grilled fish instead of seeking out Master Rashi for the magic staff? Muyang replied nonchalantly, There is no rush. If I go to Master Rashi alone, he will hardly believe me. What if he refuses to give me the staff? Therefore, I need to wait for someone. The cat sage's ears perked up. Who are you waiting for? You will soon find out. You should be arriving at the Kylan sacred land shortly, Muyang replied. He understood that if he approached Master Rashi alone, given the latter's personality, he would not easily part with the staff. If he were to demand a collection of photographs of beautiful women as a condition, it would be quite troublesome. The champion of the world's foremost martial arts tournament collecting such photos would be a matter of great embarrassment, especially if it were to reach the ears of Meisha. Hence, he intended to involve Sun Wukong in the endeavor. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, unaware that Muyang awaited him atop the Kylan Tower, stood below, astonished by the towering structure before him. After swallowing hard, he gathered his resolve and began his ascent, soon vanishing into the clouds. Half an hour later, the cat sage stood before a water tank, observing the scene within. Is this the person you were waiting for? He appears to be far more formidable than when you first ascended, the cat sage remarked, astonished as he watched Sun Wukong's impressive climbing skills. Clearly, even Master Rashi and the former Muyang could not compare to him, a testament to the guidance of Wu Taido. Muyang stood before the tank as well, watching Sun Wukong with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. In just one day, he has made such remarkable progress. As Master Rashi's disciple, having him accompany me to retrieve the magic staff is nearly assured. Suit yourself, but it seems this lad may not be particularly fortunate to encounter you. The cat sage yawned, recognizing Muyang's intent to take advantage of the situation. He waved his hand dismissively, indifferent as long as Muyang refrained from consuming his sea fish. Muyang smiled gently, choosing not to respond. Another half hour passed, and Sun Wukong finally exhaustedly reached the summit of the Kylan Tower. Upon arrival, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, when Muyang's cheerful face appeared before him. Quite impressive. You managed to ascend so swiftly. Sun Gohan rolled his eyes, panting. You are truly ungrateful, leaving me here all alone. Muyang burst into hearty laughter. Fear not, I shall not abandon you henceforth. Come accompany me to Master Rashi's place. What? I just ascended. And now you want me to descend again? Sun Gohan exclaimed, his mouth agape, looking incredulously at Muyang, his fingers trembling slightly as he pointed at him. What could this fellow possibly mean? Chapter 73. Master Wu Tian and Master Rashi observing Sun Gohan's reaction. Muyang chuckled heartily. I happen to need to retrieve an item from your teacher, Master Rashi. I wish for you to join me. You may inquire with Kalen if you doubt my words. Do not be reluctant. This is also a form of training. A martial artist cannot be defeated by a mere setback, as I believe you understand. Son Gohan's complexion turned pale, nearly spitting blood. How could such shameless individuals exist in this world? Meanwhile, Kalen nodded in agreement, clearly approving of the notion. Ascending and descending the Kalen Tower is indeed a form of training, and Kalen understands this principle well. Otherwise, the original tale would not have depicted Sun Wukong being made to drop his 4-star ball from the tower, compelling him to jump down and retrieve it. Though Muyang's insistence on having Son Gohan descend with him right after he had just arrived seemed somewhat mischievous. The underlying principle held merit and would undoubtedly benefit Son Gohan's training. Over here, Muyang paid no heed to Son Gohan's resistance, pushing him toward the edge of the Kalen Tower. Hey, what are you doing? This is too dangerous. I assure you, jumping down is far quicker than climbing back up. It only takes a few minutes to reach the bottom. Muyang chuckled lightly, positioning Son Gohan at the tower's edge before giving him a gentle shove on the shoulder. With a startled cry, Son Gohan plummeted from the tower's summit. I'm going to die. Muyang, I can't fly. The speed of his descent contorted Son Gohan's expression as he vowed to keep his distance from Muyang in the future. This fellow was far too troublesome. Reflecting on their encounters, he realized just how many misfortunes he had endured since meeting him. Watching Son Gohan gradually vanish into the mist, Muyang turned to Kalen and flashed a bright, white smile. What do you think of this fellow? Not bad. He possesses far more resilience than you, Kalen replied. Tapping his cane, speaking candidly, Muyang chuckled. When he returns, you must train him diligently. This lad shows promise and may one day become a master in his own right. Kalen shot him a glare, retorting lightly, training warriors is my responsibility. Do I need your prompting? It appears I have overstepped. Muyang smiled serenely and leaped from the high tower as well. Kalen gazed at the spot where Muyang had disappeared for a moment before returning to his cooking station, adding more charcoal and placing fresh fish upon the grill. In truth, he preferred cooking his meals over training others. By the eastern sea, the breeze was gentle, and the seabirds sang melodiously. According to the descriptions in the original text, the journey to Kame House is not particularly long from the mainland. By the coastline, Son Gohan was lost in thought, holding 2 shriveled beans in his hand, which he carefully tucked away. These miraculous beans, known as Senza beans, were gifted to him by Muyang, and he possessed only 3 in total, having already consumed 1. Kame House, under Master Roshi, lay over 100 kilometers to the east, surrounded by numerous small islands. Due to the treacherous reefs beneath the surface, large vessels could not approach, and only speedboats could navigate the waters. However, that seemed unnecessary. I could simply fly there. At this stage of my training, engaging in long-distance running or repetitive physical exercises without a burden holds little significance. Utilizing the instant transmission technique itself serves as a form of training in controlling one's energy. It merely reflects the varying emphases of different stages. Son Gohan, momentarily at a loss for words, sighed with a sense of resignation. But the problem is, I don't know instant transmission. I need to find a boat. Muyang looked at him disdainfully, saying, What boat? All you need is a plank of wood. Look at that thing. I think it would suffice. Following Muyang's, Son Gohan noticed a coconut tree as thick as a thigh, and his lips twitched. Exhausted, he muttered, Fine, if you say it works, then so be it. He no longer wished to argue. It was merely a matter of lacking a boat, as long as there was something to stand on. Even a tree stump could navigate the ocean. Thus, he unleashed a wave of energy, dragging a section of the coconut tree trunk into the water to serve as a makeshift raft. Let us go, he exclaimed, confirming Master Roshi's location before soaring toward Kame House. Soon, a splash erupted as Son Gohan leaped into the water, and the two ventured further into the vast ocean. Before long, a dark spot emerged on the surface of the water. It was a solitary little island. Son Gohan pointed at the island, saying, Do you see that little island ahead? That is Kame House, where Master Roshi resides. At last, they had arrived. Following Son Gohan's, Muyang, with his keen eyesight, could already discern the outline of the island, a small landmass swaying upon the waves, roughly 300 to 400 square meters in size, adorned with a pink-hued cottage and a handful of coconut trees. Once we land, I need to discuss the matter of Master Mateto with the teacher. You can handle the request for the Nyoibo on your own, Son Gohan stated in advance. Muyang waved his hand dismissively, saying, Fine, just provide me proof of my identity. Son Gohan pursed his lips, remaining silent as they swiftly approached within a kilometer of Kame House. Everything on the island became clearly visible. On the golden sandy beach, waves lapped against the shore, and in a shady spot, Master Roshi lay comfortably on a small bed, a nondescript book covering his face, sound asleep. Master Roshi. Master Roshi. A cacophony of shouts roused Master Roshi from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he focused on the two individuals before him. "Ah, Gohan, have you not just departed? What brings you back?" Gohan cast a troubled glance at Muyang. With a cheerful demeanor, Muyang introduced himself. "You are the legendary Master Roshi, I presume?" "I am Muyang, a disciple from the Heartflow School." "Heartflow disciple?" Master Roshi mused, smacking his lips. He was quite familiar with that name, having heard it spoken by Master Mateto centuries ago. Upon scrutinizing the young man standing beside his pupil, Master Roshi rubbed his eyes once more. This young man is quite extraordinary. Whether it was from Muyang's posture or the way he regulated his energy, Master Roshi sensed an ethereal profundity. It was a spiritual intuition, a feeling so wondrous that it seemed as though the person before him was non-existent. Suddenly, Master Roshi's murky eyes cleared, and he gazed solemnly at Muyang. "You possess an astonishing ability to restrain your aura so impeccably," he exclaimed in astonishment. Muyang replied with a modest smile. "I owe it all to the training from Lady Karen." "You ascended the Karen Tower?" Master Roshi inquired, slightly taken aback. "Not only I, but Gohan also reached the summit. We are here to borrow the Nioibo." Muyang briefly recounted the events atop the Karen Tower, while Gohan supplemented the tale with their experiences at the fortune tellers. When Gohan mentioned their encounter with Master Mateto, Master Roshi interjected, "Wait, Gohan, did you say you met Master Mateto? Pray elaborate." His expression was one of earnestness. "Indeed," Gohan affirmed, subsequently narrating his experiences in detail. While Gohan recounted his tale, Muyang scrutinized Master Roshi intently. The old master hunched over, his once white beard now a disheveled spectacle, and his aura seemed feeble, suggesting a frail existence. However, Muyang understood that these were mere superficialities. For Master Roshi's nearly 2 centuries of cultivation had honed his inner energy to perfection. The reason for his seemingly diminished presence was that he had almost entirely retracted his aura. Suddenly, Muyang's gaze caught a glimpse of a Dragon Ball hanging from Master Roshi's neck. A 3-star Dragon Ball. A gleam of excitement flashed in Muyang's eyes. This was the second Dragon Ball he had encountered. With the 6-star Dragon Ball in Meixiao's possession, he was now aware of the whereabouts of 2 of the Dragon Balls. With a discreet glance, Muyang maintained his composure. It was not that he was averse to the allure of the Dragon Balls. He too desired to gather them for a wish. However, in this era, collecting all 7 was an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Originally, with the fortune teller's abilities, he had hoped to assemble the 7 Dragon Balls, but the fortune teller had clearly stated that she would not assist him in divination, leaving him with no recourse. In pursuit of the Dragon Balls, it seems one must await the birth of Bulma or seek out Dr. Briefs to develop the Dragon Radar. Muyang shook his head, dismissing the thought of searching for the Dragon Balls. At that moment, the conversation between Master Roshi and Gohan had concluded. With a serious demeanor, Master Roshi addressed Muyang. "I comprehend your intentions. The Nioibo originally belongs to Master Karen. Thus, your desire to reclaim it is merely restoring it to its rightful owner. Please wait a moment while I fetch it for you." With that, Master Roshi leaned on his staff and made his way toward the Kame house. Despite his usual frivolous and lecherous appearance, Master Roshi transformed into a figure of utmost seriousness when faced with matters of importance, exuding the essence of a martial artist. In stark contrast to the previously defeated Teapaipai, this was a true embodiment of a martial arts master worthy of the title bestowed by Master Mateto. Muyang marveled at this, engaging in conversation with Gohan on the beach. After a while, Master Roshi emerged, cradling a red staff. "Here you go. This is the Nioibo. I have kept it for over 200 years, yet it has seen little use." Gratefully accepting the staff from Master Roshi, Muyang nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Master Mateto." Master Roshi waved his hand dismissively. "Call me Master Roshi." Muyang paused for a moment, then smiled. "Very well, Master Roshi. We shall take our leave." "Wait a moment." Master Roshi called out. Muyang looked at him in confusion. Master Roshi continued, "You are also a martial artist. I can discern that your strength surpasses Gohan's. Frankly, I previously believed Gohan to be the finest martial artist I had encountered, yet it appears there are indeed greater heights to be reached, and you are a remarkable talent. When I trained under Master Mateto, I had the privilege of visiting your Tianqin school. Your training methods are unlike any other, imbued with a profound mystery. In my youth, I lacked the wisdom to grasp their intricacies. Would you be so kind as to release your aura, allowing me to perceive it?" Of course, Muyang readily agreed. As Master Roshi aged, he began to feel the innate limitations of being a human on Earth. Encountering Muyang reminded him of memories from years past, rekindling thoughts of the Tianqin school. After Muyang consented, he paused for a moment before suddenly relinquishing his control over his energy. Instantly, a formidable aura radiated from Muyang, enveloping the surroundings with an unprecedented force that bore a mental pressure, sweeping over all present. Master Roshi and Gohan were the first to be engulfed by this energy. While Gohan had experienced Muyang's aura before and felt relatively untroubled, Master Roshi was not so fortunate. At over 250 years of age, he possesses an extraordinarily rich experience. Even though the Turtle Hermit cannot yet achieve the level of perceiving Tien Shin'en's movements with closed eyes, as Sun Wukong did during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, the unique aura exuded by Muyang still imposes considerable pressure upon him. This sensation is distinct. Unlike any martial arts known within the realm, it is profound and lingering. Although it is fierce, there is no wastefulness, as if everything is under a certain control. This embodies the martial way most suitable for humanity. Feeling the immense force emanating from Muyang, the Turtle Hermit muttered to himself, sensing that had he practiced such techniques in his youth, his achievements might have reached even greater heights. However, it is too late for such reflections now, for having consumed the elixir of immortality, breaking through is no simple feat. Certainly, the impact of Muyang's aura on the Turtle Hermit is due not only to its undeniable strength but also to its unique psychological effect. The Qigong of the Tianxin school is primarily utilized to nourish the body, combining physical cultivation with mental fortitude. This mode of training is typically accessible only after attaining the divine realm. Furthermore, the Qigong Muyang practices has been refined by the divine Noah, rendering it even more enigmatic than before. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to it as the divine flow. After a moment, Muyang gradually retracted his aura. The Turtle Hermit and Son Gohan remained entranced by the earlier shock. After some time, the Turtle Hermit exhaled deeply. Today, I have truly felt the distinctiveness of your Tianxin flow. If the entirety of this Qigong were to be disseminated, perhaps the martial world could return to its former pinnacle. In the Turtle Hermit's heart, only the martial realm of 250 years ago is considered the peak. As for the present, all martial artists are merely mudfish swimming in shallow waters. Muyang nodded non-committally, though internally he did not entirely agree. If the widespread adoption of his innovative Tianxin flow merely returned martial artists to the era of Wu Taidu, it would be an underestimation of the efforts made by Noah over the past centuries. A cultivation method capable of elevating the average combat strength of Earthlings from below 5 to 20 should not be dismissed lightly. If it could be promoted, surpassing the martial world of 250 years ago would be entirely feasible. Of course, no matter how excellent a cultivation method may be, it cannot guarantee that every individual will become an exceptional warrior. Talent is an insurmountable barrier. The ability to endure hardship is a requisite for initial training. While minor achievements may be easily attained, the true extent of one's journey depends on whether the individual is suited to this path. Some are born warriors, others scientists, and still others chefs. Forcing a warrior to become a chef to become a scientist, or a scientist to practice martial arts may ultimately lead to a futile endeavor, resulting in the failure of all three. Chapter 75. The Temple. Though he harbored such thoughts, Muyang had no intention of voicing them, nor did he wish to correct the misjudgment of the Turtle Hermit. With matters here concluded, he yearned to return swiftly. Thus, he once more bid farewell to the Turtle Hermit. Turtle Hermit, I shall take the Rui stick with me. I have matters to attend to with Gohan, so I take my leave. The Turtle Hermit nodded knowingly and turned to Son Gohan, saying, when you reach the Kalen Tower, be sure to heed the guidance of Kalen. He is far more formidable than I. Yes, Master Mateto, Son Gohan replied with respect. With that, Muyang and Son Gohan departed from the Turtle Hermit's abode, gradually shrinking into two mere black dots against the expansive horizon where the sky met the water. Only after they had vanished did the Turtle Hermit sigh in contemplation, his expression then transforming into a lewd grin as he retrieved his little book adorned with indescribable illustrations, placing it over his head to drift into slumber. This old man is beyond redemption. When Muyang and Son Gohan returned to the summit of the Kalen Tower, only a day had elapsed since their departure. The cat hermit took the Rui stick from Muyang's hands, examining it meticulously before nodding. Indeed, this is the item. Gohan, you shall remain on the first floor. I will take Muyang to the entrance of the temple. With that, he strode directly toward the second floor, prompting Muyang to follow suit. Although Son Gohan was curious, he recognized that he had no business there and thus settled down on the ground to rest. On the second floor of the Kalen Tower, it was not Muyang's first visit, yet he still found the space excessively vast. The area was expansive, with a clear view in all directions, lacking walls around the edges, only supported by 12 intricately carved stone columns. In the over 100 square meter space, there was merely a stone platform in the center holding the super holy water, and above it floated a crystal sphere that stabilized the Kalen Tower. Nothing else adorned the area. What is our next step to ascend to the top of the Kalen Tower? Muyang inquired of the cat hermit. Quite simple, the cat hermit replied. You know the sky dance technique, do you not? Follow me. As he spoke, the cat hermit approached the edge of the second floor's railing. With a flick of his staff, he nimbly leapt onto the outer curvature of the tower's apex, deftly inclining his body as he made his way upward. Observing this, Muyang employed the sky dance technique to follow suit. Kalen Hermit, given the curvature of the tower, the uppermost layer must be as solid as the first. With an interior space, correct? Muyang casually asked while floating alongside the curved exterior of the tower's pinnacle. Indeed, there exists a third layer within, the cat hermit replied. It connects to the internal space of the crystal sphere, where I cultivate the divine beings. Entry requires the use of the crystal sphere. Muyang nodded, as this clarified a lingering question in his mind. We have arrived. This is the place. The cat hermit halted at the apex of the tower at a golden, arched protrusion resembling a small spire, where a small hole awaited the insertion of the Ruiz stick. With a mere insertion of one end of the magic rod into the tiny orifice, followed by a fervent declaration for the rod to extend, one would be transported to the sanctuary's realm, albeit enduring the trials of thunder and lightning along the way. The cat sage paused momentarily before continuing. Do remember to don your string of bells. It serves as your token. Only upon its sight will the guardian of the sanctuary permit your presence. Otherwise, you shall be regarded as an intruder and cast down. I comprehended. These crucial points had already registered in Muyang's mind during his comic readings. The cat sage's reiterated advice merely solidified the impressions. Subsequently, he inserted the magic rod into the vacant slot atop the tower, ensuring it was secured firmly. Grasping the rod with one hand, he recited the incantation aloud. Magic rod, extend. As soon as the words escaped his lips, the rod emanated a vibrant crimson glow, indeed elongating at an accelerating pace, swiftly whisking Muyang away into the cerulean sky. Gazing at the now indistinct silhouette against the heavens, the cat sage washed his face with a paw, pondering, this fellow should be able to pass the trials, I suppose. It matters not, after all. No one shall perish. Yet, that disciple of the turtle sage could use some fortification. With that, the cat sage leisurely ambled towards the first floor of the Kylan Tower. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. As the magic rod ascended with Muyang, he found himself nearly beyond the atmosphere. Oddly, the air around him remained intact, coalescing into a multitude of storm clouds. A resounding crack of thunder struck, a brilliant lightning bolt connecting with Muyang, causing him to shiver and nearly relinquish his grip on the rod. This realm felt peculiar, suggesting he was no longer on Earth. With a grimace, Muyang noted that his martial arts attire had been scorched by the recent lightning strike. He had long been aware that the path to the sanctuary was fraught with challenges and had mentally prepared for such trials. Now, all he could do was persist, awaiting the moment he could traverse this alternate dimension to access the sanctuary. Time passed incrementally. Muyang lost count of the number of lightning strikes he endured. Yet with each jolt, he felt his body crackle like popping beans, a sensation that was both uncomfortable and oddly pleasurable. At last, this tumultuous phase came to an abrupt halt, the dense cloud-laden space giving way to a breathtaking azure vista once more. Almost there, Muyang's heart raced as a tiny red dot emerged in his line of sight. The elevated expanse felt vast and ethereal, situated in a realm neither of Earth nor the outer cosmos. There, a hemisphere-shaped sanctuary, resplendent in fiery hues, floated timelessly. While the sanctuary was capable of movement, it had remained steadfast in its position for countless years. With a soft thud, the opposite end of the magic rod seamlessly embedded itself into the sanctuary's base. Muyang flipped himself over and ascended the staircase along the sanctuary's edge. At long last, he had arrived. This was indeed the sanctuary. Ascending the temple platform, the grounded sensation filled Muyang with excitement. Just as he was preparing to survey his surroundings with eager anticipation, a shadowy figure appeared silently before him. Hello. A figure clad entirely in black, resembling an Arab garb, greeted him. The two stood mere inches apart, and the sudden emergence of the dark visage startled Muyang. Letting out a startled yelp, he instinctively took a step back, only to realize that this intensely dark figure was indeed Bobo. It made sense. For apart from the celestial beings, Bobo was the only other presence within the temple. Yet, Bobo's appearance was astonishingly swift. Muyang had scarcely ascended when he manifested, without leaving a trace. Could this be the true state of tranquility? It felt unnervingly serene. He could not compare. Regaining his composure after the initial shock, Muyang responded. Hello, this is my token. Aware that Bobo, having lived in the temple for an extended period, likely possessed power surpassing that of the celestial beings, Muyang prudently presented his token early on to avoid any potential complications. Oh, this item. Bobo observed the bell with keen scrutiny, turning it this way and that, seemingly assessing its authenticity, which caused an involuntary wave of anxiety to wash over Muyang. Could it be that Bobo did not recognize the bell? I know. You are a disciple of the Heavenly Heart School, Bobo finally remarked after a lengthy pause, alleviating Muyang's concerns. Yes, Muyang affirmed. The celestial Noah has returned from the realm of the dead and asked me to extend his greetings to you. Very well, follow me. We shall meet the celestial being. Perhaps due to Muyang's possession of the token belonging to the previous celestial being. Bobo did not test Muyang's strength, but rather directly led him to meet the celestial being. As Muyang followed closely behind Bobo towards the entrance of the palace on the side of the temple, he took the opportunity to observe the temple's arrangement. Just as depicted in the comics, the temple situated in the celestial realm was remarkably spacious, devoid of any semblance of life aside from a few rows of trees and golden palaces. This desolation stemmed from the entire temple floating in another layer of space, where the atmosphere was refined and silent. Without permission, uninvited individuals could only gain entry through violent intrusion, which was nearly impossible. While Muyang kept pace with Bobo, the latter suddenly remarked, "Your name is Muyang, correct?" Muyang stiffened and nodded. "Yes. Adopt my way of walking. Your steps are too chaotic. And your mind is unsettled. This is not advisable." Bobo's tone was flat, almost dazed, yet Muyang could discern that this was a form of guidance. Although he had learned to control his aura during his time in the Chiron Tower, he still fell far short of Bobo's true state of serene tranquility, akin to the vastness of the sky. "I am grateful for your instruction," Muyang replied, nodding as he adjusted his stride. It is worth noting that even the illustrious son Wukong, who triumphed over the formidable demon King Piccolo, was thoroughly chastised by Bobo upon his initial arrival at the Divine Temple. Given that Muyang's cultivation was inferior to that of son Wukong at that time, he was deemed inadequate in Bobo's eyes. However, Muyang exhibited a remarkable sense of awareness. He diligently absorbed Bobo's instructions and soon discerned the essence of the training. Bobo, leading the way, did not turn back, yet he could sense Muyang's footsteps and adjusted his pace accordingly, guiding him further ahead. Ultimately, they halted before the entrance of a grand hall. Bobo declared, "This is the dwelling of the celestial deity. He is a magnificent being, and you must show him the utmost respect." Observing Muyang nod in acknowledgement, Bobo pushed open the grand doors of the hall. "The celestial deity. The young man has arrived," Bobo announced. A resonant, aged voice responded, Shortly thereafter, a green figure emerged from within the hall, the celestial deity. Originally a Namekian who had fled to Earth during a climatic cataclysm on his home planet. Approaching Muyang, the celestial deity gazed upon the young man, seemingly reminiscing about his own youth. He nodded thoughtfully, remarking, "It has been many years. You are the first mortal from the lower realms to step into this temple. Bobo, please make the necessary arrangements for him to reside here. His training shall be your responsibility." "Understood," Bobo replied. The celestial deity continued, "Young man, training within the temple is no easy feat. I hope you will diligently follow Bobo's guidance and achieve further advancement." He smiled at Muyang's youthful countenance. "I will strive earnestly," Muyang responded, radiating confidence and brightness. "Very well." The celestial deity was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised by Muyang's unhesitating acceptance of Bobo as his trainer, expecting him to insist on becoming his disciple instead. This relaxed demeanor ignited a flicker of anticipation within the celestial deity regarding Muyang's future. Had Muyang been privy to the celestial deity's thoughts at that moment, he would have vehemently declared a misunderstanding. He had merely anticipated that Bobo would be his mentor from the outset, having served several previous celestial deities. Bobo's prowess exceeded even that of the divine beings, instilling Muyang with a sense of eager expectation for his training. Subsequently, Muyang and Bobo departed from the celestial deity's palace and returned to the expansive square outside. Due to their elevated position, the air was notably thinner than at the pinnacle of the Chiron Tower, necessitating careful consideration for every movement, as vigorous exertion was ill-advised. "Young man, now attack me," Bobo commanded as they reached the center of the square, diving straight into the training without preamble. Upon hearing this, Muyang's eyes sparkled with determination. Bobo's direct approach resonated with him, as he was not one for unnecessary chatter. "Bobo, please be cautious. I am about to strike. Just call me Bobo," came the reply. "All right, Bobo, here I come." As Muyang's words faded, he concentrated entirely on Bobo, vanishing in a flash, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake, and began to seek out the optimal angle for his attack. However, the specific point of departure left Muyang feeling perplexed. Clearly, Bobo stood there quite casually, exhibiting no defensive posture. Yet, when Muyang truly prepared to launch an attack, he discovered that Bobo, seemingly riddled with vulnerabilities, exuded an aura of invulnerability upon closer inspection. It was akin to a hedgehog, bristling with quills, rendering any offensive maneuver futile, with the added peril of potential backlash. This sentiment had previously surfaced when encountering the Noah deity, yet with Bobo, there was an essence of simplicity that transcended complexity. It was not that Bobo surpassed the Noah deity in strength, but rather that he had honed his foundational skills to their zenith. Was this Bobo's realm? Such composure stemmed from a vast disparity in power. Muyang's expression turned grave. Suddenly, Muyang made his move. His flickering afterimages momentarily pausing as he crouched low and propelled himself upward with the force of lightning, launching an assault aimed at Bobo from a diagonal rear angle. A tad slow. Just as Muyang's fist was about to connect with Bobo, the latter moved, hands clasped behind his back, expression impassive. His body shifted seamlessly from one position to another. Muyang's strike grazed past Bobo's chest, lacking any tangible impact, clearly having missed its mark. To reach me, you must calm your mind and grasp the swiftness of lightning. Bobo's voice echoed, the first half in his right ear, the latter in his left. The eerie transition of sound illustrated the swiftness of his movements. Muyang was taken aback, deeply impressed by Bobo's abilities. Merely this maneuver had served as a humbling reminder of his own limitations. An inexplicable alertness surged within him. With no time to react, Bobo reappeared directly in front of Muyang, lifting his foot to strike his abdomen. Instantly, an immense force propelled Muyang away, tracing a trajectory through the air before he began to descend. Yet, Bobo materialized once more, almost spectrally. Here, Muyang twisted his body, launching an attack. Smack! A hand grasped Muyang's leg, Bobo's expression unchanging as he tossed him aside. Muyang stumbled, falling to the ground, but quickly sprang back up. I'll try again. The disparity was too great. Bobo shook his head, fingers curling slightly as he sent Muyang flying once more. Ow, that hurts! Muyang cried out in anguish. Do not become overconfident. Your realm is insufficient. Achieving a tranquil heart is not as simple as you imagine. You must start from the basics of your training. Bobo remarked calmly, then began to impart his guidance on Muyang's practice. Bobo's method of instruction contrasted sharply with that of the cat sage, who preferred to let others discern the essence of their training through action. In contrast, Bobo was direct and incisive, pinpointing the root of the issue with clarity. This is because the cat sage focuses on martial artists whose cultivation levels are relatively low, and the key points of their training are not particularly profound. With careful consideration and personal insight, there exists the possibility of comprehension. More importantly, this practice nurtures the learning abilities of martial artists, guiding them into the vast realm of cultivation. In contrast, Bobo resides within the temple, where the realm of understanding is elevated. Without direct guidance, one must rely on personal insight, which could take decades to grasp even the most superficial concepts. In such a case, one might as well not comprehend at all. This scenario is akin to different stages of education. During primary school, the emphasis is on teaching students the fundamentals of being human and fostering their ability to learn independently, instilling methodologies for learning. However, as one progresses to secondary school, particularly university, the focus shifts to imparting specific knowledge, with minimal instruction on how to learn. The weak and the unskilled have been weeded out by the tides of time, leaving behind those who readily absorb existing knowledge. Thus, under Bobo's guidance, Muyang embarked on his journey of cultivation within the temple. Chapter 77. The air must be considered in the vast and boundless void, a hemisphere-shaped structure. Resplendent in crimson and reminiscent of Incan culture, floated solitary amidst a backdrop of gentle clouds and thin air. In the spacious plaza, Muyang sat serenely upon a stone slab, his eyes closed, his demeanor tranquil, devoid of any turbulence. Beside him, Bobo stood quietly, his calm gaze unwavering. You have already learned to restrain your aura with Kylan. Next, you must master the perception of your breath. Simply remain in this meditative state. Begin with mental training. When you achieve the swiftness of lightning and the tranquility of the sky, your speed and movements will transform, and your aura will diminish to the barest minimum. Thud, thud, thud. A series of delicate vibrations echoed as Muyang closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Following Bobo's guidance, he immersed himself in the essence of the teachings, and suddenly, the sensations around him altered entirely, as if he had taken flight. He felt as though he were gliding over a serene lake, its surface pristine and flawless, akin to a mirror reflecting the scenery in its entirety. In this tranquility, he beheld the ethereal reflections upon the lake. In its clarity, every detail mirrored nature's beauty, all imbued with a profound serenity and peace. He could distinctly sense his body undergoing a metamorphosis, feeling an immense surge of power, though in reality, his energy had not increased. This was merely a psychological effect, albeit a genuine transformation of spirit. Indeed, feel your third perspective as you continue to meditate here. I shall elaborate further on the spirit of martial arts, Bobo began. The perception of breath is not merely about sensing the intensity of another's energy when standing before them. That is the most rudimentary and coarse method. For when an opponent's energy reaches a certain level, even an ordinary martial artist can generally sense the strength or weakness of their adversary. The true essence of breath sensing lies in the ability to predict another's movements even with closed eyes, merging with nature to perceive the surroundings in their entirety. The capacity of the naked eye pales in comparison to that of the spirit. Thus, employing spiritual perception as a substitute for sight can manifest power more effectively. Moreover, the naked eye is fraught with limitations. Excessive brightness or darkness can impair a warrior's judgment. Therefore, transcending the limitations of mere sight and utilizing breath to sense another's actions represents a significant advancement. This method proves remarkably effective for most races in the cosmos. Bobo produced a ribbon and instructed Muyang to cover his eyes. Next, in total darkness, he was to attempt to locate Bobo's position. First, try to feel the breath I release, Bobo articulated, gesturing before Muyang, his fingertips intermittently exuding a punctuated aura. Bit by bit, Bobo's control over his breath was nearly flawless. When unexpressed, it was as if it were non-existent, yet when released, it flowed like a magnificent waterfall, overwhelming in its grandeur. Instantly, the tranquil lake within Muyang's heart rippled with subtle disturbances, and he keenly sensed the once serene reflection beneath his feet becoming oddly warped in concentric circles. You must have sensed it now. You can discern through sound, airflow, and vibration, ultimately comprehending and learning to perceive through breath. Bobo's tone remained consistently calm, as if he had transcended the mundane world, yet Muyang could still detect the kindness within. Bobo's guidance was earnest and devoted. Muyang listened intently, committing each of Bobo's words to memory. Bobo's understanding of breath and mental state surpassed that of mortals, and each of his expressions bore the profundities of a higher realm. Thus, time gradually passed, and Muyang diligently engaged in his training within the temple, his perceptive abilities steadily enhancing. Meanwhile, in a remote village in the lower realm, where dense woods and towering mountains prevailed, a coachman named Lulu drove his cart along the winding mountain path. A stone was dislodged, tumbling down the slope to vanish into the abyss below. Beneath the cliffs nestled between the mountains, a gray-white stone door trembled slightly, shedding a cascade of debris. This door, intricately adorned with bizarre patterns, bore cracks that suggested it had withstood the test of countless ages in the valley. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the stone door quaked once more, a fissure appearing between its tightly shut panels, allowing the door to gradually part. A green creature with pointed ears cautiously emerged from the crevice, glancing at the blazing sun suspended in the sky. Instantly, the creature emitted a startled shriek upon being touched by sunlight, retreating back into the gap. After a while, more of the same creatures, mustering their courage, gingerly ventured outside. The small valley instantly buzzed with activity. Upon the opening of the temple's grand door, the aged celestial deity stood at the temple's edge, his countenance suddenly shifting. Celestial deity, has something transpired in the mortal realm? Bobo inquired with concern. The deity sighed and nodded, stating, "A portal to a minor demon realm has been opened in the lower world. Fortunately, no formidable demon clans are near that gate. Earth is an extraordinarily enigmatic place, bridging the realms of the underworld, the demon domain, and various other mysterious territories. In ancient times, the denizens of Earth were besieged by other races, leading to the evolution of martial arts. Although these portals have been sealed one by one through the efforts of our ancestors, over the long passage of time, pathways have occasionally reopened. This minor demon realm is tethered to Earth, existing as a subordinate space of the demon realm. Should I proceed to close the gate?" Bobo asked. The deity shook his head. "No need. They are merely minor demons, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. By the way, how is Muyang's training progressing?" The celestial being seemed unfazed by the minor demon realm, instead expressing interest in Muyang's cultivation. "He has gradually grasped the essence of Qi. Truly, he is worthy of being the successor of the Noah deity. He must be nurtured well, for the lower realm requires a powerful warrior. Indeed, I shall train him diligently. Additionally, celestial deity, Kalen has sent me a message regarding an exceptionally talented martial artist. He has requested to bring this individual to the temple in due time." At this, Bobo recounted the recent application from the cat immortal, wishing to send Sun Wukong to the temple. "Ah, let him bring the individual forth, indeed. Many talents have emerged of late." The deity, leaning on his cane, revealed a smile upon his weathered and wrinkled visage. In the past 250 years, no one had qualified to ascend to the temple, yet now, two individuals appeared simultaneously. The temple had remained tranquil for centuries. The last time such vibrancy occurred was during his contest for the position of celestial deity. In that contest, Noah had ultimately chosen him as his successor. Reflecting on the calamity triggered by his ambition to become the celestial deity, A shadow of remorse crossed the old god's face. Had it not been for him, the tyrannical King Piccolo would not have ravaged the lower realm, nor would martial arts have experienced such a decline. These events were intrinsically linked to his actions. Over 200 years had swiftly passed. Perhaps it was time to contemplate the search for a successor. Chapter 78. The trial grounds in the mountains. Time flows unmarked, and the years are unaware of their passage. At this moment, Muyang had spent an entire year training within the temple. During this period, under Bobo's guidance, he had comprehended the swiftness of lightning, the tranquility of the sky, and learned to harness his breath to sense the movements of others. To facilitate this training, Bobo led Muyang to a small chamber within the temple, utilizing the machines inside to transport him to various unique training environments. These settings were not of Earth's domain but rather spaces conjured by the machines, where everything resembled an illusion, capable of being manipulated at Bobo's discretion. This marks the transition from theory to practical application. Within that ethereal realm, Muyang found himself fishing in a serene valley, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. The tranquil surface of the lake mirrored the calmness of his spirit, allowing him to grasp the profound essence of serenity leading to distant aspirations. After completing his mental cultivation, he soon entered another illusion, where he faced the onslaught of thunder and lightning, thereby achieving a velocity akin to that of a flash of lightning. Of course, in reality, his speed did not quite rival that of a storm. On that day, following the conclusion of his training, Muyang luxuriated in a comforting hot spring, which was no ordinary water, but rather divine liquid purified by the powers of the temple. Immersed in the sacred water not only alleviated his fatigue but also nourished his body, fostering its vitality. This was perfectly harmonious with the heavenly heart flow martial arts he practiced. The delicate streams cascaded over him as he rose from the spring, droplets clinging to the tips of his damp hair. Wiping a misty mirror that had fogged from the steam, he beheld a strikingly handsome young man with flowing black hair, his eyes sharp and piercing like those of an eagle, emanating an aura of intimidation. To his astonishment, Muyang realized that his combat power had surpassed 200. He reflected on the fact that his greatest achievement during this period was not merely an increase in combat prowess, but rather a comprehensive elevation of his overall disposition. Having undergone various trials within the temple, he had cultivated a mindset capable of facing any challenge with composure. On Earth, he had essentially reached an invincible state. Such rapid progress filled him with satisfaction. However, the thought that even the minions of Frieza in the universe possessed combat power exceeding 1,000 instilled a profound sense of urgency within him. Arriving at the temple's plaza, he witnessed a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform being sent flying, landing right before him. Instinctively, Muyang raised his leg and delivered a kick, sending the individual sprawling once more. "Ah," came a cry of dismay. "Hey, son Gohan, you look rather disheveled," Muyang remarked. "Gohan, not only did you fail to catch me, but you also kicked me," Son Gohan exclaimed, rising indignantly from the ground. Having just arrived at the temple, he was undergoing training under Bobo, suffering daily trials reminiscent of Muyang's own experiences a year prior. And now, the only person he knew here was bullying him. Observing Gohan's dismay, Muyang scoffed, "This is merely the foundational training. I am assisting you. You should know that I grasp these concepts rather swiftly." Bobo glanced at Muyang and added, "Gohan's progress indeed lags considerably compared to yours." Momentarily at a loss for words, Gohan stammered, "In any case, I can't seem to learn it." The idea of comprehending various realms was foreign to him, and he struggled to wrap his mind around it. "Muyang, have you completed all your current training?" Bobo inquired nonchalantly. "I have essentially mastered it," Muyang replied, confidence resonating in his tone. Bobo nodded and said, "From tomorrow onward, we shall commence a brand new training regimen. I shall endeavor to transform you into competent warriors in the shortest possible time. And you, Sun Wukong, must also strive to keep pace and not fall too far behind." Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat dispirited, nodded in response. A new training program, was it? Muyang felt a spark of anticipation as he smiled, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming training. As day turned to night and time sped by, the next day arrived. Bobo guided Muyang down the winding corridors of the temple. Muyang had traversed this corridor numerous times, and with each descending turn, a grand door would appear every few meters. Behind these doors lay independent chambers, designed specifically for the trials of cultivators. One could only imagine the immense effort expended by the great beings who constructed this temple. Muyang followed closely behind for quite some time, yet Bobo showed no intention of halting. "Bobo, if we descend any further, we will reach the bottom." Muyang could not help but interject. "We shall arrive shortly," Bobo replied, hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely ahead. "This is a specially designated training ground for you. You must make the most of your time within." As they continued downward, Muyang pondered whether Bobo intended to take him to the hyperbolic time chamber. Contemplating this possibility, He reasoned that such a place was the only one in the temple fitting Bobo's description. The time flow within the chamber was several hundred times that of the outside world. One day outside equated to a year inside. Moreover, it was said that the air within was thin, with temperatures fluctuating between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius and gravity being 10 times that of Earth. Such conditions would be exceedingly harsh for anyone. To endure an entire year in a vast, desolate environment was a formidable test for the spirit. Those with weak wills or unfocused minds could easily succumb to hallucinations. Furthermore, the food inside was hardly delectable. If Bobo was indeed leading him to the hyperbolic time chamber, it was reasonable to predict that the forthcoming year would be even more arduous than for Sun Wukong. Additionally, the chamber shared some functionalities with his own acceleration space, which was quite vexing. However, Bobo's subsequent actions indicated that his speculations were misguided. Their destination was not the hyperbolic time chamber. Ah, we have arrived. This is the place. Bobo halted before a colossal door and opened it, revealing an expanse of darkness within. Muyang paused, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "What is this place?" "Step inside. This is your trial ground. It is fraught with peril. Only by defeating the strongest being within can you emerge, so exercise caution," Bobo warned. Surprisingly using the term fraught with peril to describe the dangers inside. Muyang's heart quickened at this realization, yet he nodded resolutely and stepped forward with determination. With a clang, the massive doors slammed shut the moment Muyang entered, sealing him within this isolated realm. Another trial space, it seemed, as he was engulfed in confusion. A sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and Muyang felt darkness enveloping his vision, leaving him unaware of his surroundings. When he finally reopened his eyes, he found himself amidst an ancient forest. Chapter 79, The Realm Ravaged by Demons. This was a verdant and lush forest, teeming with life, where the air was refreshing and the surroundings were adorned with a delicate mist. Crystal clear streams gurgled beneath moss-covered stones, and birds often perched on branches, emitting melodious calls of varying lengths. A mirage, Muyang quickly deduced, drawing a parallel to the training space that Bobo had virtually created through machinery. With prior experiences of training in illusory realms, he immediately surmised that the world he now inhabited was indeed a mirage. However, unlike conventional illusions, the mirage crafted within the temple bore an uncanny resemblance to the tangible world. Rather than employing his floating technique to levitate, Muyang chose to descend the mountain path on foot, intent on discerning the circumstances of this illusion. Bobo had tasked him with defeating the strongest entity within this world. Thus, it was evident that formidable adversaries awaited him, ones he presently could not conquer, for otherwise, it would not qualify as a trial. Bobo's exact words echoed in his mind. Only upon defeating the strongest within can you emerge, so tread carefully. The cautionary note from Bobo implied that his opponent possessed significantly greater power. Yet, instead of feeling daunted, Muyang felt a surge of fighting spirit igniting within him. Due to his inherent aptitude, his training over the past few years had been remarkably smooth, particularly after unlocking the accelerated space, a veritable boon, allowing him to face little adversity. The most challenging encounter he had experienced was his battle against Tao Bai Bai, though he ultimately triumphed through the power of the celestial beings. It could be said that, to this day, the martial artists on Earth could no longer keep pace with Muyang's growth. However, he had yet to confront a true setback, gradually fostering a sensation of invincibility on Earth. Although this was merely an illusion, Bobo being a notable exception, the dwindling number of rivals on Earth was an undeniable reality. Muyang yearned for a battle of equal footing, not out of any masochistic desire, but in hopes of testing the fruits of his arduous training. Engaging in combat with an enemy was fundamentally distinct from sparring with Bobo, as it could more effectively unleash his latent potential. Emerging from the forest along the mountain path, Muyang entered a modest town that lacked vibrancy. The townsfolk hurriedly traversed the streets, burdened with bags that suggested an air of desperation, as if fleeing from calamity. He reached out and grasped the arm of a passerby. "My fellow villager, what is happening here? Where is everyone headed?" The individual, clearly panicked, glanced at Muyang and offered a well-intentioned warning. "Flee quickly. The demons are coming. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Releasing the person, Muyang observed their unsteady retreat with contemplation. Could the demons spoken of by the villagers be the very adversaries he was destined to confront? This was rather too direct. Contemplating for a moment, he closed his eyes to sense the atmosphere, and indeed, a nefarious aura pervaded the air. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. It had arrived. As anticipated, from the other end of the town came the harrowing cries and the weeping of children. In a flash, Muyang appeared at the other end of the town. Before him stood a dark green, scaly monster, its body covered in armor-like scales, with horns sprouting from its head and a pair of wings on its back. It resembled a dinosaur, yet also a monstrous bird, exuding an aura of malevolence. Was this the demon? Muyang sensed its combat prowess to be approximately around 100. Just as he arrived, he witnessed the creature committing atrocities. With a gurgling sound, the dinosaur opened its massive maw and swallowed a human whole, chewing briefly before unleashing a torrent of flames that instantly ignited several nearby thatched roof houses. Ah, delightful. Oh, how wonderful it is to fulfill the commands of the Dark Lord. How splendid it would be if foolish humans obediently complied with the king's orders. The dinosaur demon raised its head, spewing forth searing flames that transformed a corner of the town into a hellish inferno, with the anguished screams echoing incessantly. Help? Is there anyone who can save me? I do not wish to die. Mother, I am terrified. It's so hot it hurts. Many bodies were set ablaze, writhing on the ground in their death throes. Witnessing this, the panicked townsfolk became even more frantic. Some had abandoned their belongings in their flight, and many had forsaken their wives and children. Damn it! A commanding voice resonated as Muyang's silhouette appeared before the crowd. He first kicked away the cowards who had abandoned their families, and then approached the dinosaur demon. Observing the agonizing plight of the wounded with a flash of fury in his eyes, unleashing a powerful energy wave. The speed was so swift that the arrogant dinosaur demon momentarily failed to react. With a whoosh, the energy wave penetrated its chest. No. How could I perish at the hands of a lowly human? The Dark Lord will not let you escape. The demon's grotesque head, filled with incredulity, slowly lost its luster. Humph. Muyang snorted in anger, unleashing another barrage of energy waves that shimmered brilliantly, reducing the demon's head to a wisp of smoke amidst the azure energy wave. The Dark Lord is this demon's superior? It was not difficult to deduce from the scene before him that the world he had entered was one ravaged by demonic forces. Here, human life was as insignificant as grass, a realm where demons preyed upon the weak, and that Dark Lord was likely the very target he needed to vanquish. Hero, thank you for slaying the demon and saving us all. You must be the legendary martial artist. Only a martial artist possesses the strength to defeat a demon. The panicked townspeople, upon witnessing the demon's demise, rushed forward to flatter him, their sycophantic expressions causing Muyang to frown. Particularly disconcerting was the sight of those who had previously abandoned their families now bowing before him in reverence. He commanded, silence. The surroundings fell into an immediate hush. Now, do enlighten me, what exactly has transpired here? He casually pointed to a villager. The villager appeared somewhat dazed, uncertain whether his bewilderment stemmed from being singled out by the man before him or from the perplexity at the adult's ignorance of the current situation. However, daunted by the presence of this esteemed individual, he cautiously replied, My lord, the entire world is currently under the dominion of the demon race. These fiends are ruthless and bloodthirsty, reveling in the slaughter of humanity. Although martial artists have united, they remain no match for the demon horde. Presently, there is not a single place in the world that offers peace. We can only cling to survival, fleeing wherever we might find safety. Upon hearing this, Muyang nodded gently, not doubting that the villager would attempt to deceive him regarding such a grave matter, for there was simply no need for it. Simultaneously, he comprehended that humanity in this world had likely been driven to the brink of despair. The demon race he had just encountered boasted around 100 in combat prowess, and the number of such demons was undoubtedly vast. No matter how formidable humanity might be, they were no match for these fiends. Continue, he urged. The villager swallowed hard, having come to regard Muyang as a reclusive ascetic, long isolated from the world. The number of demons is endless, and in our battles against them, martial artists have suffered defeat after defeat, with countless experts perishing on the battlefield. Especially formidable is the demon lord, King Piccolo, who is utterly unmatched. Wait, did you say King Piccolo? Upon hearing this familiar name, Muyang's expression faltered slightly. Yes, indeed, the villager replied nervously. Chapter 8. The Two Demon Kings. King Piccolo. This name resonated profoundly with Muyang, and upon hearing it from the villager, he suddenly realized the nature of the world to which Bobo had transported him. This realm was evidently constructed against the backdrop of the cataclysm that occurred over 250 years ago. Recalling the scene in the animation where Sun Wukong was sent back in time by Bobo's machine to meet with Taido, Muyang understood that his situation was quite similar. I see now, Muyang gestured to the villager, his understanding deepening. He ceased further discourse with the villager and ascended into the air, swiftly making his way toward the Kalen Tower of this world. If this world were indeed a mirage constructed upon King Piccolo's reign, then it must still be Earth, with both Kalen Tower and the Cat Sage's existence intact. As for the temple, its existence remained uncertain to him. Nevertheless, due to his faith in the miraculous nature of the temple's chambers, he believed that this world was faithfully rendered according to historical events. Thus, a pressing question arose. King Piccolo, in his prime and full vigor, possessed a combat strength of at least 260. Muyang was certainly no match for him. Therefore, he needed to ascertain the current circumstances. This time, Bobo has truly posed a formidable challenge for me. The power of the Demon King Piccolo is, indeed, beyond comparison at this moment. Bobo has informed him that the condition for returning is to defeat the strongest entity within this illusion, and aside from the possibly non-existent temple. The strongest being here is undoubtedly the Demon King Piccolo. A long, bright streak cut across the sky, revealing scenes of apocalyptic devastation along its path. Billowing black smoke and towering flames engulfed the landscape, as countless lives fell victim to the massacre wrought by the demon race. The air was thick with a palpable sense of despair. How peculiar! The calamities chronicled in history do not appear as cruel as the horrors before my eyes, thought Muyang, a slight furrow forming on his brow, based on his understanding of the narrative. The most powerful being during the era of the Demon King Piccolo was indeed Piccolo himself, who singularly instigated terror that enveloped the world. However, his minions did not seem to number nearly as many as the demons I witnessed now. It appears that the population of demons in this world has been adjusted, perhaps multiplied several times over. Nevertheless, dwelling on such thoughts serves little purpose now. Muyang concentrated and began to accelerate, soon arriving at the Kylan Tower. Ascending along the tower's body, Muyang reached its pinnacle. At this moment, aside from the cat sage, there was another individual present, a man clad in a white martial arts uniform, sporting a white beard. He was the martial arts master, researching the demon ceiling wave atop the tower. Who are you? The sudden appearance of Muyang startled the cat sage, causing his plump form to tremble in alarm. A visage of fear, as if he were surrounded by danger. Kylan sage and martial arts master, Muyang declared as he leaped into the training ground. His gaze fixed upon the two. Compared to the cat sage and martial arts master he knew, these two possessed identical auras and energy attributes. As if this illusionary world had extracted and cloned a fragment of actual history. Do you recognize us? After a brief moment of confusion, the cat sage detected the human essence emanating from Muyang, confirming he was not a demon, and his demeanor settled into calmness. To some extent, your renown is vast, and I have a modicum of knowledge about you, Muyang replied noncommittally. Reflecting on the cat sage's earlier fright, he wondered if it had exhibited similar behavior in history. The cat sage narrowed his eyes, gazing at Muyang with astonishment. I never anticipated that such a powerful young individual existed in this world. It truly defies my expectations. Perhaps only you could stand as a rival to both the Demon King Piccolo and another monster. Another monster? Is there not only the Demon King Piccolo? Muyang queried, perplexed. Are you unaware? There are two monsters wreaking havoc upon the world below. What? Muyang's heart filled with astonishment. Besides the Demon King Piccolo, there existed another monster. How could this be? Was the history I knew merely a fade? Wait a moment. Muyang suddenly realized that perhaps this current world was not entirely a faithful rendition of historical facts, but rather had undergone special alterations. From the words of the cat sage, this conjecture has essentially been confirmed. There is no need for further elaboration, as all of this is thanks to Bobo. Indeed, our society is graced by the formidable prowess of Bobo, who speaks little but acts decisively. His pure heart may very well be as lustrously opaque as his skin, dark yet transparent, leaving Muyang at a loss as to how to reciprocate the trust he has been bestowed. The presence of one Majin Buu has already left him feeling overwhelmed, and now there is another. The difficulty of the quest has indeed escalated. At this moment, Wutaidu approached, noticing Muyang's lack of understanding, and proceeded to explain. There are two demon lords wreaking havoc in the lower world, in addition to Majin Buu. There is another demon lord known as Melakuhuo. The demons from the lower realm are primarily those that he has summoned after opening the portal to the demon world. It becomes clear now. It is no wonder there are so many demons. One alone, Majin Buu, could not possibly generate such a multitude. There exists another demon king. Muyang suddenly grasped the situation, only to feel the weight of the challenge ahead. Just dealing with Majin Buu was beyond his capacity. And now with the addition of another demon lord, he felt it might be time to pack his things and leave. Young man, I hope you will join forces with me to save this world, Wutaidu earnestly invited. Muyang regarded him coolly, resisting the impulse to hastily agree, and instead inquired. In light of such grave matters unfolding in the lower realm, did the deities of the temple not take action? In the original tale, the deities refrained from intervening due to the bond between Majin Buu and the celestial beings, coupled with Buu's lack of capacity to annihilate the entire world. However, now that another demon lord has entered the fray, humanity teeters on the brink of extinction. Can the temple truly remain indifferent? What astonished Muyang was that, upon hearing his words, both the cat sage and Wutaidu wore expressions of confusion. Young man, what is this temple you speak of? Eh? The corners of Muyang's mouth twitched as he comprehended the layout of this world. It turned out there was no temple at all. Oh, it's nothing. He shook his head, dismissing the issue of the temple. He then turned to Wutaidu. Are you planning to research sealing techniques to confront Majin Buu? Indeed. I have such intentions, but the technique I am currently studying can only be used against Mage and Bu. There is no one capable of confronting Melakuhuo. The release of the demon sealing wave requires an immense expenditure of stamina, a gamble that risks the life of the caster. Before Muyang's arrival, Wu Taidu was almost despairing for the future of this world. Fortunately, at a critical moment, another strong figure emerged among humanity, ensuring that he would not sacrifice himself without anyone left to confront Melakuhuo. May I learn it? Of course. Wu Taidu's eyes brightened, and he cautiously replied. The move I am attempting to create is called the Demon Sealing Wave, yet it possesses a fatal flaw. Once the caster releases the Demon Sealing Wave, they are almost guaranteed to perish alongside the sealed target. You express it quite clearly, Muyang remarked, casting him a surprised glance. Such matters, which pertain to life and death, must be articulated plainly, Wu Taidu stated with utmost seriousness. Upon listening, Muyang displayed a hint of contemplation on his face. To be candid, were he in the same position, he might have refrained from divulging such a clandestine matter. This comparison elucidates why, after the demise of Wu Taidu, he was deemed worthy of ascending to the celestial realm. Chapter 81. The further you escape, the better so. What is the true strength of the demon known as Maruku? The immortal Kylan inquired, especially in comparison to the formidable King Piccolo? Muyang asked. The combat prowess of King Piccolo is approximately 260. Since Maruku has been able to wreak havoc alongside King Piccolo and inflict such immense destruction, Muyang deduced that his strength must also be formidable. Indeed, it is quite potent. His power may even surpass that of King Piccolo. The cat immortal, leaning on his staff, shook his head and remarked, as far as I know, King Piccolo and Maruku had a brief encounter, after which their factions became distinctly separate, maintaining a certain tacit understanding. However, in terms of territorial extent, Maruku's dominion is somewhat larger, constituting about 60%. Thus, it can be concluded that Maruku's strength is certainly superior to that of King Piccolo, albeit not by a vast margin. Otherwise, such an understanding could not be sustained. Indeed, the cat immortal concurred with Muyang's assessment. Understood. Muyang nodded, beginning to organize his thoughts. Bobo's directive was for him to vanquish the strongest entity in this world. This notion of defeat, without a doubt, entails something far more profound than mere sealing. It implies the necessity of slaying the opponent in a dignified manner. Otherwise, this so-called trial would lose all significance. Of course, Muyang still needed to learn the Demon Sealing Wave, as well as the Universal Shockwave and Ki Blast. These techniques, powerful in their own right, could serve as a reference for Muyang's future development. The pressing urgency now lies in diligent cultivation, as every moment in the lower realm is fraught with bloodshed. Time is not a luxury we possess. Wu Taidu stroked his beard, his expression imbued with urgency. Although the path of cultivation cannot be achieved in an instant, they truly lack the time for delay. Indeed, we must not linger. We must swiftly devise strategies to confront those two demon kings. The cat immortal, now fully aware, ceased engaging in unproductive discourse and refrained from probing into Muyang's origins. To him, as long as Muyang was human, that sufficed. The serene aura surrounding him indicated that he was a boon to humanity. Observing the cat immortal and Wu Taidu resume their discussion on the research of the Demon Sealing Wave, Muyang stood quietly to the side, empathetic to their sentiments. Though he reminded himself that all here is but an illusion, and that the two before him were merely peculiar manifestations, the authenticity of breath, fear, hunger, fatigue, and even pain render the term illusion insufficient. This is fundamentally an alternative reality. Yet, one wonders if sustaining injuries or meeting death here would also signify genuine harm or demise. Contemplating the imminent confrontation with King Piccolo or the even more formidable Maruku loomed ahead. Under the stimulation of various sensory modalities, Muyang felt a sudden chill within, acutely aware of the palpable urgency that enveloped him. Perhaps this predicament represented the greatest challenge he had ever encountered. Yet, undeterred by adversity, he welcomed the challenge with fervor. If it was to be a trial, then let it come with greater intensity. A flame of determination ignited in his eyes. In the days that followed, Muyang remained atop the Kylan Tower, training alongside Wu Taidu. Although his prowess had already surpassed that of Wu Taidu and the Cat Sage, he continued to glean invaluable insights from both, particularly in the realm of experience accumulation when developing new techniques, a facet that bore no direct correlation to raw strength. As night descended, Muyang would activate the acceleration space, immersing himself in continued training amidst the dense aura of energy that enveloped his body, replenishing the vitality he had expended during the day. His ability to initiate the acceleration space had significantly enhanced, allowing him to experience fourfold the time, effectively granting him an entire additional day for cultivation. Soon, Formidable techniques, such as the universal earth-shattering palm and the ki blast, were mastered with remarkable proficiency. Suddenly, without warning, a dark green spiral energy blast manifested in the training ground of the Kylan Tower, swirling overhead as if distorting the very fabric of space. However, it lingered only briefly before dissipating like a mirage, fading into mist. Wu Tai-do, drenched in sweat, appeared pale from exertion. Observing this, Muyang swiftly offered half a celestial bean to restore his energy. "Hurry, consume it," he urged. "Thank you," Wu Tai-do replied, accepting the bean. After consuming it, his strength rapidly returned, and he sighed, "We are still a step away." This level of the magic sealing wave is insufficient to ensnare the likes of King Piccolo or Marukyu. "Fear not, we can continue. I have faith that you will perfect the magic sealing wave," Muyang reassured him, harboring no doubts about the development of this technique. As in the original tale, Wu Tai-do would ultimately succeed in his research of the magic sealing wave. However, the realm of this illusion had undergone significant transformations, rendering his memories from the original narrative uncertain in this context. Wu Tai-do chuckled, his vitality fully restored. "I owe it all to your celestial beings, which granted me the opportunity to effectively execute the magic sealing wave. Otherwise, our progress would not have been so swift. I never anticipated such extraordinary items could exist in this world." The cat sage nodded in agreement. "Indeed, these celestial beings are remarkable. I wonder whence you acquired them." Muyang smiled enigmatically, holding his silence. In truth, the celestial beings originated from the Kylan Tower in the real world. This trial space lacked not only temples, but even celestial beings. Muyang lamented the missed opportunity to procure additional celestial beings, pondering whether using them on those within the illusion would allow for their return afterward. Muyang, having mastered the universal earth-shattering palm and ki blast, "Your strength must have significantly increased," the cat sage remarked, shifting the topic, his gaze fixed intently upon Muyang. Muyang nodded and remarked that his energy had indeed increased, yet he was still no match for the likes of the Demon King Piccolo. At this point, he suddenly gasped, gazing intently in a particular direction, his expression turning grave. "What's wrong?" the cat sage inquired softly, noticing Muyang's sudden silence. However, he too turned his gaze toward that direction, his brow furrowing with concern. It seemed a formidable energy was approaching them. Heavens! It is the energy of Melakuhuo. How on earth did he discover Kaling Ta? The cat sage gasped, his body trembling as he spoke, his voice quavering with fear. Kaling Ta lay within the dominion of Melakuhuo, and with him advancing toward them, it was evident their presence had been revealed. "Kaling Sage, are you saying Melakuhuo is on his way here?" Wu Tai-do, unable to sense Melakuhuo's energy himself, gathered the implications from the dialogue between the cat sage and Muyang. "Indeed, Melakuhuo is coming. What shall we do? Kaling Ta's barrier cannot withstand him." The cat sage was in a state of frantic agitation. The marvel of Kaling Ta was its ability to intercept all climbers using external powers, preventing them from ever reaching the pinnacle. However, for the immensely powerful Melakuhuo, this trial was utterly trivial. There was no time to waste, they must flee immediately. Muyang's mind raced rapidly. At present, none of them stood a chance against Melakuhuo, and confronting him head-on would be the most unwise course of action. Muyang was not one to be obstinate. Until victory was assured, their priority was to retreat swiftly. "Yes, we must leave at once." At this moment, the cat sage discarded his usual decorum, hastily rummaging through their belongings for useful items before summoning a golden nimbus cloud, tossing the items onto it. "Quickly, we must escape as far as possible." The cat sage piloted the nimbus cloud at the forefront, while Muyang and Wu Tai-do exchanged a glance and followed closely behind. However, after a brief flight, they sensed that the sinister energy behind them was not retreating but rather drawing nearer. "This is bad. Melakuhuo is closing in." The cat sage's hair was tousled by the wind as he continually glanced back in alarm. Chapter 82. Melakuhuo in a flash. A shadow of black surged forth from behind, rapidly closing the distance to Muyang and his companions. With blood-red hair, azure skin adorned with eerie tattoos, and eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, Melakuhuo materialized before them with a menacing swoop. "This is terrible," the cat sage exclaimed, his face drawn in despair. "Is this creature truly Melakuhuo?" Muyang remained stoic. Given the circumstances, he cautiously released his aura for a trial, only to be met with a chilling coldness in return. What a terrifying being. The icy aura emanating from Melakuhuo caused Muyang to shudder, his heart sinking with the realization that a fierce battle awaited them. At this moment, every muscle in his body felt as if it were frozen, sending a warning of helplessness coursing through him. "Oh, you are indeed the last remnants of martial artists on Earth. How fortunate I am to have found you." Melakuhuo licked his lips, his chilling words imbued with murderous intent. Oh, to think there are such formidable experts among the Earthlings. Suddenly, his gaze turned to Muyang, a flicker of intrigue crossing his countenance. He sensed that this young man was the strongest among the trio, although he paled in comparison to himself and that demon named Bick. Muyang's combat power, exceeding 200, was nothing short of astonishing amidst the generally feeble Earth populace. Young man, would you be interested in serving me? I could spare your life. My Lukahuo forced a smile, looking at Muyang with a semblance of kindness, extending an invitation. Impossible. Ah, what a pity, my Lukahuo replied, his voice tinged with regret. His expression somewhat sorrowful. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his demeanor shifted, and an overwhelming dark aura emanated from him. The space around them rippled, as if disturbed by the faintest of waves. Before Muyang and the others could comprehend the situation, my Lukahuo suddenly flashed before them, his green visage nearly touching theirs. Then, perish. His voice, cold and haunting as a nightmare, reverberated through the air as he extended a hand forward, slowly raising it. The motion was languid, yet accompanied by a dazzling brilliance as radiant energy surged toward Muyang and his companions. What? Boom. At such close quarters. Catamortal and Martial Titan had no time to react, and although Muyang sensed my Lukahuo's attack in advance, he could only barely push Catamortal and Martial Titan out of the core area of the onslaught. In the next instant, a torrent of energy assailed them from all directions, fierce and overwhelming. Before long, the three were engulfed in a vortex of energy. Observing this, Muyang bellowed, spreading his arms in defense. Heaven-S Heart Slash? Countless crescent-shaped energy blades erupted, slicing through the swirling force, annihilating it. After executing this maneuver, Muyang and Martial Titan huddled together, vigilantly watching my Lukahuo. My Lukahuo cast a surprised glance their way, yet his expression remained unaltered. Refusal to submit would result in annihilation. In his eyes, the resistance of Muyang and his companions was as laughable as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. With a rustle, my Lukahuo's figure shifted once more, this time with even greater speed. Muyang's eyes darted about, trying to capture the opponent's movements through his aura. However, the disparity in strength between them became glaringly apparent. To the naked eye, Muyang could only perceive a blurred flash, appearing and vanishing, never able to discern a clear trajectory. The aura flickered in and out. And even if he managed to catch a glimpse, there was simply no time to react. Damn it, this my Lukahuo is indeed a seasoned veteran. Stronger than the great demon Bick, his physical coordination and mastery of power are astonishingly formidable. With a sudden flash of azure light, a grotesque, enlarged face loomed before Muyang. A wave of horror surged through his eyes as his body endured an excruciating blow. Thud. It felt as if a colossal boulder had struck him, instantly injuring his internal organs, and with a sharp gasp, he coughed up blood, his complexion turning pallid. At that moment, my Lukahuo charged towards Wu Tai Do and the Catamortal. Splashes of blood erupted, raining down like droplets from the heavens. My Lukahuo's assault was both swift and savage. Wu Tai Do and the Catamortal had no time to react as the terrifying energy pierced through their bodies. Huh, 2 down, just 1 left, he mused, his green eyes betraying no emotion, for taking lives had become second nature to him. Bastard. Witnessing the demise of Wu Tai Do and the Catamortal at the hands of my Lukahuo ignited a blaze of fury within Muyang, his eyes turning crimson with rage. Tianxin Qigong, One Jing Tian Palm, Qigong Cannon, Tianxin Slash. He unleashed every technique he knew in a torrent of blue, gold, and white energy, each infused with his wrath. These energies intertwined, forming an intricate web that surged towards my Lukahuo. Yet, confronted with such overwhelming power, my Lukahuo's gaze flickered with disdain, a mocking smile creeping across his face. Do these pathetic earthlings truly believe such feeble energy can harm the great my Lukahuo? With a mere gesture, he conjured a black energy sphere in his palm and casually propelled it forward. The black sphere collided with the amalgamation of energy, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. The deafening sound resonated across the expanse as a terrifying orb of light expanded violently in the void. The chaotic energy spiraled into a frenzied rampage, akin to a cataclysmic storm, sweeping away everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Occurring high in the sky, the energy waves propagated far and wide, spreading their terrifying influence across the globe. Gradually, the brilliance faded, leaving only a faint haze in the sky. However, within the vast expanse, only my Lukahuo remained. Muyang's figure had vanished without a trace. Humph, he actually escaped. My Lukahuo stared blankly at the empty sky, his expression darkening to the point of resembling spilled ink. He had anticipated a vengeful attack from his adversary, only to realize it had been a mere diversion. Infuriated by the deception, he bellowed in anger, then chuckled coldly. Do you truly believe you can flee from my grasp? With that, my Lukahuo snorted, releasing a plume of pitch-black smoke from his hand. The moment the smoke materialized, It dissipated into wisps, and with his emerald eyes wide open, my Lukahuo turned and vanished into the cerulean sky. In a desolate expanse 100 kilometers away, the disheveled figure of Muyang emerged from behind a stone wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ghastly pale. He sighed, reflecting on the formidable strength of my Lukahuo, who had even claimed the lives of both Master Wu and the Cat Immortal. The true battle had yet to commence. Yet his side had already suffered the loss of 2 comrades, which weighed heavily on Muyang's heart. Defeating both the Demon King Piccolo and my Lukahuo seemed an arduous task ahead. Chapter 83. Rigorous training and enhancement. Muyang's impression of my Lukahuo was one of sheer tenacity. Although he had never faced the Demon King Piccolo directly, his instincts told him that my Lukahuo was far superior. The reasons behind the unspoken understanding between the two adversaries remained a mystery to him. Setting aside these thoughts, restoring his vigor was paramount. With this in mind, Muyang calmed his tumultuous emotions. He refrained from using the magical beans and instead entered the acceleration space. Within the mist-laden realm of accelerated time, Muyang's figure materialized upon the smooth ground. No sooner had he appeared than ethereal strands of energy surged towards him. Here, he could devote himself wholly to healing without fear of being discovered. As the energy gradually permeated his body, his complexion transformed, becoming increasingly vibrant. Being merely a human from Earth, Muyang lacked the scion trait of perpetual strength enhancement. Thus, the magical bean served primarily as a life-saving resource rather than a means to transcend limits. Consequently, unless his life was at stake or escape was utterly impossible, he endeavored to conserve the beans, opting instead to utilize the energy within the acceleration space for recuperation. This practice also incrementally fortified the resilience of his bodily cells. After spending 20 hours in the acceleration space, while only 5 hours had elapsed in the outside world, Muyang's body had completely healed. Rising to his feet, he heard a series of satisfying cracks from his joints, and he sensed an infinitesimal increase in his inner energy. With his body restored, Muyang pondered the challenges that lay ahead. Through his encounter with my Lukahuo, despite being thoroughly overpowered, he had gained clarity regarding the disparity between them. My Lukahuo's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the younger Demon King Piccolo, whose combat power was 260. My Lukahuo's was at least 280, approaching 300. In contrast, Muyang's own combat power hovered just above 200, marking a significant gap. While he felt confident in challenging the Demon King Piccolo, even if he could not defeat him, a strategic retreat would pose no difficulty. However, against my Lukahuo, he found himself compelled to resort to deceitful tactics. His inadequacy in strength was glaring, and without expeditious enhancement, the trial ahead would remain unattainable. Resolute in his determination to bridge this gap, Muyang resolved to seek a secluded location for intense training. To understand the levels of beings such as King Piccolo and Maruku, one must realize that, if placed within the vast cosmos, they would merely be regarded as insignificant, akin to mere cannon fodder. Should one find themselves unable to conquer such foes, it would be prudent to abandon the pursuit of power and perhaps consider a more humble vocation, like that of a chef. With this thought, upon emerging from the acceleration space, Muyang took a moment to survey his surroundings. The desolate plain was devoid of life. He then chose a direction and made his way forward, soon entering a stone forest. The scene here was arid, reminiscent of a barren desert, where several stone pillars stood tall like bamboo shoots, connected in peculiar formations. Between these stone formations were natural cavities, providing suitable shelter from the elements. Such bizarre geological structures are commonplace in the Dragon Ball world. Deciding to cultivate here, Muyang understood that the true essence of his training lay within the acceleration space. This location merely served as a temporary refuge. After restoring his mental vitality, he swiftly re-entered the acceleration space. Under the influence of time dilation, he commenced his seclusion training. Whenever his mental energy waned, he would emerge from the acceleration space. This cycle continued day after day, and Muyang sensed his strength gradually augmenting. One day, within the bright confines of the space, a unique microcosm of 1,000-meter radius materialized. Standing at its center, Muyang suddenly opened his eyes, assumed a stance, and bellowed towards a specific direction, Kamehameha. A brilliant beam of energy erupted from the convergence of his hands, surging forth with grandeur and magnificence. After unleashing the Kamehameha, Muyang executed a series of instantaneous movements, positioning himself to intercept the path of the energy blast. Heavenly Heart Slash. The crescent-shaped energy blade shimmered like a silver moon, gracefully twirling in midair, before suddenly radiating a terrifying brilliance. An earth-shattering roar ensued as 2 colossal waves of energy collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion akin to the collapse of stars, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward. As the smoke dissipated, Muyang lifted his gaze towards the tumultuous sky. brushing off the remnants of ash from his chest. Suddenly, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, and a surge of energy coursed through him. Crack! Golden arcs of electricity enveloped his palm, dancing between his fingers. Universal shockwave. A wave-like disturbance rippled through the void as his golden hand crackled with intense electrical energy, carving a path of terror through the air. Once the tumult subsided, Muyang paused to recuperate, then employed an energy detector to scan himself. After a series of beeps, the device displayed a reading, combat power 246. Muyang nodded, recognizing that this figure was impressively close to that of King Piccolo and his ilk. Just then, a wave of fatigue washed over him. The time within the acceleration space had elapsed. Beyond the realm of acceleration, a full moon hung in the sky, illuminating the night with its radiant glow. The moon, round and brilliant, cast its silvery light upon a myriad of twinkling stars, while a shimmering Milky Way stretched from the northeast to the southwest, delicately adorning the nocturnal canvas. Having hunted a fierce beast during the day, Muyang gathered wood to construct a fire pit, igniting the timber with his ki energy. After savoring a highly nutritious dinner, he reclined on a hide, succumbing to the embrace of slumber. The following day dawned with the sun ascending high into the sky. Muyang commenced a new day of cultivation, practicing his nearly habitual martial arts with a tranquil mind. However, just past noon, an ominous aura permeated his senses, swiftly manifesting above the wasteland. Has it arrived? A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he lifted his gaze, and indeed, he beheld a striking crimson figure within his line of sight. With blood-red hair and azure skin, it was Melu Kuhua, a demon of formidable power, combat strength, 285. Ha ha ha, Earthling, I have finally found you, Melu Kuhua sneered, his eyes narrowing with malevolence. Muyang regarded Melu Kuhua with calm composure, surreptitiously channeling his internal energy, poised to strike at any moment. After a period of rigorous training, he felt himself equipped with the strength to confront this adversary. You persist in referring to me as an Earthling. Are you not also a being from this planet? Muyang inquired, furrowing his brow. Earth is connected to numerous peculiar realms, yet most of these are merely extensions of Earth itself. Even the demon realm, in its proximity to Earth, is inhabited largely by creatures originating from this very planet due to its distance from the core of the demon world. Chapter 84. Fierce Battle. Haha. Melu Kuhua cackled, descending from the air to stand 3 meters away from Muyang. How laughable. How could I possibly be a life form from this primitive sphere? I hail from Tukaman Star, a planet far more advanced than Earth. A world such as yours is merely fit to serve as my colony. His words dripped with disdain for Earth, as if only Tukaman Star held the title of superiority. Tukaman Star? Muyang shook his head, unfamiliar with the name. However, judging by Melu Kuhua's combat strength of 285, it seemed hardly superior to Earth. According to the universal standards of the cosmos, both belong to the category of lesser planets. What was there to boast about? How did you arrive on Earth? Are you alone? Humph, it matters not to divulge. Had it not been for my spacecraft's malfunction, I would never have descended into this backward place, Melu Kuhua replied nonchalantly, indifferent to the revelation of the truth. Since you are an extraterrestrial, how did you become a demon? Just as Melu Kuhua was about to respond, his expression shifted, a hint of trepidation crossing his features. Boy, why do you inquire about such matters? He retorted maliciously. Regardless, I cannot escape. What are you so concerned about? Muyang observed Melu Kuhua with a serene demeanor. Humph. In light of the arduous effort I have expended to seek you out for many days, it is only fitting that I share with you my tale. The reason I have become a member of the demonic clan is rooted in the past, as Mariko's lips curled into a hint of a cold smile, reminiscing about bygone events. Just as he was about to elucidate the circumstances that transformed him into a demon, a resplendent beam of light surged forth, launching an unexpected assault upon him. Seizing the moment, Muyang decisively retaliated. Energy cannon. With no reservations, a fierce attack surged forward. Upon releasing the energy cannon, Muyang relentlessly pressed on, executing a series of rapid strikes with remarkable agility. Boom. The sky was filled with a cacophony of thunderous sounds, as terrifying whirlwinds spiraled from the heavens down to the depths below. Marikuhuo, caught off guard, emitted a chilling and furious roar. A crimson shield of energy materialized, shielding him from Muyang's onslaught. Nevertheless, even so, Marikuhuo still endured several formidable blows, his hair disheveled and his appearance disheveled, surrounded by dark energy. His face contorted with rage. You have truly provoked Lord Marikuhuo. I shall rend your body to pieces. He spat coldly. Yet, what met him in return was silence, accompanied by an even more frenzied barrage of attacks. Unfazed by Marikuhuo's threats, Muyang paid no heed. He understood the wisdom of maintaining momentum and had no intention of responding. His singular focus was to vanquish his opponent by any means necessary, or at the very least, inflict grievous wounds. Swiftly traversing the void, everything in his wake blurred like flowing water as Muyang extended his palm, unleashing another attack. Heaven-shattering palm. This was a domain-level strike, heralded by a golden flash of lightning illuminating the sky. With a cold smirk, Muyang pressed on, continuing his assault after the initial success. Thud. Marakuhuo was struck solidly, blood erupting from his mouth as he was sent careening away by Muyang's blow. In terms of combat prowess, Muyang's strength stood at 246, while Marakuhuo boasted 285. However, in terms of realm, Muyang surpassed Marakuhuo significantly, leading to a remarkable balance in their clash. Although Muyang remained at a disadvantage in explosive power, he no longer found himself in the stark disparity that characterized their first encounter. Damn it! Marakuhuo, regaining his bearings, wore a grim expression. He was none other than the illustrious Lord Marakuo, and to have fallen victim to the schemes of a mere young upstart was a severe affront to his dignity. Yet, Marakuhuo's energy ultimately eclipsed Muyang's. After initially suffering a surprise attack, the recuperating Marakuo began to regain the rhythm of battle. Boom! Two figures flickered swiftly across the sky, both moving with incredible speed. As arcs of lightning streaked through the air, Muyang charged toward Marakuhuo, a light blue arc of energy cascading downward, precisely targeting his opponent from above. A flash of fury ignited in Marakuhuo's eyes. Crack! Crack! Marakuhuo, with his hair cascading around him, unleashed a sinister smile. After enduring Muyang's assault, he turned and leaned in, his hand slicing through the air with a sharp, hissing sound. Muyang's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of suffocating pressure gripped his throat, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. With a thunderous crash, all defenses shattered, and the energy technique in Muyang's grasp dissipated into nothingness, resembling a fallen meteor that radiated a brilliant, multicolored glow. Huh! Despicable humans, perish! Marakuo laughed arrogantly, as a surge of black energy spread forth with his laughter. He then propelled himself forward, swiftly pursuing Muyang where he had fallen. However, at that moment, a hint of mockery appeared on Muyang's face. With a faint crackle, he discreetly crushed the celestial being he had been holding in his mouth, instantly revitalizing his strength to its peak. Facing the descending Marakuhuo, Muyang clenched his fists tightly, channeling all his energy into his core, which shone with a brilliant white light. "The one destined to die is you," he shouted, appearing before Marakuhuo in a flash, and unleashed a powerful strike. Impossible! Marakuhuo's expression changed drastically as he watched his seemingly dying adversary suddenly resurrect and launch a full-scale assault against him. With no time to think, Marakuo crossed his arms defensively, feeling a twinge of fear from the incoming blow. A tremendous roar and crack of thunder assaulted his eardrums. And suddenly, a new sun rose in the sky. Die! With a resounding impact, a crystalline fissure appeared on Marakuhuo's chest, propelling his body like a cannonball. Soaring over 1,000 meters before crashing to the ground, and sliding for hundreds of meters, embedding itself deep into the rock layer, leaving behind a massive impact trail several meters wide and 100 meters long. Cough, cough. Earthling, you truly astonish me. But to think you could kill me like this is sheer naivety. Not even the Dark King Bick would dare act so brazenly before me. How could I possibly fall to your hands? Marakuhuo, hunched over, blood trickling from his lips, emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds as his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Crimson light clung to the fissures on his body, resembling arcane inscriptions that evoked a sense of unease. He sneered. "I am curious to see how many times you can recover." With that, disregarding his injuries, Marakuhuo abruptly leaped from the impact crater, charging toward Muyang like a bolt of lightning. Faced with yet another attack from Marakuhuo, Muyang's countenance darkened. Chapter 85. The illusion replayed. Little did he expect that Marakuhuo's hide was remarkably thick. After enduring such a tremendous assault, he was still able to rise. Furthermore, he possessed this peculiar ability akin to explosive power. A crimson radiance mended the fissures in his body, bestowing upon him a form anew. His once depleted vigor surged back to its prime state after the explosive surge of energy. This ability bore resemblance to the resurrection of the mighty Piccolo and the Namekians, albeit the latter drew upon their ki, leaving one to ponder the cost that Marakuhuo paid for such a transformation. Time ebbed and flowed, and it seemed as though everything had returned to its inception. The current scenario resembled the effects of a Senza bean, prompting Muyang to take a deep breath as he braced himself against the impending onslaught from Marakuhuo, swiftly preparing to react. "Come," he bellowed. A thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens as waves of energy clashed, sending shockwaves that illuminated the entire sky. The battle had raged for half an hour. Both combatants appeared and vanished in a flurry, their attacks intertwined in a relentless sequence, each strike immediately followed by another, leaving no respite for the opponent. Muyang understood that he could not allow Malukaho to utilize that peculiar explosive energy. It could be a form of arcane technique enabling a return to full strength. Though there may be repercussions afterward, facing a fully revived Malukaho was not an option. Malukaho, too, was acutely aware that Muyang possessed a healing advantage. Knowledge of one's own capabilities often reveals their limitations, and he knew he could not permit Muyang to repeatedly recover. He must be eliminated. This boy cannot be allowed to live. Kill. In unison, both warriors shared the same resolute thought. Almost simultaneously, they launched their attacks, their bodies transforming into twin bolts of lightning as they clashed in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged countless blows. At that moment, Muyang's garments had been incinerated in the fray, leaving his upper body bare, muscles taut and quivering. Breathing grew labored. After several intense exertions, his stamina had waned considerably, and his rhythm began to falter slightly. However, thanks to his own mastery and meticulous execution, his depletion was considerably less than that of Malukaho. Meanwhile, Malukaho found himself in a dire predicament as well. Having endured several rounds of Muyang's fierce assaults, despite possessing a slight edge in overall energy, he could not counteract the slippery evasiveness of his foe, which had brought him to the brink of exhaustion. Compared to Muyang, Malukaho was more cornered. The previous restoration had not truly returned him to peak condition, at best only to 90%. Should the battle continue, his defeat was inevitable. Damn it! How could I possibly lose to you, accursed earthling? After several relentless assaults, his opponent remained steadfast before him. Maruku's complexion darkened, and at that moment, his conviction began to waver, leading him to question the validity of his assumptions. Did his adversary possess a strength surpassing his own? He realized he could not persist any longer. Continuing would only lead to his demise. Contemplating this, Maruku's expression turned grim. Was it truly the case that the great Maruku could only choose to flee? His face twisted in conflict, reluctant to take a step that would bring him shame. Yet, steeling himself, he recognized that this was the only path left to him. Ah, what a tormenting choice. Maruku let out a furious roar, resembling madness. Observing his frenzied outburst, Muyang felt a tightening in his chest and began to prepare for defense with all his might. To his astonishment, Maruku suddenly unleashed a wave of energy towards him, only to turn and flee. Muyang was taken aback. If one wished to retreat, why create such a commotion? It was as if he were an actor vying for an Oscar, watching the black dot grow smaller in the distance. He chose not to pursue, but instead paused to catch his breath, ready to recuperate. If this battle was not destined for victory, there would be another chance, for him. There was no need to exhaust all efforts in a single endeavor. Time was on his side. However, after a moment, Muyang sensed something amiss. The distant black dot was inexplicably growing larger. Maruku was returning? What was the meaning of this? Was he to be denied peace? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Maruku. Back again. Impossible. I, Maruku, cannot easily be defeated by you. The Maruku before him wore a rigid expression, his gaze blank as he stared at Muyang. Muyang exclaimed in confusion. Suddenly, Maruku's face contorted, and his body began to swell. We will perish together. Those slain by the demon race shall find no peace. Even in the afterlife. Maruku spoke in a mechanical tone. As he spoke, his body continued to expand, the crimson cracks upon his form glowing ever more brightly. This was dire. Observing the determination and malevolence etched on his opponent's face, Muyang felt an inexplicable chill, quickly grasping Maruku's intentions. This fool, seeing he could not win, was contemplating self-destruction. Even in death, he sought to take someone down with him. What madness had overtaken Maruku? He had already fled, yet here he was, returning to seek mutual destruction with Muyang. This was not the outcome Muyang desired. The reckless feared the desperate, and he initially considered retreating. Yet, it was too late. Maruku's body had already inflated. In the next moment, a wave of terrifying energy erupted, capable of obliterating a 10-kilometer radius. Damn it! The energy surged from behind, engulfing Muyang. His expression changed drastically. He had no time to escape and was consumed by the explosive energy unleashed by Maruku's self-detonation. Ah! A searing pain, akin to the grinding of flesh, surged through his brain, and in the next moment, his thoughts seemed to come to a halt. After a brief pause, the sound of an explosion ceased, yet at that moment, the world itself, along with the demise of Muyang, appeared to plunge into an eerie stagnation. A dizzying whirlwind ensued as the world began to collapse, everything dissolving like a fleeting dream. It seemed as though the world was on the verge of reconstitution. After an indeterminate span of time, Muyang's fingers twitched. As he rose, he suddenly recognized the familiar scenery surrounding him: verdant mountains, flowing streams, and lush forests, with birds occasionally alighting upon the trees, emitting their melodious calls. This was the very place he had previously entered into the realm of illusion. How had he returned here? Oh, right, he had perished. his life extinguished by the self-destructive energy of Muyang. As Muyang rubbed his head, recalling the events that had transpired, he found the final moments somewhat hazy. And Muyang's return was indeed perplexing. Never mind, he thought, casting a puzzled glance around. This was undoubtedly the place of his arrival. Clenching his fists, the surging energy coursed through him, feeling remarkably tangible. His strength had not waned. It remained at the intensity he had wielded during his battle with Muyang. Exiting the forest along the mountain path, Muyang entered a modest town, where the townsfolk hurriedly scurried about, burdened with bags, appearing as though they were fleeing from some calamity. Furrowing his brow, Muyang realized, a village besieged by demonic forces. Indeed, this was identical to the events that had unfolded before. A monstrous creature, covered in scales, spewed flames as it savagely slaughtered the villagers. Chapter 86, The Great Demon King. Was this what the place of trials entailed? That as long as one failed to defeat the target of the trial, even death would lead to an endless cycle of reincarnation? Was this not akin to an eternal prison of time? Yet, for resolute martial artists, this might not be a calamity. Perhaps it was the very sanctum they had long sought for cultivation. Contemplating this, Muyang strode towards the beast in the village. Disregarding the frantic cries and admonitions of the villagers, he approached the monstrous entity, which, upon noticing him, erupted into a boisterous laugh, reveling in the apparent foolishness of the human who had walked into its trap. Just as it prepared to open its gaping maw to devour him, Muyang effortlessly raised his palm, and a flash of lightning split the air. The creature's vision fractured, and its head was cleaved in twain before it even comprehended what had transpired. Impossible. The creature's face was a tableau of shock, gradually succumbing to the encroaching darkness as it realized its fate. History was repeating itself, so too was your destiny. A cold smile graced Muyang's lips. Having discerned that this illusory realm posed no genuine threat to his life, he relinquished all reservations, whether it was real or a mere semblance. Perhaps this was the true essence of the world of illusions. Disregarding the astonished and reverent gazes of those around him, Muyang leaped into the air. This time, he did not head towards Kylan Tower, but instead followed another distinct aura that lingered in the atmosphere, flying southward. That direction led to the lair of the great demon King Piccolo. He had already made contact with Muyang. Now, Muyang intended to confront the great demon King Piccolo directly. As for Muyang, Muyang had gleaned a general understanding of him. The latter claimed to hail from the planet Tucumand, though it remained a mystery why an extraterrestrial being would transform into a demon upon arriving on Earth. The life forms within this illusory world evolved based on history from over 250 years ago. This implied that Muyang must have existed in actual history. Recalling Muyang's mention of a malfunctioning spacecraft, Muyang immediately thought of the wreckage that had fallen into the valley within the primitive mountains. His energy detector had been unearthed from that debris, and it was somewhat peculiar that no bodies had been discovered within the spacecraft. It seemed that the extraterrestrial visitor had not perished on impact, but had instead survived on Earth, quite possibly being Muyang himself. As for why Muyang was not recorded in later histories, Muyang speculated that he might have been dealt with by celestial beings or Bobo after becoming a demon. Unlike the great demon King Piccolo, Muyang posed a direct threat that warranted intervention from divine forces. In this world devoid of temples, gods, and Bobo, the inevitable chaos of the dual demon kings reigned supreme. In a southern town, every human had perished, revealing a desolate and bleak landscape. In the northwest corner of the small town stood a mountain peak, surrounded by withered vegetation, where crows cawed ominously over scattered white bones. There, a palace constructed from white skeletal remains loomed. As night descended, a chilling wind howled, creating an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a flash streaked across the sky. Muyang, drawn by the malevolent aura of the great demon King Piccolo, landed at the entrance of the skeletal palace, where he was immediately detected by the demon guards, subordinates crafted by Piccolo himself, each adorned with green skin and covered in scales. Who goes there? The demon guard bellowed as he approached, only to be met with a dazzling wave of energy. Boom, boom. The brilliant energy erupted at the palace's entrance, overwhelming the guards, whose combat prowess barely exceeded 100. In an instant, countless demons perished in the explosion, and a breach was made in the palace doors, allowing Muyang to stride boldly inside. The interior of the palace was dimly lit, with flickering campfires casting shadows on either side, and the air thick with the acrid scent of kerosene. Muyang furrowed his brow as he proceeded deeper into the palace, arriving at a spacious hall where he beheld the great demon King Piccolo seated upon his throne. With green skin, black eyes, dark red muscular patterns tracing his arms and abdomen, and 2 tendrils protruding from his head, he presented a formidable sight. This is the youthful incarnation of the demon King Piccolo, whose true identity is that of an Namekian. At this moment, Piccolo sits with his eyes half closed, hands resting upon his skeletal throne. Upon seeing Muyang enter, he opens his eyes, his expression indifferent as he states, "Ignorant human. How many of your kind have come to meet their demise? Yet, perhaps this is for the best. Relentless warfare only strips away much of the enjoyment. Watching you all approach your end serves to alleviate my tedium. Piccolo, do you truly consider yourself the world-destroying Demon King? Do you not realize that such a fiend from fairy tales ultimately meets their end at the hands of a hero?" Muyang retorts, observing the youthful Piccolo with cold disdain. "Ha, quite the temper you possess," Piccolo replies with a faint smile, shaking his head. "On this earth, the only being he fears is the ruler of the hemisphere, Maruku. This human before him is hardly worthy of concern. Is that so?" Without uttering many words, Muyang unleashes his aura, and instantly, a formidable presence engulfs the entire palace. Piccolo's eyes widen in shock, his smile faltering, as his expression darkens. It is astonishing that such a powerful human exists. A flicker of murderous intent flashes in Piccolo's eyes. "Come, let us battle." Facing a true adversary, Muyang exposing his trump card first may not be the wisest course of action. However, in this surreal realm, death merely signifies a restart. Given that Piccolo's overall strength may not surpass his own, this presents an excellent opportunity for trial. Thus, he intends to leverage the peculiarities of this realm to continuously enhance his combat capabilities and identify the flaws within himself. "Very well, you are courting your own demise," Piccolo coldly declares, abruptly rising from his throne, releasing an icy aura that swiftly counteracts Muyang's presence. The true battle is about to commence. Chapter 87. The ninth restart. The world spins and swirls as the illusory realm restarts once more. In his battle against the Demon King Piccolo, Muyang ultimately faces defeat. Piccolo, a split entity of the ancient deity, the Namekian, possesses an innate genetic talent that renders his combat skills remarkably formidable, at least from Muyang's perspective. He begins to comprehend why Maruku, despite possessing greater combat prowess than Piccolo, hesitates to engage him. It can be said that without eliminating external obstacles, a clash between the two demon kings would lead to mutual destruction, opening the door for cunning humans like Wutaida to take advantage of the situation. It is wiser to first eradicate the human elites before engaging in a confrontation between demon kings. Of course, with a mere combat power of 260, Muyang is confident he would not be easily vanquished by Piccolo. However, what he did not anticipate is that the Piccolo before him is not merely at 260, but rather exceeds 300. This represents a grave misjudgment. Although he managed to hold his ground for some time, Muyang ultimately meets his end at the hands of the fully realized Piccolo within the skeletal palace. In the subsequent restarts, Muyang, seemingly invigorated, relentlessly challenged Piccolo and Maruku. After enduring 7 consecutive failures, he finally grasped a crucial insight. Each reset of the illusion would augment the targets of his challenges to varying degrees. This enhancement could manifest as an increase in strength or skills, in other words, if he did not make progress in one iteration of the illusion. The ensuing encounter would present an even more intricate and formidable scenario. Moreover, each illusion only permitted 2 attempts at the same target, as exemplified by Muyang's previous encounter with Maruku. Despite having a record of defeating his opponent, he failed to eliminate him, thus forfeiting the chance to initiate a third battle. Consequently, the illusion intervened, allowing Maruku to return and recreate the scenario through self-detonation. With each experience in the illusion, Muyang methodically improved himself against increasingly formidable foes, ultimately acquiring the strength to conquer both Piccolo and Maruku. However, during the 8th restart, an unforeseen complication arose. He found himself beset by a coordinated assault from Piccolo and Maruku, leading to a bitter defeat. Regrettably, this was an encounter he had not faced in previous iterations. Just as his consciousness faded into darkness, Muyang reflected on the evolving nature of the illusion world alongside his growing power. At this juncture, his combat prowess had reached an impressive 290, nearing 300. Alone, neither the augmented Piccolo nor Maruku could stand against him. Logically, he should have been able to effortlessly fulfill the task assigned to him by Bobo. In the 9th restart, the illusionary space reverted to its original form. However, unlike previous instances, Muyang did not return to the forest where he had initially landed. Instead, he found himself near a hot spring. The gentle sound of flowing water echoed in the distance, and a veil of steam rose from the hot spring. As Muyang approached, he noticed a set of women's clothing hanging from a tree. Someone was bathing. Contemplating this, he retreated along the path he had come. Muyang, being a normal man with desires, felt no inclination to indulge in voyeurism. He prided himself on his integrity. Should he wish to observe, he could simply return and discuss it openly with Meixia, perhaps rendering any covert observation unnecessary. As he stepped aside, he noticed a stealthy figure scaling the tree trunk and hiding motionless in a corner. Dressed in purple and sporting sunglasses, the individual was drooling as they peered in. The audacity to spy on a woman bathing elicited a disdainful shake of Muyang's head. He picked up a pebble and hurled it toward the hot spring, feeling compelled to disrupt such brazen intrusiveness. With a sudden splash, a stone plunged into the water, startling everyone present. Shortly thereafter, a woman's voice echoed, "Who is there, miss? I have caught someone spying on you." Muyang appeared silently behind the peeping figure, swiftly apprehending him. "What? Someone is spying." The woman in the hot spring was taken aback, hastily adjusting her clothing. The voyeur, meanwhile, struggled incessantly, pleading, "Hey, let me go. We can discuss this. Just release me." "I cannot make that decision. You must wait for the main party to arrive," Muyang replied, shaking his head with righteous firmness. The man immediately despaired, his face a mask of sorrow. "No, please. If you wait, it will be too late. That is not my concern." At that moment, the woman emerged from behind the hot spring, her light purple hair glistening with droplets, clearly flustered by the unexpected situation. Her fair complexion flashed with irritation upon recognizing her would-be observer. "Ah, Wu Tian, it is indeed you, the lecher. Just wait until I tell my father." "No, Fong Fong. I was wrong. Please don't inform the teacher, or I shall be expelled from the school." The man addressed as Wu Tian immediately fell into a state of dejection, pleading for mercy. Chapter 88. Wu Taido's Dojo. Wu Tian, Fong Fong? Upon hearing these names, Muyang paused in astonishment. The name Fong Fong was quite common, lacking distinctiveness, and many individuals in the Dragon Ball universe bore this name. However, the most renowned among them was undoubtedly Sun Wukong's granddaughter, Fong Fong. Yet the girl before him was clearly not her, so Muyang did not dwell on it. What piqued his interest was the name Wu Tian. It was astonishing that the voyeur was none other than Wu Tian. Could he be the future martial arts deity, known as Master Wu Tian, the Turtle Sage? Upon closer inspection, the contours of his face bore a striking resemblance to that of the Turtle Sage in his youth. It dawned on Muyang that this was indeed the young Turtle Sage, and the girl named Fong Fong, with her light purple hair, bore a resemblance to the fortune-teller's crimson locks. He recalled that the Turtle Sage once harbored feelings for a girl named Wu Fong Fong. Could this be her? This meant that there was still a considerable time before the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo. "Sir, I am grateful to you. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to this lecher," the girl named Fong Fong said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Muyang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need for thanks. I merely cannot abide the actions of certain individuals." "Hey, how can you speak like that?" Wu Tian exclaimed indignantly. "If you raise your voice again, I shall inform my father of your spying." Wu Fong Fong promptly glared at him, and under her fierce demeanor, Wu Tian immediately fell silent, resembling a wilted plant, his head drooping in defeat. Wu Tian feared two individuals above all else, his teacher, Wu Taido, and Wu Fong Fong. He had never been as intimidated even by his older sister. Certainly, for Wu Fong Fong, Wu Tian harbors not only fear but also affection, which often compels him to engage in antics that capture her attention. Observing the playful banter between Wu Tian and Wu Fong Fong, Muyang chuckled, inquiring about the whereabouts of Master Wu Taidu's dojo. "Are you here to learn martial arts?" Wu Fong Fong exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. And then she took the initiative to lead the way to Wu Taidu's martial arts arena. Muyang smiled, following Wu Fong Fong towards the dojo under the envious and resentful gaze of Wu Tian. "You know, I am a direct disciple of Master Wu Taidu. If you wish to learn, you must first pass my test," Wu Tian whispered to Muyang, squeezing closer. "Is your great endeavor merely to spy on girls while they bathe?" Muyang replied, nodding non-committally, yet recalling that even the Turtle Sage had indulged in similar behavior during his youth. The group traversed through the woods and soon arrived at the entrance of a martial arts hall. "This is my father's dojo," Wu Fong Fong indicated the main entrance. Though not particularly large, housing only a few dozen students, less than the Tianxin school, it did not diminish Wu Taidu's reputation as a renowned martial arts master. Seated on the floor in a white martial arts uniform, Wu Taidu observed his daughter and disciple approach, accompanied by a young man. His martial artist's intuition sensed an unusual presence, and upon scrutinizing the newcomer, a wave of formidable pressure emanated from him, causing Wu Taidu's expression to shift, astonishment filling his eyes. "Master Wu Taidu," Muyang greeted respectfully, maintaining a posture of neither subservience nor arrogance. The figure before him was merely an apparition from the realm of illusions, distinct from the Wu Taidu encountered by the fortune-telling elder. Nevertheless, etiquette demanded acknowledgement. Wu Taidu promptly rose to return the bow, exclaiming, "No, you are the true senior. Just call me Muyang," he replied. "Very well," Wu Taidu nodded in agreement. Wu Fangfang, witnessing this exchange, felt bewildered. What was occurring? Why did her father refer to this young man as a senior? Could it be that this individual was an undisclosed master? Yet, the age did not align. Fangfang, Wu Tian, I have pressing matters to discuss with Mr. Muyang. You two may step outside, Wu Taidu instructed. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in their minds, Wu Fangfang and Wu Tian complied with their father's request, casting curious glances at Muyang as they exited together. Once they departed, Wu Taidu inquired, Mr. Muyang, I sensed a remarkably natural essence in your movements. May I ask which school you represent? Muyang smiled lightly, replying, Tianxin School. Wu Taidu gasped, admiration evident in his voice. Ah, so you are from the divine lineage. No wonder you possess such formidable strength. Although Wu Taidu's abilities had yet to reach the level of recognizing individuals with closed eyes, he could still sense the fundamental disparities in strength. From the moment he laid eyes on Muyang, he understood that he was not a match for him. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Mr. Muyang? Muyang's expression grew serious. Indeed, this is a significant matter. In the near future, two exceedingly terrifying demon lords will emerge in this world, one named King Piccolo and the other Lord Maruku. Their arrival will plunge the entire world into a veritable hell. I share this with you as a warning to prepare in advance, for there exists no one capable of standing against them. Even Mr. Lian is not their match. Wu Taidu paused momentarily, his expression growing grave. Indeed, Muyang replied. In truth, his current strength was already sufficient to defeat both King Piccolo and Lord Maruku. But he intentionally chose to conceal this fact in order to inspire Wu Taidu to develop the demon sealing wave, thereby allowing him to glean insights from it. Muyang's response left Wu Taidu in silence. After a while, he asked, what should we do now? We must ascend the Korin Tower and create techniques to seal the demon race. Understood. Wu Taidu nodded, harboring no doubts about Muyang's words. In the days that followed, Muyang resided at Wu Taidu's dojo. During this time, they engaged in several sparring sessions, but without exception, Wu Taidu was swiftly defeated by Muyang's few moves. It was only when Muyang adjusted his energy to match Wu Taidu's strength that they began to fight on equal footing. Reflecting on Muyang's assertion that even he was no match for the demon lord, Wu Taidu increasingly felt the urgency of time. Finally, one day, Wu Taidu closed the dojo, packed his belongings, and prepared to embark on the journey to the Korin Tower. Behind him, the youthful Master Rashi, Master Shen, and Wu Fangfang stood at the entrance to bid him farewell. Master, wish you a smooth journey. You must find a way to save this world. Wait for my return. Wu Taidu replied resolutely as he set forth on his quest. Chapter 89. The arrival of Maruku. 2 months swiftly passed. At the summit of the Korin Tower, Wu Taidu pondered deeply, and under the guidance of Master Rashi, he devised the demon sealing wave specifically to seal the demon race. During this time, Muyang remained industrious. While Wu Taidu researched the demon sealing wave, he also reconstructed several highly practical techniques based on his previous knowledge of the Dragon Ball world, such as the solar flare, Keyblade Slash, and Key Sphere, all of which could be easily created once energy accumulation reached a certain threshold. Gradually, time flowed onward until one day, a tremendous noise echoed from the lower realm as an alien spacecraft crashed onto Earth. At the Korin Tower, Muyang and the others noticed this phenomenon. Sensing a powerful energy manifesting on Earth, Muyang opened his eyes. It has come. Maruku has arrived on Earth. Is the energy that just appeared one of the demon lords you mentioned? Master Rashi's throat stirred slightly, feeling parched as he sensed the formidable and aggressive aura. Muyang nodded. Though the nature of the energy differs, it is indeed Maruku without a doubt. At this moment, Maruku was still merely a Tukamandian. Although it remained unclear why he would transform into a demon upon arriving on Earth, he was undoubtedly an adversary. Wu Taidu's expression was grave. If this is the kind of opponent we face, my demon sealing wave may not be sufficient to seal him. Muyang said, leave this fellow to me. Wu Taidu, you should continue your research on the magic sealing wave. There is still some time before the emergence of the great demon king, Bick. You must refine your techniques as swiftly as possible. Understood. I will do my best. After sensing the aura of Maruku, Wu Taidu became even more focused on the great demon king. Seeing Wu Taidu nod, Muyang smiled and waved his hand at them before leaping off the edge of Kylin Tower. A burst of light streaked across the sky, heading toward the location where Maruku descended. I hope Muyang can defeat that extraterrestrial being, the cat sage murmured, leaning on his wooden staff, gazing into the misty azure sky. Indeed, Wu Taidu sighed as he watched the clouds where Muyang had vanished, a look of concern etched in his eyes. He then steeled himself, realizing that the only thing he could do now was to hasten his research on the magic sealing wave. More than 200 years ago, the primitive mountains were no different from the present day. In this vast, undulating forest, the passage of time seemed to have little effect on it. Amidst the dense foliage, there was a place where thick smoke billowed, and violent impacts had altered the terrain, unearthing the earth and stones that had been buried for countless ages, forming a crescent-shaped depression. At this moment, the red-haired Maruku crawled out from the wreckage of his spacecraft, his expression grim as he surveyed the primitive scenery around him. Cursing bitterly, "Damn it, those bastards at the aviation center actually sold me a malfunctioning vessel. When I return, I will flay them alive." He then scanned his surroundings, using the energy detector he carried with him. Beep, beep. A multitude of single-digit data appeared on the display screen, with only a few reaching double digits. The data system of the Tukamandians operated in hexadecimal, with each digit comprising 16 parameters. Humph, what a lowly planet. "I hope to find a way to return to the cosmos," Maruku scoffed, turning off the energy detector with disdain. Although the Tukamandians were not considered a powerful race in the universe, their individual combat prowess exceeded 100. Maruku was among the more exceptional members of his kind, boasting a combat strength of over 250. Thus, upon detecting that the energy levels of Earth's inhabitants were merely single digits, a sense of innate superiority and contempt welled up within him. Subsequently, he scoured the primitive mountains, only to find the results utterly disappointing. He discovered that the technology of this planet was still in its infancy. Even the most advanced areas had only just begun to harness electricity, lacking the capability to construct spacecraft. Consequently, his expression grew even darker. "Damn it, the technology of this planet is far too backward to repair a spacecraft." He tapped the detector he wore on his ear, only to find it was still that low-end model devoid of cosmic communication functions. Frauds. Those merchants are deceiving the vast consumer base with subpar goods. In other words, Maruku found himself stranded on this underdeveloped planet. How could this be tolerated? Malurkaho, an aggressive Tukamand alien, harbored ambitions of dominating other planets. How could he resign himself to being trapped on this insignificant world? "No, I must devise a way to escape this place." Malurkaho would never content himself with squandering the remainder of his time here. Just as he contemplated alternative plans, fate denied him the opportunity. A dark figure surged from the distance, swiftly arriving above Malurkaho's head. Muyang reached Malurkaho's location and confirmed the silhouette below. With fiery red hair and azure skin, though devoid of the markings that signify the demonic race, there was no mistaking it. This was Malurkaho. Recalling their previous encounters during the 8 resets, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Muyang's eyes. Without further deliberation, he concentrated and unleashed a wave of energy directly downwards. Energy disc slash. A disc of swirling energy hurtled forward, slicing through the air with a sizzling whisper. Originally conceived as a signature move by Klin, Muyang adapted it with his own insights. Although its power was slightly diminished compared to the original, it sufficed to deal with Malurkaho. The sudden assault left Malurkaho momentarily dazed. Yet, in a perilous moment, his instincts kicked in. He instinctively shifted his body. And with the sound of tearing flesh, azure blood splattered as he let out a wretched cry, one of his arms severed by the energy disc slash. He had narrowly evaded the full brunt of the attack. Muyang sighed inwardly, twisting his palm to redirect the energy disc slash, once again targeting Malurkaho. Damn it. Who is this person? Faced with the incoming energy disc, Malurkaho was struck by both shock and fear, but a wave of uncontrollable rage surged within him. He bellowed fiercely, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy to confront the energy disc slash. Chapter 90. Elimination. A thunderous explosion reverberated above the forest, as colossal trees either collapsed to the ground or snapped in half under the force. Closer to the epicenter of the explosion, some trees were instantly reduced to charred remains, thick smoke billowing outward. The aftermath of the battle was harrowing. The energy of the energy disc slash, after several exchanges, finally dissipated in conjunction with the crimson energy. At this moment, Malurkaho finally had the opportunity to scrutinize his assailant. In the sky, a white martial arts uniform billowed in the wind, as a young man with icy eyes fixed his gaze upon him. "My lord, have I somehow offended you?" Malurkaho snarled, desperately suppressing the fury that surged within him. Yet his heaving chest betrayed the extent of his anger. Muyang regarded him coolly, offering no response. The Malurkaho before him had not yet transformed into a demon, and his strength was not as formidable as that of the previous encounters. However, the brutality emanating from him indicated that, if given time, he would inevitably tread the path of subjugating humanity. Muyang had never contemplated showing mercy to his adversaries, even against a weaker foe. He believed in uprooting the threat entirely, leaving no room for mercy. Malurkaho observed that his opponent remained silent, fixing him with a pair of obsidian eyes. For reasons unknown, a sudden chill enveloped him. Just as he was about to utter a word, the figure of Muyang shifted in the sky, gliding through the air like a blurred shadow. In an instant, Muyang was upon him with astonishing speed. How could such a formidable expert exist on this planet? Malukaho's green pupils constricted in horror, and instinctively, he attempted to retreat. Yet, Muyang's onslaught commenced without hesitation, the world-shattering palm. A pale golden hand gracefully sliced through the void, resembling a dancer in motion, with serpentine arcs of electricity crackling ominously. In Malukaho's astonished gaze, the electrified palm descended upon him, unleashing a torrent of golden light akin to a tempest. As he tried to shift his body, despair washed over him as he realized he was ensnared by the overwhelming aura of the world-shattering palm, utterly immobilized. What kind of technique was this? Fear flickered in his eyes. It felt as though a frigid wave pierced through him, as if he were ensnared in a hellish realm, rendering him speechless. Boom. The current surged through Malukaho's muscles, propelling him away while completely paralyzing his body. For a time, he would be unable to resist. At that moment, genuine fear gripped Malukaho. The opponent's strength was unfathomable, and he was no match for such power. His earlier disdain and lofty ambitions regarding this planet evaporated, leaving only an abyss of terror. What sort of hidden gem of a planet was this? He harbored grave doubts that the merchant who sold him the energy detector was merely peddling inferior goods. Perhaps they had sold him defective devices altogether. These unscrupulous merchants had betrayed him. Had he known the perils of this planet, he would have risked collision with a star rather than make an emergency landing here. Malukaho felt as though he might weep without tears. Though you have yet to transform into a demon, I regret to inform you that my mission is to vanquish your kind. For now, the time of Bick has not yet arrived. You shall embark on your journey alone, Muyang stated, his tone laced with an icy detachment as he appeared beside Malukaho, placing a hand upon his shoulder. This gesture sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down Malukaho's back, making him acutely aware of the chasm between them. My lord, is there some misunderstanding? Surely, we harbor no enmity, he implored, his countenance contorted in distress, with no interest in addressing Malukaho's confusion. Muyang abruptly wrenched off Malukaho's other arm with a sharp crack. Malukaho howled in agony, once again losing an arm. Why is this happening? I have done you no wrong. Crumpling to the ground, he gazed at his severed limb in despair, his expression evasive, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. An arm could regenerate, but a life lost meant everything was over. Do not inquire further. I shall not explain myself to a lifeless entity. Proceed in peace. As these words faded into the air, a cascade of azure energy descended from the heavens. In an instant, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. Mariku felt his mind momentarily freeze as the chilling breath of death approached him. With a thunderous roar, the azure energy erupted in a blinding white radiance, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended from the primal mountains. When the chaos subsided, a gaping chasm nearly 100 meters deep was left in its wake. Having vanquished one adversary, it could be said that half of the mission was accomplished. Makuya sensed Mariku's life force and confirmed that he had perished under the onslaught of his ki wave. In terms of individual combat prowess, after enduring several rounds of rebirth, Makuya's strength had surpassed that of both Mariku and the great demon King Piccolo. His previous miscalculation stemmed from the unexpected alliance between Mariku and Piccolo, which caught him off guard. This time, the illusionary realm did not afford them the chance to unite, and Makuya felt assured of his success. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered within him as he remained oblivious to the reason behind Mariku's transformation into a demon. Could it be that beings from the demon realm had visited Earth? Of course, the demon realm he referred to was not the adjacent, marginal realm, but the true domain of demons. He recalled that the egg containing the sealed demon Bu had once been housed on Earth, and it was said that the demon realm's king, Dabura, had previously sent emissaries to Earth. Might Mariku's metamorphosis into a demon be linked to Dabura's envoys? Ultimately, such ponderings were futile, for this was merely a world replaying past illusions. All history had already concluded. With this thought, Makuya shook his head and soared into the sky, directing himself once more towards the Kalen Tower. All that remained was to assist Master Mateto in defeating the great demon King Piccolo, thereby completing the trial and escaping this realm. Atop the Kalen Tower, the Cat Sage and Master Mateto gazed in astonishment at Makuya's display of power. They had witnessed the recent events in the lower realm through the intermediary water basin with crystal clarity. The Cat Sage, wide-eyed, exclaimed that Makuya possesses such formidable strength. There is likely no one in this world who could rival him. Master Mateto nodded in agreement. I am considerably outmatched compared to him. Yet, if he is so powerful, why does he require your assistance in researching the demon sealing wave? The Cat Sage, puzzled, inquired further. Master Mateto also wore a look of confusion, pondering the peculiar nature of exceptional individuals. Perhaps, he mused, that may be the eccentricity of a master. The Cat Sage could only acquiesce to this notion, recognizing the vast spectrum of personalities in existence. Perhaps Makuya simply preferred to observe from the sidelines, unwilling to engage directly. In truth, The reason Mukuya had urged Master Mateto to study the demon sealing wave was to grasp the theoretical principles underlying that technique. From both the demon sealing wave and the universal shocking palm, it became evident that Master Mateto, lauded as a grandmaster, was indeed deserving of such accolades, possessing an extraordinary mastery of command-style techniques. If the principles behind the development of the magic sealing wave can be gleaned from this illusionary realm, it is conceivable that one could eventually devise a unique command-style technique based on that knowledge. Although the Son Gohan of the real world is indeed capable of performing the magic sealing wave, he is not the original developer of this technique. He possesses knowledge of its execution but lacks the deeper understanding that the creator has. Given this, it would be more prudent to allow the martial arts titan within the illusionary world to conduct the research, while I simply learn from the established techniques available.